This is a second martial spirit innate ability. Chang Jian's eyes narrowed in a dignified manner as he spoke each word with emphasis. A second martial spirit innate ability. An ability to conceal. What a strong martial spirit ability. At this moment, a Duanren Empire general behind Duan Wuhan could not help exclaiming, "Not even I can detect Huang Xiaolong's breath in this instant." He was a Xiantian third-order expert. Even a Xiantian third-order expert could not detect Huang Xiaolong's presence. One could imagine how remarkable Huang Xiaolong's second martial ability was. Outside the battle arena, many spectating experts were also blown away. Once again, the crowd was in an uproar. Chuili, Pangyu, and the rest also searched with their eyes and spiritual senses, trying to see if they could detect Huang Xiaolong's presence on the stage. While everyone was still searching for a shadow of him, Huang Xiaolong suddenly appeared in the air above behind Xia Puti, striking down a palm aimed at Xia Puti's back. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to succeed, the black flames shrouding Xia Puti flared up, engulfing Xia Puti's immediate surroundings in flames. Huang Xiaolong's expression turned grave and immediately retrieved his palm while retreating backward. Xia Puti spun to the back. One again, both of them stood face to face on the stage. In the air above, both the Black Dragon and Black Flame Phoenix were still fighting. Dragon roars and phoenix cries rang out endlessly in people's ears. Tremendous shockwaves burst from the battle arena, surging out with the stage as its center, rolling like thunder. The bright sun above was nowhere to be seen, entirely blotted out by the black flames and energy emitted by the Black Dragon and Black Flames Phoenix. Watching Xia Puti, Huang Xiaolong frowned. Xia Puti's body was entirely wrapped in a protective black flame barrier, and there didn't seem to be a way to get within 10 meters of him. He needed to think of a method to break through the black flames barrier. At the same time, Xia Puti too was frowning while watching Huang Xiaolong. The moment Huang Xiaolong concealed himself, Xia Puti had no clue of his presence at all, or his location. To defeat Huang Xiaolong was much harder than he had presumed. Two cold lights reflected on Huang Xiaolong's hands. He summoned the blades of Azura, gripping them in his palm. The wings of demon on his back stretched out and Huang Xiaolong used phantom shadow at the same time, swinging the blades at Xia Puti. Wrath of the Nether King. Two beams of blade lights were like an awakened 1,000-year-old volcano eruption that welled forth, akin to a stampede of thousands of beasts or a cavalry army of millions of soldiers. And the attacks immediately reached Xia Puti. Too fast. Xia Puti was stunned. The protective black flames shrouding Xia Puti rose up, and the Wrath of the Nether King attack actually dissolved under the heat of the black flames. Swallowed up. First rank grade 13 martial spirit, Black Flame Phoenix's black flame was said could be capable of incinerating all beings, and it had proven it could even devour the attacking blade lights that came from blades of Azura. After the black flames melted and devoured Huang Xiaolong's Wrath of the Nether King, Xia Puti flickered and disappeared. He again reappeared within meters of Huang Xiaolong with another finger attack. But this was not a repeat of Mirage Void Finger from earlier. Meteor Finger. With a point, several different surreal fingerprints materialized out of nowhere and separated, like a rain of shooting stars that targeted Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong did not hide or dodge this time. Instead, he raised his hand and pointed a finger as well. A beam of aureate light shot out, crashing against the incoming meteor finger. Z! Thunderous shockwaves echoed endlessly. Outside the battle arena where the shockwaves hit had caused a splitting pain in the experts' eardrums and made them frightened by the level of battle. In the two-finger attack's collision, Huang Xiaolong staggered back 3 steps from the force. Although Huang Xiaolong swallowed many fire dragon pearls and cycad fruits during his cultivation that raised his physical defense to a level higher than warriors in the same realm, making his defense almost comparable to a Xiantian second order, Xia Puti too had his own fortuitous encounters. On top of that, he had his family's resources. Xia Puti's physical defense and power was close to reaching a Xiantian third-order expert. Fire Exploding Finger. Xia Puti's silhouette blurred away, renewing his attack on Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong activated his martial spirit ability, space concealment, and disappeared from sight. Xiapudi's attack fell on empty air once more. The game progressed with one attacking while the other retreated and vice versa. One exchange after another, the entire battle stage became marked and ruined between both of their attacks. Finger-sized holes, palm prints, even fist prints littered the stage. Just like that, Huang Xiaolong and Xiapudi exchanged more than a dozen blows. Some of the weaker warriors outside the battle arena could barely follow their movements. Bang! The two separated after the latest collision, standing on opposing sides of the stage. Within the last dozen exchanges just now, both seemed equal on the surface, but the experts with a keen eye could tell Huang Xiaolong was at a disadvantage. If it wasn't for Huang Xiaolong's martial spirit ability of hiding, he would probably have lost long ago. No matter if it was strength, battle chi, or speed, Huang Xiaolong was weaker and slower than Xiapudi. Suddenly, at that moment, a dragon's whine resounded, attracting everyone's attention. Looking up, everyone saw the two fighting martial spirits, Divine Black Dragon and Black Flame Phoenix. The Black Flame Phoenix's claw found an opening and pierced through the Divine Black Dragon's back. Dragon scales fell, while blood rained down from the air above. The Divine Black Dragon was wounded. Watching this, Huang Xiaolong's expression turned grave, and he leaped up onto the Divine Black Dragon's head. Every movement was followed intently by the crowd as in the next moment, a light blue glow flickered around the Black Dragon's body. The parts burned by the Black Flame Phoenix's black flame slowly stopped bleeding. New dragon scales grew rapidly as the wounds healed. Eyes widened in shock as everyone watched this scene happening in front of them. What is happening? How can that Divine Black Dragon's injuries heal so quickly? It's Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's third martial spirit innate ability. Huang Xiaolong actually has a third martial spirit ability. Some experts guessed the reason behind the Divine Black Dragon's rapid recovery was because Huang Xiaolong initiated his third martial spirit ability. The crowd was dazed with shock. It had never crossed anyone's mind that Huang Xiaolong would have a third martial spirit ability. In martial spirit world, possessing a second martial spirit ability was enough to cause envy. Yet this Huang Xiaolong supposedly had a third one. Cui Li, Pang Yu, Dai Shani, and the rest jumped up from their seats. Although Duan Wuhan and Chang Jian managed to control themselves and remained seated, the shock was evident on their faces. There were people that had a third martial spirit ability in martial spirit world, but in the entire snow wind continent, the number did not exceed the fingers on both hands. Furthermore, neither Duan Wuhan or Duanren Emperor himself had awoken a third martial spirit ability. Xiapudi, like everyone else, was stunned into a daze. Not only did Huang Xiaolong have a third martial spirit ability, but did it have to be something that could help him heal his injuries? Instant recovery ability was just as useful as space concealment and would be more concisely described as a heaven-defying ability. In actual fact, Huang Xiaolong's third martial spirit ability, instant recovery, used to only be capable of merely recovering depleted battle chi. But, after Huang Xiaolong broke through to the Xiantian realm, he had recently noticed that his third martial spirit ability actually underwent some changes and evolved. Not only could it restore exhausted battle chi, it was able to recover vitality. Getting over his shock, Xiapudi too moved beside his Black Flame Phoenix martial spirit with a sway of his body. He spoke slowly. I did not expect you would have a third martial spirit ability, but you probably have another martial spirit, right? Another martial spirit. Hearing this, the crowd was dumbfounded. Xiapudi's words meant? Heads nearly snapped off their necks as they spun to look at Huang Xiaolong. Could Huang Xiaolong really? Huang Xiaolong was startled. Xiapudi could guess he had a second martial spirit? Blue Dragon, come out! Since the secret could not be kept any longer, Huang Xiaolong need not hide it any longer. With a loud summon, Huang Xiaolong's body burst out in gleaming ice-blue light. Before the stupefied looks, an enormous divine blue dragon's roar shook the heavens as it hovered behind Huang Xiaolong. The moment the blue dragon emerged, a pressure far stronger than that of the black dragons overshadowed the Black Flame Phoenix's aura. It was a dragon's might capable of deterring the world. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong's momentum rose sharply. A second martial spirit. Huang Xiaolong actually possessed a second martial spirit, and it was a martial spirit that had never appeared in martial spirit world before. Blue Dragon. Duan Wuhan had managed to maintain his calm up to that point, but he suddenly jumped to his feet in astonishment as he stared fixedly at the Blue Dragon. Blue Dragon. A martial spirit that had never appeared before. This dragon was definitely a variation of a Dragon Clan martial spirit, and it had to be one at top grade 13, or maybe even grade 14. This Huang Xiaolong actually had the same type of superb talent martial spirit, yet the lower grade Black Dragon was already at top grade 12. Chang Jian and the other Duanren Empire ministers' eyes nearly popped out from the shock. All the mighty generals stood up with incredulous looks on their faces. They were blown away. This was an unprecedented shock. Twin superb talent martial spirits with both of such high grades. On top of that, one of his martial spirits has never appeared prior to this. This kind of talent was too mother-freaking monstrous. No one present could accurately describe the waves of jarring shock and excitement. Below the stage, Cui Li, Pang Yu, and the rest were having similar waves of emotion running through them. Even Xie Puti, who guessed correctly, was astounded with Huang Xiaolong's revelation. He was literally making a wild guess that Huang Xiaolong might possess a second martial spirit. Due to a coincidence, he once came across an old family record which stated people who possessed a third martial spirit ability had a 90% chance of being the owner of twin martial spirits. 90%. He didn't expect that it would turn out to be true. Xie Puti stared at the blue dragon behind Huang Xiaolong. There were complicated feelings mixed in with shock. At this point, Huang Xiaolong's rising momentum after summoning the blue dragon finally stopped. The pressure coming from the current Huang Xiaolong had exceeded Xie Puti. Although summoning one's martial spirit could not enhance the owner's battle chi as much as a soul transformation, it increased the owner's strength significantly. The blue dragon swam around Huang Xiaolong, giving everyone an impression that Huang Xiaolong himself was the epitome of a primordial divine dragon. Below the stage and outside the battle arena, Cui Li, Dai Shani, as well as the many young misses and young masters of noble families were staring at Huang Xiaolong with eyes that shined inexplicably. Huang Xiaolong suddenly leaped up, smashing out a collapsed fist at Xie Puti. The fist whistled through the air as it shattered space and the void, creating a strange sonic wave. Xie Puti's face became dignified. He too leaped up, pointing a finger at Huang Xiaolong. Sky pulverizing finger. Battle chi pooled, rotating on Xie Puti's finger. A glistening black light shot out and disappeared in a flash right into Huang Xiaolong's punch. The blast shook the stage. In midair, two silhouettes separated, instantly retreating a distance from each other. Huang Xiaolong landed agilely on the battle stage, whereas Xie Puti crashed onto the black flame phoenix's body, retreating one wobbly step after another as he tried to regain his balance. A reversal. After summoning both Black Dragon and Blue Dragon, Huang Xiaolong's battle chi and physical toughness surpassed Xie Puti's by a slight margin. Huang Xiaolong attacked with a second move. Leaping up into the air, calling out the Blades of Azura, his body started spinning at high speed with the Blades of Azura swinging out. State of abundant lightning. Streaks of lightning turned into a flood of lightning dragons that was like a torrential thunderstorm aimed at Xie Puti from various angles. Alarmed, Xie Puti countered with attacks from both hands. Multiple fingerprints flew out at rapid speed, but it was to no avail. Although his finger attacks managed to slightly weaken the lightning flood dragon's speed and power, it did not stop them from advancing towards him. Seeing it was futile, Xie Puti immediately pushed his battle chi to the limit. Black flames soared from his body, burning and melting everything that got close. Lightning flood dragons and the black flames collided. The forceful power from the lightning flood dragons caused the black flames to disperse upon collision, receding outside the battle chi. Xie Puti was pushed back again, and even the black flame phoenix below him was repelled, letting out a ringing phoenix cry. Although it was rumored the black flame phoenix's black flame could incinerate everything, it was not foolproof. It was also dependent on its owner's strength. After summoning the blue dragon, Huang Xiaolong's strength rose significantly. Xie Puti was clearly suppressed. Despite the fact that the black flames could still burn and swallow Huang Xiaolong's attack, the effect had greatly reduced compared to earlier. Of course, this was due to the suppression from the blue dragon. Its grade was higher than the black dragon to begin with. Huang Xiaolong continued to swing the blades in his hand. In midair, the crowd saw two blossoming flowers with deeply colored purple petals suddenly emerge out of nowhere. Each flower was about the size of an adult's palm, shimmering in an alluring inky purple glow. Watching the two dark as ink purple blossoms spinning in the air, the spectating crowd was dazed. Without warning, they disappeared just as suddenly as they had appeared. Xiaoputi was surprised as well. But in the next moment, his face tightened and he quickly retreated in a panic. His mouth bellowed, "Black flames regnant!" Just as the black flames soared from Xiaoputi's body, they suddenly exploded and dispersed as if they were hit, whereby Xiaoputi groaned and plummeted to the stage below from the black flames Phoenix's back. Xiaoputi forcefully stabilized himself so as not to crash into the stage. People in the crowd were able to see two imprints in the shape of flowers on Xiaoputi's chest, emanating strands of inky purple energy. The upper part of his clothes had already exploded into pieces. The flower imprints appeared to be exactly the same as the two blossoms from Huang Xiaolong's attack. So terrifying. What an unforeseeable attack. What kind of battle chi is this exactly? The power is so terrifying that even the black flames cannot stop it. Sighs and exclamation came from all around. Duan Wuhan watched with fascination. If Huang Xiaolong's battle chi cultivation was on a similar level as him, this attack, could he withstand it? Cheng Jian, can you tell what battle chi Huang Xiaolong cultivates in? Duan Wuhan could not resist asking. Cheng Jian shook his head. This minister cannot tell. It was also his first time seeing the type of battle chi belonging to Huang Xiaolong. At that moment, Huang Xiaolong jumped off Black Dragon's body, landing softly on the battle stage. Xiaoputi rubbed the injuries on his chest, and a slight frown appeared between his brows. Strong desire for battle flared up in his eyes. Huang Xiaolong, I admit your twin martial spirits are indeed strong, but I will not give up just like this. I will not lose to you just like this. After he finished speaking, the black flame phoenix blurred away and began to fuse with Xiaoputi, initiating a soul transformation. After fusing with the black flame phoenix, the pressure exuding from Xiaoputi instantly shot up, and it continued to soar. Williwa descended, clouds rolled, and the sky darkened. Powerful energy vortexes formed with Xiaoputi being used as the eye in the center. Black armor emerged on Xiaoputi's body akin to an ancient godly armor, leaving only his mouth, eyes, and nose visible. Seeing Xiaoputi's action, Huang Xiaolong waved a hand towards the black dragon and blue dragon hovering behind him. The twin martial spirits swam around him in circles, closer and closer, fusing with him. Scales of two colors, black and blue, emerged on the surface of Huang Xiaolong's skin. A smooth, sharp scale surface reflected the light. Tattoo-like images of a black and blue dragon's head manifested on Huang Xiaolong's back as sharp dragon spikes protruded out from Huang Xiaolong's arms. Xiaoputi's momentum doubled after his soul transformation, yet it barely surpassed Huang Xiaolong, whose soul transformed with the twin dragon martial spirits. Even before fusing with the dragons, Huang Xiaolong's strength had already suppressed Xiaoputi by a small margin, and now it whelmed over him. Tyrant God Finger! Xiaoputi took the initiative to attack first after soul transforming. Piercing through space, he arrived before Huang Xiaolong almost instantaneously. A single finger stabbed towards Huang Xiaolong, exploding with a tyrannical might capable of destroying everything in its path. It's actually the Tyrant God Finger that was lost 500 to 600 years ago? A top-ranked general beside Duan Wuhan blurted in surprise. Tyrant Godfinger is a high Earth-rank battle skill. Cheng Jian was also agape in shock. Xiaoputi's finger attack sped closer to Huang Xiaolong's chest, but in that same moment Huang Xiaolong also raised his own fist to strike head-on against the attack. Boom! Exploding shockwaves reverberated on the stage. Xiaoputi's Tyrant Godfinger scattered with one punch from Huang Xiaolong. To be precise, the grade of a battle skill only increased the power of battle chi during an attack. Before a stronger and more powerful battle chi, everything was futile. Huang Xiaolong's fist shot forward, striking Xia Puti's body after scattering his finger attack battle skill. Taken by surprise, Xia Puti quickly countered with his fist, and in the next instant the two fists collided. Xia Puti's body shook from the impact. The entire length of his arm went numb and he was forced to stumble back repeatedly, whereas the black flame from the Black Flame Phoenix armor crossed over to Huang Xiaolong's fist from the contact. However, in the next instant, everyone saw when the Phoenix's black flame met with Huang Xiaolong's dragon scales. It was scattered away. With the protection of dragon scales on his body, there was no way the Black Flame Phoenix's black flame could hurt Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's silhouette blurred into motion as he swung the blades of Azura in his hands. Flower of the Other Shore materialized again, blooming midair in an eerie shimmering glow of inky purple. In the next moment, it disappeared in a ghostly manner just like the previous time. Yet the moment Flowers of Other Shore disappeared, Xia Puti let out a muffled grunt. His chest was struck again by the same attack. Xia Puti might have soul transformed and been protected by a layer of Black Phoenix flame armor. But despite that, being struck with the attack left him feeling miserable. The spot where the flowers hit caused intense pain. Not only that, Xia Puti vaguely felt as if there was an indescribable frigid chi that seemed to originate from hell slowly invading his body. He felt like he could not do anything other than try to use the Black Flame Phoenix battle chi to suppress it. After having his first attack land, Huang Xiaolong subsequently launched another attack. The Flower of the Other Shore bloomed again and spread a radiant glow. Xia Puti was left with the inability to dodge yet again. Flower of the Other Shore was too unpredictable, and when it moved through space there was no ripple or fluctuation whatsoever. How could anyone avoid it? Unless they could be like Huang Xiaolong, having the ability to hide inside a space pocket, it was virtually impossible. Below the stage, heads shook at Xia Puti's chances of winning. Before, Huang Xiaolong could not come closer than within 10 meters of Xia Puti because of his Black Flame's protection. But now, the Black Flame armor had lost its effect in front of Huang Xiaolong. On top of that, Xia Puti could neither predict nor dodge Huang Xiaolong's attack. Hence, there was only an inevitable defeat remaining. 10 minutes later, Huang Xiaolong's Wrath of the Nether King crashed straight into Xia Puti's chest, sending him flying and falling to the edge of the battle stage area. Only then did Huang Xiaolong stop his attacks. The four corners of the square were filled with silence. Everyone watched as Xia Puti struggled to his feet, albeit in a wobbly and unstable manner. Suddenly, Xia Puti let out a furious roar. A burst of battle chi exploded from his body and he attacked Huang Xiaolong. However, just as he arrived at Huang Xiaolong's side, he was struck away with one palm, this time falling outside the battle stage area. Xia Puti, defeated. When Xia Puti no longer got up after 30 breaths of time had passed since falling outside the battle stage, the entire Duanren square erupted in cheers. The thunderous voices were like never-ending tidal waves, and it took a long time before it subsided. This final battle ended at last. The first-place winner in this year's Imperial City battle was actually Huang Xiaolong. It never crossed anyone's mind that it would turn out this way. Even more mind-blowing was the fact that Huang Xiaolong possessed superb twin martial spirits, and his strongest primordial divine blue dragon was a martial spirit that had never appeared in martial spirit world before. The battle might have ended, but everyone's emotions were still running high. The battle they witnessed today was way more thrilling than they had anticipated. This was all because of Huang Xiaolong. Even Duan Wuhan and Cheng Jian were feeling dumbstruck. Perhaps even Imperial Father will feel shocked when we report the results to him later, Duan Wuhan thought. Moments later, Cheng Jian announced Huang Xiaolong's win in the final battle. When Cheng Jian's voice ended, another wave of deafening cheers and applause resounded through the crowd. Even though the competition ended, the rewards would not be given out until the next day. Huang Xiaolong stepped off the battle stage, and on the way back to his seat, he passed by Pang Yu. Pang Yu forced out an awkward smile while his feet were retreating in a flustered manner, opening up a wide path for Huang Xiaolong. It was not until Huang Xiaolong moved further away that Pang Yu dared to breathe out in relief. His back was already wet with cold sweat. He was fortunate to not have wet his pants. When Huang Xiaolong exited the battle arena, the young misses, young masters, and commoners were lauding his name loudly. Huang Xiaolong! Huang Xiaolong! Huang Xiaolong! This three-word chant reverberated in Duanren Square for a very long time as wave after wave grew increasingly louder. At this point, Huang Xiaolong was already elevated to idol status by some budding youths of these families. Superb twin martial spirits of the same kind. Such a monstrous talent. He was the very first one in the long history of Duanren Empire's foundation. From all directions, the crowd mobbed Huang Xiaolong. He fortunately had Zhao Shu, Yu Ming, and Fei Ho to fend them off. It would otherwise have been a strenuous task for Huang Xiaolong to leave the square with his clothes intact after being swiped at by the claws of the young misses of noble families clamoring after him. Most likely, a layer of his skin would be scraped off from all the hands rubbing his body. Only after Huang Xiaolong had left Duanren Square did it return to the usual empty calmness. In the second private room of Unforgettable Intoxication Restaurant, Yao Fei glowered at Yang Gang and Pang Yu with a dark expression. Garbage! Yao Fei coldly snapped. Both Yang Gang and Pang Yu quivered under the stare. But I did not expect Huang Xiaolong to have superb twin martial spirits, causing even Xie Puti to not be his opponent. Yao Fei's voice was frigidly cold. Red bloodlust shone in his eyes. Twin superb talent martial spirits. And there was a possibility that the Blue Dragon was grade 14. Grade 14. This kind of legendary existence that was only recorded in ancient manuscripts actually appeared in the body of an ordinary small family background Huang Xiaolong. If Yao Fei had such talent, and with the resources of his Yao family, he would definitely break into the Saint Realm. Hateful! Yao Fei suddenly shouted. A strong pressure burst out from him, instantly turning the chair beside him into powdered dust. Yang Gang and Pang Yu were frightened into quickly retreating, both of their faces ashen. But in the next instant, Yao Fei converged his emotions. His cold eyes swept over Yang Gang and Pang Yu's face. It's fine. Both of you can go. Yang Gang and Pang Yu were stunned at first and then nodded their heads vigorously before fleeing as if their lives were in danger. At the same time, deep in the underground palace within the Duanren Imperial Palace, Duanren Emperor was listening to his son and minister Chang Jian report the results of the Imperial City battle. He too was astounded. Superb twin martial spirits. It is actually superb twin martial spirits. Duanren Emperor mumbled softly to himself somewhat ecstatically, causing his usual dignified decorum to slip. Duan Wuhan was surprised as he watched his imperial father's reaction. He had never seen his imperial father drop all pretense of decorum in any way. It seemed that shining between his eyes was a trace of hope and elation. Chang Jian was also taken aback while observing Duanren Emperor's dramatic reaction. Moments later, Duanren Emperor realized his gaffe. Recovering, he emphasized, "Tomorrow, after the prize-giving ceremony is done, bring Huang Xiaolong to see me." Imperial father wants to meet Huang Xiaolong? Duan Wuhan was baffled and surprised at the request. It had been many years since Duanren Emperor wanted to meet with the geniuses from any Imperial City battle. Even first-place winners of previous years did not have this privilege. Correct, Duanren Emperor affirmed. Yes, Imperial Father, Duan Wuhan answered respectfully, not daring to inquire too much. All right, you can leave now. Duan Wuhan and Chang Jian saluted and retreated from the room quietly. On Huang Xiaolong's side, after leaving Duanren Square, the four of them, Huang Xiaolong, Zhao Shu, Yu Ming, and Fei Ho, headed towards the property trading market. If they did not resolve the accommodation matters as soon as possible, then all four of them would be sleeping out on the streets again. The Imperial City battle champion sleeping out on the streets. If anyone found out, he would turn into the laughingstock of the empire. Soon, Huang Xiaolong and the three reached the property market, passing by a business called Trusty Heaven Firm. Stopping here, all four went inside. There were three giant firms in Duanren Empire, One was named Million Treasure House and had a connection with the Huang family because it belonged to the Guo family. One belonged to the Xia family where Xia Beauty was called the Eternal Prosper firm. The last one was where they were now Trusty Heaven firm. The instant Huang Xiaolong walked into the great hall, a loud cry sounded in the hall, "Huang Xiaolong!" Huang Xiaolong looked over and saw a middle-aged man who was wearing the firm's uniform staring at him with a flabbergasted expression on his face. The middle-aged man hastened his steps until he came to a stop in front of Huang Xiaolong, laughing in nervous excitement. "It truly is young noble Huang. A rare guest, truly a rare guest. Please, I myself had just returned from Duanren Square. I thought my eyes were playing a trick on me." After the Imperial City battle, there were many that could easily recognize Huang Xiaolong's face. Just like that, under the shock-widened eyes of other guests in the outer Great Hall, the middle-aged man led Huang Xiaolong and his group to the more private inner hall. After a brief introduction, the middle-aged man's name was known to be Zhou Hua, Trusty Heaven Headquarters Supervisor. Knowing Huang Xiaolong's purpose, Zhou Hua grinned and asked, "Does young noble Huang have a preferred location?" Huang Xiaolong thought for a moment. "The location is not important. The vital point is it must be big. The bigger the better." Zhou Hua quickly recommended a few places to Huang Xiaolong, and in the end, Huang Xiaolong chose a place called Southern Hill Estate. Amongst the several places Zhou Hua suggested, the Southern Hill Estate was the biggest and most secluded, in line with Huang Xiaolong's requirement. But when Huang Xiaolong was about to pay, Zhou Hua refused, laughing and saying, "No need, no need. Since young noble Huang liked that Southern Hill Estate, then it belongs to young noble Huang. No need." It was Huang Xiaolong's turn to gaffe. The Southern Hill Estate covered a domain of over 10,000 square meters. It may be a little secluded, but every inch of land in Duanren Imperial City was calculated by buckets of gold. A place like Southern Hill Estate would cost at least 20 to 30 million gold coins. This trusty heaven firm actually wanted to give it to him for free. That's right. Just take this Southern Hill Estate as a congratulatory gift to young noble Huang from our trusty heaven firm for winning first place in the Imperial City battle this year. Zhou Hua smiled. "As for this level of authority, I can still make the decision." Huang Xiaolong pondered silently. "Young noble Huang need not refuse. This is just a small token from our trusty heaven firm." Zhou Hua persuaded again. "All right then." Huang Xiaolong nodded. Since the other side insisted, he shall be obliged. Seeing Huang Xiaolong finally agree, Zhou Hua's face lit up with a wide smile. "Young noble Huang, do you also need some slave servants? Come, let me show you our firm's shop in the slave market." Watching Zhou Hua invite him with such enthusiasm, Huang Xiaolong's group of 4 went obligingly with Zhou Hua to Trusty Heaven firm's slave market shop. At the end, Huang Xiaolong picked 32 slaves. When Huang Xiaolong had finished that, Zhou Hua personally led the way for Huang Xiaolong as they traveled to the Southern Hill Estate. The Southern Hill Estate had its back to a small hill and the inside of the manor was elegantly decorated. But because it was uninhibited for a period of time, tall weeds grew in most of the courtyards and gardens. Rooms were covered in dust that was an inch thick. Fei Ho went to arrange the slaves, supervising the cleaning work. Huang Xiaolong was quite satisfied when seeing Southern Hill Estate's lush greenery of rock mountains and green lake after the new slaves had cleaned the place up. In the coming days, this Southern Hill Estate would be his new home. When it was time for the Huang family to move over, they would likely settle here permanently. Even if they didn't, they would still be living here for a long time. After giving Huang Xiaolong a tour of the Southern Hill Manor, Zhou Hua left, reminding Huang Xiaolong to come look for him if he needed something. He said that as long as it is within his power and capability he would definitely help, then turned around and left. Huang Xiaolong watched Zhou Hua's leaving figure for a while before going back into the manor. By this time, the sky had darkened. Huang Xiaolong ordered the slaves to build a bonfire which he placed some beast meat over to roast, sprinkling some spices over them. Then he took out jugs of beauty allure wine, fiery wine, and snow moon wine from the Azure Ring and started drinking with Zhao Shu, Yu Ming, and Fei Ho. It had been quite a while since Huang Xiaolong felt this relaxed. Winning first place in the Imperial City battle was In a way, a feat more glorious than becoming the martial arts champion on ancient Earth. At this moment, Huang Xiaolong was content with his achievement. Although he exposed his twin superb talent martial spirits in the Imperial City battle, he wasn't overly concerned about it. Before he fought Xiaputi, he had thought of the possibility of summoning his twin martial spirits to defeat him. His twin martial spirits were exposed, but he had other cards up his sleeves. Cultivating the body metamorphose scripture, he also had his internal force that remained a hidden factor. Moreover, he did not reveal the Linglong treasure pagoda nor the god-binding ring. Other than the heritage skills inside a heavenly treasure itself could be used as a weapon. For example, after opening the second layer of the Linglong treasure pagoda, it could be called out. Once he activated the two arrays, the Thousand Demon Engulfing Destruction Array and the Heaven and Earth Origin Reverting Array, he could suck the opponent into the Thousand Beast Cauldron and refine them directly. Whereas God-binding ring as a weapon could freeze the opponent and their surrounding space. Moreover, as Huang Xiaolong grows stronger, it would even be possible for him to stop a person's breathing and thoughts. Stopping a person's breathing and thoughts. How terrifying were these power? Fei Ho, what did you find out? Taking a sip of wine, Huang Xiaolong inquired. Fei Ho replied respectfully, replying to Sovereign. From my investigation, although this Yao Fei stands at second place amongst the 5 young nobles of Imperial City, it is believed his strength is no weaker than Duan Wuhan. No weaker than Duan Wuhan. Huang Xiaolong was surprised. He never thought Yao Fei was that strong. Yao Fei's status in the Yao family is very high. He is greatly favored and has received much attention from the patriarch. Other than the Yao family's power and influence, this Yao Fei nurtured his own large force. If Yao Fei were to use them, annihilating a small kingdom like the Luotong kingdom is not difficult. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. Annihilating a kingdom was not difficult. This Yao Fei's forces indeed exceeded Huang Xiaolong's assumption. Furthermore, there was the Yao family that had more than 2,000 years of heritage behind him. These forces were even more deep-rooted and unpredictable. At this time, Zhao Shu suddenly raised his head and sneered as he gazed towards a certain direction in the empty void. Since you've come, then roll out here. Zhao Shu pointed a finger at the void, and a black-clad old man plummeted from above. Even as he fell, there was a terrified expression on his face while staring at Zhao Shu. Evidently, he did not expect he would be found while hiding himself, blending with darkness. Moreover, he noticed after falling down, his entire body and limbs were immobile. Space manipulation? His brain buzzed with this thought. Space manipulation. A Saint Realm expert. It was definitely a great Saint Realm expert. Fear snaked through the old man's heart. Didn't heartless young noble said Huang Xiaolong only have one Xiantian 10th Order expert by his side? So, tell me, who sent you? Huang Xiaolong's words were spoken slowly, yet the iciness within was unmistakable. The black-clad old man woke from his terror but did not utter a word. His attitude made Zhao Shu, Yu Ming, and Fei Ho's faces turn gloomy. Huang Xiaolong raised a hand to prevent them from doing anything. Then he directed a finger at the old man's torso, sending frigid azura chi into his body that entered from the 7 orifices. The black-clad old man felt as if millions of ants were biting him. A miserable howl reverberated from his throat. Huang Xiaolong watched on with a cold expression. Once the azura frigid chi invaded the body, not even a Saint Realm expert could withstand the torment it brought without suppressing it with battle chi. Moreover, this black-clad old man was not a Saint Realm expert. Both of the old man's hands were clawing at his own chest. In a short several breaths' time, blood already stained his hands and torso. It was heartless young noble he sent me. In the end, the black-clad old man could not tolerate the piercing pain any longer and shouted out in bursts of short gasps. Heartless young noble. Huang Xiaolong sneered. In fact, even if the old man hadn't told him, he could already guess who the mastermind was. This black-clad old man's strength was not weak at all. He was most likely a Xiantian 8th Order or a 9th Order expert. When thinking of who it could be that had a grudge against him and also had the ability to send a Xiantian 8th or 9th Order expert, The only person to date was heartless young noble. "Please, I beg you, spare me." The old man begged for mercy as soon as he named his master. Zhao Shu, Yu Ming, and Fei Ho looked at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong looked at the old man, and suddenly a thought flashed across his mind. He turned and said to Yu Ming and Fei Ho, "Both of you keep a lookout. Zhao Shu, lend me a hand." With this, Huang Xiaolong called the Linglong Treasure Pagoda out. Even though neither Yu Ming nor Fei Ho knew what Huang Xiaolong was planning to do, no questions were asked. Acknowledging Huang Xiaolong's order respectfully, they disappeared from the spot in a flash to keep watch of the surrounding area. "Sovereign, you are?" Zhao Shu was also a little doubtful. "Send your battle qi into my body," Huang Xiaolong said. Still in doubt, Zhao Shu acted according to Huang Xiaolong's order. Circulating his battle qi, both of his palms were placed at Huang Xiaolong's back, and a powerful energy entered Huang Xiaolong's body. With a wave of his hands, Huang Xiaolong slapped his palms onto the Linglong Treasure Pagoda that was floating in front of him. In a blink, the thousand-beast cauldron on the second layer burst out in a radiant light. The thousand-demon engulfing destruction array triggering a forceful suction force that swallowed up the black-clad old man instantaneously into the thousand-beast cauldron. Watching the Linglong Treasure Pagoda suck the old man in, Zhao Shu, Yu Ming and Fei Ho that were guarding close by nearly had their eyeballs pop out of their sockets. The trio was aware Huang Xiaolong possessed the Linglong Treasure Pagoda, but none of them knew it could be used in this fashion. Right before the three pairs of shocked eyes, the Linglong Treasure Pagoda shone increasingly bright as it shook vigorously. From within the pagoda came the old man's anxious pleading voice. "Huang Xiaolong, I beg you, spare me. Let me go. I'm willing to surrender to you and profess you as my master. It took me 600 years of hard penance to achieve my cultivation today. I'm a Xiantian 8th Order expert. I don't want to die. Huang Xiaolong, I'm begging you. I don't want to die. Let me go." Listening to the ghastly shrieks coming from inside the pagoda, Zhao Shu, Yu Ming, and Fei Ho felt goosebumps running down their necks. At this time, the Heaven and Earth Origin Reverting Array came to life. The Origin reverting flames burned strongly akin to an iron tempering furnace, molding the black-clad old man. Though the black-clad old man circulated his battle qi to stave off the burning flames, the Origin reverting flames continued to encroach, invading his internal body and roasting him alive from inside out. The excruciating torment was more than the black-clad old man could bear. This pain was many times worse than the Azura frigid qi eroding his body, many times more insufferable. Hearing the old man's tragic cries, Huang Xiaolong allowed Zhao Shu to continue transmitting battle qi into his body to supply the Heaven and Earth Origin Reverting Array, igniting to Origin reverting flames within to dance wildly. This black-clad old man might be begging for mercy at this moment, claiming willingness to serve under Huang Xiaolong. But on the other side of the wall was heartless young noble, who knew when the old man would turn around and bite him. Thus, without absolute trust and confidence, it was impossible for Huang Xiaolong to keep such a person by his side. Only one way remained: forceful refinement. Since this thousand-beast cauldron could refine beast cores into spirit pellets, then the same theory should apply to a human warrior. They too, very likely, could be refined into a spirit pellet. A Xiantian 8th Order expert had a rich concentration of battle qi in their meridians and qi. Not only that, their flesh and blood essence was comparable to high-grade elixirs. Inside the thousand-beast cauldron, the black-clad old man persisted by circulating his battle qi to resist and managed to do so for more than an hour. Gradually the cries grew weaker and at the end barely a whisper came out, then completely disappeared. When the black-clad old man's voice completely stopped, the radiant light shrouding the Linglong Treasure Pagoda grew bigger and brighter. The same thing was happening to the thousand-beast cauldron on the second layer of Linglong Treasure Pagoda. Blinding light flared. For hours later, the thousand-beast cauldron suddenly issued a lilting hum as a pillar of light shot up into the sky from the cauldron lid. A thumb-sized, glossy round spirit pellet flew out from the cauldron, appearing above the Linglong Treasure Pagoda. The spirit pellet's appearance instantly brought about lightning and rumbling dark clouds in the sky above. A prism of resplendent light swirled in midair, and faint tiger roars were heard coming from the backyard of the estate. A surreal shadow of a black-white tiger materialized and slowly vanished. The spiritual energy around the Southern Hill estate greatly fluctuated. Yu Ming and Fei Ho's eyes were staring straight at the spirit pellet hovering above the Linglong treasure pagoda. Even Zhao Shu was caught staring up above. Grade 7 Spirit Dan. All three exclaimed simultaneously. When the refinement of a grade 7 and above spirit pellet was successful, a manifestation of some kind would appear in the sky, triggering tumultuous changes in the surrounding spiritual energy. Refining a grade 7 and above spirit pellet was extremely difficult and had a very low success rate. Even if one had all the necessary ingredients, there was no guarantee in condensing a pellet. Yet, Huang Xiaolong did so with the help of the Linglong treasure pagoda. After getting over their shock, they turned to stare at the Linglong treasure pagoda in astonishment. Didn't this mean that by using the Linglong treasure pagoda they could refine a grade 8, grade 9, and probably even a grade 10 spirit pellet? Watching their thoughts clearly flickering on their faces, Huang Xiaolong shook his head. The truth was, if it wasn't for Zhao Shu's presence, the aid from a Saint Realm expert, it would have been impossible for him to refine the old man even with the Linglong treasure pagoda. This was especially so when Huang Xiaolong noted that the amount of energy required by the 1000 demon engulfing destruction array and heaven and earth origin reverting array was too alarming. Zhao Shu was a high-level Saint Realm expert, not someone who had just recently broken through to the early Saint Realm. Thus the abundance of his battle chi was hard to imagine. But to refine to black-clad old man, the 1000 Beast Cauldron actually sucked more than half of Zhao Shu's battle chi reserve. More than half. Ergo, spirit stones were essential. A grade 3 spirit stone was sufficient to refine a grade 5 spirit pellet. Grade 2 spirit stone could support the refinement process for grade 6 spirit pellet. In short, to refine grade 7 spirit pellet he needed grade 1 spirit stones. However, auction and trading houses rarely had grade 1 spirit stones for auction or trade. Where would he get them? Huang Xiaolong flexed his palm and pulled the round pellet hovering in the air into his palm. Vaguely, a black and white shadow of a tiger could be seen prowling within. This was the black-clad old man's martial spirit which was refined into the pellet as well by the 1000 Beast Cauldron. It was said a grade 7 spirit pellet not only increases one's battle chi substantially, but also raises the flesh's physical defense and strengthens the internal organs as well as the soul. Huang Xiaolong rolled the round pellet in his hand, thinking to himself. The sky was illuminating. In the early morning, he needed to be present at Duanren Square to receive his rewards. So, Huang Xiaolong decided to wait until he returned before consuming the spirit pellet. Due to having too much battle chi drained from him and absorbed by the 1000 Beast Cauldron when refining the old man, Huang Xiaolong told Zhao Shu to rest while Yu Ming and Fei Ho dealt with Southern Hill Estates matters. Considering the accommodation matters were resolved, the next step would be moving the Huang family over from the Luotong Kingdom. At this time, in the main hall of a courtyard on the north section of Yao Manor, Yao Fei was pacing with a gloomy expression. Uncertain emotions swirled in the depth of his eyes. At the side of the great hall stood Yonggang and Pang Yu. Watching Yao Fei's expression, neither one of them dared to speak. It was a long time later before Yonggang managed to muster up some courage, venturing cautiously, "Heartless young noble, could it be that Senior Zhang is already?" Yao Fei's body whipped around. His gaze was akin to deadly knives aiming at Yonggang, instantly shutting him up. "Very well, both of you leave me for now. Later you still need to be present to receive the rewards." Yao Fei spoke out softly. "Yes, heartless young noble." Yonggang and Pang Yu answered in unison and retreated. Watching them leave, Yao Fei suddenly clapped once. In the void above, a black-clothed man shrouded in mysterious black fog emerged. "Go find out what happened to Zhang Liang. Why hasn't he come back yet?" Yao Fei's voice was low and solemn as he issued the order. "Yes, young noble." The black-clothed man acknowledged respectfully and disappeared in a blur. Not the slightest fluctuation in his coming or going. When the black-clothed man left, Yao Fei sat down. His brows locked in a tight frown as he pondered. He knew what Yonggang was trying to imply earlier. Huang Xiaolong detected Zhang Liang's presence. No, Yao Fei shook his head. He clearly understood Zhang Liang's strength, adding his martial spirit ability that gave him the ability to completely blend with the night's darkness. Not a trace of breath could be detected. Not even the Xiantian realm expert by Huang Xiaolong's side could possibly detect Zhang Liang's presence. Despite that, several hours passed. Why hadn't Zhang Liang returned? Yao Fei sat in the main hall, waiting for the black-clothed man to return with his report. Soon, the morning light lit up the sky. Huang Xiaolong swallowed a fire dragon pearl and spent the time adjusting his condition in the ancient battlefield before coming out again. However, when he came to the great hall of the estate manor, he saw Zhao Shu waiting there for him. When he heard Zhao Shu requesting to come with him to Duanren Imperial Palace for the prize-giving ceremony, Huang Xiaolong felt nonplussed. You want to come with me to Duanren Imperial Palace? Zhao Shu nodded. This subordinate would feel more assured of sovereign safety this way. And also, there is an old acquaintance I want to see. Old acquaintance? Huang Xiaolong was baffled. There was actually an old acquaintance of Zhao Shu in the Duanren Imperial Palace? Although Huang Xiaolong was curious about this person's identity, he did not ask who this person was. Nodding his agreement, he said, "Okay, we will depart in a while." At this time, the first 100 placed geniuses were making their way to the Duanren Imperial Palace from different directions to receive their rewards. Each person was allowed to bring one personal guard with them into the Imperial Palace. Thus, Yu Ming and Fei Ho were left watching over Southern Hill Estate, making the necessary arrangements and preparations to move the Huang family over to Duanren Imperial City, while Huang Xiaolong and Zhao Shu stepped out of the estate, heading in the Imperial Palace's direction to accept his winnings. It did not take long for Huang Xiaolong and Zhao Shu to reach the Duanren Imperial Palace's main entrance. Coincidentally, he ran into Cui Li, who had arrived at about the same time as him. Following behind Cui Li was a beautiful older woman. Though she concentrated and hid her breath's fluctuations, Huang Xiaolong could tell she was a powerful character. Huang Xiaolong and Cui Li's gazes met halfway, and in Cui Li's eyes, there was delight along with a faint trace of hesitation. Huang Xiaolong merely nodded at her and continued walking onward with Zhao Shu through the Imperial Palace's doors. The guards standing at both sides of the entrance recognized Huang Xiaolong in an instant. Therefore no one stopped or questioned Huang Xiaolong's identity. Cui Li stood on the same spot with a faint, aggrieved expression that mingled with complication. "He is that Huang Xiaolong?" the beautiful woman behind Cui Li asked. Cui Li nodded. "Yes, little aunt. That's him. Not a bad young man. Unfortunately, he offended heartless young noble." The beautiful woman spoke. "This Huang Xiaolong is indeed a rare talent, possessing superb talent, twin martial spirits. But he doesn't realize the terrifying extent of how far and deep heartless young noble's influence and power stretches. The Yao family's forces behind heartless young noble surpasses what he could ever imagine." The beautiful woman shook her head in pity. "If I were him, I would not offend heartless young noble. Little aunt, let's go in." Cui Li tacitly changed the topic. "Okay." She nodded. Up front, Huang Xiaolong and Zhao Shu were being led in by 2 Imperial Palace guards, arriving at a big square within the palace grounds. This square may look dwarfed compared to the Duanren Square that was right across from Duanren Imperial Palace's main entrance, but with the capacity to accommodate 30 to 40,000 people, it was by no means small in size. The 2 Imperial Palace guards led Huang Xiaolong and Zhao Shu to the front of the square where most of the other geniuses had arrived, including Yanggang, Pang Yu, and Dai Shani. When the gathered top 100 geniuses saw Huang Xiaolong, most subconsciously took a step back, making a path for him as they looked at him with awe. Yanggang and Pang Yu were the same. Noting Yanggang and Pang Yu's reaction and expression, Huang Xiaolong remained aloof, stood in place, and waited for the ceremony to begin. After Huang Xiaolong, Cui Li subsequently arrived and stood in wait not too far from Huang Xiaolong, her pretty eyes gazing at the back of his silhouette. A short while after Cui Li, a small commotion rustled through the crowd. "Xia Puti! It's Xia Puti, he's here!" Huang Xiaolong looked over and saw Xia Puti clad in fire-red battle gear, walking over. Behind him was an elderly person that had the same fire-red battle gear on. Just as the first time Huang Xiaolong saw Xiaoputi at the battle arena in Duanren Square, Xiaoputi walked in with a domineering aura, proud and confident as if he had not lost to Huang Xiaolong the day before. Xiaoputi walked towards Huang Xiaolong. Watching this, Pang Yu and Yang Gang were gloating inside, waiting for a good show. And just when Yang Gang and Pang Yu thought Xiaoputi was going to fight with Huang Xiaolong, Xiaoputi suddenly smiled. I accept yesterday's defeat with no equivocation. He even extended his hand out to Huang Xiaolong. Everyone was agape at the scene. Jaws dropped, nearly touching the ground. Huang Xiaolong's eyes met Yanggang and Pang Yu's, and then he extended his own hand out, clasping Xiaoputi's hand in a handshake. Perhaps this is what they called no concord without discord. In Huang Xiaolong's view, both of them were the same kind of people. Xiaoputi exuded dominance, pride, and confidence, but deep in Huang Xiaolong's core, he too was the same. Domineering, arrogant, proud, and confident. And as his strength continued to grow stronger, these qualities would reveal themselves. Both of them appreciate the same qualities in the other. At this time, a sonorous clapping sound echoed in the square. Everyone was jolted out from their daze and looked over. Duan Wuhan and Cheng Jian were promenading towards them, escorted by a group of imperial palace guards. Huang Xiaolong and Xiaoputi retrieved their hands. Greeting His Highness Second Imperial Prince. Huang Xiaolong and Xiaoputi both saluted. The elderly person behind Xiaoputi also followed suit and saluted Duan Wuhan, as did everyone else except for one person, Zhao Shu, who was standing behind Huang Xiaolong. Insolent. A general behind Duan Wuhan could not tolerate Zhao Shu's lack of manners and chastised him for it. The same general took a step forward, wanting to force Zhao Shu to kneel down in salute. Duan Wuhan raised a hand to block him. Leave it. Duan Wuhan's taciturn manner made it hard to tell if he was upset regarding the matter. Yes, Second Imperial Highness. The general respectfully answered and retreated to one side. Watching this scene, Yanggang was secretly pleased. Although Duan Wuhan did not say anything, Yanggang was certain that inwardly, the second prince must have felt a tad upset with Huang Xiaolong. This Huang Xiaolong doesn't even know how to educate a lowly servant properly. He's really running out of luck. Pang Yu and those jealous of Huang Xiaolong were also elated at Huang Xiaolong's impending predicament. Duan Wuhan came to the front of the group. Taking a look at the present crowd, he let out a placid laugh. Congratulations to everyone here for winning the top 100 places in this year's Imperial City Battle. From now on, each and every one of you are a student of Duanren Institute. Duan Wuhan's words incited different reactions from different people, but the majority of the geniuses had excitement written over their faces. Duanren Institute, the most prominent academy in the entire Duanren Empire. Entering Duanren Institute was the highest glory one could receive in the hearts of the Duanren Empire's people. Next, Duan Wuhan signaled Cheng Jian to start giving out the prizes without wasting any more time on nonsense. The prize giving was divided into 3 sections. The first section was for numbers 11 to 100. The second section was for 2nd to 10th place. And the third section was the prize for 1st place. There were 90 people in the first section, taking the longest time. It wasn't until 1 hour later when the first section of prize giving ended. The next section consisted of Xiaoputi, Yanggang, Pang Yu, and the rest. After the 2nd to 10th place was done, it was finally Huang Xiaolong's turn. And Huang Xiaolong's rewards were personally handed over by Duan Wuhan himself, whereas Xiaoputi and the rest of the 98 people were all handled by Cheng Jian. Huang Xiaolong's prize was solely given out by Duan Wuhan. In the eyes of people like Yanggang, being presented with the rewards by Duan Wuhan was a great honor. Duan Wuhan passed a spatial ring that contained 20 pieces of grade 1 spirit stones and 2 high grade 6 spirit dawn to Huang Xiaolong. In Luotong Kingdom, the king was probably the only person who had the capability to own a spatial ring, but here in Duanren Empire it was not that extraordinary or rare. Most of the large family's core members in Duanren Empire usually had a spatial ring. When Huang Xiaolong received the spatial ring containing 20 pieces of grade 1 spirit stones and 2 high grade 6 spirit dawn, Duan Wuhan smiled. Huang Xiaolong, I hope you will be able to break into Saint Realm one day and become our Duanren Empire's protector." Huang Xiaolong was taken aback but nodded just the same. Duanren Empire's protector. Huang Xiaolong knew these were perfunctory words, but Huang Xiaolong was sanguine of his chances to break into the Saint Realm, and this day was not too far away. At this point, Cheng Jian came to the front and announced the ceremony's conclusion, leaving them to disperse from the palace square. Everyone acceded respectfully and made their exit. But just as Huang Xiaolong was about to leave, Duan Wuhan spoke up. "Huang Xiaolong, stay back for a while. My imperial father wants to see you." This stunned everyone present. Duanren Emperor actually wanted to see Huang Xiaolong. By this point, even Xia Puti could not help feeling a tinge of envy burgeoning into slight jealousy. Duanren Emperor was the person who founded Duanren Empire, the paramount existence in the hearts of Duanren Empire's subjects. This eminent figure had summoned Huang Xiaolong. None of the previous imperial city battle champions had such honor and glory. A tumult of emotions swirled within Yang Gang and the rest. Before leaving, Cui Li's eyes took a final look at Huang Xiaolong's silhouette. Duan Wuhan waited until Xia Puti, Cui Li, and the others disappeared from view before speaking again. "Huang Xiaolong, come with me." Without waiting for a reply, Duan Wuhan and Cheng Jian turned around and led in the front, leaving Huang Xiaolong and Zhao Shu to follow on their own accord out of Righteous Square. The Duanren Imperial Palace covered a huge area. They passed by many great halls, big and small squares, and corridors the entire way before Duan Wuhan and Cheng Jian stopped in front of a cavernous palace structure. A troop of Imperial Palace guards were lined along the front perimeter. Duan Wuhan, Cheng Jian, Huang Xiaolong and Zhao Shu entered. They continued onward, passing through 4 other smaller courtyards before coming to an enormous grand hall. On the other far end of the grand hall sat a middle-aged man wearing a brilliant yellow dragon robe. In the center of this middle-aged man's eyebrows was an imprint of a broken blade talismanic pattern. He was none other than Duanren Emperor. Entering the grand hall, Cheng Jiang and Duan Wuhan hastened forward to pay their respects, but they suddenly saw Duanren Emperor shoot onto his feet with unseen joy on his face, hopping off the throne and coming down in just a few quick steps. Duan Wuhan and Cheng Jian were stupefied. Duanren Emperor walked towards Duan Wuhan's group instead. "Imperial Father." Duan Wuhan walked up and called out, but it was as if Duanren Emperor did not see him at all. Before the shocked eyes of Duan Wuhan and Cheng Jian, Duanren Emperor walked past them as he headed straight to Zhao Shu, who was standing behind Huang Xiaolong. In the throes of excitement, he ventured courteously, "Is it Mr. Zhao?" "Mr. Zhao." Both Duan Wuhan and Cheng Jian's eyeballs nearly fell out of their sockets, looks of indescribable disbelief evident on their faces. What did Duanren Emperor refer to the guard behind Huang Xiaolong as? "Mr. Zhao?" "Mr." This time, even Huang Xiaolong was greatly stunned and surprised. A thought flashed like lightning in Huang Xiaolong's brain. Could the old acquaintance Zhao Shu mentioned earlier be Duanren Emperor? It was the Duanren Emperor himself. Things moved so quickly that Duan Wuhan and Cheng Jian were still struggling to register what had just happened. Zhao Shu smiled at Duanren Emperor. "Not bad. The little monkey that year has finally grown up. 1,000 years has passed, and not only have you broken through to the Saint Realm, but you also built a big empire. Little monkey finally grew up." Listening to Zhao Shu's pet name for Duanren Emperor, Duan Wuhan and Cheng Jian nearly stumbled on the spot with their knees barely supporting them, whereas Duanren Emperor had an embarrassed expression as he said, "Just a small Duanren Empire. Mr. Zhao is joking." Zhao Shu nodded, and then he stated, "This is my young lord." His thumb pointed at Huang Xiaolong. "Young lord." Duanren Emperor appeared dazed and confused as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. Then, astonishment sprung forth in his heart, for he clearly knew Zhao Shu's identity. More than 1,000 years ago, and before he broke into the Saint Realm, Zhao Shu had already been a warrior in the Saint Realm. "Imperial Father, this is young bro Huang Xiaolong." At this juncture, Duan Wuhan swiftly stepped up. Suppressing the waves of shock in his heart, he gave a brief introduction to Duanren Emperor. Duan Wuhan's way of referring to Huang Xiaolong took an upturn. But in the next moment, Duanren Emperor looked at Huang Xiaolong and laughed amiably. So, it's this year's Imperial City Battle Champion, young noble Huang. Young noble Huang. Duanren Emperor used honorifics. Drops of cold sweat appeared on Dun Wuhan's forehead. Was he too rude in referring to Huang Xiaolong as young bro? As for Cheng Jian, he had already turned into a wooden statue carving, unable to process anything at all. Duanren Emperor is too polite. Huang Xiaolong quickly replied. No, young noble Huang can call me by my given name in the future. Just call me Duanren. Duanren Emperor insisted. Cold sweat burst forth from Duan Wuhan and Cheng Jian's body like a gurgling spring. This? Huang Xiaolong looked over at Zhao Shu. This series of changes happened too quickly, and truth be told, Huang Xiaolong was feeling a little too dumbfounded to react with his usual nonchalance. It had not occurred to him that Zhao Shu's old acquaintance could possibly be Duanren Emperor himself, and that the big man would treat him so respectfully. It was Duanren Emperor who summoned Huang Xiaolong, yet why did the situation seem reversed? Noticing Huang Xiaolong looking over at him, Zhao Shu nodded slightly, indicating that he should directly call Duanren Emperor by his name in the future. Huang Xiaolong could not help but smile wryly inside as he imaged the scene where he called Duanren Emperor by his given name in public. The envisioned reactions already made him feel helpless and gave him a headache. In the end, Huang Xiaolong nodded in silence. Duanren Emperor was delighted that Huang Xiaolong acquiesced. Smiling, he turned to Zhao Shu and said respectfully, "If Duanren knew Mr. Zhao had come to Duanren Empire, Duanren would have gone out to welcome you in advance. Now, it would appear Duanren was presumptuous to summon Mr. Zhao into the Imperial Palace. This mistake really makes Duanren feel ill at ease." Saying he was ill at ease were honest words, and better yet, he was even trembling in his dragon robe. Zhao Shu waved his hand in a blasé manner. "It's nothing. The young lord and I will be staying in Duanren Empire for a period of time. While we are here, you can come look for me if you have any questions related to your cultivation." Duanren Emperor's face lit up with utmost respect and solemnity. He said, "Then Duanren shall be indebted to Mr. Zhao's favor. Recently, he indeed ran into a few stumbling blocks in his cultivation and was helplessly struggling for some guidance." Half an hour later, Duanren Emperor saw Huang Xiaolong and Zhao Shu out of the palace grand hall. In actual fact, Duanren Emperor wanted to escort Zhao Shu and Huang Xiaolong all the way back to Southern Hill Estate. Huang Xiaolong, discouraged his intention for it, ran the risk of bringing unwanted attention. Thus, he managed to persuade Duanren Emperor that only escorting them to immediately outside the grand hall sufficed. Even so, jaws dropped to the ground when the guards who were lined up along the way saw their majestic Duanren Emperor sending Huang Xiaolong and Zhao Shu off. The grounds were littered with shocked eyes. After respectfully escorting Huang Xiaolong and Zhao Shu out, Duanren Emperor turned back and said to Duan Wuhan and Cheng Jian, "Both of you send young noble Huang and Mr. Zhao back to Southern Hill Estate on my behalf." "Yes, Imperial Father." "Yes, Imperial Highness." Both Duan Wuhan and Cheng Jian immediately replied with utmost respect. Despite that, when the four of them reached the Imperial Palace's main entrance, Huang Xiaolong stopped Duan Wuhan and Cheng Jian at the steps. Seeing Huang Xiaolong's insistence, neither of them wished to refute, and thus, they relented. Afterwards, when both Huang Xiaolong and Zhao Shu's figure disappeared from view, both of them returned to the previous palace grand hall to report. Duanren Emperor observed the two people standing below the dais. "You two must be feeling curious about Mr. Zhao's identity. Am I right? Imperial Father, that Mr. Zhao is?" Duan Wuhan took a step forward, cautiously inquiring. "Mr. Zhao was a good friend of my master." Duanren Emperor spoke in a slow and seemingly distant voice as he looked ahead, falling into reminiscence. "About 1,000 years ago, when I was still a Xiantian warrior, Mr. Zhao was already a Saint Realm Master." Shock suddenly plastered itself all over Duan Wuhan and Cheng Jian's faces. Already a Saint Realm Master more than 1,000 years ago, while Duanren Emperor was just a Xiantian Realm warrior at that point of time. It seemed like a long time later when Duan Wuhan spoke again. "Imperial Father, Then Master Ancestor is now? He had never heard his imperial father talk about Master Ancestor. Master has fallen. 1,000 years ago, he was besieged by enemies. At that time, Mr. Zhao rushed over and rescued me. If it wasn't for Mr. Zhao, I'd have died just as Master had that year, Duanren Emperor sighed. Looking out for Master's interest, Mr. Zhao took good care of me after he saved me, guiding my cultivation over the span of a dozen years. More than 1,000 years has passed so fast. Duan Wuhan and Chang Jian exchanged a look. Such a thing happened. If that was true, then Mr. Zhao was not only Imperial Father's elder, he was also Imperial Father's savior. On top of that, he was also half a teacher. No wonder Imperial Father treated Mr. Zhao with abundant respect and was overjoyed when they met. Duan Wuhan thought to himself, Your Highness, what is Mr. Zhao's level of strength? Chang Jian questioned carefully. Unfathomable, Duanren Emperor answered with a dignified tone. He's at least a Saint Realm 7th Order Master. Saint Realm 7th Order. And it was an at least at that. A film of cold sweat appeared on Duan Wuhan and Chang Jian's forehead. There were only so many Saint Realm experts even if you combed the entire Duanren Empire with a fine-tooth comb. Most of them would be at the early stages of Saint Realm, with probably only 2 or 3 at mid-Saint Realm stages. As for Saint Realm 7th Order and above, Duan Wuhan searched his memories but, as far as he knew, there was none. People at Saint Realm 7th Order and above were undeniably super-old monsters among old monsters. These were definitely existences Duan Wuhan could only revere. Suddenly recalling the scene at the Righteous Square, when a general in Duan Wuhan's camp barked at Mr. Zhao for not saluting him, Duan Wuhan's knees started to shake a little. If Mr. Zhao was angered earlier, didn't that mean he wouldn't have been able to protect his little life no matter how hard he tried? Duanren Emperor noticed his son's strange behavior, hence asked, Hen, what's the matter? Duan Wuhan dared not hide the matter, immediately recounted what happened at Righteous Square to his imperial father. Hearing the cause and reason, Duanren Empire's face became icy. For those that offend Mr. Zhao, death. Behead that general. Behead. Both Duan Wuhan and Chang Jian blanked for a moment. That general was a famous Duanren Empire general. Didn't you hear what I've said? Duanren Emperor exuded a strong pressure as his voice grew stern. Understood, Imperial Father. Duan Wuhan's heart tightened and answered without further hesitation. I will apologize to Mr. Zhao later, Duanren Emperor added. Hearing this, both Duan Wuhan and Chang Jian cast their heads down, not daring to breathe as they tried to reduce their presence. Imperial Father. Then what about Huang Xiaolong? Seconds later, Duan Wuhan could not resist asking. You must refer to him as young noble Huang. Duanren Emperor snapped at his son. Duan Wuhan's heart jumped up to his throat as he complied with his imperial father's order. I'm not clear on what young noble Huang is trying to accomplish either. If Mr. Zhao wants to tell us, he will. Duanren Emperor said. As for young noble Huang's identity, do not act on your own accord to investigate or make baseless assumptions. Understand? Their two heads nodded like obedient children. Okay, you're excused. Duanren Emperor cautioned again. Bear in mind, do not let any information slip regarding Huang Xiaolong and Mr. Zhao. Acknowledging Duanren Emperor's warning, Duan Wuhan and Chang Jian saluted respectfully and withdrew from the Grand Hall. Both walked out from the Grand Hall until finally leaving the palace structure. After that, Duan Wuhan and Chang Jian continued walking for a long time in silence. Neither spoke a word until they realized they had come to the Imperial Palace's main entrance. Second Imperial Prince, Chang Jian spoke first. This minister shall take his leave, and you return first. Duan Wuhan nodded. His thoughts were a bit muddled at the moment. The events from today gave him so much of a shock that he needed some time alone to think things over. By this time, Huang Xiaolong and Zhao Shu had returned to Southern Hill Estate. Back in Southern Hill Estate, Huang Xiaolong also had many doubts and questions. Understanding Huang Xiaolong's confusion, Zhao Shu explained, Sovereign, back in the day, Duan Ren's master and I were good friends. Zhao Shu then recounted the events of that year to Huang Xiaolong, first explaining Duanren Emperor's master being surrounded by enemies, then after that when he arrived and rescued Duanren from danger. Huang Xiaolong's reaction was similar to that of Duan Wuhan and Cheng Jian. He finally understood the connection Zhao Shu had with Duanren Emperor. When they entered the Great Hall, Yu Ming and Fei Ho were seen patiently waiting. Looking towards Huang Xiaolong and Zhao Shu, Yu Ming and Fei Ho greeted them respectfully. Huang Xiaolong did not forget to ask about the progress around arranging the Huang family's migration to the imperial city. Once he was finished listening to Yu Ming and Fei Ho's report, Huang Xiaolong excused all three of them, initiated the God-binding ring, and entered the ancient battlefield. In the ancient battlefield, Huang Xiaolong took the grade 7 spirit Dan refined from the black-clad old man out of the Azura ring. There were about 20 days or so before Duanren Institute's new term began. Huang Xiaolong planned to swallow the grade 7 spirit Dan, as well as the 2 high grade 6 spirit Dawn from the Imperial City Battle's reward and cultivate to enhance his strength a little bit more before the term started. Without hesitation, Huang Xiaolong threw the grade 7 little round pellet into his mouth. An abundant source of battle chi essence instantly rushed into Huang Xiaolong's meridians and chi si. He swiftly ran Azura tactics to refine and absorb them. As Huang Xiaolong refined this grade 7 pellet, the black and blue dragon emerged, hovering above him and devouring spiritual energy while cultivating as well. Once Huang Xiaolong had broken into the Xiantian realm, his martial spirits condensed into solid entities. They could fight and cultivate too. Not only that, but in the last 2 days Huang Xiaolong had noticed it was possible for his twin dragon martial spirits to connect to the ancient dragon realm, absorbing ancient true dragon chi, while the black and blue dragon cultivated in the void above Huang Xiaolong, absorbing energy into their bodies. A golden reddish-colored energy was seen rolling out from above. This was the aforementioned chi of a true dragon from ancient times. True dragon chi gushed down from the void. Half was absorbed by the twin dragons and the other half was transferred into Huang Xiaolong's body, refined and absorbed. True dragon chi was one of the top-grade innate spiritual energies formed in this world. It could be said to have the same grade as the netherworld spiritual energy from the underworld and was perhaps even higher by a small margin. As the true dragon chi entered Huang Xiaolong and spread to every part of his body, Huang Xiaolong could detect significant changes. Whether it was his flesh or meridians, bones and tendons, or even his internal organs, everything was strengthening rapidly at a visible rate. The netherworld spiritual energy was also gushing down from the void simultaneously, being absorbed and refined by Huang Xiaolong. As Huang Xiaolong continued to absorb more and more true dragon chi, it transformed into true dragon battle chi, coexisting in Huang Xiaolong's meridians and chi si with the netherworld battle chi. Huang Xiaolong's meridians and chi si once again expanded in size. If Huang Xiaolong's meridians before stepping into the Xiantian realm were akin to a small creek of water, then his current meridians were like a creek that had expanded 10 times into a big river. It was the same with his chi si, expanding more than 10 times the size it was before. The moment he succeeded in breaking through to the Xiantian realm, the gas-like battle chi had fully converted into liquid form. The energy contained in one drop of battle chi easily surpassed 100 cubic feet of gaseous battle chi by several fold. The three of them, Huang Xiaolong, Black Dragon, and Blue Dragon, continued to absorb energy, refine it, and cultivate. Time flowed by. 1 day passed. Then 2 days passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. It took that much time for Huang Xiaolong to fully refine the grade 7 pellet. During the course of that half-month, Huang Xiaolong was initially close to breaking through to mid-Xiantian first-order strength. But with the aid of the grade 7 pellet, he then had successive breakthroughs into mid-Xiantian first-order, peak mid-Xiantian first-order, and finally late-Xiantian first-order. Late-Xiantian first-order. The grade 7 pellet was refined from a Xiantian 8th order expert. In short, it could be said Huang Xiaolong devoured a Xiantian 8th order warrior. Still, Huang Xiaolong was disappointed. He expected that he would at least reach peak late Xiantian first order after refining that grade 7 pellet. However, in the next moment Huang Xiaolong shook his head wryly, feeling that he was too greedy. How long had it been since he had broken into the Xiantian realm? No more than 2 months. If it was someone else, it would probably take them 10 years, maybe even longer. Taking a deep breath, Huang Xiaolong adjusted his mood and took out the 2 high-grade 6 Spirit Dawn, rewarded from the Imperial City battle competition. He popped both of them into his mouth at once. Even so, the combined energy from these 2 pellets was considerably weaker than that single grade 7 pellet. Night turned to day and day into night. 10 days came and went by the time Huang Xiaolong had finished refining the 2 high-grade 6 Spirit Dawn. Yet, Huang Xiaolong remained at late Xiantian First Order even after consuming the pills, unable to succeed in breaking through to the peak late Xiantian First Order stage. Although grade 6 and 7 Spirit Dan were very rare and valuable, as well as beneficial towards one's increase in battle chi and cultivation, there were limits to its advantages. Otherwise, wouldn't younger generations of those superfamilies be swallowing grade 5 and grade 6 Spirit Dans to enhance themselves endlessly? The various disciples and geniuses that enhanced their cultivation by relying heavily on taking a large number of spirit pellets forsook a solid foundation. Moreover, every stage of battle chi breakthrough was difficult. Most of these superfamilies' geniuses were stuck at peak late Xiantian First Order or peak late Xiantian Second Order, unable to step into the Third Order for the longest time. This was mainly due to their weak foundation. As he ended his meditation session, Huang Xiaolong counted to himself. There were 2 more days until the start of the new term at Duanren Institute. Thus he did not exit the ancient battlefield. Once again, Huang Xiaolong continued his attempt to cultivate Azura tactics and the body metamorphose scripture simultaneously. Another 2 days passed amidst Huang Xiaolong's attempt. Running both techniques together was much smoother for Huang Xiaolong than before. If things continued to progress in this manner, it wouldn't take long before he could fully run them at the same time unimpeded. Satisfied, Huang Xiaolong exited the ancient battlefield. Outside of the ancient battlefield dimensional space, the sky began to brighten as the sun slowly rose on the horizon. Huang Xiaolong strode towards the estate manor's great hall, instructing one of the slave servants to call Zhao Shu, Yu Ming, and Fei Ho to the great hall. Moments later, the 3 of them arrived at the great hall. Huang Xiaolong motioned them to sit after their greetings. When all 4 of them were seated, Huang Xiaolong asked Fei Ho about the progress of the Huang family's migration to Duanren Imperial City. Sovereign members of the Huang family are already on the way to the Imperial City, passing the Baolong Kingdom. But with their speed, they will need a few more months before arriving in Duanren Imperial City. Fei Ho replied respectfully. They are being escorted by Senior Brother Hao Yin and a group of Marshal Mansion's guards. Their safety is in good hands. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Then he looked over towards Yu Ming. Yu Ming, I must trouble you to rush over and join up with them. Despite the fact that Marshal Hao Yin and the mansion guards were with his family, Huang Xiaolong was not reassured. Yes, Sovereign. Yu Ming acknowledged the order with the usual respect. What's the situation on Yao Fei's side? Huang Xiaolong continued. Fei Ho laughed as he answered. Yao Fei is still looking for that black-clad old man. Zhao Shu added. If he knew that old man was already eaten by Sovereign, he'd surely vomit blood. Zhao Shu's comment triggered a burst of laughter. Huang Xiaolong stood up and said, Today's the start of Duanren Institute's new term. I'm going over to have a look. Sovereign, I shall go with you. Zhao Shu stood up and stated. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. No need. There wouldn't be any big danger within the Duanren Institute's grounds. Furthermore, Huang Xiaolong didn't wish to rely on Zhao Shu's protection all the time. Hearing this, Zhao Shu no longer said anything. Hence, Zhao Shu and Fei Ho stayed behind in Southern Hill Estate to handle the 9 tripod commerce's shift to the Imperial City, while Yu Ming set off to meet up with the Huang family group so as to ensure they arrived safely in Duanren Empire. Exiting Southern Hill Estate, Huang Xiaolong made his way to Duanren Institute by himself. Duanren Institute was located in the center of Duanren Imperial City. Because he was walking, Huang Xiaolong took a little over an hour to arrive at the institute. When he reached the main gates of the institute, a sea of people were already waiting there. After all, it was the first day. Duanren Institute was Duanren Empire's top academy. Herein gathered the most talented geniuses from over 1,000 of Duanren Empire's fealty kingdoms. Each person from these kingdoms was an extraordinary talent. Huang Xiaolong. Just as Huang Xiaolong arrived at Duanren Institute Square, a happy voice called his name. Huang Xiaolong turned around to look at the person who called his name, and when he saw the other party, he was stunned. Chen Cheng. Luo Tong Kingdom Cosmic Star Academy's Chen Cheng. Many years ago, when Huang Xiaolong first enrolled into Cosmic Star Academy, he met Chen Cheng when they entered the Dragon Flame Valley as a group to cultivate, and he won the first-year student's champion title. That year, the student who won Cosmic Star Academy's overall champion title was Chen Cheng. Chen Cheng went on to represent Cosmic Star Academy and Luo Tong Kingdom to participate in the Imperial City Battle. In the midst of the competition, he broke through into the Xiantian realm, and by a stroke of luck, he succeeded to clinch a spot within the top 100 places, thus becoming a student of Duanren Institute. Chen Cheng's success that year in achieving a place within the top 100 during the Imperial City Battle and becoming Duanren Institute student had turned him into a big sensation in the Luo Tong Kingdom. Huang Xiaolong never expected to run into Chen Cheng on the first day at the institute. Seeing Chen Cheng, Huang Xiaolong was genuinely happy. Since both of them were people from Luo Tong Kingdom and students of the same Cosmic Star Academy, there was a nostalgic feeling of encountering a long-lost friend or running into a familiar face far from home. Xiaolong, it's really you. Chen Cheng walked up, one hand reaching out to pat Huang Xiaolong's shoulder as he laughed heartily. His thrill and excitement even drove him to give Huang Xiaolong a bear hug. Releasing Huang Xiaolong, Chen Cheng grinned and said, "It's been 8 years since we last met. You kid, you're taller than me now." Although it had been 8 years since they last met, and Huang Xiaolong's appearance changed considerably, Chen Cheng could still recognize him. Of course, when he caught the first glimpse of Huang Xiaolong, he wasn't sure in the beginning. But now it was confirmed. Huang Xiaolong responded with a playful punch to Chen Cheng's shoulder. "You have become more robust too." 8 years had elapsed and Chen Cheng was more muscular than he used to be. However, in the past, Huang Xiaolong used to be a head shorter than him. But now, Huang Xiaolong was actually half a head taller than Chen Cheng. "I heard you won first place in this year's Imperial City Battle?" Chen Cheng sighed out of admiration. "Even that Xiantian Second Order Xia Puty lost to you. Perhaps I wouldn't even be able to take a hit from you now." Despite entering Duanren Institute 8 years earlier than Huang Xiaolong, Chen Cheng was only at mid-Xiantian First Order. Based on strength, Chen Cheng was slightly weaker than Bai Shou, who was thrown out of the stage with one move from Huang Xiaolong during the Imperial City Battle. Therefore, when Chen Cheng claimed he could not take one blow from Huang Xiaolong, he was not speaking words of modesty. Huang Xiaolong and Chen Cheng chatted. Most of the topics were related to Cosmic Star Academy. The academy was a memory they both shared. At the mention of Cosmic Star Academy, words seemed to flow endlessly between them. "I haven't been back once in these 8 years. I wonder how much has changed in the academy." Chen Cheng lamented. "I really want to go back and have a look around." Not just the academy, he hadn't even seen his family during that time frame either. He wondered if they were doing well. "The next time I go back to the Luo Tong Kingdom, let's go together," Huang Xiaolong said. "Really?" Chen Cheng laughed. "Great. It's a promise." Next, his tone changed. "You came today to report to the institute, right? Come on. I'll bring you there." With that, Chen Cheng led Huang Xiaolong towards the new student sign in area. Cutting across the institute square, Chen Cheng pointed out some building structures and introduced them to Huang Xiaolong as they passed by. Not long after Duanren Empire was founded, Duanren Institute was built. It had quite a long history spanning over 1,000 years, which showed in many of the building structures that exuded a vicissitude of time. When they passed by the Institute's Hall of Fame, Chen Cheng pointed to the 5 statues erected at the center of the hall and introduced them one by one to Huang Xiaolong. All 5 were warriors that broke into the Saint Realm after graduating from Duanren Institute. When Chen Cheng came to the middle statue, an expression of fanaticism and worship took over. "This is our Duanren Institute's most legendary student, Senior Xieko." Senior Xiaku broke through the Saint Realm within 300 years of cultivation. Huang Xiaolong was greatly shocked. 300 years to break through Saint Realm. Chun Chung nudged him. Shocked, right? Saying this, Chun Chung suddenly lowered his voice to a whisper. Senior Xiaku is the Xia family's ancestor. Xia family's ancestor. Huang Xiaolong's eyes rounded in surprise. Didn't that mean the Xiaku was Xia Puti's ancestor? According to rumors, the Xia family was established by Senior Xiaku. Chun Chung added in his barely audible voice. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. 800 years ago. The Xia family only began 800 years ago, yet in that short span of time, it had grown big enough to rival a 2,000-year heritage Yao family. It would appear that one must not underestimate this Xiaku. If there was an opportunity, Huang Xiaolong hoped to meet Xiaku. Half an hour later, the two of them reached the new students sign in area. The building where new students reported was similar to all of the other buildings, exuding an atmosphere and style of an age-long past. A lively scene was currently taking place. Many people were already there by the time Huang Xiaolong and Chun Chung walked in. Apart from the new students, there were many old students there as well. Huang Xiaolong raised his head and saw 3 characters written in ancient calligraphy hanging at the top of the building structure. Wind-facing hall. Leading up to wind-facing hall were a dozen or so stone steps. As they walked up the steps, Chun Chung explained to Huang Xiaolong that other than being where new students reported, wind-facing hall was also the place where the students accepted tasks and collected rewards. Only then did Huang Xiaolong understand why there were so many older students entering and exiting the hall. It seemed they came to accept tasks or collect rewards. Both of them entered the hall after climbing to the top of the steps. The door entrance was quite grand, reaching 20 zhang. As they stepped inside, a majestic scene swept into their vision. From the outside, wind-facing hall did not look big, but once inside, the great hall appeared enormous and spacious. Though it still lost in size when compared to the Duanren Square opposite the Duanren Imperial Palace, the difference was almost negligible. Still, a 10-minute walk from the entrance was needed before a person could reach the place where new students signed in. When the institute teacher in charge of the reporting location heard Huang Xiaolong say his name, the teacher displayed an exaggerated expression of shock. "You're Huang Xiaolong." By now, Huang Xiaolong's name had spread throughout the entire Duanren Institute. Of the several 100,000 students and teachers in Duanren Institute, there wasn't a single individual who wasn't aware of the person possessing superb, twin martial spirit Huang Xiaolong. That's right. Huang Xiaolong nodded. After receiving affirmation from Huang Xiaolong, the teacher scrutinized Huang Xiaolong's appearance once over from head to toe before chuckling. "So you are Huang Xiaolong. Looks like what that little last Cici said about you was correct." "Cici?" There was a trace of confusion in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. The institute teacher laughed. "She's my daughter. She went to spectate this year's Imperial City battle, and when she came back she couldn't stop praising you, saying you're super cool." "Super cool." Huang Xiaolong was stumped, leaving him smiling wryly, whereas Chun Chung next to him broke out in a fit of laughter. "This is the Institute's gold badge and robe." The Institute teacher proceeded to take out a set of robes and a golden badge and pass them to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong put everything into the Azura ring after receiving them. Following that, the teacher briefly explained the Institute's regulations and gave him an extremely thick book. Other than the Institute's regulations, the 1,000-plus kingdoms under the Duanren Empire were also written down and described in detail. From their conversation, Huang Xiaolong got to know the name of this teacher that was in charge of handling new reporting students. His name was Lin Yong. When Huang Xiaolong and Chun Chung stepped out from the Great Hall, heartless young noble also happened to be walking up the stone stairs with a large group of people trailing behind him, which included Yang Gang and Pang Yu. Though Huang Xiaolong had never seen Yao Fei prior to this, the presence of Yang Gang and Pang Yu behind him instantly gave Yao Fei's identity away. Huang Xiaolong observed this new person in yellow embroidered clothing. He had handsome features, albeit leaning more towards a feminine charm. Huang Xiaolong could not help but slow to a stop. At the same time, Yang Gang leaned closer to the front towards Yao Fei, saying, "Young noble, it's Huang Xiaolong." Huang Xiaolong. Yao Fei tilted his head slightly, peering at the figure that exited the wind-facing hall. Their stares collided in midair. An invisible energy fluctuation rippled, causing the air to explode in muffled blasts all of a sudden. Some of the passing students and teachers of Duanren Institute were startled, retreating a wide berth away. Huang Xiaolong remained at the same spot like an immovable mountain. The two men faced each other. After a momentary lapse of silence, Yao Fei suddenly spoke. Huang Xiaolong, it is still not too late if you submit to me now. As long as you kneel down and admit you're wrong, I can forgive your prior wrongdoings. Kneel down and admit wrong. Huang Xiaolong was placid as he retorted. Admit wrong? Yao Fei, you think too highly of yourself. I should be the one saying these words to you. If you kneel down now and admit your mistakes, I can overlook your previous fault as well as the mistake just now. When the surrounding audience heard Huang Xiaolong words, everyone gasped in shock. Fingers began to point at them from many directions as whispered discussions sounded. In the whole of Duanren Institute, there was actually someone who dared to call heartless young noble Yao Fei by his name. Moreover, telling heartless young noble to kneel down and apologize. Yonggang and Pang Yu were also stunned, wondering if Huang Xiaolong's brain was damaged somehow. Yao Fei looked dumbfounded for a split second before laughing exaggeratedly with his hands moving in the air, as if he had just heard the world's funniest joke. But those who were familiar with Yao Fei knew Yao Fei was truly angered. A faintly discernible murderous intent spread from Yao Fei's body. His laughter died down, but the sharp coldness in his eyes soared. Very good. You're the first person that dared to tell me to kneel down and admit fault. So what? Huang Xiaolong's indifference persisted, ignoring the rising killing intent from Yao Fei. Yao Fei looked at Huang Xiaolong with a condescending eye. I am really curious. Is there a problem with your head, or are you really so cocky that you aren't even afraid of death? Do you believe I can take your life right here, right now? Don't assume that just because you defeated Xia Beauty you're invincible in this world. Squashing you is as easy as snapping my fingers. Really? Came Huang Xiaolong's tepid response. Just when everyone around thought Yao Fei was going to attack, the killing intent around him vanished, totally converged. But killing you so easily is a little too dull. I'll keep your dog life around so you can accompany me to play a little. Till the day comes when I'm tired of you, that is. Then I'll personally take your life. Throwing down his declaration, Yao Fei signaled the people behind him with a wave of his hands. We're leaving! He brushed past Huang Xiaolong, entering wind-facing hall. Yonggang, Pang Yu, and the rest hastened to catch up. Passing by Huang Xiaolong, Yonggang and Pang Yu looked at him as if they were looking at a dead person. Even the surrounding students were looking at Huang Xiaolong with pity. He is Huang Xiaolong? This year's Imperial City Battle first-place participant? Too bad he offended heartless young noble. We just need to wait for a good show. Voices filled the area. Xiaolong, we? At this point, Chen Cheng spoke. Let's leave here first. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. Huang Xiaolong and Chen Cheng proceeded forward, leaving behind trails of whispers. After having left wind-facing hall, they came to an empty place. No longer able to maintain his silence, Chen Cheng asked, Xiaolong, how did you come to provoke heartless young noble? Huang Xiaolong did not conceal the matter, recounting Yao Fei's invitation and his refusal to Chen Cheng. Listening to the end of Huang Xiaolong's story, Chen Cheng was worried. Xiaolong, you don't know heartless young noble's influence and power. It's very troublesome offending him. Then he continued. There are two people in Duanren Institute that you absolutely must not offend. The first one is young noble Wuhan. You should know who young noble Wuhan is. And the other is heartless young noble. Huang Xiaolong grinned. Then I've already offended Yao Fei. What can I do? Seeing Huang Xiaolong still have the heart to joke, Chen Cheng became even more anxious. How about you? Impossible. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. He knew what Chen Cheng wanted to suggest apologize to Yao Fei. Chen Cheng wanted to say more, but Huang Xiaolong interjected. It will be fine. Don't worry. With this, Chen Cheng could only give up. Moving on from that, Huang Xiaolong asked many questions about Duanren Institute. Entering the institute 8 years before him, Chun Chang knew more than him. According to Chun Chang, there were 5 most influential young nobles in Duanren Empire. Amongst them, 4 of Themuhen, Heartless, Cherish Petal, and Demon Sword were all Duanren Institute Inner Division disciples. The 4 of them had accumulated quite a large force, with young noble Wuhan and Heartless leading at the fore. Young noble Cherish Petal and Demon Sword were slightly weaker. Chun Cheng's explanation helped Huang Xiaolong understand the separation of power in Duanren Institute. A short while later, Chun Chang brought Huang Xiaolong to the new students' dormitory. The accommodations for students in Duanren Institute were courtyards. There were 2 rooms within each individual courtyard, and 2 students shared a yard. Huang Xiaolong's assigned yard number was in Area 98, yard number 1. However, when Huang Xiaolong and Chun Chang entered yard number 1 in Area 98, someone was seen standing in the middle of the place with his back facing Huang Xiaolong and Chun Chang as they walked in. Looking at this person's back, Huang Xiaolong was surprised. "Xia Puti." Xia Puti looked over his shoulder and smiled at Huang Xiaolong. "Huang Xiaolong." A thought flashed in Huang Xiaolong's mind, and he blurted out, "Don't tell me that we're in the same yard?" "That's right." Xia Puti laughed. "Why? Am I not welcome?" Huang Xiaolong approached with a boisterous laugh. "Welcome. Of course you're welcome." Both men clasped hands and laughter rang out in the yard. Sharing the yard with Xia Puti was out of Huang Xiaolong's expectation, but it provided him with much delight. Both of them might not have spoken much, but after the Imperial City battle, each person mutually saw the other as a good friend. "This is Chun Chang. He is from the same Cosmic Star Academy as me in Luotong Kingdom." Releasing his grip, Huang Xiaolong pointed at Chun Chang at the side. Chun Chang quickly greeted, "Hello, young noble Xie." Xia Puti waved his hand. "What young noble Xie? Just call me Puti, the same as Xiaolong would. Since you're Xiaolong's friend, you can also be considered my friend from now on." Hearing Xia Puti's words, Chun Chang was a little flattered. After all, Xia Puti was one of the Xie family's core disciples, and according to the grapevine, he was highly valued and favored by ancestor Xiaku. "I heard you told Yao Fei to kneel down and apologize to you earlier." Xia Puti then turned to Huang Xiaolong. His face revealed a wide smile as he gave Huang Xiaolong a big thumbs up. "Admirable. I think that within the entire Duanren Institute's student body, other than Duan Wuhan, you're the only one who dares say those words to Yao Fei." Huang Xiaolong was amazed. Barely an hour had passed since the incident in front of Wind-Facing Hall happened. Yet the news had already reached Xia Puti. It seems the Xia family's influence in Duanren Institute was deeper than it looked on the surface. "Anyhow, be on your guard when dealing with Yao Fei." Xia Puti added some advice as an afterthought. Huang Xiaolong nodded. He thought the same thing. "Xiaolong, let's go for a drink," Xia Puti said in the next moment, changing the subject. "Drink?" Huang Xiaolong repeated blankly. "You probably still don't know, right? Duanren Institute has its own amusement district. There's a place called Sapidity Wine House that serves a kind of wine called Sapidity Wine, even more memorable than the Beauty Allure wine from Unforgettable Intoxication Restaurant." Xia Puti laughed with anticipation. "For real?" Huang Xiaolong grinned. "Then we really must go so I can experience it." After coming to this world, Huang Xiaolong noticed he had a growing penchant for good wine. He didn't have many other interests. Wine could be considered his biggest vocation. And so, the group of 3 led by Xia Puti headed to Duanren Institute's amusement district. The so-called amusement district was not that far from Huang Xiaolong's new student courtyard dormitory. 30 minutes later, they reached the destination. Seeing the amusement district for himself, it was bigger and livelier than Huang Xiaolong had imagined. Pedestrians moved up and down the streets akin to the scene one would find in a prosperous small town. Within the amusement district area, shops lined along wide streets that were more spacious than some of the infrastructures within royal cities. Students wearing Duanren Institute's gold-colored robes could be seen everywhere, and there were teachers too. "Come, let's go in." Xia Puti guided Huang Xiaolong and Chun Chang through the amusement district streets. As he walked, Huang Xiaolong observed the external design of the surrounding shops. The style of buildings here was vastly different from the grand structures of Duanren Institute. For instance, wind-facing hall exuded a vicissitude of ancient time, whereas the buildings here in the amusement district emanated vigor, vibrancy, and progress. The shop fronts in the amusement district are mostly opened by the Duanren Empire's big families. Whatever you can buy outside, you can get the same thing here, and what you cannot get outside, you can get them here. Xia Puti explained to Huang Xiaolong as they maneuvered through the crowd. For example, a grade 7 pellet that you can't get on the outside, you can get here. Grade 7 pellet. Huang Xiaolong was a little dumbfounded. Xia Puti nodded. Yes, that's right. There's a place called Bright Radiance Exchange that is handled by the 3 biggest firms in the empire. If they were to hold an auction, they would likely be the group to offer a grade 7 pellet. However, it is not guaranteed. In general, a grade 7 pellet only appears once every few years. Huang Xiaolong nodded. It was unexpected that the 3 biggest firms of the empire would cooperate and develop a trading market like Bright Radiance Exchange that was capable of auctioning a grade 7 pellet. Suddenly, Xia Puti, who was leading in front, stopped abruptly. One finger pointed at a certain tall building decorated in a variety of reds and pinks. He chuckled devilishly. Next time I'll bring you there. There are many fun things inside. Huang Xiaolong's eyes trailed in the direction Xia Puti was pointing at and saw that the entrance of the building was quite vibrant. There were streams of people coming and going from the premises. After observing for a while, Huang Xiaolong finally noticed what was wrong. All the customers were men. A red house. The term flashed in Huang Xiaolong's mind. He never imagined Duanren Institute's amusement district would have this kind of facility. In other words, a red house was a brothel. Aren't you curious why such a place exists within the institute grounds? Xia Puti continued without waiting for a reply. In fact, there's nothing strange. Of the tens of thousands of Duanren Institute students and teachers, 80% of them are men. Men, right? All of us has physiological needs, thus a red house existing here is actually quite normal. Furthermore, it was allowed by Duanren Emperor. Duanren Emperor allowed for it. Huang Xiaolong shook his head inwardly. There are many beauties in this red house, and each one is an expert in that aspect. At this point, Xia Puti suddenly suppressed his voice as he spoke to Huang Xiaolong. That Zhao Wuji is the big boss behind this red house. Huang Xiaolong's eyes widened in surprise. Zhao Wuji. You couldn't have guessed it, right? Xia Puti quipped. Indeed, this was also something Huang Xiaolong did not expect. Zhao Wuji was actually the person who controlled the red house behind the scene. What's Zhao Wuji's relation with Yao Fei? Huang Xiaolong suddenly asked. Xia Puti blanked for a moment before answering in a solemn voice. On the surface, there isn't any connection between them other than business-related benefits. The force behind Zhao Wuji is not weak. That little tramp is a thorned rose, just like that Yao Fei. Both are not good characters. If you come across them, be careful. Business-related benefits? Huang Xiaolong nodded at Xia Puti. Chun Chung followed quietly behind the two of them, not uttering a sound. He had visited the amusement district area a couple of times in the past. The expenses here were high, not something a student like him could afford. Take the Sapidity wine from the Sapidity wine house Xia Puti mentioned. The price of one jug was 10,000 gold coins, and it was a very small jug. One could barely taste 10 sips and all was gone. Moments later, the 3 of them arrived at Sapidity wine house. Although they had yet to enter, an aromatic wine fragrance wafted out, rousing their intrigue. Walking into the restaurant, they found a table near the window on the ground floor and sat down. There were 3 floors to the restaurant. The ground floor was for ordinary students below Xiantian 3rd Order. The first floor catered to elite students of Xiantian 3rd, 4th to 6th Order, whereas the second floor was reserved for the Xiantian 7th Order and above, usually the Inner Division Institute students. Sitting down, Xia Puti called out to the restaurant's waiter. How many jugs of Sapidity wine left for today? Xia Puti asked. The waiter blanked for a while and then answered, There are 123 jugs remaining. The daily sales of Sapidity wine were limited to 1,000. Bring everything here, Xia Puti ordered. Everything? The restaurant waiter was greatly shocked as he looked at Xianxia suspiciously, wondering if he had heard wrongly. One jug of wine cost 10,000 gold coins, and 123 jugs meant 1,230,000 gold coins. Not even some of the big family's younger generation could afford to throw out so much at one time. At this time, Xianxia withdrew a purple gold card and threw it towards the restaurant waiter. "Go. Bring the remaining wine here." The restaurant waiter was stunned as he looked at the purple gold card. Moments later, he nodded quickly and said, "Please wait for a while, young noble. I'll go prepare everything and send up the remaining sapidity wine." The restaurant waiter hurried off after he finished saying that. But at this time, another two people walked in. Just as they sat down, one of them ordered crudely, "Lil waiter, go and bring all the remaining sapidity wine here." The restaurant waiter went over. Smiling apologetically, he said, "Apologies to the two young nobles. All the remaining sapidity wine for today has been taken by the young noble over there just now." His eyes indicated Huang Xiaolong's table. Both of the young men turned their heads to look. "Xianxia." Both of them exclaimed the name in unison. Xianxia nodded at them both, saying in a laid-back tone, "Pardon. I've bought all the remaining sapidity wine for today." Evidently, Xianxia knew them, but they were not close. However, for these two people to have the capability to reserve the remaining sapidity wine without so much as a blink, it showed their identities were not simple. Reserved all of it. Both young men had an ugly expression on their face. When one of them was about to speak, his companion held him back while shaking his head slightly. He then turned around with a faint smile towards Xianxia. "Since younger brother Pewdie has reserved the remaining sapidity wine for today, then us brothers will visit another day." He pulled his companion up and out from the restaurant in front of Huang Xiaolong, Xianxia, and Chun Chung after ending his sentence. Watching the two silhouettes leaving, Xianxia spoke, directing his words at Huang Xiaolong. "Those two have some relation to you." "Related to me?" Huang Xiaolong was baffled. Xianxia nodded. "They are members of the Guo family." "Guo family?" Huang Xiaolong instantly understood that the Guo family Xianxia referred to was one and the same as Guotai's Guo family. Guo family's million treasure firm was one of Duanren Empire's three biggest firms. Thus it was no wonder the two people acted like some parvenus the moment they entered the restaurant, reserving all of the sapidity wine before they were formally seated. The portly one is called Guozhi, the other is Guofei. They are brothers and their father is Guoshiwan, Guoshiwan eldest brother. He also happens to be the recognized next in line as the Guo family's patriarch. Xianxia added. Huang Xiaolong nodded. This meant Guozhi and Guofei were Guotai's elder cousin brothers. Later, when his younger sister married into the Guo family, she would be referring to him as eldest uncle. By this time, the restaurant waiter had already sent all the remaining over 100 jugs of wine to their table. Xianxia laughed. "Come, have a taste of this sapidity wine. I can guarantee after today, you'll be wanting to come here every day." Xianxia opened a jug and passed it to Huang Xiaolong. Immediately, a scent of aromatic wine filled the air. Huang Xiaolong took the jug, sniffed lightly and took a sip. A piquant flavor filled his mouth as the liquid slid down his throat, so extremely smooth that he was already savoring the taste before it disappeared. Just as Xianxia claimed, this sapidity wine was way better than the beauty allure wine. Not too long after, the restaurant waiter returned with some delicious side dishes for Huang Xiaolong's table. In the sapidity wine house, guests that bought more than 3 jugs of wine were served a table of good dishes free of charge. Thus, sounds of wine cups clinking sounded continuously from Huang Xiaolong's table. The three of them drank every last drop of the 123 jugs of wine. Huang Xiaolong and Xianxia did not think too much about it. Chun Cheng's heart, however, was bleeding at the damage. 123 jugs of sapidity wine was equivalent to 1,230,000 gold coins. Although Chun Cheng's family was considered a large force in the Luo Tong kingdom, they would be incapable of gathering so many gold coins even if they had sold all the pots and pans in their mansion. Not long after, the trio left the restaurant, returning to the dormitory yard. Midway there, Chun Chang separated from them. Back in the first yard of Area 98, Huang Xiaolong looked around his room carefully for the first time. The room was not big, roughly about 20 square feet. Decorating the room was a cold jade bed and some simple furniture, such as a dresser with a couple of drawers. A cold jade bed, although cultivating on it could increase the speed of gathering spiritual energy, it no longer had the same effect for Huang Xiaolong. Not to mention the cold jade bed inside his Azura ring was many times better than this one. After a brief tour of his room, Huang Xiaolong separated from Xieputi and took a look around Duanren Institute by himself. Of course, he would remember his most important aim when enrolling into Duanren Institute. Number 4 on the Heavenly Treasure list, Absolute Soul Pearl. For now he had the number 9, Linglong Treasure Pagoda, and the number 6, God Binding Ring. If he could acquire and refine the Absolute Soul Pearl as well, his cultivation speed would increase again. He needed to speed up his cultivation to reach the Saint Realm as soon as possible. According to what Zhao Shu said, his senior brother Chen Tianqi probably had broken through to Saint Realm's 6th Order. Even if he hadn't reached Saint Realm's 6th Order, at the very least, he stood at peak late Saint Realm 5th Order. Huang Xiaolong strolled about Duanren Institute for 2 hours, but the Linglong Treasure Pagoda and God-binding ring inside his body had no reaction. By this time, the sky outside had darkened. Instead of going back to the dorm yard, Huang Xiaolong left Duanren Institute, heading towards Southern Hill Estate. Walking to the Great Hall, Huang Xiaolong sent the slave servant to call Zhao Shu and Fei Ho over. When both arrived, Huang Xiaolong asked about the progress of 9 Tripod Commerce's relocation and the disciples' arrangement. Fei Ho said he spotted a suitable courtyard, and it was not far from Southern Hill Estate. The 9 Tripod Commerce disciples that were relocated could be arranged there. But the matter was pending negotiations with the owner. Huang Xiaolong nodded. He told Fei Ho to continue watching Yao Fei's movements, recounting what happened at the wind-facing hall this morning to Fei Ho and Zhao Shu. He then reminded them to be vigilant about Yao Fei. Hearing this, Zhao Shu snorted with disdain. Just a skinny brat that is still wet behind the ears. Truly ridiculous. He dared to tell Sovereign to kneel before him and apologize? Not only that, but to surrender to him above all. Sovereign, should we teach that Yao Fei a memorable lesson? Fei Ho asked. A memorable lesson? Huang Xiaolong pondered. Is Yao Fei still searching for that black-clad old man? He is, Sovereign, Fei Ho confirmed. For anyone coming to investigate that person's whereabouts, capture and kill them on the spot. Huang Xiaolong looked over at Zhao Shu as he was saying this. People that Yao Fei sent to investigate the old man's whereabouts were all high-level Xiantian realm experts. Of course, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't mind having the materials to refine a few more grade 7 pellets. He could give them to his parents, Huang Peng and Su Yan, if he didn't use them for himself. Limited by their martial spirit grade, the possibility for them to successfully break into the Xiantian realm was almost nil, but swallowing some grade 7 pellets would enhance their physical condition and increase their longevity. Yes, Sovereign. Zhao Shu stood up and acknowledged Huang Xiaolong's order with respect. A short while later, both withdrew from the Great Hall whereas Huang Xiaolong initiated the God-binding ring and entered the ancient battlefield. In the ancient battlefield, Huang Xiaolong continued attempting to cultivate Azura tactics and body metamorphosis scripture simultaneously, then moved on to training God-binding palm. God-binding palm was the heritage battle skill from the God-binding ring. It was extremely profound, linking elemental laws of time and space. Every time Huang Xiaolong trained, he gained enlightenment on a new level. One night passed, and morning came. Huang Xiaolong exited the ancient battlefield, leaving Southern Hill Estate for Duanren Institute. After arriving, Huang Xiaolong forwent classes in favor of roaming around Institute grounds. The Duanren Institute's grounds were enormous, divided into an inner division and outer division. Exploring the outer division alone would take Huang Xiaolong 8 to 10 days. Duanren Institute ran differently from Cosmic Star Academy. Here, there were neither compulsory classes nor differentiation by year. Every day in the Boundless Hall, a teacher would be present to guide students' cultivation. The students were free to decide their attendance. 10 days passed quickly. Huang Xiaolong had covered every inch on the outer division, yet the Linglong treasure pagoda and God-binding ring inside his body stayed quiet. In other words, the absolute soul pearl was not located anywhere within the outer division's grounds. If it isn't in the outer division, then it can only be in the inner division grounds? Huang Xiaolong frowned as speculated. Students were free to come and go around the outer division grounds, but the inner division was different. Only an inner division student was allowed to go in. Looks like I need to use Duan Ren's connection to enter the inner division, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Duanren Emperor was the founder of Duanren Institute. As Duanren Institute's backer, this extent of authority should not pose any problem. I wonder if that brat Xiaputi is in the dorm. Huang Xiaolong pondered as he passed by the new students' dormitory area. Thinking of this, he changed direction and headed to his own yard. Entering the yard they shared, Xiaputi was nowhere to be found. In the end, Huang Xiaolong could only leave. However, not far from his yard, Huang Xiaolong ran into Cui Li as he was walking out. As things so happened, Cui Li was walking together with Zhao Wuji. All three were surprised as they ran into each other. Cui Li looked ill at ease while Zhao Wuji took the initiative to walk up to Huang Xiaolong with a charming smile. I didn't expect young noble Huang to climb up a big tree that is the Xia family. I heard Xia Puti invited you to drink sapidity wine, costing over 1,000,000 gold. There was no reaction from Huang Xiaolong. But young noble Huang's talent is indeed worthy enough for the Xia family to spend that high a figure to pull you over. She broke out in a giggle as her words ended, using one slender hand to pretentiously cover half her mouth. Peals of laughter sounded as the front of her bosom tremored in surging waves. Huang Xiaolong swept an indifferent glance at Zhao Wuji. Is there something you wanted? If not, take those big breasts of yours and scram. Big breasts. Scram. Zhao Wuji's delicate laughter froze in the air. Her body stiffened and the charming smile on her face became warped and ugly. Huang Xiaolong's unexpected words also shocked Cui Li. Turning to look at him agape. Never had she imagined such vulgarity to come from Huang Xiaolong's lips. Someone that looked so elegant and refined. Zhao Wuji's face flushed crimson as if she was slapped, and there was an unmistakable sharp glint in her eyes. Her chest heaved up and down. She was obviously very angry. For as long as she lived, this was the first time someone dared to speak to her in that manner to her face, to take her big breasts and scram. Huang Xiaolong, you? Zhao Wuji's eyes were spitting fire. A pressuring momentum rose, soaring skyward. Moments before Zhao Wuji was about to lash out, a voice rang out. Zhao Wuji, you dare to ignore institute rules, fighting on its grounds? The three of them looked over and saw Xia Puti walking in their direction in slow, unhurried strides. Slight hesitation flitted across Zhao Wuji's face. Then she turned around and glared at Huang Xiaolong. Let's see if you're still alive to repeat those words again to me the next time we meet. Leaving this sentence, Zhao Wuji turned and left. Cui Li struggled for a moment before she turned around and followed Zhao Wuji, leaving that spot. There were worried and complicated emotions on Cui Li's face as she glanced at Huang Xiaolong before disappearing from view. Xia Puti reached Huang Xiaolong's side, laughing as he watched Zhao Wuji and Cui Li's leaving figures. Showing Huang Xiaolong a thumbs up, he said, You're indeed my good brother Yi, take your big breasts and scram. Classic. Too classic. Let's go. Us brothers are going for a few drinks at the Sapidity Wine House. Without waiting for a reply from Huang Xiaolong to his invitation, he pulled Huang Xiaolong towards said location. Arriving at the Sapidity Wine House, Xia Puti ordered the servant to send all the remaining jugs of wine to them just as the last time they were there. Because he recognized Xia Puti, the restaurant waiter did not hesitate this time around. He immediately went to take care of Xia Puti's order, sending the remaining 200 jugs or so of sapidity wine that were left for the day. Not too long after Xia Puti and Huang Xiaolong started enjoying their wine, Guozhi and Guofei once again walked into the restaurant. The Guo brothers walked into the establishment and the first thing they saw was Xia Puti and Huang Xiaolong. The brothers were chagrined. After the last encounter, they did not expect bad luck would have them bump into Xia Puti so soon. Xiaoputi saw the brothers walking in. He laughed in a very good mood. "Pardon me, you too. I have bought the remaining sapidity wine for today." This callous remark made the Guo brothers' expressions turn gloomier. "Since Brother Xie has reserved all of them, then us brothers shall come again another day." Guoji squeezed out a forceful smile and replied. Then both of them turned to leave without further words. Outside of the building, Guoji's solemn voice sounded. "Go back and send someone to investigate who that little punk together with Xiaoputi is." "I understand, big brother." A few hours later, Huang Xiaolong and Xiaoputi left the Sapidity Winehouse in separate directions. Huang Xiaolong made his way back to Southern Hill Estate. Darkness gradually shaded the dusky amber sky. As he ambled along a deserted street, an abrupt killing intent burst out and disappeared just as quickly. Huang Xiaolong's footsteps halted. At the same instant, he used the Phantom Shadow ability and his silhouette vanished in a flash, avoiding the attack within a minuscule gap. A sharp cold light was seen slashing across the spot where he previously stood. A man clad in black from head to toe showed himself. Huang Xiaolong stared at the person coldly. "Yao Fei sent you?" The other person chose silence as his response. The man's figure flickered as his palm once again aimed at Huang Xiaolong. Sword sparks bloomed in the night, creating a round emblem in the darkness above. Huang Xiaolong decisively transformed into his Azura physique. Killing intent spiraled out like a hurricane as he flapped the ebony wings of Demon, once again avoiding the other side's attack. The blades of Azura emerged, gripped firmly in Huang Xiaolong's palms as he slashed out. Tempest of Hell. The roar of hell reverberated throughout the darkness of night. Two hellwind vortexes appeared out of thin air, instantaneously overwhelming the black-clad man. Startled, the man jumped back as fast as he could. His body was shrouded in a swirling black mist as a black bat emerged behind him. A black bat with 6 wings and violet eyes. Huang Xiaolong recognized this martial spirit at first glance. A violet pupil's bat. This was an extremely rare martial spirit with a reputation that rivaled superb talent martial spirits. According to rumors, in the blanket of the night's darkness, this kind of violet pupil's bat could absorb the moon's essence without any limitation, temporarily enhancing its battle strength, which was comparable to an ordinary superb talent martial spirit's level. Not only that, utilizing the cover of night, its owner's strength increased by 1/3. The other side's soul transformed the moment he summoned his martial spirit. After soul transforming, 6 stout wings sprouted from his back and his aura's momentum rose at an astonishing rate, stopping at late Xiantian's second order. Body dividing technique. Right in front of Huang Xiaolong's eyes, the man leaped into the air and exploded into 6 doppelgangers who looked exactly the same as the original. All 6 attacked Huang Xiaolong at once. Cold metal gleamed and images blurred. Watching this scene take place, Huang Xiaolong dared not underestimate the enemy. He summoned his twin martial spirits, the black and blue dragon, and soul transformed. Jumping up into the air, Huang Xiaolong swung his blades, sending streaks of angry lightning. The attack, state of abundant lightning, spread out and covered the area. One by one, these doppelgangers exploded and vanished under the lightning attack, leaving only the original body. But at that moment, the enemy once again displayed his body-dividing technique, this time splitting into 12 doppelgangers instead of 6. 12 people combined into a sword array to attack Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong watched icily as 12 people attacked him with an array. His right hand moved and struck a palm out. God-binding palm. A myriad of golden palms flew out, piercing through the void. The enemy's eyes widened in sudden trepidation as the space, airflow, and everything else had stopped moving wherever those golden palms passed. Following that, his 12 avatars were temporarily suspended in midair before quickly vanishing and leaving the original body out in the open. The god-binding palm landed on the black-clad man's chest, inverting his body and flinging it back due to the impact. Huang Xiaolong landed gently on the street. He took slow steps as he walked up to the side of the attacker. "You!" Fear was evident on that man's face as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. He struggled to get up from the ground as fast as he could. Before he made his move, he had investigated carefully and knew Huang Xiaolong had broken into the Xiantian realm, and not too long ago at that. Though he defeated Xiaputi, no one really truly minded that point. Yet he who had the violet pupils battling during the advantageous nighttime still lost. Why don't you just admit it? Yao Fei sent you? Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze pierced through him. In a sudden move, the black-clad man blurred away. New doppelgangers burst out from his body as he moved, creating 24 identical decoys. The violet pupils bat spread its wings to escape. Multiplying into 24 doppelgangers was his limit. Trying to escape? Huang Xiaolong's expression sank. Both hands shaped into claws and tore through the void at the man. A black mist entity swirled out from Huang Xiaolong's hands, gathering up in midair and transforming into wraith heads. A total of exactly 24 appeared. Howling wraith heads flew out, each pouncing onto the backs of the enemy's doppelgangers. 23 out of 24 dissipated into wisps of smoke, whereas the remaining original body plummeted from midair, issuing a hair-raising scream. Falling to the ground, the man convulsed in pain, rolling and twisting on the ground due to the excruciating pain. The flesh of his back where the attack landed was an indistinguishable mess. A dark energy rippled beneath the open wound which formed the imprint of a wraith head. The shrieking howl of wraiths echoed endlessly in the dark street. This was the first move of Azura Demon Claw, Laments of Thousands of Demons. Huang Xiaolong might not practice it diligently, but as years went by and with his increase in strength, its attack power had increased significantly. At present day, under Huang Xiaolong's control, the Azura Demon Claw's first move, Laments of Thousands of Demons, could form more than 30 wraiths with one attack. Struck by Azura Demon Claw, the opponent's body will be invaded by thousands of demons' negative chi, which was undoubtedly 1,000 times worse than Azura Sword Skill's frigid chi. I beg you. Kill me. Just kill me. Seconds later, tragic screams begging for mercy filled the deserted street. The black-clad man was unable to tolerate the extent of torture and pleaded for mercy from Huang Xiaolong. Speak. Who sent you? Huang Xiaolong moved closer to the man, his voice dangerous and low. It was Guoji. The man shouted in short gasps. Guoji. Huang Xiaolong was stupefied. Guo family's Guoji. The two Guo brothers? Guoji and Guofei? Yes, it's them, the black-clad man admitted. I beg you, just kill me. Let me die painlessly. Huang Xiaolong's eyes grew icy upon hearing the man's confession. He did not expect the individual behind this to actually be the two Guo brothers. The two possible suspects who crossed his mind to have sent this person was either Yao Fei or Zhao Wuji. Yet he was thrown a curveball by the Guo brothers. Just because he and Xiaputi hindered them twice with the sapidity wine incidents, and they dare not lay their hands on Xiaputi, all of their anger was vented at him? It seems he underestimated the narrow-mindedness of this pair of brothers. Observing the man flapping like a fish out of water, an idea struck Huang Xiaolong like a bolt of lightning. With a thought, he called out the Linglong Treasure Pagoda and started the 1,000 demons engulfing destruction array inside the 1,000 beast cauldron. A powerful suction force instantly wrapped around the man and pulled him into the 1,000 beast cauldron. However, Huang Xiaolong did not start refining the man on the spot. Instead, his body flickered away, leaving the area and returning to Southern Hill Estate. Once back in Southern Hill Estate, Huang Xiaolong called for Fei Ho. To refine a mere early-stage Xiantian expert was much easier. Using Fei Ho's and his battle chi was sufficient enough for the task. It only took a single day's time before that black-clad man had been completely refined. However, with his Xiantian second-order strength, the result was only a mid-grade 5 pellet. For the current Huang Xiaolong, a mid-grade 5 pellet had already lost its efficacy. When the refinement was done, Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho left the room. Moving into the Great Hall, both of them sat down and Fei Ho took the initiative to speak first. Sovereign, this black-clad man was sent by Yao Fei? Huang Xiaolong shook his head. It was Guoji and Guofei, the two brothers. Guoji and Guofei brothers? A trace of confusion was apparent in Fei Ho's eyes. Hence Huang Xiaolong briefly described Guoji and Guofei's identity and mentioned the matter regarding sapidity wine. Sovereign, do you want us to? Fei Ho suggested in an inquiring manner. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and waved his hand, saying, Did Yao Fei send anyone to investigate that black-clad old man's clues? Fei Ho smiled respectfully as he reported to Huang Xiaolong. I was about to report to Sovereign that left custodian Zhao Shu captured one the day before yesterday. Oh! Huang Xiaolong also laughed. Where's the person? He's being held in the east side courtyard's chamber. Fei Ho then added, I will go bring him over now. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Before long, Fei Ho was seen dragging a thin-faced old man with silver hair into the great hall. The instant the silver-haired old man saw Huang Xiaolong, he clamored. Huang Xiaolong, it's best if you let me go this instant. If not, the Yao family will ensure you die without a body to be buried with. Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent. Oh really? Without caring to reply, Huang Xiaolong's fingers shaped into claws. Azura demon claws' first move struck the silver-haired old man's torso. The impact threw him out of the great hall, his body crashing onto the ground, tumbling until he reached the great hall door. This silver-haired old man's actual strength was at Xiantian 9th order. But unfortunate for him, his qi and meridians were sealed by Zhao Shu. In front of Huang Xiaolong, he was no different than a mere mortal who couldn't put up any resistance. Before one could bat an eye, the Thousand Wraiths' energy invaded the silver-haired old man's body. Raw, agonizing screams resounded from the old man. It did not take long for him to start begging Huang Xiaolong for mercy. Spare you? Huang Xiaolong approached the silver-haired old man and reassured in a frigid voice, Don't worry. The Yao family you spoke of will be erased from Duanren Empire soon. Once he finished saying that, Huang Xiaolong called out the Linglong treasure pagoda and had it suck the silver-haired old man inside. Zhao Shu was not in the southern hill estate at the moment. He took a trip to Duanren Imperial Palace in the morning, so Huang Xiaolong had to wait for Zhao Shu to come back before he could refine the new material. Around midnight, Zhao Shu returned from the Imperial Palace and proceeded to refine the silver-haired old man with Huang Xiaolong. However, Huang Xiaolong didn't take the grade 7 pellet for himself this time and placed it into the Azura ring for safekeeping. After dealing with the silver-haired man, Huang Xiaolong spoke with Zhao Shu about entering the inner division of Duanren Institute, directing Zhao Shu to speak with Duanren about making the necessary arrangements. Please be assured, Sovereign, this subordinate will go and tell the lil monkey about it now. Listening to Huang Xiaolong's words, Zhao Shu immediately replied. Huang Xiaolong quickly waved him down, saying no need to do it now. You can speak to Duanren tomorrow or the next time you see him. To look for the absolute soul pearl, a day or two later made no difference. Yes, Sovereign. Zhao Shu obeyed. Zhao Shu, do you know a force that refers to themselves as deities Templar? Huang Xiaolong suddenly posed the question to Zhao Shu. In fact, Huang Xiaolong had wanted to inquire about this mysterious deities Templar from Zhao Shu much earlier. Hao Yan and Fei Ho weren't aware of their existence, but perhaps Zhao Shu does. Deities Templar? Zhao Shu shook his head. Never heard of it. Even Zhao Shu didn't know about it? Huang Xiaolong frowned. Again, the mysteriousness of this deities Templar had far exceeded Huang Xiaolong's predictions. So much so that even Zhao Shu didn't know anything about it. Since Sovereign wants information about deities Templar, I will also ask Lil Monkey about it. Zhao Shu added. Huang Xiaolong nodded in agreement. This was the path to take when there was no other way. It was just that, every time Zhao Shu called Duanren Emperor Lil Monkey, Huang Xiaolong felt awkward. For the next 2 days after that, Huang Xiaolong did not leave Southern Hill Estate and instead cultivated there on his own. In the early morning 2 days later, Zhao Shu came to report to Huang Xiaolong. Sovereign, I have news about deities Templar. There's news about deities Templar? Huang Xiaolong's surprise was instantly overridden by joy. Zhao Shu nodded his head while saying, according to what Duanren said, this deities Templar only emerged in the last 100 years or so, but they behave mysteriously. Not even Duanren knows where their headquarters is. All he knows is that the deities Templar master is a woman with unfathomable strength. Every 10 years, Deity's Templar selects 10 disciples on Snow Wind continent. What they claim is, those that are selected to be disciples of Deity's Templar have the opportunity to cultivate in the divine world. Because Huang Xiaolong could not stand hearing the pet name Lil Monkey, he made Zhao Shu change the way he referred to Duanren Emperor. What? Divine world? Huang Xiaolong was so astonished that his eyes widened into 2 round moons. Does this world have a different dimension called divine world? In his previous life on Earth, there were different types of worlds written in fantasy novels, such as Immortal Realm and Divine Realm. But that was all fairy tales. Zhao Shu nodded affirmatively, adding, "In fact, this martial spirit world that we live in is merely a low-grade dimension. There exists many living dimensions of higher grade than martial spirit world, and the divine world is one of many. But to travel to divine world, one must open a space tunnel that connects to the divine world. I did not expect that this deity's Templar could actually open such a space tunnel." Zhao Shu's expression grew solemn as he continued, "However, to open up a space tunnel to the divine world is not something within the average Saint Realm expert's capability. Even for a peak late Saint Realm 10th Order expert, it is still a Herculean effort. Unless several peak late Saint Realm 10th Order experts work together, and with the help of an ancient sacred array, only then would there be a possibility of opening a space tunnel to the divine world. Other than that, only a God Realm Master could accomplish this." Huang Xiaolong was greatly taken aback after Zhao Shu's explanation. From this, Deity's Templar's strength was overwhelmingly evident. When is Deity's Templar expected to hold the next disciple selection? On the spur of the moment, Huang Xiaolong asked. Zhao Shu was surprised but then reacted swiftly. 6 years later, not more than 7. From what Duanren said, one of their conditions for disciple selection is that one must possess a superb talent martial spirit, and the other condition is that the candidate's strength must reach Xiantian 10th Order and above. Xiantian 10th Order and above. Huang Xiaolong's brows deeply furrowed. Nonetheless, it was impossible for him to break through to Xiantian 10th Order in the span of 6 years' time. Not disregarding the possibility of him obtaining the Absolute Soul Pearl, as fast as his cultivation speed may increase to, it would still be far from achieving that condition. Wanting to enter Deity's Templar was of course not for pursuing cultivation, but for Li Lu. Putting aside his emotions, Huang Xiaolong continued to ask information about Deity's Templar from Zhao Shu. Zhao Shu answered one by one. However, the information he got from Duanren wasn't much to begin with. Therefore, what Zhao Shu could answer for Huang Xiaolong was limited as well. A short while later, Zhao Shu withdrew. Darkness slowly blanketed the sky in an ink-black cover. Tonight was a moonless night. The heavens above looked like nothing more than an ocean of unfathomable darkness. Huang Xiaolong stood outside his yard, staring into this dark void. Images of Li Lu flashed one after another in his mind. The lovely dimples on her cheeks when she laughed, sweet and beautiful. Those large eyes held an alluring charm that rendered one incapable of looking away. 3 years had passed since Huang Min's explanation regarding Li Lu being whisked away by that beautiful woman. In these 3 years, whenever he took a break from cultivation during the deepest hours of the night, he would think of Li Lu. 3 years. Yet Li Lu's face did not fade into the abyss of time. Instead, her appearance became clearer in his mind. It was only now that he finally realized Li Lu was deeply ingrained in his heart. Li Lu. Huang Xiaolong said her name softly. A sudden pain tugged at his heartstrings. He shouldn't have allowed that Deity's Templar woman to bring Li Lu away that year. Despite so, he couldn't have stopped it no matter how much he wished to. Not to mention that time he was still powerless even now. That beautiful woman was at least a Saint Realm expert. With the Deity's Templar at her back, if she wanted to take away one person, the entire Snow Wind continent's empires were probably powerless to stop her. What more someone like Huang Xiaolong? Power. Strength. In the end, power and strength determine everything. The mounting pressure of Azura burst forth from Huang Xiaolong's body. An aura of slaughter filled the yard in the moonless night. In the next moment, a bright light flickered and a golden token appeared on his palm. This golden token was given to Zhao Shu by Duanren. With this, Huang Xiaolong was free to enter and leave Duanren Institute's inner division compound. Absolute Soul Pearl. Regardless what hurdles blocked his way, he must find the Absolute Soul Pearl, borrowing the power from these three heavenly treasures to speed up his cultivation speed and strength. Morning arrived with the resplendent sunlight shining, caressing one's skin and providing warmth. Huang Xiaolong stepped out from the southern hill estate and headed in Duanren Institute's direction. Arriving in Duanren Institute, Huang Xiaolong walked straight towards the inner division area. The inner division grounds were different when compared to the outer division in that there were guards at the entrance. When Huang Xiaolong wanted to enter, a guard squad quickly blocked his path. The guard squad consisted of 11 guards and was led at the front by an expert who looked like a 40-something middle-aged man with a goatee. The goatee middle-aged man scrutinized Huang Xiaolong with cold eyes. "Little punk, as the Institute's outer division student, are you not aware that outer division students are not allowed to enter the inner division area? Trespassers are punished with 10 slashes by the knife. 10 slashes by the knife, meaning the trespassing person who stepped into the inner division area would be punished with 10 cuts from a knife. And it was a prerequisite that the tip of the knife should be pierced through the body each time to be considered as complete. Go. Strip this kid's clothes off and let him have a taste of the 10 knives punishment." The goatee middle-aged man looked over his shoulder to the back of him, ordering one of the guards. "Yes, Captain Yang." When that guard was about to step out, Huang Xiaolong raised one of his arms up, revealing a shiny golden token. Huang Xiaolong's action obstructed that guard's vision entirely, causing him to stagger backward. The rest of the guards were astounded as they stared at the golden token in Huang Xiaolong's hand. The Great Emperor's golden token. This is the Great Emperor's golden token, no mistake. The goatee middle-aged man was also stupefied as he looked dazedly at the shiny golden token. "Greeting, Lord Bearer of the Golden Token." Before he could recover his senses, the rest of the guards had knelt down in respectful salute. Regardless of who it was, seeing the person holding the golden token, everyone must kneel and salute and be referred to as Lord Bearer of the Golden Token. This rule was set down by Duanren himself. Awakened from his daze, the goatee middle-aged man quickly knelt down. "Greeting, Lord Bearer of the Golden Token." Huang Xiaolong nodded and slowly strode into the inner division. However, when he passed next to the goatee middle-aged man, he said, "Your goatee grew nicely, Captain Yang? It goes well with your name." The goatee middle-aged man was stunned for a moment before the expression on his face turned ugly and awkward, not daring to refute Huang Xiaolong, while his subordinates laughed secretly behind him. Not until Huang Xiaolong's figure disappeared from sight did the guards get up. The goatee middle-aged man's eyes glinted with an icy sharpness as he stared the young man's back. Huang Xiaolong. He was at Duanren Square watching the Imperial City battle, thus it wasn't strange he could recognize Huang Xiaolong. Half an hour later, the goatee middle-aged man appeared inside a solitary secluded courtyard. "You're sure it was Huang Xiaolong?" Standing with his back towards the goatee middle-aged man, Yao Fei questioned. "Yes, heartless young noble. I can guarantee it was Huang Xiaolong," the goatee middle-aged man answered respectfully. Yao Fei's eyes emanated piercing coldness. Golden token in his hands? How did he come into possession of Duanren's golden token? Perhaps it was Duan Wuhan using it to attract this little punk, thus giving his own golden token to him. There were only 2 golden tokens in the entire Duanren Empire. One was in Duanren's hands, while the other was held by Duan Wuhan. "You did well. Go and get 2 soul-strengthening Dan from Heartless Hall," Yao Fei said and waved him away. Soul-strengthening Dan, mid-grade 5 spirit Dan. "This one thanks heartless young noble." The goatee middle-aged man was overjoyed. Expressing his thanks, he turned and left. After the goatee middle-aged man withdrew, Yao Fei mumbled to himself, "What does that punk hope to achieve from entering the inner division grounds?" Still, in order to attract this little punk, Wuhan was actually willing to use his golden token. He really places a high importance on him. "I also heard this kid has been getting along well with Xia Puti. But Huang Xiaolong, do you think that by being tied together with Duan Wuhan and the Xia family, I wouldn't dare to kill you?" I'll make sure you understand the terrifying consequences of offending me. Yao Fei. Yao Fei voiced icily, words reverberating above the yard. Every time he recalled the scene in front of wind-facing hall where Huang Xiaolong told him to kneel down and admit wrong in public, Yao Fei could hardly control his soaring murderous intent. Huang Xiaolong. The gleam in Yao Fei's eyes was like sharp blades. At this time Huang Xiaolong, who was roaming around in the inner division area, walked in front of a pagoda. The pagoda reached 100 zhang in height and was divided into several different levels, spiraling up from the bottom in a spherical shape. Peculiar drawings were painted on the surface of each wall on every level. There were humans, beasts, mountains, seas, and some strange-looking plants. Looking at this pagoda, a light of familiarity shone in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Judging from the shape, the pagoda in front of him had an uncanny resemblance to the Linglong Treasure Pagoda. A voice suddenly sounded behind him. This is the battle skill pagoda. Duanren Emperor had it made in order to imitate the Linglong Treasure Pagoda. Inside is laid with a spirit-gathering array. Cultivating battle chi inside is highly beneficial. Huang Xiaolong turned around to see who was behind him. The person that spoke was a young man wearing azure clothes. He wore the same azure color from head to toe and had a golden badge that represented being an inner division disciple of Duanren Institute. He seemed to be about 27 to 28 years of age. Made to imitate the Linglong Treasure Pagoda? No wonder its appearance was so similar to the Linglong Treasure Pagoda. I'm called Lu Jianyu. The azure-robed young man smiled and introduced himself. Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong reciprocated. You're that Huang Xiaolong, the one with superb twin dragon martial spirits? Huang Xiaolong. Lu Jianyu couldn't hide his shock hearing Huang Xiaolong's name. So, you're Huang Xiaolong. Lu Jianyu chuckled, appearing really happy as his hand reached out to Huang Xiaolong while he approached closer. I've wanted to get to know this year's Imperial City Battle Champion, being hailed as Duanren Empire's most talented monstrous genius since its establishment. The Divine Dragon Young Noble. Divine Dragon Young Noble? Huang Xiaolong was confused. He too reached out his hand to clasp the other's hand. With a shake, both released their hands. Lu Jianyu explained, I don't think you know. Now, people already likened you to Wuhan, Heartless, and the rest of the 5 young nobles rank, calling you Divine Dragon Young Noble. Now, Duanren Empire no longer has 5 young nobles, but rather 6. 6 young nobles. Huang Xiaolong shook his head wryly. He didn't expect he would be coined with a nickname such as Divine Dragon Young Noble and become a part of the so-called 6 young nobles of Duanren Empire. But, you're not an inner division student, yet still managed to enter? Lu Jianyu asked. I have the golden token. Huang Xiaolong replied, precise and short. Since the matters about the golden token would definitely be conveyed from the mouths of those guards, there was nothing to conceal. Lu Jianyu was genuinely shocked at this piece of information. He stared at Huang Xiaolong with obvious disbelief on his face for a good while before laughing it off. This golden token must have been given to you by young noble Wuhan? I didn't expect young noble Wuhan to willingly to let you use the golden token. Hearing what the other party said, Huang Xiaolong neither confirmed nor refuted. He just smiled in silence instead. If he said the golden token had come from Duanren, and that he had unlimited usage of it, not only would Lu Jianyu likely find it hard to believe, but the entire Duanren Empire would have the same reaction. Of course, 2 people were excluded from Thizduan Wuhan and Chengjian. Lu Jianyu chatted with Huang Xiaolong for a while before separating. Although Lu Jianyu did not mention it, Huang Xiaolong guessed he was a member of Duanren Empire's Lu family. The Lu family might not compare to Xiaputi's Xia family, but it was still a big family in Duanren Empire after all, just marginally lower in status when compared to Guotai's Guo family. Huang Xiaolong had a favorable opinion towards Lu Jianyu, just as he did with Guotai. Both of them didn't have that reckless arrogance belonging to younger generation nobles from big families. After separating with Lu Jianyu, Huang Xiaolong continued to roam around the inner division. Another day passed without any reaction from the Linglong Treasure Pagoda and God-binding ring inside Huang Xiaolong's body. Huang Xiaolong left the inner division grounds when night descended, returning back to Southern Hill Estate. As for the person sent to keep an eye on Huang Xiaolong, he reported to Yao Fei and said that Huang Xiaolong only wandered around mindlessly. Yao Fei frowned. Wandered aimlessly around the perimeter? Yao Fei tried to think of Huang Xiaolong's possible aim. Young noble, is it possible the brat was just curious about the inner division and wanted to enter to take a look around? At this time, a guard took a step forward and suggested. But before he could finish, Yao Fei's palm struck him, sending that guard flying to a corner of the room. What do you think? Yao Fei mocked, his icy voice sounding impatient. This caused the guard to hit his own mouth repeatedly as repentance. Contact Jin Mu, have him come back. Yao Fei turned around and instructed a different guard beside him. That guard hesitated briefly before saying, Young noble, we lost contact with Senior Jin Mu 2 days ago. It seems Senior Jin Mu has gone missing. What? Missing? Yao Fei's eyes glowered. Yes, Senior Jin Mu went missing just like Senior Zhang. The last thing we know is that the both of them were in Southern Hill Estate. That guard confirmed. The Senior Jin Mu mentioned by Yao Fei was the silver-haired old man refined by Huang Xiaolong using the Linglong Treasure Pagoda 2 days ago. Already missing for 2 days. Why did you only inform me about this right now? Yao Fei became enraged and struck that guard, sending him flying. The rest of the guards were trembling in fear. Scram! Go investigate what happened. Yao Fei roared. Yes, young noble. The group of guards fled in panic. The glint in Yao Fei's eyes sharpened. Huang Xiaolong. At this time in Southern Hill Estate, Huang Xiaolong stood in the middle of his yard. The internal force in his body flowed, slowly shrinking his bones. He had seemingly grown shorter by half a head. Judging from physical appearance, Huang Xiaolong appeared to be only 1 meter tall at most, not much different compared to a 7 to 8-year-old child. When he successfully shrunk his bones to 1 meter in height, the bones in his body started to issue cracking sounds as he grew back to his original height of about 6 feet. This was bone-shrinking art. Before this, his internal force had yet to break into the Xiantian realm. Thus this bone-shrinking art wasn't that useful. But he had been practicing this ever since his internal force broke into the Xiantian realm, allowing the bones in his body to shrink and enlarge naturally. In the future, Huang Xiaolong could change his physical appearance and facial features. This would prove to be greatly convenient and useful in the future. This was something that battle chi cultivation could not provide. Not even a saint or god realm expert could do what he did. The night passed quietly. When dawn approached, Huang Xiaolong stopped his practice for the night. Leaving Southern Hill Estate through the front entrance, Huang Xiaolong suddenly stiffened. He stopped and stared dazedly at the person in front of him. There stood a familiar figure. Li Lu. It was actually the Li Lu who was taken away by that beautiful woman from Deity's Templar. Li Lu wore a white dress. Her slightly red-rimmed eyes stared at Huang Xiaolong. Compared to 3 years ago, her small face lost the naivety and naughtiness that used to be there, replaced with a magnificent charm and stunning beauty. Every movement and smile could shake a person to their core. She was much taller than 3 years ago, and much more developed as well. Huang Xiaolong rubbed his eyes, afraid it was just his hallucination. Huang Xiaolong rubbed his eyes and looked again to the other side of the street. The white-dressed figure was still there. Li Lu was still standing there. A wave of ecstasy overcame his heart, and Huang Xiaolong practically flew out from the Southern Hill Estate main entrance, skidding off the street to stand before Li Lu, staring at her fixedly. Li Lu was looking at Huang Xiaolong too. Her eyes became redder. Without warning, Huang Xiaolong opened his arms and wrapped Li Lu into his embrace tightly, as if she would vanish in the next instant if he did not hold tight enough. He wanted to melt Li Lu into his soul, into his flesh, blood, and bones, not wanting her to leave. Li Lu, is it really you? Huang Xiaolong's voice was shaky as he asked. It's me. In Huang Xiaolong's embrace, Li Lu's body trembled. Her voice sounded choked with emotions as she affirmed. It had been 3 years. They were finally reunited. In these 3 years, almost every day and night was filled with her thoughts of Huang Xiaolong's silhouette in her mind. Today she got her wish to see him again. Being hugged by Huang Xiaolong, feeling his wide muscular chest and the heat from his body. Li Lu never felt so safe and warm. 3 years, Huang Xiaolong had grown much taller too. Even his facial features changed a lot, more gallant. Especially his abyssal eyes. They appeared even more unfathomable and enchanting. In Huang Xiaolong's embrace, she could feel his powerful arms. Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath and smelled the scent of the person in his arms. A pure, untainted fragrance entered his nose. Due to his excitement earlier, he ignored an important fact: Li Lu had grown up. The girl between his arms was so soft and supple, akin to flowing water. It was as if there were no bones in her body, and her skin was very smooth. If he gripped her tiny waist a little tighter, perhaps water would burst out everywhere. Especially so if you included her generous bosom, which was pressing against Huang Xiaolong's chest. 3 years, and this was one of the most obvious developments on Li Lu's body. Huang Xiaolong's lower body part gradually reacted. Sensing Huang Xiaolong's reaction below, Li Lu buried her head further into Huang Xiaolong's chest, not daring to look up at his face. A deep crimson colored her face all the way to her ears. Feeling embarrassed, Huang Xiaolong released Li Lu and their bodies separated. "You knew I was here in Duanren Imperial City?" Huang Xiaolong asked in a gentle voice while looking at Li Lu's face. Perhaps affected by Huang Xiaolong's physical reaction, the redness on Li Lu's face had yet to recede. Therefore, she only nodded shyly in reply. "Then, this time you're?" Huang Xiaolong's voice trailed off here. Li Lu raised her head, looking back at Huang Xiaolong. "I broke through to Xiantian, so master allowed me to leave and exact my revenge. However, there was a latter part she did not mention. After taking her revenge, she needed to return to Deity's Templar." Huang Xiaolong nodded. Breaking through Xiantian. With Li Lu's twin swords' martial spirits, she was definitely capable of avenging her family's blood grudge. "After that, you'll return to Deity's Templar?" Huang Xiaolong continued. His voice changed and sounded glum. Although Li Lu didn't say it out loud, how could he be ignorant about it? Li Lu quivered at his words. Looking at Huang Xiaolong, her eyes once again became red-rimmed, lightly nodding her answer. She managed to find the culprit of the Li family's annihilation that year. After resolving that matter, she made time to see Huang Xiaolong, just to catch one glimpse of him. "Can you leave tomorrow?" Huang Xiaolong tried. A sudden pain snaked across his heart. At his pleading voice, tears pooled in Li Lu's eyes. But at this time, a cold harumph came from the void above. It sounded just like a harumph, but Huang Xiaolong felt as if he received a powerful blow. His body shook, feeling the weight of a mountain clobbering him. Huang Xiaolong's body bent in an inverted fashion as he flew back, spurting a mouthful of blood as he landed. "Xiaolong!" Li Lu's face instantly turned deathly pale as she cried out. When she wanted to hurry to Huang Xiaolong's side, a gentle and graceful-looking young man dressed wholly in white emerged from the void. A slight stretch of his arm, he had blocked Li Lu's path. The young man dressed in white had a golden mark in the center of his brows. His pupils were a striking blue that exuded an exotic and devilish charm. The young man looked condescendingly at Huang Xiaolong after blocking Li Lu. "A measly Xiantian first-order brat. Do you think you're qualified to be with junior sister Li Lu? Little punk. If you dare touch even a hair on junior sister Li Lu, I will make you wish you were dead." To show his prowess, the young man pointed a finger towards Southern Hill Estate's main door across the void. Instantly, a giant hole opened up. The power of that one finger punctured a giant hole through the doors, piercing through Southern Hill Estate, creating a black hole in space. One finger's power pierced through space. This was the strength of the Saint Realm. Only a Saint Realm master had the ability to do this. Huang Xiaolong got up from the ground. His eyes contained a glacial coldness, and he looked sharply at the young man. "A Saint Realm expert?" The young man was a little stunned seeing Huang Xiaolong's calmness after learning he was a Saint Realm master. His aloof voice sounded, "That's right. I'm a Saint Realm expert. If I want to kill you, I don't even need to lift a finger. One glance could exterminate you into nothing. Little punk, you're Huang Xiaolong?" Giving Li Lu face, "I will spare your life today. However, If you try to see junior sister Li Lu again, I will skin your flesh off layer by layer, and then refine you into a walking corpse. Senior brother Ao Baishue, I beg you, let Huang Xiaolong go. Tears stained Li Lu's face. It's not Xiaolong's fault. Oh, Baishue remained indifferent, turning once again to Huang Xiaolong. Let me tell you, junior sister Li Lu is already a deity's Templar disciple. A deity's Templar disciple can only be a Tao companion to another deity's Templar disciple. This is an ironclad deity's Templar's divine rule. Don't say that I didn't show you a way. If you are chosen and become a deity's Templar disciple the next time deity's Templar holds a disciple selection, I will give you a chance. Throwing this sentence to Huang Xiaolong, Ao Baishua's hand pulled Li Lu, wanting to take her away. Xiaolong! Li Lu cried out anxiously, her hands reaching out to him. In a haste, Huang Xiaolong reached out with his hand, but a terrifying force washed over him, throwing him away. Ao Baishue looked coldly at Huang Xiaolong. Don't overestimate yourself. Holding on to Li Lu, both flew away. Right at this moment, a voice bellowed, "Get your ass back down here." A giant palm materialized in the void above, slamming down on top of Ao Baishua's head. Ao Baishua's face turned ashen, immediately releasing Li Lu in order to counter the incoming attack with both of his palms. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded in the air, and a silhouette was seen crashing down from the sky. Blood gushed out from his mouth as Ao Baishue crashed onto the ground. Another silhouette landed gently on the ground. It was Zhao Shu. He had just returned from Duanren Imperial Palace and rushed over when he sensed the strong energy fluctuation at Southern Hill Estate. Ao Baishue looked on with a shocked face at Zhao Shu. High-level Saint Realm. Someone who could heavily injure him in one move. Only a high-level Saint Realm expert was capable of doing that. There was actually a high-level Saint Realm expert at Huang Xiaolong's side. Despite his feelings of shock due to Zhao Shu being a high-level Saint Realm expert, Ao Baishua's face recovered his usual calmness. This friend's strength is not bad, but if you dare oppose my deity's Templar, there's only one ending: absolute death. Even if you are a high-level Saint Realm expert, there is no exception. Zhao Shu sneered. Really? Then I would like to experience how I would meet with absolute death. Without waiting, Zhao Shu attacked again with another palm towards Ao Baishue. The palm shot out with no fluctuation. It made no whistling sound as it pierced through the air, nor did it make ripples in the fabric of space. But Ao Baishua's expression was extremely ugly while watching this. At this moment, a green glow came piercing through space, colliding with Zhao Shu's palm print. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. Zhao Shu's body wavered and retreated a step back. Caught off guard, he looked up at the source and saw a beautiful woman emerge from the void. Master! Seeing the woman, Li Lu blurted out in surprise. At this time, Ao Baishue too hurried towards the beautiful woman and greeted full of respect, "Greeting, martial aunt." This beautiful woman was the same person that brought Li Lu away 3 years ago, Li Molin, sharing the same surname as Li Lu. Li Molin nodded and then walked towards Zhao Shu. Stopping in front of him, she said, "Your strength is not bad, but you are still too far from me." Zhao Shu snorted. "Why don't you have a go at it?" Zhao Shu seemingly fell under a disadvantage earlier, but he displayed that attack in a rush. In actuality, both his and the woman's strength were similar. Li Molin didn't refute hearing this. Instead, she turned around and looked at Huang Xiaolong. "You're called Huang Xiaolong, right? I know my disciple Li Lu likes you, but she is now a deity's Templar's disciple. I have no objection if the two of you want to be together, on the condition that you can become a disciple of deity's Templar too." Li Molin took a quick glance at Zhao Shu when she said this point and then looked back at Huang Xiaolong. "I realize your identity is not common, but any identity or background is insignificant before deity's Templar. Unless, of course, if you're a God Realm Master." When her words ended, she looked at Ao Baishue and Li Lu. "Let's go!" Then flew up, leaving by shattering the void. Ao Baishue followed closely behind, leaping up. Tears rolled down Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Taking a last look at his face, Li Lu's voice sobbed. Xiaolong, I will always wait for you in Deity's Templar. She too turned and flickered away. Watching Li Molin leave, Zhao Shu wanted to stop her, but Huang Xiaolong shook his head. No need. Even if it was Zhao Shu, he might not be able to stop all three of them. Li Molin had just said any identity was nothing before Deity's Templar unless you were a God Realm Master. God Realm Master. Huang Xiaolong looked at Li Lu's receding silhouette and Ao Baishua next to her, his fists tightly clenching. Watching as she grew further away, a pang of throbbing pain shot through his heart. So uncomfortable. All this while, Huang Xiaolong thought he was someone that had enough strength to protect his family and the people close to him. Little did he know about how ignorant and laughable these notions were until now. He was powerless to protect the person he loved. In the end, he could only watch Li Lu be taken away right in front of him. A cold, frigid aura of slaughter rumbled out of Huang Xiaolong's body, freezing the surrounding airflow. Huang Xiaolong's vision turned a chilling scarlet red. Zhao Shu stood beside him wanting to offer a few words of comfort, but not knowing what to say, he remained silent. He empathized with his sovereign's feelings, just like the weak, powerless him at that time. That year, the weak and powerless him could only watch as the woman he loved was killed before his very eyes. That kind of pain was many times worse than having his own heart dug out. Not until night overtook the sky did Huang Xiaolong then move. Turning around, he returned to Southern Hill Estate without uttering a single word till he came to his own little yard. He looked back at Zhao Shu. You can go rest, I'm fine. A hoarse voice sounded. Yes, sovereign. Zhao Shu saluted respectfully before retreating, knowing that what Huang Xiaolong wanted most at this time was quiet solitude. After Zhao Shu left, Huang Xiaolong stood in the yard. He sat down right on the yard floor. No additional words were spoken by him, yet the cold, intense, slaughter chi bursting out from his body only amplified as time wore on. One night passed. Huang Xiaolong sat in the yard the entire night like a sculpture, not moving an inch. Morning sunlight shone down from above onto Huang Xiaolong's body. Despite that, there was no sign of movement from Huang Xiaolong. The thick killing intent swirling around Huang Xiaolong gave birth to a feeling of desolation overnight. As Zhao Shu and Fei Ho entered Huang Xiaolong's yard and saw him sitting on the ground, their feet stopped advancing. If this continues, I am worried that sovereign, Fei Ho said with a worried expression. Zhao Shu had already told him about what happened. It's best we let sovereign calm down a little. Zhao Shu shook his head. Based on sovereign's character, nothing will happen. Fei Ho nodded. Both of them withdrew from Huang Xiaolong's yard. The passage of time continued to move forward. The sun moved to the highest point in the sky, heat engulfed the land, and then it moved westward, signaling the time for dusk. Once again, the sky darkened into the lonely, quiet twilight. On the third day, the sun basked the land in warm sunlight again. Just like that, Huang Xiaolong sat on the yard floor, unmoving for 3 days and 3 nights. 3 times a day, Zhao Shu and Fei Ho would make a trip to Huang Xiaolong's courtyard. 3 days and nights later, the Huang Xiaolong that had been lacking signs of life suddenly moved. The suffocating killing intent and desolated atmosphere around him for the last few days shattered like blocks of ice, dissipating with the wind. Huang Xiaolong stood up and walked out from his yard as if everything had returned to normal. Zhao Shu and Fei Ho were making their way to Huang Xiaolong's yard, but were startled when they saw Huang Xiaolong come out. Strands of gray hair dusted Huang Xiaolong's temple. Sovereign, you? Both exclaimed aloud. I'm all right, came Huang Xiaolong's calm reassurance. Both Zhao Shu and Fei Ho wanted to say more, but seeing Huang Xiaolong's manner, they swallowed the words at the tip of their tongue. Zhao Shu, Fei Ho, take a walk outside with me, Huang Xiaolong said. Yes, sovereign, the two of them replied in unison. Thus, the 3 of them stepped out of Southern Hill Estate. Huang Xiaolong roamed aimlessly, whereas Zhao Shu and Fei Ho followed loyally from behind, neither of them daring to utter a sound. When they came to a lively street, a group of people suddenly crowded the path in front of them. Not surprisingly, it was the Guo brothers, Guo Fei and Guo Ji, with a group of Guo family servants and bodyguards behind them. Every so often, Guo and Guo would wander around the imperial city with a bunch of servants and guards in search of entertainment. "Big brother, it's that little brat Huang Xiaolong," Guo swiftly said when he spotted Huang Xiaolong walking in their direction from some distance away. Guo lifted his head, and when he saw it was really Huang Xiaolong, the corner of his lips arched into a cold sneer. "Go, we're going over." And with that, he led the group of Guo family servants and guards towards Huang Xiaolong's group of 3. The Guo family group blocked Huang Xiaolong's path. "Huang Xiaolong, I didn't expect that you would manage to survive that night," Guo exclaimed fearlessly, laced with a tinge of complacency and arrogance. That day, after leaving the Sapidity winehouse, they had Huang Xiaolong's identity investigated, and subsequently sent someone to assassinate him. However, the person sent to kill Huang Xiaolong never returned. Albeit surprised, they didn't mind the failed attempt nor put Huang Xiaolong in their eyes. They had thoroughly investigated Huang Xiaolong's background. He was nothing more than hick that came from a little family, the Huang clan manor. Though they could not understand why a small kingdom's marshal would call Huang Xiaolong young lord, this point wasn't important in Guoji's opinion. As for that so-called Luotong kingdom's marshal Haoyan, he could make him disappear simply by opening his mouth. "I'm in a horrid mood. It would be wise if you choose to scram now." Huang Xiaolong's gaze pierced through Guo and Guo. Li Lu's departure had triggered a strong killing desire in Huang Xiaolong. "What did you say?" Listening to Huang Xiaolong tell him to scram the moment he opened his mouth made Guoji's face turn ugly. "Little bastard, you think just 'cause your younger sister got engaged to that brat Guotai, I wouldn't dare to kill you? It is merely an engagement. Even if Guotai married your little sister, I can make that brat divorce her just the same. A backwater kingdom's paltry Huang family smelly pissant wants to enter our Guo family's door? A paltry little Huang family smelly pissant." The instant Guoji's voice fell, a silhouette flickered in front of him, and the next thing he knew was that his neck was being strangled by a powerful hand. The owner of the hand was none other than Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's right hand stretched out and clawed onto Guoji's neck, lifting him off the street. Emotionless eyes looked at Guoji as a terrifying wave of killing aura whirled unrestrained from Huang Xiaolong. Guoji was a peak Mid-Shintian second-order expert, and he never expected Huang Xiaolong to be foolish enough to attack him. In close proximity and caught off guard, he was denied the chance of dodging. "You!" Guoji's face turned maroon from having his neck pinched and cutting off his airway. His eyes bulged out of their sockets akin to a desiccated fish pulled out of water that could flip over and die at any second. Guo and the rest of the Guo family guards and servants watched dazedly as Guoji was lifted off the street by Huang Xiaolong, failing to respond to the situation. After all, they had never encountered this kind of incident. In the past, when Guoji and Guo roamed around the imperial city with the guards and servants while looking for entertainment, the commoners and even some of the noble family's younger generation would avoid them, moving as far away as possible. It had always been the brothers clutching others by the throat. A reverse situation had never happened, disregarding the fact that even a single hair on their body was deemed so precious that no one even dared to touch them. "Big brother." Moments later, Guo finally reacted. Calling out to his brother, he then turned angrily towards Huang Xiaolong, screaming, "Huang bastard! How dare you? Why are you not releasing my big brother this instant? If you don't, I will annihilate your 9 generations. Annihilate your 9 generations." Big words may have been spoken, but Guo wasn't lying. For a large family like the Guo family in the Duanren Empire territories, to annihilate the 9 generations of a small family was nothing more difficult than releasing a fart. Almost in the same moment Guo voice ended, a shadow flickered. Huang Xiaolong's left palm stretched out, clenching Guo neck and raising him up in the air the same way he did with Guo. Like Guo, Guo neck and face turned a deep shade of burgundy in less than a second, with protruded eyes nearly leaving their sockets. Overwhelmed and scared, Guo arms and legs swung wildly. He wanted to speak, but the words were stuck in his throat. No logical words could be made out. The Guo family guards and servants saw Huang Xiaolong holding Guo and Guo in each hand. raised to the air. All of them were first stupefied, then angered, but at the same time afraid Huang Xiaolong would hurt their young lords. Thus no one dared to make bold actions. In the end, these guards bellowed a rain of empty threats at Huang Xiaolong. "Little brat, do you know who our young lords are? If you know what's good for you, immediately release them. If a single hair from our young lords is hurt, be prepared to die without a burial place." The guards clamored and threatened. They could only repeat the same few sentences. While the Guo family guards and servants passionately shouted threats, Huang Xiaolong's gaze sharpened like a sacred blade cutting through them. A single glance and the Guo family side's lackeys curled up in fright, effectively shutting them up. Then Huang Xiaolong exerted a little more pressure in his hands. Both Guozhi and Guofei kicked even more desperately, eyeballs straining out as their hands flailed and grasped Huang Xiaolong's hand at their throat. It was apparent to those present that they were suffering. But this time, none of the people from the Guo family camp dared to say anything, realizing at this point that all their clamor had been a futile effort. The pedestrians on the streets started to slow down, congregating into a small crowd that stared flabbergasted at Huang Xiaolong, and the two people in his hands that were lifted up in the air, Guozhi and Guofei, the Guo brothers. Most of the commoners and noble families recognized Guozhi and Guofei, and because they recognized the two brothers they were flabbergasted. There was actually someone daring enough to lift the Guozhi and Guofei brothers up in the air by their necks. "Who's that brat? He dares hit both of the Guo brothers. He seems to be Huang Xiaolong?" Huang Xiaolong, the champion of this year's Imperial City battle, that Huang Xiaolong. Discussions broke out from the surrounding crowd on the street. Ignoring the crowd of people, Huang Xiaolong looked at Guozhi and Guofei. Their eyes were starting to roll back, mostly showing the whites. Without a doubt, they were drawing their last breath. When he felt the timing was right, Huang Xiaolong swung his arms, throwing the two outward in midair. Miserable cries sounded as Guozhi and Guofei crashed into the street, rolling for more than a dozen meters before coming to a stop. "Young lord!" The Guo family guards and servants had their nerves stretched tautly, each swiftly running to Guozhi and Guofei's side, helping them up from the ground. Due to the extreme pressure Huang Xiaolong exerted on their throats, after being helped up by the guards and servants, their complexions were white and green for a while. Both coughed non-stop as they stood up. On each of their necks was a clear bruise of a purple-green handprint. "For Guotai's sake, I won't kill you today, so scram." Huang Xiaolong glared at them. His cold voice that sent a chill down the spine rang in the street. And what Huang Xiaolong said was the truth. If it wasn't for the fact that he'd be looking at Guotai's face as his future brother-in-law, he'd erase them without hesitation here and now. But Huang Xiaolong's words in Guozhi and Guofei's ears were an insult to them, an unforgivable insult. They were downright being humiliated. Rubbing the bruise on their necks, their eyes glowered venomously at Huang Xiaolong. "Kill him. Kill this fucking dog bastard for me." When his throat eased a little, Guozhi roared as he pointed at Huang Xiaolong, akin to a rabid dog. "I don't care who does it, but kill Huang Xiaolong and you'll be rewarded with 10 million gold. Guofei followed, hollering his reward. The moment Guofei's words were spoken, the people on the streets looked astonished. Some of the passers-by were tempted. "Kill Huang Xiaolong, and you get 10 million gold. To the smaller forces and family, 10 million gold was an astronomical wealth. By this point, the Guo family guards and servants had drawn their weapons on them, attacking Huang Xiaolong. Watching this group of people coming at him, Huang Xiaolong snickered. When these Guo family guards reached Huang Xiaolong and wanted to attack, Zhao Shu and Fei Ho moved. Fei Ho leaped up, and in a flicker, a dazzling silver river materialized in the air above. Spiraling in the air, an enormous battle chi energy rushed out, blocking the Guo family guards and servants. Zhao Shu stood where he was, raised his arm and struck out a palm. The crowd watched as the Guo family guards and servants were sent flying like they were hit by a great tidal wave, vomiting blood in large amounts. In a split second, the entire street was dead silent. A sharp intake of breaths ensued as the attention shifted onto Zhao Shu, who was standing behind Huang Xiaolong. Most of these Guo family guards were Xiantian experts. It was a given that most of them were only Xiantian first and second order experts, but they had coordinated a combined attack. Nonetheless, they were defeated by the unassuming middle-aged man standing behind Huang Xiaolong. Sent flying with just one palm, there were no exceptions. The earlier experts that were tempted to take on Guofei's reward of 10 million gold had cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. A chilly breeze brushed past their backs. Guoji and Guofei were as shocked as the rest of them. An indescribable disbelief covered their faces as they surveyed the street littered with the guards and servants that came out with them. Huang Xiaolong's countenance grew colder than ever as his gaze fell on the brothers. His feet raised, and step by step, he walked towards Guoji and Guofei. Only in this moment did reality hit them. Watching Huang Xiaolong approach, fear filled them, causing them to retreat subconsciously. Xiaolong, bro Xiaolong, it's a misunderstanding. Just now was simply a misunderstanding. Guoji forced an ugly smile on his face, waving his hands in emphasis. The quiver in his voice was noticeable. Yes, that's right, a misunderstanding. We didn't really mean that. Guofei too forced himself to smile amiably. It was just that the expression on his face looked uglier than crying. Just now was a misunderstanding? Huang Xiaolong's icy gaze swept over their faces like a blizzard, not slowing his pace as he continued walking closer to the Guo brothers. Yes, of course it was a misunderstanding. Guoji tried his best to keep the smile on his face. Guoji had a portly stature to begin with. Adding the forceful smile on his face, his appearance was a sight to behold. That's right, Xiaolong bro. When your sister marries into our Guo family, we're all brothers. Guofei laughed. We're one family. Right, one family. Guoji nodded his head with vigor. By this point, Huang Xiaolong stood about 3 meters from them, watching the panic and fear written all over the brothers' faces. He snickered, but it did not reach his eyes. What were the words you used earlier? A paltry little Huang family smelly pissant wants to enter our Guo family. Or did I have a problem with my ears and heard wrongly? Guoji and Guofei's faces clouded over like dark skies. Before the onlooking crowd, Guoji suddenly raised his hand and struck hard at his own face. Then he smiled amiably at Huang Xiaolong. It is my mouth that has a problem. I put my foot in my mouth. Xiaolong bro, I hope that you do not bear any ill feelings because of this. Guofei followed Guoji's action, steeling himself. He raised a hand and executed a merciless slap on his own face. After that, he forced himself to smile at Huang Xiaolong. That's true, Xiaolong bro. You're generous and magnanimous. Surely you won't mind these small matters with us, right? When the people around saw the two Guo brothers, Guoji and Guofei slapping themselves in the face, there was a feeling of absurd irony. But Huang Xiaolong shook his head at them. Unfortunately, being magnanimous is not something I practice. Therefore until here. Huang Xiaolong softly raised both his hands, and a frightening fluctuation of battle chi energy pooled in the center of Huang Xiaolong's palms. The Guo brothers' faces turned ashen, quickly retreating backward in a flustered manner. In that precise moment, a dignified voice thundered, "Who dares harm my young lord?" Followed by the sound of whistling wind as two figures flew over at rapid speed. When the Guo brothers saw the new arrivals, their faces lit up. Huang Xiaolong retrieved the battle chi rotating in his palms. Then, everyone's vision blurred as two old men dressed in black robes appeared in the street. One had very long, striking white eyebrows, whereas the other actually had white-colored irises. Guoji and Guofei rushed to their safety at the sides of these two old men. Steward Chun, Steward Liu. The two of them were the Duanren Empire, Guo family manor stewards. The Guo manor has 4 main stewards, and also 4 big experts. The one with the long white brows was Steward Chun Qingfeng, and the old man with the white irises was Steward Liu Yifan. Young lords, are you all right? Qingfeng nodded at Guoji and Guofei as he asked. The Guo family's 4 main stewards held a high position, hence they did not need to salute like the others' guards and servants when encountering Guoji and Guofei. Hearing this, Guoji snapped back in an instant. A finger pointed at Huang Xiaolong with eyes that spewed venom. He roared, Luckily both stewards rushed here in time. Otherwise, we would have been killed by this mongrel bastard. This mongrel bastard nearly crushed our throats just now. 2 stewards, you absolutely must end him here, Guofei quickly added. No, don't kill them. Capture him and those 2 old dogs. Leave the rest to us. Guoji suddenly interjected, pointing at Huang Xiaolong, Zhao Shu, and Fei Ho. If Huang Xiaolong simply died, it wouldn't be enough to calm the hatred burning in his heart. Thinking of the previous scene where he was lifted into the air by his neck in public, that humiliation made the cold gleam of Guoji's eyes peak. His eyes fixed a deadly stare on Huang Xiaolong, wishing he could gnaw on his raw flesh. Not to mention when he and his brother pleaded for mercy from Huang Xiaolong, they even went as far as slapping their own face. Guoji touched his cheek where a stinging pain pulsed under the skin. To ensure his life, he exerted full power on that slap earlier. Chen Qingfeng and Lu Yifan observed the 3 people on the other side, Huang Xiaolong, Zhao Shu, and Fei Ho. Rest assured, young lords, none of them will be able to escape. Lu Yifan looked at Huang Xiaolong's group and said with full confidence and coldness. Chen Qingfeng smirked as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. Little brat, this is the first time someone has dared to hurt my Guo family's young lords in Duanren Imperial City. Are you going to surrender yourselves? Or do you want me to make a move? At this point, Chen Qingfeng boasted. Frankly, I hope you choose to surrender because if I were to act, you would suffer greatly. The crowd also stirred, whispering amongst themselves. I didn't expect the Guo Manor's Chen Qingfeng and Lu Yifan to come personally. Huang Xiaolong has come to a dead end now. Steward Chen Qingfeng is a Xiantian 9th Order warrior. This Huang Xiaolong is really too proud and reckless. I heard some rumors saying that not too long ago in Duanren Institute, he actually ordered heartless young noble to kneel down and apologize. How many days has it been? Yet he already provoked the Guo family. Offending the Guo and Yao family, no matter how good his talent is, it's all in vain. The majority of the experts in the crowd shook their heads, while those younger generation people who were jealous of Huang Xiaolong's talent gloated in their hearts. Huang Xiaolong stood unmoving. The air rang with his cold words as he stared at Chen Qingfeng and Lu Yifan. If all of you act like a dog, kneel down like a dog, and bark like a dog a couple of times, then scram off, I can spare your lives. In the split second Huang Xiaolong's words rang in the street, the crowd broke out in a riot. Loud gasps of shock could be heard and warriors shook their heads even more obviously as they showered Huang Xiaolong with gazes of pity. In their opinion, they had seen many proud and arrogant youngsters, yet they hadn't seen someone as reckless and arrogant as this. He truly didn't know the immensity of the heavens. However, this delighted Guoji and Guofei who were watching from the side. They were very well aware of Steward Chen Qingfeng's methods. He was extremely cruel. One time, the brothers saw with their own eyes as Chen Qingfeng tortured an enemy till he was an inch from death but not dying. Recalling that scene, cold shivers ran down their spine. Huang Xiaolong's words definitely angered Chen Qingfeng, and once Chen Qingfeng was angered, Huang Xiaolong would die a miserable death. It was exactly like the brothers predicted. A horrible pressure exploded from Chen Qingfeng, increasing immensely. An icy killing intent burst forth from his body. The clear sky above suddenly darkened. Then pieces of black-colored snow floated down. The onlookers in all 4 directions immediately withdrew further back. Little punk, it seems you do not understand my Chen Qingfeng's methods, he said with a voice matching the falling black snow. I will let you know what you're in for. But, before he could make good on his words, a giant palm print descended from the void above, covering the entire sky akin to a mighty ancient mountain, slamming down on top of Chen Qingfeng's head. A booming sound reverberated in the air which caused the entire street to shake. The durable bright marble stone cracked and crumbled. A curtain of dust and sand covered the street. When the thick dust cloud dissipated, what entered their vision was Chen Qingfeng, flat as a pancake, embedded several meters deep into the street floor. A giant human-shaped crater was created. Everyone looked at that human-shaped crater with awe, as well as Chen Qingfeng within that crater. In the next moment, Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air as they looked at Zhao Shu. Just now, it was Zhao Shu who attacked. Guoji and Guofei, who were waiting to watch a good show around how Chun Qingfeng would torture Huang Xiaolong, were now dumbstruck staring at the huge hole in the street. The cool, exuding dominance in all 8 directions Chun Qingfeng didn't even have the energy to fart. Both of the Guo brothers were stupefied on the spot. Chun Qingfeng, a Xiantian Ninth Order expert, was flattened like a pancake on the street. The one standing next to Chun Qingfeng, and the same person who arrived together with Chun Qingfeng, Lu Yifan, felt as if baleful cold winds were howling in the air. His back felt chilly from the cold wind. He, with his domineering peak late Xiantian 8th Order strength, actually felt a layer of goosebumps rise on his skin. At this time, Zhao Shu's gaze shifted over. The goosebumped Lu Yifan felt as if his legs were kicked by a powerful bull. Both of his legs trembled, nearly causing him to fall to his knees. Say. Lu Yifan's tongue was in a knot. After saying it over and over again for a long time, he still couldn't muster up enough courage to say the word senior to its completion. When Lu Yifan was about to cry out the latter part of the word, Zhao Shu suddenly raised his hand and struck out with his palm. A giant palm print so powerful that it seemed to cover half the sky appeared above Lu Yifan's head. Lu Yifan looked at the humongous palm print hovering above him, his face turning ashen. Before he could do anything else, his vision darkened, followed by a resounding blast. Lu Yifan only felt his body shake violently for a second before the impact hit him like an ancient divine mountain. The sounds of bones breaking could be heard as a crushing sound surrounded his body. He lost consciousness almost instantly. In the final seconds before Lu Yifan lost control of his consciousness, he suddenly thought of the scene where Chun Qingfeng was smashed into a pancake before him, branded on the street pavement. When Lu Yifan met the same fate as Chun Qingfeng, being flattened into a pancake and kissing the street, the surrounding crowd once again drew in cold breaths. The Guo family's 2 main stewards had just been easily flattened by someone who looked as though he was simply swatting flies. Dead silence filled the normally prosperous and bustling street. The way the crowd looked at Zhao Shu was filled with astonishment and amazement. This unassuming and robust middle-aged man behind Huang Xiaolong was this strong. He easily dealt with Chun Qingfeng and Lu Yifan, half of the Guo family's main stewards. Only a peak late Xiantian 10th Order expert that was extremely close to that next level of terrifying existence could accomplish a feat like this. Huang Xiaolong looked at the 2 huge human-shaped craters and the unconscious Chun Qingfeng and Lu Yifan inside, his expression showing the same level of indifference as it had before. Turning around, he did not forget to deal with the Guoji and Guofei brothers. However, both Guoji and Guofei were staring at the 2 human-shaped craters in the street with a dumb look on their faces. While staring at Chun Qingfeng and Lu Yifan, neither of them noticed Huang Xiaolong approaching. It wasn't until he moved to within 2 meters of them that they felt the frigid cold killing intent emanating from Huang Xiaolong's body, jarring them out of their stupor. Both of them abruptly turned their necks, and when they saw that Huang Xiaolong was within 2 meters of reaching them, their hearts felt like they were pierced with a poisonous needle. Guoji and Guofei jumped back in reflex. Xiaolong bro. Guoji's face turned so ashen that it looked like it was covered by a thick layer of dust. His tongue seemed to stick to the roof of his mouth. No proper words could come out. Xiaolong bro. Huang Xiaolong smirked as he stepped closer to the brothers. Are you sure you don't mean, mongrel bastard? When Chun Qingfeng and Lu Yifan had just arrived, every sentence that came from the brothers' mouths included the words, mongrel bastard. Hearing Huang Xiaolong words, their expressions grew even more unsightly. No, we just now us. Guoji opened his mouth wanting to provide an excuse, but he was lost on where he should start. Could he use the same excuse and claim his mouth had a problem? That it was misspoken? Guofei smiled the best he could. We were too excited at that time, confused and unhinged for a moment. That's why inappropriate words came out. It was just some nonsense. That's right, nonsense. Xiaolong bro, we're one family. How could we call you a mongrel bastard? At this point, Guofei's face tightened and he quickly slapped his own mouth. No, Xiaolong bro, I didn't mean that. Huang Xiaolong had already walked up to them and stopped, standing very still. In the next moment, Huang Xiaolong's hand swung out and slapped the two across from him. A 5-finger handprint burned red on both brothers' faces. "We're one family?" Huang Xiaolong repeated, his voice was icy cold. Guizhi and Guofei felt burning pain coming from their faces, but hearing Huang Xiaolong's question, they squeezed a smile, agreeing, "Yes, yes, we're one family," but the instant the answer spilled out from their lips, Huang Xiaolong raised his right hand and sent another slap over. Another red 5-finger handprint marked Guizhi and Guofei's faces. "We're one family?" Huang Xiaolong coldly asked again. After being slapped twice by Huang Xiaolong, the left and right side of the brothers' faces became so swollen that their heads grew to a size similar to that of a mythical beast's. "And no, we're not family." The pronunciation that jumped out of their mouths was lacking accuracy. As soon as they finished saying that, Huang Xiaolong's palms turned, hitting the two squarely in the chest and sending them flying. A dark black palm print emerged on Guizhi and Guofei's chests. Shrill shrieks of wraiths could be heard coming from the palm print itself. "Scram!" Huang Xiaolong spat. Hearing Huang Xiaolong say the word scram was like Guizhi and Guofei's ears had heard a melody playing from heaven itself. After scrambling and clawing their way on all fours to get up from the ground, they ran for their lives. Neither of them had time to think of Chun Qingfeng, Lu Yifan, or the strange black palm print on their chests. The crowd's jaws dropped as they watched the gaffways the brothers got up and ran. Not until the two fleeing silhouettes disappeared did the crowd shift their focus. Reverence filled their eyes as they looked at Huang Xiaolong, Zhao Shu, and Fei Ho. Huang Xiaolong looked at the people in the crowd, and his gaze made those from the noble and big family's younger generation that were gloating earlier step back unconsciously in fear. In the next second, all of them ran away on their own accord. "Young lord, do you?" Zhao Shu came over and inquired. "No need." Huang Xiaolong shook his head. He understood what Zhao Shu meant, but people who gloated at others' misfortune were never short in supply. Huang Xiaolong couldn't possibly punish every single one of them. "Let's leave," Huang Xiaolong said as he took a last look at Chun Qingfeng and Lu Yifan lying on the street. "Yes, young lord." Huang Xiaolong's group of 3 left the scene, sent off by the fear in the crowd's eyes. When Huang Xiaolong's group disappeared from view, only then did the street break out in a commotion. After that, Huang Xiaolong no longer had the mood to walk around. Thus they went back to Southern Hill Estate. Shortly after Huang Xiaolong returned to Southern Hill Estate, the Guizhi and Guofei brothers who ran back the entire way in a panic had also reached the Guo mansion. The moment their feet crossed over the doorway, cries of "Dad, save us!" reverberated in the mansion grounds. "Dad, save us!" Their deafening cries alerted the mansion's experts. At this time, Guo Shirwan was discussing with the Guo family's chief steward, Zhang Yu, about Imperial City's Million Treasures auction slated to take place in the upcoming month. When he heard his sons, Guizhi and Guofei's voices, his concentration was broken. Jumping to his feet from his chair, he headed straight to the manor's main entrance. Chief Steward Zhang Yu quickly stood up as well and followed behind Guo Shirwan. When Guo Shirwan reached the main hall's door, he saw that their faces were swollen to the size of a pig's head and the dark black palm prints on their chests. Seeing their miserable state, Guo Shirwan rushed out and snapped angrily, "What exactly happened?" This was the first time someone dared to hit his, Guo Shirwan's, sons. And on top of that, with such grave injuries. "Dad, Dad!" Seeing their dad, Guizhi and Guofei cried out even more miserably, dashing over to their father. "Speak, what happened?" Guo Shirwan snapped. "It's Huang Xiaolong, it was Huang Xiaolong. That mongrel bastard hit us," Guizhi said. "Dad, you cannot let that mongrel bastard Huang Xiaolong get away with this." "Huang Xiaolong?" Guo Shirwan was taken aback. "Yes, it was Huang Xiaolong," Guofei interjected. Guo Shirwan looked over to Chief Steward Zhang Yu with a baffled expression. Huang Xiaolong's name was strange to his ears. Zhang Yu took a small step forward, explaining to him, "Huang Xiaolong is this year's Imperial City Battle first-place winner. Patriarch was away for some time, hence you have no impression of him. Some time ago, Guo went out to handle some business at an external Million Treasure House branch and had just come back recently. Being busy day in and day out with the family business, he hadn't had the time to pay attention to these things. But then again, with his identity, he didn't need to follow events such as the Imperial City battle closely. In his eyes, the Imperial City battle was nothing more than a game for kids. This year's Imperial City battle first place? A tiny frown appeared on Guo forehead. I heard that Xie family's little kid, Xie, also took part this year? Yes, indeed. In this year's Imperial City battle, Xie family's Xie also took part. Zhang Yu replied respectfully. But, in the last round, Xie lost to Huang Xiaolong. This Huang Xiaolong's talent is quite amazing. He has superb twin martial spirits. What? Superb twin martial spirits? Guo was stunned. Yes, and both of his superb twin martial spirits are a primordial divine dragon. One is the black dragon, and the other is a blue dragon that has never been seen before. Zhang Yu added, a never-seen-before blue dragon. Guo eyes narrowed inexplicably. Dad, on the street just now Huang Xiaolong humiliated us, nearly crushing our throats. Guo swiftly cut in. We cannot let that mongrel bastard Huang Xiaolong off. Guo looked at the two of them. Suddenly, he clapped his palms together, sending out two spheres of flames that spiraled into their chests. The dark black handprint that Huang Xiaolong left on their body disappeared at rapid speed. Feeling the pain in their chests disappear, Guo and Guo were overjoyed. Where are Chen Qingfeng and Lu Yifan? Guo asked Zhang Yu. Go and summon them here. Yes, Patriarch, Zhang Yu answered with respect. Hearing this, an uneasy hesitation showed on Guo's face as he said, Dad, Steward Chen Qingfeng and Lu Yifan, just now, they, spit it out. Guo frown creased deeper. Guo nearly jumped out from his skin. We ran into Huang Xiaolong in the streets. Later, the two stewards also came. They are still there now. They're still there. This puzzled Guo and Zhang Yu. Both were unable to catch the meaning behind those words. Being the focus of Guo and Zhang Yu's gaze, Guo stammered out an explanation. Both the stewards, Chen Qingfeng and Lu Yifan, were wounded. They are still lying there. I'm not sure if they're still alive. What? Guo and Zhang Yu both exclaimed in shock with widened eyes. Chen Qingfeng and Lu Yifan were wounded and still lying on the streets, and the brothers was unsure if they were dead or alive. Guo and Guo cast their head down, too scared to face Guo expression. Was it a bodyguard beside Huang Xiaolong? Guo questioned in a surly tone. Yes, one of Huang Xiaolong's bodyguards. Guo hurried to answer, describing Zhao Shu's facial features to his father. When Guo finished, Guo and Zhang Yu exchanged a look. How did Huang Xiaolong's bodyguard wound Chen Qingfeng and Lu Yifan? Guo asked another question. Huang Xiaolong's bodyguard waved his hand a single time and a giant palm print appeared in the sky above, swatting down on Chen Qingfeng and Lu Yifan. Then, both stewards were directly buried into the ground. Guo said, What? You're saying the other side just used a single wave of his hand? Guo and Zhang Yu were shocked once again. It's true. That bodyguard just used one move. Guo answered honestly. The atmosphere in the big hall suddenly became stagnated. Guo paced back and forth, and no one dared to make a sound. After what seemed like a long time, Guo walked up and muttered cautiously, Dad, we cannot let this matter be forgiven. Guo looked at his sons. His words were spoken slowly through his lips. Of course we won't let this matter be forgiven so simply. He, as the recognized Guo family successor, had both of his sons humiliated and wounded in public. Where would the Guo family's face be if he let this matter go? At that time, Zhang Yu stepped forward as well. Patriarch, if the other side needed only one palm to wound Chen Qingfeng and Lu Yifan gravely, then he is very likely a peak late Xintian 10th Order expert, someone very close to breaking into Saint Realm. Guo scoffed. So what if he is a peak late Xintian 10th order expert? A ruthless light flickered in his eyes as he said, even if he is a peak late Xintian 10th order expert, he dared to injure my son. There is only one ending, death. Death. A powerful aura burst out from Guosherwen's body. At the same time in Yao Manor. Yao Fei's expression was extremely gloomy as he listened to his subordinate's report. What is the name of that middle-aged man that wounded Chan Qingfeng and Lu Yifan? Moments later, Yao Fei asked. A middle-aged man in an indigo robe came forward. According to this subordinate's investigation, he is called Zhao Shu. The man who responded was Yao Fei's left and right-hand man. His name was Xiao Teng. Zhao Shu. Yao Fei repeated the name. Xiao Teng moved closer, adding, young noble. This Zhao Shu is probably very close to breaking into Saint Realm. It seems, Jin Mu and Zhang Fei's death are related to this Zhao Shu person. Yao Fei snickered. Peak late Xintian 10th order? No wonder Huang Xiaolong was so arrogant. Young noble, with regards to Huang Xiaolong, should we? Xiao Teng hesitated. A mere peak late Xintian 10th order expert. Our Yao family has a foundation that was built over 2,000 years ago. Would we be afraid of a greenhorn that's wet behind the ears? Yao Fei scoffed. Regardless of what identity that Huang Xiaolong has, people who have offended me will suffer the same consequences, and that is to die miserably. Continue sending people to watch over Huang Xiaolong's movements. Yes, young noble. Deep in the silent night, Huang Xiaolong stood in his yard. The scene of Li Lu being taken away once again replayed in his mind. Ao Baishue. His knuckles turned white as he thought of the words Ao Baishue said. There was barely 7 years left before the next Deities Templar's disciple selection. And one of the conditions to become a Deities Templar disciple was to reach Xiantian 10th order. Xiantian 10th order. Monstrous though Huang Xiaolong's talent might be, and as fast as his cultivation speed was, there was no way he could advance to Xiantian 10th order in 7 years. Was there no other way? Huang Xiaolong's brows locked together. Sovereign. Suddenly, Zhao Shu's voice sounded. Come in. Huang Xiaolong calmed himself and answered. Sovereign, did you need something from me? Zhao Shu asked after he stepped in. Zhao Shu, do you know of any method that could help me break through to Xiantian 10th order within 7 years? Huang Xiaolong asked directly. Hearing this, Zhao Shu sighed secretly in his heart. He could easily see through his sovereign's intention. Shaking his head, Zhao Shu said, Sovereign, there's no way unless... Unless what? Huang Xiaolong swirled around and his eyes lit up. Unless Sovereign can spend time cultivating in Divine World. Zhao Shu said. Divine World. Huang Xiaolong blanked for a second before shaking his head with a bitter smile. This was something impossible. Only Deities Templar knew the space tunnel to enter Divine World, and according to what Zhao Shu explained previously, it required several peak late Saint 10th order experts working together with an ancient array before a tunnel could be opened. Then, out of nowhere, a thought struck Zhao Shu and he blurted out, There's another way, maybe it could? There might be a way. Huang Xiaolong blanked for a moment, and then thrill took over. What way? Godly MT Shumi. Zhao Shu sounded dignified at the suggestion. Godly MT Shumi. Huang Xiaolong repeated in a daze. The next moment, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. You're implying the same godly MT Shumi on the heavenly treasure list? Zhao Shu nodded. Correct, the number 1 wonder that sits at the top of the heavenly treasure list. Godly MT Shumi possesses a very unique mystical power and yields a liquid called geocentric Buddha elixir. If one could swallow the geocentric Buddha elixir, their cultivation would progress as rapidly as a stallion flying 1,000 li in a day. If I were to take a guess at what wondrous treasure between heaven and earth could help Sovereign break through to Xiantian 10th order in the shortest amount of time possible, then it could only be the godly MT Shumi. Godly MT Shumi. Huang Xiaolong inhaled deeply. Zhao Shu continued. To subdue the godly MT Shumi, that person must possess 2 of the same kind of superb talent martial spirit, and one of them must be at least grade 13 or above. Coincidentally, Sovereign, you're someone with two of the same kind of superb talent, martial spirit, with one being a blue dragon above grade 13. Huang Xiaolong nodded. A certain light shone in his eyes as his voice gravely sounded. However, I heard the godly empty Shumi only appeared one time several million years ago and has never appeared again since. This was the most crucial point. Even if Huang Xiaolong had two of the same kind of superb talent, martial spirit, and fulfilled the requirement to subdue the godly MT Shumi with one of his martial spirits being above grade 13, he didn't even know where the godly MT Shumi was. How was he going to get a hold of it? The truth is, this subordinate has a rough idea as to where the godly MT Shumi could be. Zhao Shu suddenly released some unexpected and earth-shattering news. What? Huang Xiaolong's eyes rounded wide with the shocking revelation. Zhao Shu nodded his head. A few years ago, subordinate stumbled upon the godly MT Shumi's possible location from an ancient Buddhist scripture. If I'm not mistaken, the godly MT Shumi should be in the Blessed Buddha Empire's Buddha Cavern. Blessed Buddha Empire's Buddha Cavern. Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up. On Snow Wind Continent, there were 17 empires. Blessed Buddha Empire was definitely one of the three most powerful empires amongst all 17. However, Blessed Buddha Empire was located on the most southern point of Snow Wind Continent. The distance from Duanren Empire was no joke. Yes, Blessed Buddha Empire's Buddha Cavern, Zhao Shu confirmed. Despite that, a small doubt surfaced. Sovereign, this Buddha Cavern is Blessed Buddha Empire's sacred cavern. To enter is easier said than done. Although Zhao Shu had surmised the whereabouts of the godly MT Shumi from an ancient Buddhist scripture, the Buddha Cavern was heavily guarded by many experts due to its exalted existence as the sacred cavern in Blessed Buddha Empire. This was also one of the reasons that deterred Zhao Shu from going to the Buddha Cavern. Of course, the actual reason Zhao Shu did not adamantly pursue the godly MT Shumi was because he did not possess two of the same kind of superb talent, martial spirit, so that decimated his chances of trying to subdue the heavenly treasure list's #1 treasure. Since there was no chance, there was no use in him going to Blessed Buddha Empire. Blessed Buddha Empire, Buddha Cavern. Huang Xiaolong's brows scrunched together tightly. Now that the whereabouts of the godly MT Shumi was known, Huang Xiaolong was relieved. But for it to be at Blessed Buddha Empire's Buddha Cavern, Sovereign. A short while later, Zhao Shu called out and pulled Huang Xiaolong back to the present after seeing how immersed he was within his own chaotic thoughts. Huang Xiaolong awoke from the trailing thoughts running through his head. Has Sovereign decided to make a trip to the Blessed Buddha Empire's Buddha Cavern now? Or? Zhao Shu asked. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. We'll talk again later. Even if it didn't exceed 1 year, journeying from Duanren Empire to Blessed Buddha Empire would take at least 8 to 9 months if relying on Huang Xiaolong's current speed. Moreover, reaching Blessed Buddha Empire didn't mean he could just waltz into their sacred cavern. Thus, it would be best if he first found the Absolute Soul Pearl in Duanren Institute before thinking about obtaining the godly MT Shumi. The Absolute Soul Pearl might carry less novelty compared to the godly MT Shumi, but regardless of that, it was still a heavenly treasure ranked at 4th place. Subduing the Absolute Soul Pearl could enhance Huang Xiaolong's cultivation speed just the same. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong asked Zhao Shu questions pertaining to the godly MT Shumi and Blessed Buddha Empire, which Zhao Shu answered as honestly he could with what little knowledge he had. In fact, Zhao Shu only guessed that the godly MT Shumi was in the Buddha Cavern due to the Buddhist scriptures he previously saw. As to its exact location, Zhao Shu had no real inclination. The word enormous was not enough to properly describe Blessed Buddha Empire's Buddha Cavern, for it was several times bigger than Duanren Square. Even if Huang Xiaolong succeeded in entering the Buddha Cavern, locating the godly MT Shumi itself was going to prove to be an arduous task. Not long after Zhao Shu left. After Zhao Shu left, Huang Xiaolong once again pondered. His plan now was to subdue the Absolute Soul Pearl at the earliest possible time and then rush to Blessed Buddha Empire. Nonetheless, whether it was the Absolute Soul Pearl or godly MT Shumi, Huang Xiaolong was determined to obtain them. A short while later, Huang Xiaolong triggered the God-binding ring and entered the ancient battlefield to begin his practice. The night passed. Exiting the ancient battlefield, Huang Xiaolong left Southern Hill Estate, heading directly to the Inner Division grounds while carrying the golden token with him. His plan was to continue the same hunt he had for the past weeks, trying to sense the absolute Soul Pearl's presence through the Linglong Treasure Pagoda and God-binding ring. But when the passing Duanren Institute students saw Huang Xiaolong, the emotions they secretly held towards him were drastically different from before. There was reverence, schadenfreude, jealousy, and even admiration. The news about Huang Xiaolong turning the Guo brothers into pig-faced fools had already spread to every corner of the institute. Although Guozhi and Gue Fei's status was less illustrious when compared to Duan Wuhan, Yao Fei, and the several superfamilies, their existence held similar regard. Yet, both of them had been smacked around so hard that they became unrecognizable. Huang Xiaolong ignored the strange looks being thrown his way and wandered idly within the inner division for the whole day. Night once again descended. Looking at the time, Huang Xiaolong decided to leave for the day, planning to return to Southern Hill Estate and then continue searching tomorrow. However, just as Huang Xiaolong stepped out from the Inner Division grounds, a group of people far off in the distance rushed up to him. They were led by none other than the Guozhi and Guofei duo who had been beaten to a pulp by Huang Xiaolong the day before. As Guozhi, Guofei, and their gang whirled through like a blizzard, all the other students steered clear away from them. Watching Guozhi and Guofei coming for him, Huang Xiaolong sneered and did not move. He stood still at the same spot, welcoming their arrival with a calm expression on his face. Guozhi's group of people reached Huang Xiaolong very quickly, spreading out in an encirclement. Just a day had passed and the brothers' swollen pig-faced heads had mostly recovered, likely due to the miraculous effects of some expensive medicine. Lil Doggy Huang, with that old dog Zhao Shu is not at your side. I want to see who else can save you this time. Guozhi chuckled sinisterly, laughter twisting with hate. His eyes filled with venom as he glowered at Huang Xiaolong. Oh really? The temperature in Huang Xiaolong's voice dropped. Seeing Huang Xiaolong's nonchalant reaction, the rage in his heart erupted. A finger pointed at Huang Xiaolong. He was close to hollering, Huang Xiaolong, you mongrel dog bastard. If I don't cripple you today and beat you up until your mom can't recognize you, then my surname's not Guo. Go, attack, I want this mongrel dog taught a lesson. Just make sure he doesn't die on the spot. Guozhi roared, signaling his lackey with a wave of his hand. Just when Guozhi and Guofei's lackeys were about to move out, a lazy and slow yet dignified voice cried, Wait! The Guo brothers could not help but stop. Who the fuck dares to interfere in my affairs? Hearing someone speak up and disturb him, he barked and spun around. Guozhi spun around to see the person who spoke and then his body instantly stiffened. The anger on his face dissipated like a puff of smoke, but he failed to smile. A person wearing a golden yellow robe embroidered with 8 mighty yellow dragons strided towards him. It was none other than Duan Wuhan, and he had a group of the institute's top students behind him. The lackeys who were standing behind Guozhi and Guofei turned ashen with fright when they saw Duan Wuhan, immediately falling to a salute. Greeting to his second Imperial Prince Highness. Duan Wuhan's expression looked frosty as he stopped in front of Guozhi. What did you say just now? Fear and trepidation rose in the hearts of the brothers and their lackeys. Misunderstanding. It was a misunderstanding. That is, just now was a misunderstanding. Guozhi forced a smile while waving his hands frantically. I did not realize it was you. If I knew, how would I dare? I wouldn't. He did feel that the voice sounded familiar, but he did not link it to Duan Wuhan. If he honestly knew earlier, even if he was dealing with the pain of a gallstone, he wouldn't dare snap at Duan Wuhan. Duan Wuhan's eyes were like sharp blades as they swept across both brothers' faces. And before Guozhi and Guofei's frightful faces, he walked over and came to a stop in front of Huang Xiaolong. In front of Huang Xiaolong, the difference on Duan Wuhan's expression was like night and day. He then asked Huang Xiaolong with a blooming smile, Brother Xiaolong, are you all right? Brother Xiaolong, are you all right? Everyone around felt like they were struck with heavenly lightning from the 9th heaven, each person turning dazed and stiff. Guozhi and Guofei's eyes were wide-eyed with shock as they stared at Second Imperial Prince Duan Wuhan with disbelief. What did the Second Imperial Prince Duan Wuhan say just now? Brother Xiaolong? He actually called Huang Xiaolong brother. Duan Wuhan's voice sounded again. They did not frighten you, right? Just as the question came out, Duan Wuhan hurried to explain himself. No, what I meant was, did they disturb you? Watching the flustered manner Duan Wuhan displayed while trying to explain to Huang Xiaolong, the Guo brothers felt their knees become so weak that it was as if they were about to black out. All the while the rest of the people in the surrounding area, including the top students who arrived with Duan Wuhan, were stunned, their faces agape. What situation was this? Duan Wuhan was Duanren Empire's second imperial prince, and Huang Xiaolong? If comparing identities, Huang Xiaolong was only an ordinary new student of the institute. Everyone's minds went blank, unable to figure out what was happening right in front of them. I'm all right, Huang Xiaolong said to Duan Wuhan. In the next moment, the crowd saw Duan Wuhan seemingly breathe in relief at Huang Xiaolong's answer. Initially, Duan Wuhan wanted to refer to Huang Xiaolong as young noble, as per his father, Duanren Emperor's order, but Huang Xiaolong was concerned it would be too shocking if others heard it. Hence, he suggested Duan Wuhan call him brother when in public. Even so, it was enough to jar Guizhi and Guofei to the core. Brother Xiaolong, in your opinion, how shall we deal with them? The eyes of the crowd couldn't help but look at Huang Xiaolong while Huang Xiaolong looked at Guizhi and Guofei, causing the brothers' hearts to tighten with unease. Huang Xiaolong strode slowly towards the frightful brothers. Huang. Guizhi panicked, stammering as he tried to speak, yet no words seemed right. After all, Duan Wuhan called him brother, and it didn't seem as though he was qualified to call Huang Xiaolong brother, the same way Duan Wuhan did. Guofei wasn't faring much better than Guizhi. Stopping before them, Huang Xiaolong's words were icy. I already gave you a chance yesterday. The color drained from Guizhi and Guofei's already pale faces. But in the next moment Guizhi suddenly fell to his knees sobbing, Brother Xiaolong, it's our wrong. Please give us another chance. Right. We won't dare antagonize you anymore in the future. Guofei followed suit and fell on his knees, begging desperately. Pity, it's too late. Huang Xiaolong's cold voice cut through the sobbing cries. Guizhi and Guofei froze. Then when they wanted to say something more, Huang Xiaolong's palm snaked out and struck squarely on their chests. The Guo brothers wailed as their body arched in the air, then fell to the ground, rolling until they crashed into two ancient-looking trees 100 meters away. A deafening boom resounded. Both ancient trees shook and swayed as if they were about to fall. A few breaths later, the two ancient trees gave out and fell, right onto the two people beneath them. Young Lord, the Guo brothers' lackeys cried out. However, when they rushed out to help, a terrifying sword intent slashed in their path, cutting a long thin rift on the ground. The lackeys jumped back swiftly in fear. The terrifying sword intent came from Duan Wuhan. Retrieving his hand, Duan Wuhan stated coldly, Whoever dares to approach any closer, die. Since that was the case, none of the Guo brothers' lackeys dared to move forward. My Chi-Si! The Guo brothers who were pinned under the two ancient trees suddenly screamed shrilly. Huang Xiaolong's earlier palm attack struck accurately and had affected their Chi-Si, crushing them. The Chi-Si was where battle Chi was stored and gathered within the body. If the Chi-Si was crushed, the damaging consequences were not hard to imagine. By this point, the crowd had finally discovered that Guizhi and Guofei's Chi-Si had been crippled. This result increased the budding fear in the brothers' lackeys. Even as he watched the shrieking Guizhi and Guofei, Huang Xiaolong's face was unperturbed. A deadly air filled the area. Brother Xiaolong, we? At this time, Duan Wuhan came up and inquired. Let's go. Duan Wuhan was stunned, but inwardly, he sighed in relief. He thought Huang Xiaolong was really going to kill both of the Guo brothers. Guizhi and Guofei's identities differed from the average Guo family disciples. If both of them really died, the troubles that followed would not so easily be resolved. Only after Huang Xiaolong and Duan Wuhan had left did Guizhi and Guofei's lackeys scrambled to their sides and brought them away to seek help. Before long, the news about Guozhi and Guofei's Qi being crushed by Huang Xiaolong had spread like wildfire in Duanren Institute. In less than a day, this news had rattled the institute like a tsunami. You heard it right. Second Imperial Prince actually referred to Huang Xiaolong as a brother. What is this Huang Xiaolong's real identity? Didn't they say he comes from a small family within Luotong Kingdom? Also, that bodyguard of his, Zhao Shu, was actually someone with strength infinitely close to the Saint Realm. Now that Guozhi and Guofei's Qi has been crushed, I wonder how the Guo family will react? Voices from discussions echoed in almost every corner of Duanren Institute. As time wore on, the big families of Duanren Empire also came to receive this piece of news. Yao Mansion. Hearing Xiao Tang's report, Yao Fei was also slightly taken aback. But it wasn't because Huang Xiaolong crushed Guozhi and Guofei's Qi. Rather, it was because Duan Wuhan called Huang Xiaolong brother. Young noble, it seems this Huang Xiaolong's identity is not so simple. Xiao Tang broached the subject hanging in the air. Even with Duan Wuhan's identity and status, he had actually called Huang Xiaolong brother. Anyone would surmise there was more to Huang Xiaolong's identity. Yao Fei broke out in a sudden laugh when hearing the remark. Isn't it more meaningful that way? It would be extremely dull if everyone was weak and useless. Where has the Huang family reached now? Yao Fei suddenly asked. They should be arriving in Grand Beginnings Kingdom in another 2 days. Xiao Ting answered. Grand Beginnings Kingdom. A light gleamed in Yao Fei's eyes. Yao Fei pondered quietly for a while, and then his hand indicated for Xiao Tang to come closer and said something to him. Yes, young noble, please rest assured. Xiao Tang answered respectfully at Yao Fei's instruction. With another wave of his hand, Xiao Tang withdrew. At the same time, somewhere within the Guo mansion, Guo Sherwin's face appeared extremely gloomy as he looked at both of his sons being carried back. A scary killing intent brewed strongly in his heart. Huang Xiaolong. Guo Sherwin gritted his teeth and then let out an abrupt wrathful roar. The Guo family experts in the main hall shivered with trepidation. It was the first time the Guo family members had experienced this level of rage from Guo Sherwin. All kept quiet, reducing their presence as much as possible. This even included Zhang Yu, the chief steward of the Guo family. There was a silent rage brewing inside of Zhang Yu too, a burning desire to slaughter. Guozhi and Guofei were the young lords of the Guo family, yet someone was daring enough to crush their Qi, crippling them. This was a humiliation for the Guo mansion, a naked provocation. It was apparent the other side did not place the entire Guo mansion in their eyes. This Huang Xiaolong was too emboldened. Today, the Guo family had become the after-dinner topic and joke for many of Duanren Empire's big families. As the chief steward of the Guo family, Zhang Yu too was greatly angered by Huang Xiaolong. Patriarch, this matter, should we let Ancestor know? Moments later Zhang Yu walked up and asked. Guo Sherwin's eyes were cold with hatred. Father is in closed-door practice at this crucial moment in an attempt to break into the Saint Realm. Don't alert him with this matter. Yes, Patriarch, Zhang Yu answered. He hesitated before continuing. Huang Xiaolong's younger sister, Huang Min, has an engagement agreement with young Master Guo Tai. Patriarch, this matter? Engaged, Guo Sherwin scoffed. Arrange for this secret letter to reach my younger brother, Xuan's hand. Tell him to rescind that little brat Guo Tai's engagement. Huang Xiaolong's little sister, cheap material such as her wishes to enter my Guo family? Zhang Yu received the secret letter and acknowledged Guo Sherwin's instruction with respect. He then ventured. Then, as for Huang Xiaolong? Father will definitely succeed in breaking through to Saint Realm during his secluded practice this time, Guo Sherwin replied coldly. We'll deal with Huang Xiaolong and Zhao Shu once and for all after Father comes out. Patriarch is wise. 3 days passed. The other big and super families that were waiting for the Guo family's lightning fast and frenzied retaliation towards Huang Xiaolong were expecting to watch a good show. But what surprised them was that the Guo family did not take any action. All was calm and peaceful. This response made those waiting dumbfounded. The million treasures firm managed by the Guo family was one of Duanren Empire's 3 biggest firms with branches all over Duanren Empire's territory. With unimaginable wealth and a foundation close to 1,000 years, it was only slightly below the Xie and Yao family-level hegemonies. Yet when both of their young lords' Qis were broken, they actually endured in silence. This was so unlike the Guo family's style of handling things. Even taking into consideration that Huang Xiaolong was a brother-in-arms with Second Imperial Prince Duan Wuhan, it still did not make sense for the Guo family to be so quiet. Not even a fart could be heard. In short, the Guo family's reaction was too abnormal. Not paying attention to the whispers around him and however the Guo family wanted to react, Huang Xiaolong arrived at Duanren Institute almost like clockwork to wander idly around the inner division grounds, attempting to capture any presence of the Absolute Soul Pearl until late evening before returning to Southern Hill Estate. Then, he triggered the God-binding ring and once again entered the ancient battlefield to continue his practice. 3 days passed and there was zero harvest. He still failed to sense the Absolute Soul Pearl's location. Another 10 days passed in the same way. On this night Huang Xiaolong stood in the middle of the yard, his eyebrows creasing slightly while in deep thought. Half a month had passed, and in this half a month he practically covered every inch of the inner division grounds. He even went as far as the female dormitory. Still, he was unable to sense any reaction linked to the Absolute Soul Pearl. Nothing. Could it be? The Absolute Soul Pearl is not inside Duanren Institute. Huang Xiaolong's thoughts branched out. Just then, a thought struck his mind like lightning. There was one spot in Duanren Institute that he did not go. Saint Pavilion. Saint Pavilion was Duanren Institute's restricted zone. The Saint Pavilion was a space opened up by Duanren Institute's Saint Realm experts. But this Saint Pavilion was not a place Huang Xiaolong could enter nonchalantly even with Duanren Emperor's golden token because Saint Pavilion was only open annually, once. To open it, all the Saint Realm experts of Duanren Institute would pool their strength. Inside the Saint Pavilion existed a saint spiritual energy that was beneficial to one's battle chi cultivation. And every time it was opened, only 10 Duanren Institute students were sent inside to cultivate for 1 month. Saint Pavilion. Huang Xiaolong mumbled to himself. Moments later, he summoned Zhao Shu, telling him that on his next trip to the Duanren Imperial Palace, he was to inform Duan Ran that Huang Xiaolong would like to go in and have a look the next time the Saint Pavilion opened. As the founder of Duanren Institute, Duanren Emperor could name 3 students to enter the Saint Pavilion for practice every year, whereas the remaining 7 names were divided between the 7 big families: Xia family, Yao family, Guo family, Yan family, Zhao family, and Chen family. Early in the morning, Zhao Shu returned from Duanren Imperial Palace and reported to Huang Xiaolong that he had mentioned the matter to Duanren Emperor. Duanren, of course, agreed. He also included information about things that Huang Xiaolong needed to pay attention to. 2 months later, Huang Xiaolong repeated to himself. 2 months later was the time of Saint Pavilion's next opening. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong had no other option but to wait for 2 months. For not even Duanren could change the timing as he liked. Thus, Huang Xiaolong waited patiently while practicing, waiting for Saint Pavilion's opening in 2 months' time. On this day, Huang Xiaolong was practicing Azura sword skill in the yard, when Fei Ho suddenly burst in, reporting, "Sovereign, a rapid rumor is spreading through the imperial city claiming the Guo family's Guo Shuan has just announced the rescindment of Guo Tai's engagement with young Miss." Hearing this, Huang Xiaolong halted his practice. The temperature in his eyes dropped sharply. It was Guo Shuan that announced it in person? It is so, according to the rumors flying around. Fei Ho respectfully replied. Go confirm if Guo Shuan said it with his own mouth. Huang Xiaolong's voice sounded cold. Also, find out what Guo Tai's response is to this. Yes, Sovereign. Fei Ho answered respectfully and retreated. After Fei Ho left, the blades of Azura in Huang Xiaolong's hands slashed out. 2 enchanting flowers of the other shore bloomed in mesmerizing splendor, disappearing before one could catch a glimpse. Barely a breath later, a giant boulder in the nearby courtyard crumbled into stone dust. These days, Huang Xiaolong's practice included imbuing ethereal palm's effect into the flower of the other shore's attack, making it even more unpredictable, powerful, and undefendable. Against the current Huang Xiaolong, even it was an early or mid-Shintian second-order warrior, he was confident he could kill them in one move. Huang Xiaolong practiced in the yard, repeating the moves from Tempest of Hell, Tears of Azura, Wrath of the Nether King, State of Abundant Lightning, and Flower of the Other Shore again and again. Huang Xiaolong finally stopped several hours later and breathed out a mouth of foul qi, thinking to himself, "It appears that I will be able to start practicing the sixth move soon." His Flower of the Other Shore had reached a plateau. At this time Fei Ho, who went out to investigate the rumors, returned and reported to Huang Xiaolong. "Sovereign, we have updated information. It has been confirmed that it was Guo Shiwan himself that announced the news, but Guo Tai did not agree." This made Huang Xiaolong's expression change slightly for the better. "First, don't let Second Miss know about it," Huang Xiaolong reminded with a solemn voice. "Yes, Sovereign," Fei Ho said. "You retreat first." Huang Xiaolong excused him. Fei Ho acknowledged and once again left the yard. In another 7 months, Second Sis, Mom and Dad, and the rest will arrive in Imperial City. Huang Xiaolong frowned. The news couldn't be kept under wraps for long. His little sister would find out sooner or later. That old guy Guo Chun is in closed-door practice to break through to the Saint Realm. Huang Xiaolong sneered. He naturally knew the reason why the Guo family wasn't anxious to deal with him. They did not retaliate earlier because they were waiting for old man Guo Chun to come out from closed-door practice after successfully breaking through to the Saint Realm in order to deal with him. Since that was the case, he would accompany the Guo family in their little game. Thus, another month passed in similar days. Within the God-binding ring's ancient battlefield, Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged, running both the body metamorphose scripture and Azura tactics. The heaven and earth spiritual energy and the netherworld spiritual energy gathered towards Huang Xiaolong simultaneously. At the same time, the black and blue dragon hovered high above him, devouring the true dragon qi tumbling down from the ancient dragon world. Multiple strands of fiery red true dragon qi entered the twin dragon martial spirits and Huang Xiaolong's bodies. Huang Xiaolong breathed in and out according to a certain rhythm as black and blue-colored lights coruscated. In just 2 months of practice, the true dragon qi within Huang Xiaolong's body was 10 times more than when he started. It existed in harmony with the netherworld battle qi in Huang Xiaolong's qi si and meridians. Now, in the space above Huang Xiaolong's qi si, true dragon qi condensed rapidly, gradually forming into the fiery red shape of a primordial divine dragon, whereas the netherworld battle qi also started taking shape in the image of an archdemon of hell. As time flew by, these two vague images became more and more condensed and real. Sensing the changes in his qi si, Huang Xiaolong was stupefied. According to Zhao Shu's description, only those peak late 10th order warriors who were approaching the Saint Realm would experience signs of battle qi taking shape. But Huang Xiaolong's battle qi already started to take shape in his qi si. When it came time to break into the Saint Realm, the corporeal shapes in his qi si would become even more condensed, evolving into a real solid entity. Huang Xiaolong was delighted with the changes in his qi si. Indeed, after the battle qi began to take shape, his speed in absorbing true dragon qi and netherworld spiritual energy had increased significantly. 10 days passed. Huang Xiaolong spent all of his time cultivating in the ancient battlefield. By now, he could run both the body metamorphose scripture and Azura tactics simultaneously with ease. Within these last couple months of practice, Huang Xiaolong's strength had gone from late Shintian First Order to peak late Xiantian First Order. On this day, Huang Xiaolong took out that same piece of illustrated diagram. He had fully comprehended the 5th move of Azura sword skill, Flower of the Other Shore. Hence, he could now learn the 6th move. Huang Xiaolong read the description for the 6th move from the piece of illustration. The 6th move, Eye of Reincarnation. After studying what was written and the illustration, Huang Xiaolong closed his eyes to recall what he learned. When he had full grasp of the Eye of Reincarnation's movements and the route of battle qi circulation, he placed the piece of paper back into the Azura ring. But Huang Xiaolong did not start practicing. Instead, he visualized the movements and battle qi circulation route over and over in his head. More than an hour later, The blades of Azura suddenly emerged in Huang Xiaolong's hands, and he swung out with lightning speed. Countless cold, sharp blade lights appeared, revolving in a strange circular shape. As the blade's lights spun in that peculiar circle, a red eyeball that exuded strong killing intent emerged in midair. The eerie eyeball glowed a ghostly dark red, and the area within its red glow seemed to enter a surreal, dreamlike illusion. In the next moment, the red eyeball rotated and issued an enormous amount of frigid blade intent, enough to perforate the wall 100 zhang away. At the same time, the Eye of Reincarnation issued something called Light of Reincarnation. This forced the victim to experience reincarnation, causing them to succumb to excruciating pain. This was the most terrifying power of Eye of Reincarnation. According to what was written, once this move, Eye of Reincarnation reaches its major completion, all living beings within 1 million li would be affected, each entering into a different illusion. After the first attempt, Huang Xiaolong stopped, closing his eyes to recall the earlier comprehension. An hour later, he made the second attack attempt. This time, the dark red glow coming from the Eye of Reincarnation was a little bit stronger than the previous attack, and the area expanded from the previous 10 zhang to a dozen zhang. The Light of Reincarnation also grew stronger. After every attempt, Huang Xiaolong would stop to recall and comprehend. And like this, the process repeated. As Huang Xiaolong repeated the process of practice and recall, the attack power of Eye of Reincarnation gradually improved. After another 10 days passed, there was now only a single day remaining before the Saint Pavilion opened. Huang Xiaolong exited the ancient battlefield. With 10 days of practice, Huang Xiaolong managed to double the Eye of Reincarnation's power compared to 10 days prior, and his battle chi cultivation had progressed by a lot. Currently, the battle chi in his chi si had taken shape. Adding the Fire Dragon Pearl and the ancient battlefield's unique spiritual energy, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation increased with a noticeable difference every day. As he exited the ancient battlefield, Huang Xiaolong called for Zhao Shu and Fei Ho to ask about the current situation in Imperial City and Southern Hill Estate. Sovereign, some days ago, the Yao and Guo family held a joint auction. Fei Ho said. Huang Xiaolong was surprised, detecting the implied meaning from Fei Ho's remark, Yao and Guo family joining hands? I'm afraid that is the case. Fei Ho nodded. Zhao Shu sneered. Now, the entire Imperial City is saying that Sovereign is hiding in Southern Hill Estate because you're afraid of Yao Fei and the Guo family's retaliation, not daring to venture outside the main door. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand. Let them say whatever they like. Then, he asked Fei Ho, how far have my parents reached? Replying to Sovereign, Patriarch Huang and the rest have reached North Flood Kingdom. It will take another 4 months for them to reach Imperial City. Fei Ho answered respectfully. Master has joined up with them. Knowing that Yu Ming was with his parents, Huang Xiaolong felt more at ease. That's right, Sovereign, this subordinate also found out Yao Fei will enter the Saint Pavilion when it is open this time too. Other than Yao Fei, there is also a Guo family disciple called Guo Shufei, a Xiantian 8th Order expert. Xia Puti from the Xia family will also be entering when the Saint Pavilion opens. Fei Ho added. Huang Xiaolong sneered when hearing this. Although there was Saint spiritual energy inside the Saint Pavilion, it didn't provide much benefit for high-order Xiantian warriors. It was obvious that Yao Fei and that Guo family's disciple were aiming for him. Sovereign, rest assured, tomorrow when the Saint Pavilion opens, I had Duanren arrange for 2 high-order Xiantian experts to go in as well. At this point, Zhao Shu interjected. Huang Xiaolong nodded. There was a 9 in 10 chance that the Absolute Soul Pearl was located inside the Saint Pavilion. Since he was entering the Saint Pavilion tomorrow, he needed to seize this chance to locate and subdue it. The next morning, the sun shone brilliantly. Huang Xiaolong left Southern Hill Estate. Without Zhao Shu or Fei Ho accompanying him, he headed in Duanren Institute's direction alone, and went straight to the Saint Pavilion's entrance, the Institute's back mountain. When Huang Xiaolong arrived at the outer division's back mountain, he noticed that the usually lively back mountain area was actually empty. The outer division grounds had been closed off for the Saint Pavilion opening. Huang Xiaolong could only enter the outer division grounds to the back mountain after his identity was confirmed. Xiaolong, Just as Huang Xiaolong reached the back mountain, he ran into Xia, who walked over to him with a face full of smiles. Huang Xiaolong also smiled when he saw Xia. "You brat, hiding in Southern Hill Estate for a couple of months in practice, not even showing your shadow. I had to drink so much sapidity wine alone to a point that it's almost tasteless." Xia laughed and said, landing a jesting punch on Huang Xiaolong's shoulder. Huang Xiaolong replied, "We'll go and have a few cups after leaving the Saint Pavilion." Xia broke out in a boisterous laughter hearing Huang Xiaolong's words. "Good. It's a deal. But how can a few cups be enough? At that time, we'll clean the place out." Huang Xiaolong grinned in agreement. "It's my treat next time. All the more reason for me to drink more." Xia laughed. The two of them laughed, talking as they walked towards the meeting point. "I heard Duan Wuhan even gave you his golden token." Xia grinned. "And he even called you brother?" Seeing Xia had also misunderstood that the golden token in his hands was given to him by Duan Wuhan, Huang Xiaolong only smiled without giving an explanation. "This time Yao Fei and the Guo family's Guo Shufei are going in too, huh?" Xia nodded. "You must be more careful, although it's forbidden for students entering Saint Pavilion to fight and kill amongst themselves. Anything can happen. Yao Fei is like a poisonous snake. Being marked by him, he won't be satisfied unless you die." "I will." Huang Xiaolong nodded. A short while later, both of them arrived at the predetermined area in the back mountain. They noticed Yao Fei had already arrived, along with 7 other students waiting at the spot as well. Including Huang Xiaolong and Xia, that made a total of 10 people. All were now present. When Huang Xiaolong and Xia appeared, everyone turned to look at them. Each held a different meaning in their gazes. A murderous light flitted quickly across Yao Fei's eyes. Though it was well hidden, Huang Xiaolong still captured it, and other than Yao Fei, Huang Xiaolong detected a strong killing intent coming from another person. A young man that looked between 28 to 29, wearing a dark gray robe. Up on his temple, there was a faded red sword scar. "He's Guo Shufei of the Guo family," Xia reminded Huang Xiaolong from the side. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Even if Xia hadn't said it, he had already guessed who that person was. After all, only Yao Fei and the Guo family wanted him dead. As Huang Xiaolong appeared, 2 middle-aged men clad in violet robes nodded lightly at him, which Huang Xiaolong reciprocated. According to Zhao Shu, these 2 would be the people Duan Ren had arranged to protect him inside the Saint Pavilion space. Although all 10 were now present and accounted for, none of them spoke or uttered a sound. The atmosphere appeared somewhat awkward. At this moment, an immense pressure suddenly descended like the infinite Milky Way from the void above, rolling down and spreading out to every inch of space in the back mountain. Huang Xiaolong and the rest looked up to the sky where the projection of 6 tall figures emerged. The aura emanated by these 6 figures felt surreal, as if they existed in another space. Huang Xiaolong and the 9 people below were unable to clearly distinguish the faces of these 6 silhouettes. "Greeting the Emperor and all honorable Saint Masters." Xia and the rest quickly saluted respectfully skyward. Huang Xiaolong could only emulate their actions. Although these 6 figures' faces were indistinguishable, everyone knew they were Duanren Emperor and the 5 protectors of Duanren Institute. All 5 protectors were referred to as Saint Masters by all Duanren Institute students. "Rise!" An aloof voice came from the void above. The 10 people below, including Huang Xiaolong, got up. Subsequently, 1,000 zhang aureate light burst out from the 6 figures above as they moved their hands. A prism of colors then shone down from the void above them. Multiple rays of light formed into a diagram in the sky, and in front of the students below, turned into a hexagon-shaped array formation. "This is..." Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. "This is an ancient sacred array," Xia informed Huang Xiaolong through voice transmission. "Ancient sacred array?" Huang Xiaolong was shocked. He did not expect an ancient sacred array to exist in Duanren Institute. Every ancient sacred array contained massive energy. Once initiated, it could produce unimaginable power. This ancient sacred array is called Hexagon Star Array. Duanren Emperor got it from an ancient cave more than a decade ago, but I heard this hexagon star array is incomplete and is missing a certain part of it. Even so, when initiated by the Emperor and 5 Saint Masters, its power is astounding. Xiaputi's voice sounded again in Huang Xiaolong's ears. Incomplete. Huang Xiaolong nodded with a dignified expression. Up above at this time, Duanren and the other 5 people were standing at 6 different bright corners of the hexagon array. Each person shot out a runic pattern from their hands that gathered in the middle of the big array, spinning and turning. With a blinding burst of light, a huge space door materialized in midair. Strands of Saint spiritual energy floated out from the spatial door. Saint Pavilion. Huang Xiaolong stared fixedly on the spatial door. The Saint Pavilion has opened. Students that enter the Saint Pavilion are forbidden from any infighting and killing. Anyone that violates this rule will be expelled from Duanren Institute. Is that clear? At this time, Duanren Emperor's aloof yet dignified voice floated down from the void. Everyone was stumped. Yes, Emperor. Good, go in then. When the 1-month period ends, all of you will immediately be sent out regardless of what you are doing. When Duanren Emperor finished, one of the students leaped up and blurred through the spatial door, followed by a second student, then the rest. Let us go in, Xiaputi said to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Both of them leaped up together and with a flash, disappeared through the spatial door. Watching this, Yao Fei and Guoxufei, who hadn't yet moved from their spot, also followed behind, entering Saint Pavilion's space right behind Huang Xiaolong and Xiaputi. When all 10 students had entered, the spatial door slowly closed and vanished from view. Everything in the surrounding area returned to normal. The instant Huang Xiaolong entered Saint Pavilion, a burst of Saint spiritual energy washed over him. When one inhaled deeply, the energy would make them feel extremely comfortable in every corner of their body. Surveying the surrounding, this Saint Pavilion was basically a small independent world. There were green hills and sparkling emerald-colored water. Towering ancient trees spread out, and even many low and mid-level demonic beasts existed within. Without warning, the Linglong Treasure Pagoda and God-binding ring in Huang Xiaolong's body shook once. Detecting the changes from the Linglong Treasure Pagoda and God-binding ring, Huang Xiaolong was overjoyed inwardly. It seemed his guess was right. The Absolute Soul Pearl was indeed inside the Saint Pavilion. Huang Xiaolong and Xiaputi floated down to the ground below. But, in the same instance, 2 figures flickered and blocked right in front of them. Who else could it be other than Yao Fei and Guoxufei? Seeing them, Xiaputi scoffed. Yao Fei? Guoxufei? What do you want to do? Students that enter Saint Pavilion are not allowed to fight or kill each other. This is the Institute's rules. You dare to violate the Institute's rules. Institute's rules? Yao Fei snickered smugly. Don't talk to me about Institute's rules this and that. If I, Yao Fei, want to kill someone, not even a Saint Realm expert can stop me. Xiaputi, I only want to kill Huang Xiaolong. You can still survive if you beat it now. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I will not mistakenly kill even you. Yao Fei raised his hand. A group of black-colored flames gathered in his hand, growing bigger. This small group of dull black flames emanated a terrifying energy that made the heart palpitate with apprehension. The black flames within Yao Fei's palm were different from Xiaputi's black phoenix flame. Xiaputi's black flame contained an aura of dominance, pride, arrogance, and destruction, whereas Yao Fei's black flame felt as if it was hellfire that sprouted from the deep abyss of hell, chillingly cold and frigid, akin to a poisonous giant serpent with its jaws opened wide. The flames shared similarities to Huang Xiaolong's Azura Qi, yet was different. At the same time, the Guo family's Guoxufei also released his battle Qi and his aura sword. Around him emerged a dozen butterfly-esque tiny flying birds that exuded a dark and nefarious aura. The tiny flying birds had dark green eyes and 2 little claws on their bodies that glowed a pale moss green. This was Guoxufei's martial spirit, the underworld ghost butterfly, a martial spirit that raised chilling goosebumps on the average warrior's skin. In martial spirit world, there was a type of necromartial spirit. In general, necromartial spirits were nefarious, evil, and had a nauseating physical appearance. This underworld ghost butterfly was a type of necromartial spirit. A dozen underworld ghost butterflies appearing around Guixufei didn't mean he had a dozen of the same martial spirit, but was instead one of underworld ghost butterfly's abilities. Replication. This ability was similar to the martial spirit of the black-clad assassin sent by the Guo brothers to kill Huang Xiaolong, the violet pupil's bat. As the black flame shrouded Yao Fei's palm, he struck towards Huang Xiaolong, and Guixufei made his move almost simultaneously. Waving both his arms, countless underworld ghost butterflies swarmed onto Huang Xiaolong in an attack. Xiaputi was startled. In the next moment, two palm prints similar to scarlet burning fire whistled through the void, meeting Yao Fei's palm and Guixufei's underworld ghost butterfly. A thunderous collision resounded and ripples shook across space. Yao Fei's black flame palm print dissipated and Guixufei's underworld ghost butterfly dispersed into nothing. A powerful aftershock swept out in 4 directions. Yao Fei managed to withstand the turbulent force, but Guixufei couldn't resist, staggering backward for more than a dozen meters. Pooh! The impact caused Guixufei's blood to flow in reverse, and the warm crimson liquid rose to his throat and shot out of his mouth, dyeing the ground red. The 4 people turned and saw 2 figures heading over, piercing through space. Zhang Yang, Lu Ji. Yao Fei's expression sank as he saw their arrival. These 2 were the Xiantian experts sent by Duan Ren to protect Huang Xiaolong, Zhang Yang and Lu Ji. Young noble Huang, are you all right? Landing on the ground, Zhang Yang and Lu Ji approached Huang Xiaolong and asked. Their demeanor was polite and courteous. I'm fine. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. Zhang Yang, Lu Ji. What is the meaning of this? Yao Fei barked as he stared coldly at the 2 new arrivals, Zhang Yang and Lu Ji. In the inner division of Duanren Institute there was a heaven list. Only the inner division's strongest students could be listed on the heaven list. Yao Fei was one of them, and so were Zhang Yang and Lu Ji. They had never crossed paths before this, yet out of nowhere they actually interfered in his matters, which angered Yao Fei. No special meaning. Zhang Yang replied in an unconcerned tone. Our task when entering St. Pavilion was to protect young noble Huang's safety. The iciness in Yao Fei's eyes increased. Duan Wuhan asked you to do this? Neither Zhang Yang nor Lu Ji said anything. Yao Fei coldly faced Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, thank your lucky stars this time. I didn't expect Duan Wuhan to not only help you receive a spot for entering St. Pavilion, but he even went as far as sending 2 people inside to protect you. He really went through a lot of trouble. But you won't be so lucky next time. Throwing a warning, Yao Fei flickered and disappeared from the location. With Zhang Yang and Lu Ji guarding Huang Xiaolong, it was impossible for him to take Huang Xiaolong's life as he had planned. Although neither Zhang Yang or Lu Ji could contend with him in a one-on-one fight, them going 2 against 1 was sufficient to suppress him. As for Guixufei, he was merely a Xiantian 8th Order expert that could not be of any help. Seeing that Yao Fei decided to leave, Guixufei too hastened to flee, disappearing from the area in a flicker. Watching both of them leave, Zhang Yang and Lu Ji did nothing to stop them. Their sole task was to protect Huang Xiaolong's safety so that he could leave the St. Pavilion in one piece 1 month later. As for other matters, neither cared. Huang Xiaolong looked at Yao Fei and Guixufei's disappearing figures and sneered, but an icy glint flashed in his eyes. It looked like he needed to solve this poisonous snake, Yao Fei, after he got out of St. Pavilion. Initially, Huang Xiaolong intended to leave Yao Fei and play around a little with him. But now, since he was about to journey to Blessed Buddha Empire's sacred Buddha cavern to look for godly Mt. Shumi, Huang Xiaolong preferred not to leave a poisonous snake around that endangered his family's safety. Xiaolong, let's go. At this time, Xiaputi spoke. Huang Xiaolong nodded. The 4 people leaped into the air, leaving the scene. Xiaputi jabbed Huang Xiaolong. You kid, I was wondering why you were acting so calm and fearless. So from the beginning, you knew Duan Wuhan sent Zhang Yang and Lu Ji to protect you. You caused me to worry in vain. Huang Xiaolong grinned at his words. When we go out, I'll drink a few more cups of penalty wine. No way, it should be you buying me a few more jugs of wine. Both broke out in laughter. The 4 traveled together for a while. As time passed, the Linglong Treasure Pagoda and God-binding rings vibrations had become more frequent, proving he was getting closer to the absolute soul pearl. Xiaolong, let's cultivate separately. There are many treasures here in the Saint Pavilion space. Let's see who has better luck. Xia Puti suggested. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Okay. Even if Xia Puti hadn't said it, he would have suggested the same. They may be like-minded people, but reining the absolute soul pearl in was better kept a secret from him as to prevent any unforeseen troubles. After Xia Puti had left, Huang Xiaolong used a similar excuse saying he wanted to cultivate alone to separate from Zhang Yang and Lu Ji. Listening to Huang Xiaolong's request, Zhang Yang and Lu Ji exchanged a look, then Zhang Yang said in a serious tone, "Since it is so, young noble Huang, please hold on to this transmission talisman. If you come across any danger, send us a message. We will rush over as fast as we can." Zhang Yang withdrew a half-palm-sized talisman seal carved with a strange pattern and handed it to Huang Xiaolong. Receiving the talisman, Huang Xiaolong nodded. Okay. Both of them cupped their fists at Huang Xiaolong and left. Huang Xiaolong waited until both of their figures vanished from sight before turning around. Sensing the direction of the absolute soul pearl, Huang Xiaolong flew towards the range of mountains up ahead. Not long after, Huang Xiaolong came to a valley. Approaching the valley, the Linglong Treasure Pagoda and God-binding ring that had been shaking inside his body suddenly stopped moving. Huang Xiaolong was stumped. According to their reaction earlier, the absolute soul pearl should be somewhere in this valley, but why did the Linglong Treasure Pagoda and God-binding ring suddenly stop reacting now? Huang Xiaolong leaped up, entering the valley. The entire valley was filled with a sea of thick, dark gray fog so thick that he could barely see his own fingers clearly. Relying on his eyesight, Huang Xiaolong could only see a hazy 10 meters around him. Huang Xiaolong could always see at least 300 meters ahead of himself since breaking into the Xiantian realm, regardless of thick fog. There was definitely something strange going on if his vision was limited to within 10 meters. Finding the peculiarity of the surrounding thick fog, Huang Xiaolong increased his vigilance. He wasted no time, immediately transforming into Azura physique. Spreading the wings of demon behind him while moving forward with caution, his eyes surveyed the situation around him. There was dead silence in all four directions, so silent that it felt eerie. From time to time, shrill cries of unknown beings could be heard coming from the front, sending cold shivers down one's spine. Huang Xiaolong moved slowly and cautiously through the thick, dark gray fog for an hour. There was nothing in the surrounding area other than the dark gray fog. It seemed peaceful the entire way as Huang Xiaolong moved deeper, but the uneasy palpitations in his heart grew increasingly stronger. An innate feeling of impending danger came from the very core of his soul. This feeling of unease gave Huang Xiaolong an illusion that he was walking step by step into the deepest part of hell. Another hour passed. The only difference was that the dark gray fog grew more dense the further he went. When Huang Xiaolong first entered the valley, he could make out at least 10 meters around him. Now, he could barely see his own fingers as he stretched his hand out in front of himself. Huang Xiaolong continued to walk straight when suddenly, the gray fog around him moved like flowing water, accompanied by the strange shrieks that started to grow clearer. When the dark gray fog moved, it seemed to trigger the strange cries. Huang Xiaolong's nerves stretched thin. A grave expression shone on his face as he readied himself to react to any changes at any moment, circulating his battle qi. The sharp shrieks continued echoing in the valley. Huang Xiaolong surmised the cries came from some kind of living being that was probably not part of the demonic beast races. It sounded closer to an evil fiend from the underworld. All of a sudden, something powerful lunged at him from the front, piercing through the fog and startling Huang Xiaolong. Wings of demon flapped as he steered to the side, displaying his martial spirit ability. Phantom shadow at the same time to avoid the thing attacking him. A dark black creature rushed out from the fog. It was shaped like a human but had 4 arms and glowing scarlet eyes. Its entire body was ablaze with a terrifying flame. Huang Xiaolong barely succeeded in dodging the collision with that strange creature. The strange black creature brushed past Huang Xiaolong, sending a wave of scorching heat from the terrifying flame burning on its body towards him that made him felt like he fell into a sea of vengeful fire. A strong, prickling pain shot through the surface of his skin from the burst of high temperature. Under general circumstances, by relying on his azure physique and the many years of swallowing fire dragon pearls, even being burned at high temperatures with mortal fire wouldn't harm him one bit. Yet this flame, just the residual waves of heat coming from it, was enough to cause Huang Xiaolong pain. One could imagine the terror of this unknown flame. The strange creature did not pursue Huang Xiaolong. Instead, it ran straight back into the thick dark gray fog as if it did not see him. But, moments after Huang Xiaolong avoided the strange black creature's attack, just within a few breaths' time, another strange black creature lunged at him again from the front. Alarmed, Huang Xiaolong once again displayed phantom shadow. And the same thing repeated every few breaths' time. One after another, these strange black creatures seemed endless. When one disappeared into the fog, another would appear almost immediately. And the thing that made Huang Xiaolong's face turn ugly was that every time a new one appeared, their attack speed and the flame on their body became more terrifying. In the beginning, the flame on these strange black creatures only released a wave of residual heat that left a burning sensation on Huang Xiaolong's skin, whereas now, this kind of burning sensation penetrated into his body, affecting his internal organs. The pain was excruciating. After dodging more than a dozen of these strange black creatures, Huang Xiaolong actually felt trepidation when he spotted yet another creature appearing and coming straight at him. In the blink of an eye, the creature had reached in front of Huang Xiaolong. Even displaying phantom shadow as quick as he could, one of his arms caught a tiny wisp of the unknown flame. A shocking pain washed over him as if he was roasting in hellfire. The piercing pain was too much to bear even for someone like Huang Xiaolong. He let out an anguished scream. After the pain passed, Huang Xiaolong studied where the flame burned and saw there was a wound like that of a tunnel that bore into his flesh, bloodied, driving deep down to the bone. Huang Xiaolong was stupefied. This was the first time something managed to penetrate his physical defense, injuring him to this extent. In that instant, Huang Xiaolong no longer hesitated. He immediately summoned his black and blue dragons and soul transformed. Fusing with the twin dragon martial spirits, a layer of black and blue dragon scales covered the surface of Huang Xiaolong's skin. The bone-deep hole in his flesh slowly healed. Another strange black creature appeared and rushed at him. Huang Xiaolong veered away with a quick sidestep. After his soul transformation, Huang Xiaolong's speed greatly increased. Yet even through the thick dragon scales that covered his entire body, Huang Xiaolong still felt the flame heat emanating from the black creature's body. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong managed to persevere for another half hour after soul transforming. However, the subsequent half hour after that became an arduous struggle. Another one of the strange black creatures ran out from the dense gray fog, faster than any of its kind before it. Huang Xiaolong failed to dodge even with his increased speed from the soul transformation. Both of Huang Xiaolong's arms were hit with some of the flame from the strange creature's body, dancing on the dragon scales protecting his body. The dragon scales could be seen falling off piece by piece with the naked eye. The last creature's speed was 5 to 6 times faster compared to the first one. Barely a few minutes later, every piece of scale on Huang Xiaolong's body had fallen off. Huang Xiaolong was hardly recognizable due to his miserable appearance. His body was riddled with blood-stained fleshy holes that were scorched bone deep from the flames. I didn't expect I would die here, Huang Xiaolong thought in self-contempt. Will I cross back to Earth after I die? Huang Xiaolong's consciousness began to slip and his body swayed unsteadily. On the verge of tumbling to the ground, the dense dark gray fog around him abruptly vanished without any prior warning. Oddly enough, the shrill shrieks from those strange black creatures had also vanished. Huang Xiaolong looked around blankly. When the dark gray fog vanished, the entire valley revealed itself before his eyes. Littered around the valley were black stones. Other than the stones, there were some random black trees of the strangest shape. Every tree only had 2 branches like 2 arms of a person. Huang Xiaolong steadied himself and took a pellet out from the azure ring. Swallowing the pellet, he initiated instant recovery. Blue lights shimmered around his body almost instantly, helping him slowly recover. Almost half an hour passed when the blue lights dissipated. The wounds of Huang Xiaolong's body healed and closed up, looking much better than it did before. From the surface, no one could tell that Huang Xiaolong had been recently injured. He took a deep breath, lifted his foot and continued onward further into the valley. An hour later, he reached the other end of the valley. On the mountain wall at the end of the valley was a dark, black hole. From within that black hole that elongated into a tunnel came a cacophony of heartbreaking whimpers. Huang Xiaolong hesitated for a moment, but in the end steeled himself and stepped in. Since he had come this far, he was unwilling to leave at this juncture without knowing what was at the end. The Linglong treasure pagoda and God-binding ring inside his body trembled once as he took the first step into the black tunnel. From the moment he entered the valley, they had not shown any reaction whatsoever until this very moment. Huang Xiaolong was overjoyed in his heart. Judging from the reactions, the absolute soul pearl was indeed in this valley. Within this black tunnel, Huang Xiaolong followed the path of the black tunnel that contained nothing but complete and total darkness, absorbing all light. His eyes could see no more than 300 meters ahead of him. Though there was no thick fog inside the black tunnel, Huang Xiaolong dared not relax his vigilance. He maintained his soul transformation, always paying attention to the changes in direction. But it was as if there was no end to the black tunnel. Huang Xiaolong followed the path for several hours yet with no end in sight. In the long black tunnel, there was nothing else but a stretch of endless darkness. This was, in short, a psychological torment. Imagine someone trudging forward in a small space that differentiated no day or night for several hours on high vigilance for any unexpected danger that might appear. An average person would have gone insane. Huang Xiaolong willed himself to move forward. However, other than the first step he took, there wasn't a single reaction from the Linglong treasure pagoda and God-binding ring. Both had been silent ever since. Roughly a day passed in the black tunnel. Huang Xiaolong had spent a day walking forward in the darkness, yet there was still no signs of an end. Even for someone as strong-willed as Huang Xiaolong, he started to feel an anger rising and irritation. In the end, Huang Xiaolong simply stopped walking and sat cross-legged on the spot, meditating and adjusting his breathing to eliminate the anger and annoyance he felt inside his heart. Just like this, time passed unknowingly. Only when he had calmed down did Huang Xiaolong get up and continue onward. Hours and days went on as such, moving onward in the darkness and stopping to sit down to meditate. This happened in so many intervals that Huang Xiaolong had even lost count of the days. When he was starting to feel numb, he suddenly caught a glimpse of light up ahead in the endless darkness. Light, hope. For the current Huang Xiaolong, the tiniest spark of light represented boundless hope. Huang Xiaolong leaped forward. No, he sprinted to the source of light with all his might. However, though that tiny light looked close, it was further than Huang Xiaolong had expected. Even after an hour of flying, he had yet to reach where the light was. As Huang Xiaolong flew forward persistently, the sand grain-sized hope became bigger, reaching the size of a large sphere. And it became increasingly bigger, gradually enveloping Huang Xiaolong. The scene before him changed in an instant when the light enshrouded his body. He exited the endless black tunnel and came to a mountainous open space. The ground's surface was littered with white bones everywhere. There were human, beast, and some unknown creature's bones. Heaps upon heaps, mountains piled next to each other. Some bone mountains peaked as high as 100 zhang. These white bones emanated an evil-in energy that formed a fiendish gale that swirled in the air above like wailing ghost cries. Looking at this scene, Huang Xiaolong frowned. What kind of place was this? How could such a place exist within Saint Pavilion? These heaps and mounds of white bones from humans, beasts, and strange creatures shouldn't exist in Saint Pavilion. Perhaps this space was no longer part of Saint Pavilion? A thought suddenly flashed in Huang Xiaolong's mind. Huang Xiaolong continued to walk forward as if he had arrived in an underworld of white bones. In the next moment, The Linglong treasure pagoda and God-binding ring in his body trembled violently. Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up. Getting a sense of the absolute soul pearl's location, the wings of demon spread out and he shot out in a certain direction. This time around, the Linglong treasure pagoda and God-binding ring did not behave as they had before, stopping after a small reaction. Both shook with increased intensity. In the end, both flew out of Huang Xiaolong's body. Hovering in midair, the Linglong treasure pagoda and God-binding ring exuded a blinding light before both flew forward of their own accord, whistling through the wind. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong quickly chased after them. Huang Xiaolong had just flown for a short while when the Linglong treasure pagoda and God-binding ring issued a long humming sound. Their speed increased even more. Huang Xiaolong needed to exude all his effort to keep up with the Linglong treasure pagoda and God-binding ring. Just as abruptly some distance ahead, the two heavenly treasures stopped in midair, prompting Huang Xiaolong to search around for clues. Almost immediately, he saw a human fist-sized purple pearl hovering not too far away, the absolute soul pearl. No doubt this purple-colored pearl before him was the absolute soul pearl. But Huang Xiaolong had a grave expression on his face. A dark gray fog swirled around the surface of the absolute soul pearl. The same thick gray fog Huang Xiaolong came across when he first entered the valley, but it was much more condensed and had a gray liquid-esque appearance. From time to time, there were dark shadows flickering across the surface, accompanied by echoing shrieks. Those were none other than the strange dark creatures that Huang Xiaolong was powerless against, and a little afraid of. Under Huang Xiaolong's observation, the Linglong treasure pagoda and God-binding ring flew towards the absolute soul pearl, hovering in circles over the fist-sized purple pearl. Yet when the two heavenly treasures moved too close, the dark gray fog around the absolute soul pearl's surface would start to surge, blocking the Linglong treasure pagoda and God-binding ring's approach. The strange dark creatures' cries became more frequent and grew in intensity, almost as if they might escape and burst out from the gray fog at any time. In midair, the brilliant glow of three heavenly treasures glittered. The Linglong treasure pagoda glistened an ember red, the God-binding ring illuminated a brilliant golden light, and the absolute soul pearl glowed a deep mesmerizing purple. Three different colors of light twined and clashed. As Huang Xiaolong watched, the black and blue dragon martial spirits in his body flew towards the absolute soul pearl. With the twin dragons joining the fray, the fragile balance and calm between the three heavenly treasures were broken. The Linglong treasure pagoda and God-binding ring's light soared, while the absolute pearl's deep purple glow gradually diminished. As the light on the absolute soul pearl grew bleak, the piles of white bones around the spacious mountain human, beast, and strange creature bones moved. Huang Xiaolong's face tightened. These white bones were likely numbered in the millions, at the very least hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands of white bones crashed over Huang Xiaolong like a giant wave. Terrifying eviline energy filled the area, transforming into a ferocious fiend and baring its sharp teeth at Huang Xiaolong. With no place to retreat or dodge, he was drowned in the wave of white bones, overwhelmed by the evil in energy. His vision darkened, consciousness sinking into oblivion. There was a feeling of entering a dream for a very, very long time. In that dream, he was surrounded by countless white bones. When the white bones disappeared, a vast sea of blood manifested. Then a hell of evil fiends with sharp claws and ferocious teeth appeared after that. Scene after scene changed, all depicting the gore and carnage of hell. Evil spirits, the Chinese myths of hell's guardians, oxhead and horseface, headless ghosts, etc. Images repeated, overlapped, and even intertwined. Huang Xiaolong was swept away in a river of memories that didn't belong to him, unable to retract himself as he floated along. A long time passed before a blinding light flashed in his eyes. Clarity slowly returned and he woke up. Opening his eyes, there was a face in front of him, a blurred image that slowly became clearer. Xiaputi. Huang Xiaolong shook his head in order to clear it more. Trying to get up, he took in the surroundings and asked at the same time, "Where are we?" Xiaputi looked at Huang Xiaolong with a weird expression when he heard his question. Noticing the weird expression on Xiaputi's face, Huang Xiaolong bent his head down to check himself. His clothes were still on. There was nothing wrong as far as he could tell. At this point, Xiaputi exaggeratedly reached out to touch Huang Xiaolong's forehead, saying, "I say, bro, are you still dreaming?" Dreaming. Huang Xiaolong was genuinely confused. "We're already out of Saint Pavilion," Xiaputi said. "But when you were transferred out, you were sleeping, and no matter how I tried, you wouldn't wake up. Please don't tell me you spent the entire month inside Saint Pavilion. Sleeping?" Guilt flashed across Huang Xiaolong's face at Xiaputi's baffled expression, and he smiled and nodded awkwardly in admission. Xiaputi's eyes rounded in shock, and he pointed a finger at Huang Xiaolong. He then burst out into a hearty laughter. "Damn, bro, you're too fierce. I think you're the first person that entered Saint Pavilion to sleep. Moreover, you slept the entire 1 month." What Xiaputi said was nothing but the truth. In the history of Duanren Institute's opening of the pavilion, there hadn't been any student that went inside to take a nap. "We are in one of the yards in my Xia manor," Xiaputi clarified after his laughter stopped. "We've been transferred out for half a day. Seeing that you wouldn't wake up, I brought you over here to my Xia manor first. How about it? Let's head to Sapidity Winehouse for a few hundred jugs of celebratory wine." Huang Xiaolong nodded in agreement. Although he badly wanted to return to Southern Hill Estate to check if there were any strange issues with his body, he had promised Xiaputi before entering St. Pavilion that they would go for a drink. Hence, he was too embarrassed to refuse. "Great. Good bro, let's go." Xiaputi pulled Huang Xiaolong enthusiastically out of Xia Manor towards Sapidity Winehouse's direction in Duanren Institute. On their way, Huang Xiaolong subtly immersed his spiritual sense into his body to check its condition. The second his spiritual sense entered his body, a burst of frenzied joy hit Huang Xiaolong. The Absolute Soul Pearl. Right above his soul sea hovered 3 of the heavenly treasures: Linglong Treasure Pagoda, God-Binding Ring, and the Absolute Soul Pearl. The 3 heavenly treasures positioned themselves in a triangle, each shrouded in a soft halo. An amber red, an aureate gold, and a deep purple glow. 3 different colored halos intermingled, blending together. The Absolute Soul Pearl did not push the Linglong Treasure Pagoda and God-Binding Ring away like it had in the Bone Valley, but rather coexisted peacefully. What happened? Huang Xiaolong was happy but also confused. When he lost consciousness, drowning in the thousands of white bones and eviline energy, he thought he was going to die. However, not only did he not die, he even succeeded in reigning in the Absolute Soul Pearl. The Absolute Soul Pearl, the 4th treasure on the heavenly treasure list. Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath. He had finally gotten his hands on the Absolute Soul Pearl. Next, he would journey to the Blessed Buddha Empire to search for godly Mt. Shumi. 6 years. Regardless of anything else, he must break through to Xiantian 10th Order by then. Continuing to scan the changes in his body, Huang Xiaolong noted that his battle chi cultivation had broken past peak late Xiantian 1st Order, moving through early Xiantian 2nd Order, eventually reaching peak early Xiantian 2nd Order, and could break into mid-Xiantian 2nd Order at any time. Even his internal force had advanced by a large stride. His battle chi and internal force growing stronger was nothing but wonderful news to Huang Xiaolong. Was that evil in energy not actually harmful, but instead beneficial? Otherwise, Huang Xiaolong could not find a logical explanation for his drastic increased strength in battle chi and internal force in merely 1 short month of time. "Bro, are you all right?" Xiaputi noticed that Huang Xiaolong's thoughts seemed to be off somewhere in the distance and asked out of concern. Realizing where he was, Huang Xiaolong pulled his attention back to the present as he shook his head at Xiaputi. "I'm fine." He reaped a good harvest from this 1 month spent in Saint Pavilion. It was well worth the sleep he took. Hearing that, Xiaputi laughed. "It's been quite a while since we came here. Us brothers will enjoy till we're both drunk or neither of us can go home." Huang Xiaolong laughed. "We won't get drunk even if we drink for months." Both burst into laughter. Indeed, with their Xiantian realm cultivation, it would be hard to get drunk even if they drank nonstop for several months. A short while later, the two of them walked into Sapidity Wine House, and because they were early this month, there were over 400 jugs remaining. Huang Xiaolong ordered the waiter, "Send all the remaining 400 plus Sapidity wine jugs up here." More than 400 jugs. That amounted to over 4 million gold coins. The waiter was stunned and he turned to look at Xiaputi. Xiaputi laughed. "This time my bro is treating me. Since he told you to serve them up, then serve them up." The waiter looked at Huang Xiaolong with disbelief and shock. Huang Xiaolong threw a golden card at him. Catching the golden card in bewilderment, the waiter said, "Young noble Xie, young noble Huang, please wait a moment. I'll go have all the remaining Sapidity wine sent up." Quickly turning around, the waiter went to arrange the wine, not forgetting to set up a table of excellent side dishes for them. Not wasting time, Huang Xiaolong and Xiaputi clinked their wine cups, savoring the wine and food. This time, Huang Xiaolong achieved his purpose of entering Saint Pavilion, reigning in the absolute soul pearl, and increasing his battle chi and internal force. These good events contributed to his good mood. But not long after they started drinking, Guizhi and Guofei were seen walking into Sapidity Wine House, walking and chatting at the same time. Didn't expect that in the Saint Pavilion's opening this time, Duan Wuhan would arrange Zhang Yang and Lu Ji to protect Doggy Huang. Damn it, that Guishufei failed to kill him. Don't worry, when Ancestor comes out after successfully breaking into the Saint Realm, that will by the day Huang Xiaolong and Zhao Shu meet their maker. I heard Doggy Huang went in Saint Pavilion to sleep. Now, the entire Imperial City is singing rumors that Doggy Huang is a sleeping pig. Both laughed sinisterly as they talked and failed to notice Huang Xiaolong and Xiaputi sitting inside the restaurant. Perhaps it was more accurate to say the Guo brothers never imagined Huang Xiaolong and Xiaputi would be here drinking on the same day they got out of Saint Pavilion. Entering the establishment, Guizhi and Guofei felt a frigid air surround them, thus raised their heads. Only at that moment did they finally notice Huang Xiaolong and Xiaputi's presence. The brothers paled instantly, bouncing back in fright. Without waiting, both of them turned around and fled in panic. "Don't worry about it." When Xiaputi wanted to get up, Huang Xiaolong pushed him back down saying, "Don't let two clowns dampen our drinking spirit." Xiaputi laughed loudly at this remark. "As you wish." Cups continued to clink. It was several hours later when they stepped out of the restaurant. Leaving the institute, Huang Xiaolong returned to Southern Hill Estate. It was already late by the time Huang Xiaolong arrived at Southern Hill Estate. After calling Fei Ho and discussing matters related to Southern Hill Estate for the past month, Huang Xiaolong initiated the God-binding ring and entered the ancient battlefield. There, he summoned the absolute soul pearl out of his body. Holding the fist-sized purple pearl in his hand, Huang Xiaolong dripped a drop of blood onto its smooth surface. As the blood seeped into the pearl, a brilliant purple light burst out. At the same time, the same purple color character for soul flew out, entering Huang Xiaolong's soul from the middle of his eyebrows. Another sequence of memories flashed in Huang Xiaolong's mind related to the absolute soul pearl, including the methods to control it. Huang Xiaolong discovered something from these memories. Other than the absolute soul finger, the absolute soul pearl contained another profound secret law called soul mandate. This soul mandate was a secret law to control a person's soul. Huang Xiaolong was flabbergasted by this new information. If what he was shown was true, didn't that mean he could rein in and control other people after he practiced this secret law? Furthermore, this soul mandate applied to human and beast alakite applied to all living beings. Huang Xiaolong suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and started to focus on the soul mandate he got from the absolute soul pearl. Several hours later, Huang Xiaolong, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly pointed his finger at the void. A fingerprint pierced out, with dark gray fog rumbling after it like waves on the high sea, spreading out to the surroundings. At the same time, strange black creatures appeared from within the dark gray fog. They were the same strange creatures Huang Xiaolong came across when he entered the valley within Saint Pavilion. This move was called Absolute Soul Finger. The fingerprint shuttled through the dark gray fog in complete silence and was undetectable, yet had the power to penetrate heaven and earth. even harder to defend against than the Azura sword skill's fifth move, Flower of the Other Shore. Every time Huang Xiaolong displayed Absolute Soul Finger, the Absolute Soul Pearl would spew purple-colored energy for Huang Xiaolong to absorb and refine. This was called Soul Qi. According to the memories he received from the Absolute Soul Pearl, the Absolute Soul Finger Huang Xiaolong had just used would become more powerful when the dark gray fog became denser and darker, increasing the strange black creature's strength, and in turn, increasing the Absolute Soul Finger's attack power. 3 days and 3 nights passed. Huang Xiaolong pointed a finger at the void. The dark gray fog instantly rolled out with the strange black creature's shrill shrieks echoing from within. The power of the finger attack pierced through the fog silently sans any fluctuations. Compared to the first day, Huang Xiaolong's absolute soul finger power had improved several times over. Huang Xiaolong spent 3 days practicing the absolute soul finger before turning to the other skill, Soul Mandate. Meditating a moment to remember the flow and meridian route of battle qi for Soul Mandate, Huang Xiaolong's eyes suddenly snapped open. Deep inside his pupils emerged 2 purple-colored soul characters. A light glinted in Huang Xiaolong's eyes and the 2 characters flew out from his pupils, combining into a single character and branding itself onto a piece of some ruins on the ancient battlefield. Instantly, the piece of ruins exploded into fragments. Other than controlling all living beings with souls, Soul Mandate possessed terrifying attack prowess that was no weaker than the absolute soul finger itself. It was perhaps lacking in unpredictability factor when the two were compared. Huang Xiaolong immersed himself in practicing the absolute soul finger and soul mandate in the ancient battlefield. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong noticed that when the soul qi fused seamlessly into his meridians and qi si, his battle qi actually increased at rapid speed. It was faster than Huang Xiaolong cultivating by himself while swallowing a grade 5 spirit pellet on a daily basis. Of course, it was detrimental to Huang Xiaolong's cultivation progress if he took too many spirit pellets to aid his cultivation. But soul qi was different. There were no side effects to Huang Xiaolong. This finding delighted him. With his current cultivation speed, he assumed he'd able to break through to mid-Xiantian second order very soon. Following that, late Xiantian second order, peak late Xiantian second order, and then Xiantian third order. The Absolute Soul Pearl was ranked at 4th place on the Heavenly Treasure list. Huang Xiaolong still had the number 1, Godly MT Shumi, to look forward to. 1 month passed. In that 1 month, Huang Xiaolong successfully broke through to mid-Xiantian second order from peak late first order. No doubt, the power of his Absolute Soul Finger increased significantly, about 5 to 6 times stronger than before. The same could be said about his progress in using Soul Mandate. In the beginning, Huang Xiaolong's plan was to leave for Blessed Buddha Empire after reigning in the Absolute Soul Pearl once they exited from the dimension within Saint Pavilion. In the end, and after much thought, Huang Xiaolong decided to delay the trip until after the Huang family arrived at Imperial City. Another month passed in practice while concentrating on the Absolute Soul Finger, Soul Mandate, the Body Metamorpho Scripture, Azura Tactics, and the 6th move of Azura Sword Skill, Eye of Reincarnation. Time flowed quickly. It seemed like in the blink of an eye 2 months came and went. While Huang Xiaolong was practicing Eye of Reincarnation, the transmission talisman near his chest vibrated. Stopping his movements, Huang Xiaolong took out the transmission talisman. This talisman was specifically made for him by Zhao Shu. A Saint Realm expert would brand the talisman with space laws. Using the transmission talisman, both sides could communicate with each other even though they were in a separate space. The message sender on the other side was Zhao Shu. Sovereign, Yu Ming has returned. Family Master Huang and the rest met with mishap. Huang Xiaolong's face tightened reading the message. The Huang family met with mishap. Huang Xiaolong threw everything to the back of his mind and rushed out from the ancient battlefield. Hastening straight to the Great Hall, when he walked in, all 3's Hao Shu, Yu Ming, and Fei Ho was waiting there. Other than them, there were also several Huang family guards present. Of those several guards, Huang Xiaolong was able to recognize them with one look. When Huang Xiaolong walked in, everyone stood up. When Yu Ming wanted to step out and explain the situation, Huang Xiaolong waved his hand. Everyone take a seat first. he said as he took the main seat in the center of the Great Hall. Seeing this, Yu Ming and the rest returned to their previous seats. Yu Ming, tell me, what exactly happened? After taking his seat, Huang Xiaolong asked. Yu Ming hurriedly got up again from his seat, reporting respectfully, Sovereign, when we were passing by the Toli Kingdom, we were ambushed by a dozen Xiantian realm experts. Ambushed by a dozen Xiantian realm experts. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed pensively. Yes, and for amongst them were at Xiantian 9th Order. Apart from them, there were 6 Xiantian 8th Order and 6 more Xiantian 7th Order experts. Yu Ming listed out. Huang Xiaolong's cold voice contained certainty. It was Yao Fei? For someone to be able to send so many high-level Xiantian experts to abduct his parents and who had a grudge with him, there was only Yao Fei. Of course, other than Yao Fei, the Guo family also had the capability to conduct the same deed. Yu Ming nodded. Yes, young lord. It was Yao Fei. Other than the 4 Xiantian 9th Order that took away House Master Huang, subordinate killed 6 of their Xiantian 7th Order and 4 Xiantian 8th Order, capturing 2 Xiantian 8th Order alive. Under interrogation, they admitted they were sent by Yao Fei. Bring those 2 people over. An intense killing intent quickly gleamed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes and vanished just as fast. Yes, young lord. Yu Ming answered and withdrew from the Great Hall. Next, he came back with 2 middle-aged men in black clothes. The instant the 2 middle-aged men saw Huang Xiaolong, they sneered. Huang Xiaolong, if you want your parents, little sister, and brother to stay safe, you better let us go immediately. One of them issued a brazen, ruthless laugh. If we return late, we don't dare to guarantee nothing will happen to your parents. Your mom and little sister were quite pleasant to the eyes. Even I was almost tempted, let alone the guards in Yao Manor. Just as their voices fell, a shadow blurred. Huang Xiaolong already stood right in front of them, both hands stretched out, squeezing their throats. The 2 middle-aged men's eyes protruded from the force. Huang Xiaolong looked at them icily. I will first send you 2 to hell. He exerted force in his fingers, crushing their throats with a twist. Their heads hung limply, dead before they even understood what happened. After confirming their deaths, Huang Xiaolong threw the 2 bodies into the 1,000-beast cauldron inside the Linglong treasure pagoda. Turning over to Yu Ming, he asked, Where's Yao Fei now? Replying, Young Lord, Yao Fei is currently in Duanren Institute's Heartless Hall. Yu Ming replied, Heartless Hall. All of you are going with me to Heartless Hall. Huang Xiaolong stated in a cold voice. Yes, young lord. Zhao Shu, Yu Ming, and Fei Ho answered in unison. Moments later, the 3 of them followed Huang Xiaolong out from Southern Hill Estate, heading towards Heartless Hall in Duanren Institute. Huang Xiaolong, Zhao Shu, Yu Ming, and Fei Ho marched towards Duanren Institute with a visible murderous aura. Anyone who came across their path ran away in fright. Before long, the 4 of them arrived at Duanren Institute, entered the grounds, and shocked the students with their killing intent. Isn't that Huang Xiaolong? Why did he bring so many guards and outsiders into Duanren Institute? Doesn't he know that students are not allowed to bring outsiders into the institute? This Huang Xiaolong really thinks he can do whatever he wants just because Duan Wuhan is backing him? Bringing his guards and outsiders in here. In my opinion, he'll be kicked out of the institute by Duanren Emperor first thing tomorrow morning. Regardless of how great a talent you have, you cannot break the rules. Teachers and students parted to the sides, fingers pointing at him from afar as they stated righteously amongst their friends. Huang Xiaolong, for you to dare bring your guard and outsiders into the institute, what are you planning to do? Very soon after Huang Xiaolong's group entered, Duanren Institute's patrolling guards appeared, blocking Huang Xiaolong's path. The patrol guard captain hollered at Huang Xiaolong with a finger pointed to his face. Huang Xiaolong's frigid gaze fell upon that patrol guard captain. The killing intent coming from Huang Xiaolong and his group made the captain's heart nearly burst out from his chest. Huang Xiaolong pulled Duan Ren's golden token out and commanded in an icy tone, Scram! The captain had a sour expression on his face from Huang Xiaolong's attitude, but with the golden token in front of him, He had no other option and retreated to the side. Huang Xiaolong stomped all the way into the inner division with Zhao Shu, Yu Ming, and Fei Ho. At the same time, within the Heartless Hall, Xiaoteng faced Yao Fei with a beaming smile. Young noble, all of the Huang family members are now in our hands. However young noble wishes to play with Huang Xiaolong solely depends on young noble's interest. Let that little brat lick young noble's toes in public. Another guard supported with a suggestion. Allowing him to lick our young noble's toes? Our young noble would despise his smelly saliva dirtying him. Let him kneel and lick our toes instead. The guards surrounding Yao Fei broke out in unruly laughter. Yao Fei snorted. Letting him clean your toes is going easy on him. Knowing his parents and siblings are at my place. Huang Xiaolong will surely come barging over soon with his guard Zhao Shu. I want him to eat shit in front of everyone. Xiaoteng, go and prepare. Not much is needed. 1 barrel is enough. Yes, young noble, Xiaoteng respectfully answered. Then, Yao Fei spoke again. Also, I told you to call Gu Ziming and Du Lan over. Have they come? Gu Ziming, Du Lan, and Xiaoteng were 3 of the strongest people under Yao Fei. Like Yao Fei, all 3 of them were also students on the Heaven List in Duanren Institute. Each was a Xiantian 10th Order expert, existences close to Saint Realm warriors. Yao Fei was confident that the 3 of them together were more than enough to kill Zhao Shu. Just as Xiaoteng opened his mouth wanting to answer, a voice sounded from outside the hall. Young noble, we're here. 2 figures were seen arriving, the wind whistling from their speed. These 2 were precisely the Gu Ziming and Du Lan whom Yao Fei had just spoken of. Seeing them arrive, Yao Fei finally felt assured. The only thing left now was to wait for that doggy Huang's arrival. Reporting to young noble, Huang Xiaolong brought Zhao Shu and 2 others. They have entered the inner division, moving straight to our Heartless Hall. At this time, a student ran into the main hall, reporting to Yao Fei about Huang Xiaolong's whereabouts. Cruel excitement flitted across Yao Fei's eyes when hearing this. He sneered. I didn't expect that doggy Huang to be so efficient. Still, this is good. Saves me from waiting too long. Let's go. All of you come out with me. We'll welcome doggy Huang's arrival. Yes, young noble. With Yao Fei leading at the front, Gu Ziming, Du Lan, and the rest followed him out from Heartless Hall's main hall to the small square outside of Heartless Hall. Yao Fei stood on the square with his eyes closed as if taking a nap, leisurely awaiting Huang Xiaolong's arrival. Moments later, Yao Fei suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp, bloodthirsty light shone from within his pupils as they focused on a group of people advancing boldly towards his Heartless Hall. The person at the front was none other than Huang Xiaolong. Behind Huang Xiaolong was Zhao Shu, Yu Ming, Fei Ho, and the Huang family guards. Apart from them, there was a large crowd of students trailing from afar who were coming to watch a show. Catching the sight of Yao Fei leisurely awaiting his arrival on the square outside Heartless Hall, a strong killing intent reflected in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Their gazes met halfway and an invisible pressure collided between them. About a dozen meters away from Yao Fei, Huang Xiaolong stopped and stood still. Yao Fei swept a cold glance at Zhao Shu, Yu Ming, and Fei Ho who were standing behind Huang Xiaolong. He sneered with contempt. Huang Xiaolong, you dared to come to my Heartless Hall with just these several helpers? Let me introduce you. He pointed at Gu Ziming, Du Lan, and Xiaoteng at his back. These 3 are Gu Ziming, Du Lan, and Xiaoteng. All of them are experts on the Inner Division's Heaven List, and all 3 of them are also peak late Xiantian 10th Order warriors. Then, he pointed to the large group of around 40 people to his side. And they're at Xiantian 7th Order and above. Yao Fei turned back towards Huang Xiaolong, his voice cold. I know you came to Heartless Hall today to rescue your parents and siblings, but do you think you can rescue them with your current power? As I said before in front of the wind-facing hall, I will keep your dog life to reduce my boredom. Finishing his sentence, Yao Fei signaled Xiaoteng with a look. Xiaoteng understood, replying, Yes, young noble. He sent someone to bring out a big wooden barrel. The moment the big wooden barrel was put out, a nauseating smell filled the air. The gathered crowd peeped inside and saw that the big barrel was filled to the brim with feces of a multitude of colors and shapes. The students watching felt their throats twitch slightly, nearly causing them to vomit on the spot. Pointing at the big wooden barrel, Yao Fei announced loudly, "As long as you eat all the shit inside this wooden barrel, I can consider sparing your family and also spare your dog life for the time being. However, although your dog life can be spared, Zhao Shu and the rest must die here." Huang Xiaolong stood in silence the entire time. At this point, his frosty voice questioned as he stared at Yao Fei, "What last words do you have?" The crowd was dumbfounded. Last words. The proud expression on Yao Fei's face sank. "What did you say?" Huang Xiaolong coldly replied, "I'm saying, all of you must die here today." Yao Fei exploded in laughter after hearing that. He pointed at Huang Xiaolong and Zhao Shu, mocking, "Relying on you and Zhao Shu?" Behind Yao Fei, Gu Ziming, Du Lan, Xiao Tang, and the group of Xiantian 7th Order and above experts chortled in raucous laughter as if they had just heard the greatest joke. The students that were waiting for a good show tried to stifle their laughter, shaking their heads. In the next moment, an outbreak of majestic might came from Zhao Shu's body. Yao Fei, Gu Ziming, Du Lan, Xiao Teng, everyone on Yao Fei's side choked on their laughter. Their smugness was replaced with fear, and they were given a terrible fright as they stared dumbstruck at Zhao Shu. Yao Fei frightfully realized that with his level of strength, he was actually unable to breathe or move under Zhao Shu's pressure. He was too weak to even raise a thought of resistance. Saint Realm. He's a Saint Realm expert. Shrieks sounded behind Yao Fei. Gu Ziming, Xiao Tang, and the others stammered with their shaky voices. Saint Realm expert. Zhao Shu, who they thought was an existence infinitely close to someone in the Saint Realm, was actually a Saint Realm warrior. The spectating teachers and students looked at Zhao Shu with apparent fear. At this time, Zhao Shu raised his hands. Before everyone's rounded and shocked eyes, they saw Zhao Shu grip at the ethereal void. In the next moment, Xiao Tang, who stood close to Yao Fei, exploded. Pop! A resounding crisp noise cut through the silence. Pieces of flesh and blood splattered in all directions. Blood fell to the ground like rain from the sky. One peak late Xiantian 10th Order expert had fallen. Blood drops rained down from above, and they landed on Yao Fei, Gu Ziming, Du Lan, and the people in Yao Fei's camp. Their faces and bodies were covered with what seemed to be bits and pieces of Xiao Tang's flesh. It was even stuck in their nostrils. The scent of blood quickly filled the air. Even the teachers and students spectating from afar felt their hearts twitched at the bloody scene. Xiao Teng, a Yao Fei's left and right-hand man, a peak late Xiantian 10th Order expert, someone who was one of the existences closest to breaking into Saint Realm, died just like that. Yao Fei stared at the tiny pieces of Xiao Tang's flesh on his nose, breathing in the thick scent of blood coming from the air through his nostrils. While terrified, a wave of nausea shot up. He had always maintained high standards of cleanliness. Not even the edges of his robe were ever dirty. In short, he was slightly obsessed with hygiene. Feeling the sticky blood running down his face, body, staining his robe, and especially with pieces of unknown parts of flesh on his nose, it wasn't hard to imagine the disgust he felt. Next, Zhao Shu's right hand gripped at the void and Gu Ziming's body exploded. Another shower of blood and pieces of flesh splattered down from high altitude. Another peak late Xiantian 10th Order warrior had fallen. More pieces of flesh fell on Yao Fei's face. In fact, a piece of exploded flesh hung on his lips, causing Yao Fei's nerves to twitch unceasingly. He wanted to scream, yet his voice wouldn't cooperate. He was shaking from the inside out as if he had swallowed thousands of flies into his stomach. The look in Zhao Shu's eyes grew increasingly sharp and cold. One of his hands made another gripping twist. This time, Du Lan exploded. The last of Yao Fei's peak late 10th Order subordinates had also fallen. It was as if Zhao Shu's actions were instructed by Huang Xiaolong, unhurried in his killing of Yao Fei's people. Instead, he allowed Yao Fei the honor of watching his subordinates die one by one, awaiting the impending steps of the death god as it approached. providing him with the fear of being cornered and having nowhere to run. At this moment, Huang Xiaolong signaled to Zhao Shu with a look. Nodding, Zhao Shu sealed Yao Fei and the rest of the people's voices with a wave of his hands. Yao Fei screamed before that. Meat. Quickly remove this damn minced meat from me. Piercing screams sounded in the square. The first sentence coming out from Yao Fei's mouth wasn't to curse Huang Xiaolong, and wasn't to beg for mercy. Instead, it was to order someone to remove the blood and flesh on his eyes, nose, and lips. But Yao Fei was careless. In the midst of his screams, the piece of flesh hanging on his lips slipped into his mouth and got stuck in his throat. Yao Fei turned deathly pale, once again opening his mouth, but the piece of flesh was stuck there. He became unnaturally purple. In the end, that piece of flesh slid down Yao Fei's throat and into his stomach. Only then did he glare viciously at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, you mongrel, you damn mongrel, I want to kill you. I'll definitely kill you. His pernicious gaze fixed on Huang Xiaolong as if he would swallow him whole. Really? Without much change to his expression, Huang Xiaolong directed his words at Zhao Shu. Continue. Yes, young lord. Zhao Shu nodded at Huang Xiaolong and extended his hands out, this time clapping instead of using a gripping motion. Two of the subordinates behind Yao Fei exploded. Bloody rain bloomed in the air like fireworks, dispersing a bloodied omen of death. Huang Xiaolong, young noble Huang, please spare us. Yes, that's right, young noble Huang. Spare our measly lives. We're willing to submit to you. The remaining experts belonging to Heartless Hall were terrified. One by one they began to beg Huang Xiaolong. However, Huang Xiaolong remained cold and indifferent. Zhao Shu clapped a second time. Every time he clapped, two of Heartless Hall's experts would die from their bodies exploding. Even the observing teachers and students had stepped back unconsciously. These fallen experts of Heartless Hall were all high-level Xiantian experts. In Duanren Empire, high-level Xiantian experts were considered scarce. Therefore, each of them possessed a noble status and identity. Yet in front of Zhao Shu their death was swift and they appeared to be worthless. Scarlet blood painted the square. The students that trailed after Huang Xiaolong to Heartless Hall with the aim of watching him be played with and tormented by heartless young noble like a toy had faces that were paler than white. Thank God they did not mock or throw insults at Huang Xiaolong when they followed him. Otherwise, in the end, the 30 to 40 Xiantian experts behind Yao Fei exploded until none were left, leaving Yao Fei alone, standing in the square. Every time his subordinates exploded, the blood and flesh would fall on Yao Fei, causing him to shriek and holler like a crazed madman. The usual proud, noble, arrogant, condescending demeanor that held others' fates in his hands vanished from sight. Witnessing this Yao Fei, the crowd shook their heads inwardly. Standing amongst the crowd was one of the 5 young nobles of Duanren Empire, someone of the same status as Yao Fei. Demon Sword young noble had a pensive expression on his face as he watched the scene. When all the experts of Heartless Hall were dead, Zhao Shu stopped and retreated behind Huang Xiaolong. Looking at Yao Fei, Huang Xiaolong slowly took a few steps forward. Speak. Where are my parents? Huang Xiaolong stopped in front of Yao Fei, a biting chill in his voice. By this time, Yao Fei was no longer screaming like a madman, but he laughed maniacally as he glared at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, if you kill me, your parents will accompany me in the afterlife. Moreover, my Yao family ancestor will be coming very soon. Kill me now if you have the guts. Otherwise, when my Yao family's ancestor and experts arrive, I will make you regret that you ever came to this world. Yao Fei laughed with reckless abandon, his face twisting with venomous hatred. Is that so? Huang Xiaolong's eyes scanned the area and they fell on the big wooden barrel Xiao Teng had ordered people to bring out earlier. Huang Xiaolong, what do you want to do? You dare. Noticing Huang Xiaolong's sudden interest being piqued, Yao Fei had a bad feeling. His face paled as he shouted at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong pointed calmly at the big wooden barrel. Nothing much. Didn't you want me to eat everything in there? Then I shall let you have a taste first. Remember to tell me how it tastes later. Huang Xiaolong flicked his hands the moment he finished talking, and from within the big wooden barrel, a piece of feces flew in Yao Fei direction. At the same time, in the Guo Mansion's secret underground chamber, a powerful aura soared into the sky with great momentum, influencing even the weather. Guo Shiwen sensed the sudden burst of energy and joy filled his face. Father finally succeeded in breaking through to Saint Realm. The Guo family's chief steward, Zhang Yu, stepped up with a smile. Congratulations, Patriarch. Old ancestor successfully broke through to the Saint Realm. The Guo family will prosper better than ever in the future. Guo Shiwen laughed heartily. Guo Ji was also in the main hall at this time. Dad, since grandfather succeeded in breaking into the Saint Realm, you must ask grandfather to avenge us. Kill Huang Xiaolong and Zhao Shu. That's right, Dad, you must tell grandfather to avenge us. Guo Fei echoed his big brother's sentiment. Guo Shiwen snorted coldly. Don't worry. This time, Huang Xiaolong and that Zhao Shu can't escape. Come. Let us go welcome ancestors' exit. Guo Shiwen beamed. Taking the lead, Guo Shiwen brought a group of people to the Guo family mansion's secret chamber, and just as they stopped, the huge sturdy door of the secret chamber shattered into pieces. A figure flew out, piercing through space, then floated down to the ground close to where Guo Shiwen stood. Guo Shiwen lit up when he saw the individual, quickly converging his emotions and showing utmost respect as he spoke. Congratulations, Father, for successfully breaking into Saint Realm. Congratulations, Grandfather, for successfully breaking into the Saint Realm. Guo Ji and Guo Fei took a step forward and said their greetings as well. Only after they finished did the Guo family experts, such as Chief Steward Zhang Yu and the rest, come forward and lauded the Guo ancestors' success. The person who exited the secret chamber was a silver-haired man who had a face that looked like he was a young man in his late 20s. The young man wore a delicate silver robe, exuding a palpable majestic might. This silver-haired young man was none other than the Guo family's ancestor, Guo Chun. Guo Chun scanned the faces of the people congratulating him. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he nodded. Stand, all of you. He was indeed in a jubilant mood at that moment, after succeeding in breaking into the Saint Realm. The Guo family had wealth and power. The million treasure firm under their control was one of the 3 biggest trading houses in Duanren Empire. If comparing the wealth and forces at their disposal, the Guo family didn't lose to the Xie and Yao family. Yet the reason the Guo family had never been able to enter the hegemony clique of families was all because they did not have a Saint Realm expert. But now there was him. He finally succeeded in crossing that boundary. Thinking that he himself would finally be elevated to a status known as one of the top experts in Duanren Empire after this, Guo Chun couldn't hold himself back from laughing happily, with his fists shooting towards the sky. His unrestrained laughs reverberated throughout the expansive Guo mansion. The people present dared not interrupt. When his laughter subsided, his eyes scanned the crowd once again, and this time, it stopped on his 2 grandsons, Guo Ji and Guo Fei's bodies. His eyes narrowed, shifting onto Guo Shiwen. What happened? There was iciness in his voice. With Guo Chen's keen sight, he could tell at a glance that Guo Ji and Guo Fei's qi had been broken by someone. Guo Shiwen hastened to explain in a voice that carried utmost respect. Father, it was a little brat called Huang Xiaolong that broke the qi of Jir and Feier. Huang Xiaolong. There was doubt and confusion in Guo Chen's eyes. This Huang Xiaolong obtained first place in this year's Imperial City battle. He originates from a small, backwater place called Huang Clan Manor in Luotong Kingdom, but we're unsure why there are 2 high-level Xiantian warriors following him at his side. One of them is called Zhao Shu, someone who is close to breaking into the Saint Realm. Guo Chun scoffed at those last words. Close to a Saint Realm warrior's existence? In the end, he is nothing but just a small peak late Xiantian 10th Order expert. Tell me, where is Huang Xiaolong and Zhao Shu right now? Guo Shiwen replied. We found out not too long ago that heartless young noble, Yao Fei, abducted Huang Xiaolong's parents and siblings. Huang Xiaolong brought Zhao Shu and others along with him. He headed straight to Heartless Hall in Duanren Institute. They have probably arrived. Oh? He already entered Heartless Hall. Guochun questioned. Yes. Huang Xiaolong possesses twin superb talent martial spirits, thus Duan Wuhan placed great importance on him, even lending the golden token on his body to this Huang Xiaolong brat. Using the golden token, Huang Xiaolong managed to get Zhao Shu and his other people inside Duanren Institute's inner division grounds. Guo added. So it's like that. Guochun sneered. By relying on Duan Wuhan's favor and backing, he dared to hurt my Guochen's grandsons? Even if he has Duan Wuhan backing him, today he must die. Let's go, we're hurrying to Heartless Hall. If we're late and that little brat dies in Yao Fei's hands, then it would be meaningless. Yes, father, Guo answered quickly with respect. Following that, Guochun flew up and sent out a strand of vigor qi that wrapped around Guo Guoji, Guofei, and even the experts on a similar level to Zhang Yu, flying off in Duanren Institute's direction. With Guochen's speed, they arrived swiftly in Duanren Institute and went straight to Heartless Hall. On the way, they rarely came across any institute teachers or students. A short moment later, Guochen's group could see Heartless Hall's structure and the vast sea of bobbing black heads of students and teachers gathered around the perimeter. At this point in time on the square, Yao Fei's mouth was stuffed with various shades of feces, and there was only about half of the original amount remaining in the big wooden barrel. Yao Fei's stomach held the other half. Yao Fei's expression looked like a dead person. There were no words that could describe how he felt at this moment. Hate and wrath filled his eyes. Ferocious killing intent exploded in every part of his body. Desiring to shred Huang Xiaolong into thousands or even millions of pieces. Yet at the same time, a part of him wanted to plead, to beg Huang Xiaolong to stop. His stomach had overturned. He could smell the putrid smell emanating from his own body. Huang Xiaolong, I vow I will kill you. Yao Fei raged furiously. Killing intent burst out, but the moment he opened his mouth to speak, it was stuffed with something that flew out from the big wooden barrel. As Guochun brought his group along, flying towards Heartless Hall, they came upon the most unforgettable scene they would ever encounter in their entire lives on the square. Heartless young noble Yao Fei was eating shit. Guochun arrived, exuding a towering pressure that attracted the attention of the people below. It's the Guo family ancestor, someone exclaimed in recognition. Guo family's ancestor. I heard Guo family's ancestor was in closed-door practice in order to break through to the Saint Realm. Now that he's out, does that mean he succeeded? The pressure coming from the Guo family ancestor is so strong, he must have succeeded. Loud noises formed an uproar. While the crowd was busy making assumptions, Guochun flickered and appeared on the square in front of Heartless Hall with the rest in tow. Guochen's eyes were filled with shock as he stared at Yao Fei, whose mouth was stuffed with feces. Shock was even more obvious on Guo Guoji, and Guo Fei's faces. Although Yao Fei wasn't the Yao family's patriarch, it was something bound to happen sooner or later. Judging from Yao Fei's current status and identity, he held even more prestige than Guo who was the current Guo family patriarch. Now, such a person was being fed shit in front of them. Guochen's gaze inevitably fell on Huang Xiaolong. Father, he's Huang Xiaolong. At this time, Guo stepped forward to explain to Guochun. Huang Xiaolong. Guochun was shocked within and his pupils shrunk. Had he previously underestimated Huang Xiaolong's background? Huang Xiaolong also turned to look over almost at the same time, their eyes meeting in midair. You're Guo family's ancestor? Huang Xiaolong inquired coldly. Hearing Huang Xiaolong refer him by name, Guochen's brows wrinkled. This Huang Xiaolong might not be as simple as he thought at first, but he was after all a Saint Realm warrior, whereas Huang Xiaolong was a meager Xiantian second-order expert. Seeing him arrive, not only did he not kneel down and salute, he even dared to call out his full name. Guochun was extremely unhappy. Before Guochun even spoke a word, Guoji was already unable to resist jumping out. Huang Xiaolong, your dog guts must be swollen to call my grandfather's name. Let me tell you, my grandfather has successfully stepped into the Saint Realm. He is a Saint Realm expert. It's better you get down on your knees and beg him to spare your life. Guoji's words echoed in the air, stirring the crowd. Guo family's ancestor really broke into Saint Realm. A Saint Realm expert. Our Duanren Empire has another Saint Realm expert in its midst, and Guo family will become one of the hegemony families in Duanren Empire. There were many that uttered similar phrases. A Saint Realm expert? Zhao Shu spoke, and he too turned around. A snicker appeared on his lips. Then, everyone watched and became stupefied as Zhao Shu reached out with both of his hands and struck a palm across the void at Guo Chen. A giant palm appeared, casting a shadow over the sky and blocking it from view. The gigantic palm print overshadowed the bright sky, instantaneously reaching Guo Chen. In a panic, Guo Chen struck his palm out to counter the sudden attack. Boundless heaven's hand of tyranny. A palm print pierced through space, trailing in a diagram of darkness and light as a tyrannical atmosphere ruled over the square's space. Two giant palm prints collided and terrifying shockwaves rebounded, sweeping out like a hurricane. But in no more than a second, Guo Chen's boundless heaven's hand of tyranny was shattered by Zhao Shu's palm print, and it continued to crash down on Guo Chen, slamming against his chest. Guo Chen screamed as he was sent flying back to a corner of the square. The crowd scattered like a flock of frightened birds. Silence drowned the entire Heartless Hall square. It was as if the loudest noise the people in the crowd could hear was their own heartbeats. The shockwave dispersed in all directions within Heartless Hall, milling away the structures at incredible speed. Seeing Heartless Hall turn to ruins and Guo Chen, who was slumped in a corner, the people present inhaled sharply. Guo Chen, the Guo family's ancestor that had just come out from closed-door practice after successfully stepping into the Saint Realm, actually failed to take even one palm from Zhao Shu. Not even one palm. Shocked faces turned towards Zhao Shu. What was this Zhao Shu's strength? What was his real strength? Even Yao Fei was shocked as he stared at Zhao Shu. Whereas Guoji, who clamored for Huang Xiaolong to kneel down and apologize to his grandfather before it was too late, stood on the same spot, his face twitching unnaturally. Gradually, the spasms traveled throughout his body. Watching Huang Xiaolong and Zhao Shu, only fear and terror showed on Guoji's face. Ignoring all, Huang Xiaolong slowly approached Guo Shirwen and stopped in front of him, questioning in a cold voice. "It was you that told Guo Shirwen to announce breaking the engagement between my younger sister and Guo Tai?" Guo Shirwen's face twitched. His feet moved backward as he waved his hands in denial, enforced with an ugly smile. "No, there's no such thing. Absolutely no such thing. No such thing." Huang Xiaolong sneered. "Then the rumor spreading outside was groundless?" Yes, that's right. It was groundless and a mistake." Guo Shirwen beamed a smile. "It must have been some of the other families creating such rumors on purpose, because they're jealous of our Guo family and Huang family coming together through marriage. So they deliberately released a false rumor." At this time Guo Chen, who had been hit by Zhao Shu earlier, tried to get up from the pavement. Noticing Guo Chen's movements, Guo Shirwen, Guo Ji, and the rest of the Guo members finally reacted and hurried over to Guo Chen's side. "Father, are you all right?" Guo Shirwen blurted out anxiously. Just as Guo Shirwen's question came out, Guo Chen spurted blood from his mouth with a vav, dyeing the square area around him bright red. The members of the Guo family turned ashen. Guo Chen was the Guo family's pillar. If something were to happen to Guo Chen, then the ramifications to the Guo family would be severe. Excited by his emotions, Guo Fei insisted loudly without thinking, "Grandfather, you mustn't die." Guo Fei's words made Guo Chen spew another mouthful of blood. Guo Shirwen glowered at his son angrily, and a palm struck Guo Fei's face without a word, sending Guo Fei rolling out of the square's immediate area. None of the Guo family disciples dared to help him up. "I'm okay," Guo Chen's feeble voice sounded. In truth, whether he was okay or not, only he knew. That attack from Zhao Shu had injured his Saint Realm foundation. Just a little bit more damage and his cultivation would have regressed back to peak late 10th order Xiantian. Guo Chen had just broken through to the Saint Realm. Thus his foundation wasn't stable yet. "My gratitude to Senior for showing mercy," Guo Chen said to Zhao Shu, his face filled with respect and reverence. He was well aware that if it weren't for Zhao Shu being lenient, That palm strike would have been enough to kick him back to the Xiantian realm. Zhao Shu's expression remained aloof. For young Miss Huang's sake I held back a little just now, otherwise humph. Miss Huang. Guochun looked at Guo Shiwen with doubt and confusion. Although he heard Guo Shiwen and Huang Xiaolong's dialogue, something about breaking an engagement, he wasn't aware of all the details. Guo Shiwen hastened to explain. When father was in seclusion, Guo Tai got engaged to young noble Huang's little sister, Huang Min. Guo Chun was furious hearing this. Why didn't you mention this to me before? Guo Shiwen lowered his head, not daring to meet his father's eyes nor utter a word. Guo Qin turned towards Huang Xiaolong saying, Young noble Huang, rest assured, I will give you an explanation in this matter. In the future, we will be in-laws after all. It's our Guo family's fortune to marry above our status. Huang Xiaolong swept a cold glance at Guo Chun, and his focus once again fell on Yao Fei. Speak. Where are my parents and everyone else? All eyes shifted to Yao Fei. Yao Fei also looked at Huang Xiaolong coldly with a complacent smile. Huang Xiaolong, I admit I underestimated you. I never thought you'd have such an expert at your side. His eyes risked a quick glance at Zhao Shu. However, you brought an outsider into Duanren Institute, wounding Institute students. Duanren Emperor will arrive with the other Saint Masters very soon. Strong as he is, Zhao Shu will still die. At the exact moment when Yao Fei spoke, sounds of whistling wind came from off in the distance. One powerful blast of pressure after another emanated over in their direction. Leading at the front was a majestic figure wearing a golden yellow dragon robe with a shrunken broken blade runic pattern in the middle of his eyebrows. This was of course Duanren Emperor. 5 old men in golden battle gear followed behind him, the 5 Saint Masters of Duanren Institute. In the back row was Duan Wuhan and the many experts of Duanren Institute. Seeing Duanren Emperor, the 5 Saint Masters, and all the Duanren Institute's top experts, joy swept across Yao Fei's face. Next, his face was twisted with vengeance. Huang Xiaolong, your end is here. Ha. Let me see how you're going to escape from this. The Guo family, Yao Fei, along with the surrounding teachers and students, waited for Duanren Emperor, the 5 Saint Masters, and the many institutes experts to arrive at the Heartless Hall Square. Greetings to Duanren Emperor and the several Saint Masters. All of the teachers and students, including Yao Fei, knelt in salute. On the square, only Guo Chun, Huang Xiaolong, Zhao Shu, and Yu Ming remained standing. Duanren Emperor nodded as he scanned the crowd and spoke. Rise! Much obliged Emperor. Only then did everyone stand up. Watched by everyone, Duanren Emperor walked towards Zhao Shu and Huang Xiaolong. The anticipative smile on Yao Fei's face gradually bloomed wider when he saw Duanren Emperor move straight to Zhao Shu and Huang Xiaolong. A brutal gleam shone brightly in his eyes. Huang Xiaolong, you're so dead. Stopping in front of Zhao Shu and Huang Xiaolong, Duanren Emperor showed great respect as he said, Mr. Zhao, Duanren is late. Everyone's faces stiffened. They became stupefied where they stood. Yao Fei, Guo Chun, Guo Shiwen, and the rest had eyes the size of a fist. Zhao, Mr. Zhao? Yao Fei repeated in astonishment. Duanren Emperor actually greeted Zhao Shu as Mr. Zhao. Furthermore, that respectful demeanor. Then, Duanren Emperor turned towards Huang Xiaolong. Young noble Huang. Young noble Huang. All eyes were protruding out of their sockets. Duan Wuhan and Cheng Jian walked up, following Duanren Emperor. Mr. Zhao, young noble Huang. The gathered crowd's minds turned to mush. No one was able to react to the shock. Suddenly, someone thought of a vital point. The golden token in Huang Xiaolong's hand, it likely did not belong to Duan Wuhan, but rather Duanren Emperor. In the same moment that other people considered this possibility about the golden token in Huang Xiaolong's hand, the same thought hit Yao Fei. His heart raced with unease. If the golden token in Huang Xiaolong's hand was truly given by Emperor Duanren, then Huang Xiaolong nodded towards Emperor Duanren and Duan Wuhan. No need to be overly courteous. Emperor Duanren breathed in relief at those words, but it only made the others sweat even more. In their eyes, It seemed like Emperor Duanren was afraid Huang Xiaolong and Zhao Shu would blame him. Huang Xiaolong's attention returned to Yao Fei. However, this time Yao Fei's reaction was calmer than before. Laughing, he said, "Huang Xiaolong, I didn't expect for the golden token in your hands to be given to you by Emperor Duanren." There was no hatred, no killing intent, and no surprise on Yao Fei's face. It seemed as if Huang Xiaolong and Zhao Shu were still nothing in his eyes. Huang Xiaolong felt a little strange about Yao Fei's sudden change in demeanor, but he wasn't concerned about it. He sneered coldly. "This is your last chance. Speak. Where are my parents?" Yao Fei sneered coldly in reply. "I'm also saying for the last time, kill me and your parents will accompany me to hell. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong, do you think you've won now?" Killing intent peeked in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. With a twist, the blades of Azura emerged in his hands. "Since it's like this, then you go die." The blades swung out. Sharp cold blade lights glinted, aiming at Yao Fei's neck. Watching as the slash was about to draw blood on Yao Fei's neck, a change suddenly occurred. Some distance away, a green light pierced through the air at terrifying speed as the wind howled, causing ripples across space. Zhao Shu's face tightened as he moved himself to block in front of Huang Xiaolong. At the same time, one hand struck out to counter the incoming bright green light and he cautioned, "Young lord, careful." Zhao Shu's palm strike crashed against the bright green light. The impact shook the space, raising turbulent air. Huang Xiaolong swiftly retreated. In the blink of an eye, 7 unfamiliar silhouettes appeared on the square. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed when he saw them. Standing at the front of the 7-person group was Li Molan. There were 6 people behind Li Molan, and one of them was the very same Ao Baishue he previously encountered. Another one of the 6 wore the Yao family's robe, but there was something different compared to the rest of the Yao family's disciples. On the chest area of this person's robe was a double-headed. Judging from his attire, this person should be the Yao family's ancestor, Yao Shan. The instant Li Molan and her group stepped foot on the square, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire heartless square. It was so powerful that the weaker students and teachers couldn't help but to withdraw far away in fear. Yao Shan surveyed the surrounding and frowned when he saw Yao Fei's face in various shades of dark green feces. A spark of killing intent flew across his eyes. He lifted his hands and wanted to disperse Zhao Shu's space manipulation around Yao Fei. But when his saint power came into contact with Yao Fei's body, a spiral of dazzling light shone out from Yao Fei's body, instantly repelling Yao Shan's power. Yao Fei was dumbfounded at the result. Li Molan acted, waving her hands and successfully breaking the space law restriction on Yao Fei's body. Able to move again, Yao Fei hurried forward to salute Li Molan. "Greeting Elder Li and other seniors." "Stand up," Li Molan said without any expression. Yao Fei got up and walked over to Yao Shan. "Ancestor." Yao Shan nodded. His eyes looked over at Huang Xiaolong. "This brat did it?" he asked. A finger indicated at the colorful beard of feces on Yao Fei's face. "Yes, ancestor." Yao Fei glared viciously at Huang Xiaolong. "It was this punk." Huang Xiaolong watched on. He didn't expect for the Yao family to be connected to Deity's Templar, and from the looks of it, the connection wasn't shallow. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for the Yao family's ancestor to be capable of requesting help from Li Molan. "Huang Xiaolong, I didn't expect that we would be meeting again so soon." Li Molan spoke with the same indifferent tone. Huang Xiaolong used the same tone. "I didn't expect it either." Li Molan's gaze moved to Zhao Shu, Emperor Duanren, Guoqian, and the other saint experts, stating, "I want to take Yao Fei and leave here now. No objections, right?" Everyone kept silent, not one person spoke. Emperor Duanren's brows furrowed but held his silence. All of the Saint Realm experts present were very well aware in their hearts of what Deity's Templar represented. Even Duanren hoped that Duan Wuhan would be selected as a Deity's Templar disciple in their coming selection. Yao Fei must die today here, in this place. In the heavy silence, a sharp voice cut through. Everyone was stunned. The person who spoke was none other than Huang Xiaolong. Li Molan was stunned for a second before giggling vigorously. but her chest was lacking in volume. Therefore, there wasn't much of a tremor no matter how hard she giggled herself silly. Li Molin's giggles subsided and she smiled faintly at Huang Xiaolong. "Little one, do you know who you're talking to? Young man, sometimes you must consider carefully before speaking out, or you'll only end up being seen as an idiot spouting nonsense. Or you'll provoke a disaster upon yourself." Huang Xiaolong looked the sheepish smile on Li Molin's face. A strong feeling of disgust gave rise in his heart. Even though Li Molin suddenly appeared and took Li Lu away from the terrible situation she was in, Huang Xiaolong did not exactly feel at ease. However, at this moment he was truly disgusted. Not only did he feel disgust towards Li Molin, but rather Deity's Templar as a whole. This feeling of disgust increased rapidly. "Kill!" Huang Xiaolong gave an order. His cold voice echoed in the silent square. The instant Huang Xiaolong spoke, Zhao Shu moved. In a flicker, he blurred and disappeared without the slightest fluctuation. When Zhao Shu disappeared, Li Molin also disappeared. In the next second, thunderous impacts resounded in the space high above, spreading down to the square. Every clash sounded like an angry thunderbolt, causing sharp pain to everyone's shaking eardrums. Apprehension filled the people below. Seizing the opportunity, Ao Baixue and the Yao family's ancestor leaped out, targeting Huang Xiaolong with a lethal palm attack. The force from the palm flooded out like tidal waves. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong was about to be hit, a silhouette flickered, blocking their path. Raising both hands, that person repelled both of Yao Shan and Ao Baixue's attacks. Taken by surprise, both were thrown back from the force of the impact. Failing to land steadily on their feet, both of them wobbled unbecomingly. "Duan Ran, you actually dared to interfere in Deity's Templar's matters. Aren't you afraid Duanran Empire will face destruction?" Ao Baixue bellowed in fury. The person who stood out to block them was none other than Emperor Duanran. Hearing that, Duanran scoffed. "Yes, Deity's Templar is very strong, but it's not so easy to annihilate my Duanran Empire." Angered, Ao Baixue flew out attacking Emperor Duanran, whereas Yao Shan and the other 4 Deity's Templars experts each fought with one of Duanran Institute's Saint Realm experts. All of the people fighting were Saint Realm experts. Each attack brought with it a powerful force of destruction that whirled out in all directions and crumbled building structures, causing Duan Wuhan and the other student experts to retreat in haste. A battle between Saint Realm experts was not something they were qualified to take part in. This even included someone like Yu Ming, who was left with no other option but to retreat while protecting Huang Xiaolong, forced to watch the fight from a distance away. With the aftershocks originating from Zhao Shu's fight, the crumbled Heartless Hall had already turned to dust and disappeared with the wind. The stones that overlaid the square flipped over, shattering into sand and dust, pulverized into powder. Cracks and fissures started to line the ground's surface and gas spewed out from beneath the surface. Cracks even appeared in the fabric of space. Huang Xiaolong stared at Yao Fei and said to Yu Ming, "Don't bother with me. Go kill Yao Fei." "Yes, young lord." Yu Ming leaped out into the air. A coruscating light shrouded his body as a gigantic stone golem appeared. The giant stone golem was a mass of carmine green and had eyes of golden ember. This was Yu Ming's martial spirit, a giant green stone golem. Giant green stone golem was an ancient race martial spirit, known for their terrifying defense and power. Summoning his martial spirit, Yu Ming's soul transformed in an instant. A layer of carmine green earth armor wrapped around him entirely as he sent a punch in Yao Fei's direction. Sensing danger from Yu Ming's attack, a frigid dark black flame bloomed from Yao Fei's body and a giant black humanoid emerged, hovering in midair behind Yao Fei. This giant humanoid burned with the same dark black flame as what was around Yao Fei, exuding an eerie coldness, an evil tyranny and supremacy. This was Yao Fei's martial spirit. And just like Yu Ming's martial spirit, it was also of an ancient race and was called Dark Malevolent Sovereign, a top grade 12 martial spirit. Yao Fei also soul transformed without wasting time after summoning his martial spirit. His body covered with a dark armor that had black flames dancing on the surface. He leaped out in a flash, leaving two blurry images behind him in midair as he met Yu Ming's attack. Boom! A deafening blast resounded as two figures were thrown back at the same time. Although Yao Fei was injured by Zhao Shu's Saint Power before, his strength was marginally higher than Yu Ming's, and on top of that, Yu Ming's martial spirit was innately suppressed by the difference in grade. Therefore, even though Yao Fei was injured, it would be difficult for Yu Ming to reap Yao Fei's life in a quick battle. Pushed back in the first contact, Yu Ming's eyes sank. Waving both of his fists, the two people once again engaged in a melee. Below, on the ruined square, the crowd watched wide-eyed at the battle up in the sky between Zhao Shu, Li Molan, and Duanren Emperor, as well as the rest of the Saint experts. Since they were capable of breaking into the Saint realm, all of their martial spirits were guaranteed to be superb talent martial spirits. At this point in the battle, Zhao Shu and Duanren Emperor had already summoned their martial spirits. About a dozen Saint realm experts revealed their superb talent martial spirits before the crowd's eyes. This was an unforgettable scene that shook one's core. Second Imperial Prince, should we go up? Below, because he was one of the palace experts, Chang Jian inquired of Duan Wuhan as he watched Yu Ming and Yao Fei's battle, wondering if they should assist Yu Ming. Just when Duan Wuhan wanted to nod, an immense pressure descended onto the square. The moment it arrived, the person bearing this horrifying pressure struck a punch out at Li Molan, who was battling Zhao Shu. Startled, a 9-colored resplendent light burst out from Li Molan's body as she countered with a palm in the last moment. Fist and palm collided. Li Molan trembled from the rebounding energy, pushing her back and causing her to stagger unsteadily in the air. "Ha ha! Zhang Fu, you're finally here!" Zhao Shu exclaimed in a hearty laughter. In midair, a brawny-looking middle-aged man with a head full of black locks but a face covered with a thick white beard came into view. Zhang Fu. The latest addition to the battle was the Azura's Gate Right Custodian, Zhang Fu. When Zhao Shu and Huang Xiaolong first arrived in Duanren Imperial City, they had sent word for Zhang Fu to rush over as a precautionary measure as well. And now, at this critical time, Zhang Fu made it. Zhang Fu laughed at Zhao Shu. "Such a lively scene. How can I, Zhang Fu, miss it? It has been a long time since I let loose with my old bones. It seems I didn't rush over for nothing. Ha ha. Then I leave this old hag to you." Zhao Shu relinquished his opponent. "No problem." Zhang Fu flew up. Summoning his martial spirit Yi, a black and white lion the size of a small hill appeared. Zhang Fu fused with his martial spirit and attacked Li Molan in an excited stance. Fury erupted in Li Molan's heart when listening to these smelly old men dividing her up as if she was prey. She snapped. Veering to the side, 9 flurry tails fanned out behind her, spiraling towards Zhang Fu. The 9 colors swirling around her body grew brighter. As for Zhao Shu, he returned to Huang Xiaolong's side. But Huang Xiaolong had a different thought. "You go kill Yao Fei." "Yes, young lord." Zhao Shu leaped out again, cutting in between Yu Ming and Yao Fei's battle. The destructive power seemed to vanish like a drop of water in the ocean when it came near Zhao Shu. Zhao Shu sneered, raising his hand, and was about to strike Yao Fei when a ruthless sword intent came piercing through space at Zhao Shu. Alarmed, Zhao Shu's palm turned and shot out in the direction of the incoming sword intent instead. Powerful force swept out. In the next moment, a figure appeared next to Yao Fei and took Yao Fei away unhindered, leaving behind his voice which echoed in the void. "Junior apprentice sister, first return to the temple." When Li Molan, who was fighting with Zhang Fu, heard this, she exerted full force to push Zhang Fu back and left a sentence. "Zhang Fu, right. I'll reap your dog life the next time I see you." With a sway, her body disappeared into the void. Ao Baishue, Yao family's ancestor Yao Shan, and the remaining deities Templar Saint Realm experts also flew to the sky, disappearing into the void in an instant. Zhang Fu wrinkled his brows as he watched Li Molan flee. But, rather than chase after her, he appeared down on the square before Huang Xiaolong in the next moment. Saluting with respect, "Subordinate Zhang Fu greets young lord." "Stand." "Subordinate thanks young lord." Duanren Emperor and the others saw that the newly arrived Zhang Fu had also referred to Huang Xiaolong as young lord. Their hearts were astounded. Judging from what they saw earlier, Zhang Fu's strength was no weaker than Zhao Shu, perhaps even slightly stronger. What could Huang Xiaolong's identity be to cause two high-level Saint Realm warriors to willingly call him Young Lord? Although Zhao Shu was a good friend of Duanren's master, saved and took care of Duanren in the early days, and could be considered as half of Duanren's mentor, he had no inclination that Zhao Shu was the Azura's Gate left custodian. Sovereign, what do we do now? Zhao Shu stepped forward to ask. A strong killing intent soared in Huang Xiaolong's eyes as his icy voice sounded, "To Yao Manor." He hadn't imagined that Yao Fei would be able to escape. He dearly hoped that his parents and siblings were locked up in Yao Manor. If not, he was afraid that, hearing that Huang Xiaolong wanted to head to Yao Manor, the rest were stumped. Yes, young lord. Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu agreed respectfully. Huang Xiaolong flew out from Duanren Institute, followed by Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, Yu Ming, and Fei Ho. Father, should we? Duan Wuhan stepped closer to Duanren Emperor, asking in a cautious whisper. Duanren Emperor nodded. Let's go and have a look. They trailed behind Huang Xiaolong's group, all the way until they reached Yao Manor. It was a grand parade. At this time, in a secret chamber somewhere inside Yao Manor, Huang Peng, Su Yan, Huang Min, and Huang Shaohai were tied up with thick golden rope, glowering with anger at the several Yao Manor guards outside the chamber. One of the Yao Manor guards' thieving eyes were ogling Su Yan and Huang Min bound with the thick golden ropes. Their clothes were stretched, highlighting the contour of their curves, especially the area around their breasts. The Yao Manor guard complimented generously. This Huang Xiaolong's mother and sister are such foxy vixens. It's just like looking at a pair of sisters, seeing them side by side like this. If it wasn't because of young noble's instructions, I wouldn't be able to bear it any longer. A thin, tall comrade next to him snickered. Don't worry, after our young noble kills Huang Xiaolong, they won't be useful any longer. You can play to your heart's content at that time. The initial licentious guard said. Just a measly Huang Xiaolong. Just 'cause he has Duan Wuhan backing him, he thinks he's so great. I really don't understand why young noble is being so cautious when dealing with him. With young noble and our Yao Manor's power, to squash a measly Huang Xiaolong, isn't it as easy as snapping our fingers? I think so too. It's just a pathetic little Huang Xiaolong. There was no need to put him in our eyes. However, when that guard's voice fell, a loud blast rang out so loudly that it was as if heaven and earth were shaking. Inside the secret chamber, the several Yao Manor guards' faces turned ashen. What's happening? The first guard, whose eyes leered over Su Yan and Huang Min, licentiously jumped to his feet in panic. Another resounding crash rang out as if answering his question. Violent tremors ran through the ground beneath their feet. The Yao Manor guards were surprised to see the secret chamber that was made out of one of the most adamant steel, splintered inch by inch as cracks spread out like a spiderweb. Following that, the cries of many Yao Manor servants and guards begging for mercy rang out crisp and clear in their eardrums. The guards within the secret chamber exchanged a look amongst themselves and saw fear reflected in each other's eyes. Although they could not see what was happening outside, even a fool could guess that Yao Manor was under attack. The Duanren Empire's hegemony family, that had a heritage of more than 2,000 years, was actually under attack. There was denial in their hearts, refusing to believe what was happening. Yet, another loud explosion hammered into their hearts. Outside, Huang Xiaolong watched the fleeing servants and guards of Yao Manor from midair with a calm expression. He asked Zhao Shu, "How is it? Can you sense them?" Zhao Shu, who was utilizing space manipulation to detect Huang Peng, Su Yan, and the rest's presence, opened his eyes with a gladdened expression. Answering Huang Xiaolong's question, he said, "Young lord, just now when subordinate cast the power of space, I sensed House Master Huang's presence. They are held in a secret chamber at the north corner of Yao Manor." Huang Xiaolong's face lit up at this news. "Is that true? Great. Let's head there now." His parents and siblings were really being locked up in Yao Manor by Yao Fei. Huang Xiaolong's hanging heart finally relaxed somewhat. If any mishap happened to Huang Peng, Su Yan, or his little siblings, he would carry a heavy guilt for the rest of his life. Next, Zhao Shu flew, leading Huang Xiaolong and the rest towards the secret chamber that was located at the northern corner of Yao Manor. Inside the chamber, the guards looked at each other. Due to Zhang Fu and Zhao Shu halting their attacks, the noises outside died down just as abruptly as they started. "What do we do now?" the skinny and slightly taller guard asked in a grave tone. The first guard said, "It should be some small characters thinking they could shake our Yao Manor. Our experts must have dealt with them. There's nothing for us to worry about." "That's right, with our Yao Manor's power and strength. Not even Duanren dares to act brazenly. What are we frightening ourselves for?" However, at this point, the tied-up Huang Min snickered. "My big brother's here, no doubt about it. Your end is near." The licentious guard was angered by Huang Min's words. He stomped right in front of her and the back of his hand flew across her face. "Motherfucker. You think that I don't dare touch you? Believe it or not, I'll strip every thread from your body and play with you till you beg for mercy. Your big brother came to rescue you? Humph. Stop daydreaming. It's more likely that your big brother's been squashed to death by our young noble." Just as his voice ended, an icy voice sounded from somewhere in the vicinity. "Oh really?" It was so abrupt that everyone was startled. "Who?" The several Yao Manor guards shouted almost instantaneously. The sturdy chamber door was blasted open by someone with their bare hand, revealing several figures in the light. Longer, Big Brother, Huang Peng, Su Yan, Huang Min, and Huang Shaohai cried out in joy when seeing the faces of these people. The guests were none other than Huang Xiaolong, Zhao Shu, and the rest. Huang Xiaolong stepped into the dim chamber. His eyes scanned around the room and stopped on Huang Min's face, or precisely, the handprint on her face. His chilling gaze then fell onto the several Yao Manor guards. "How do you want to die?" Zhao Shu, Yu Ming and Fei Ho hurried over to Huang Peng and the rest, snapping the thick golden rope that bound them. While they were doing this, one of the Yao Manor guards lunged out, aiming an attack at Huang Xiaolong's chest. However, with a flick of Zhao Shu's sleeve, that guard was akin to a broken plank in the stormy sea after jumping mere inches off the ground, crashing into a chamber wall. When the guard fell to the floor, all his bones and internal organs were crushed. The remaining Yao Manor guards had shadows of death clouding their faces. They were petrified with fear. "Huang Xiaolong, you actually dared to attack our Yao Manor. Wait till our young noble and ancestor arrive. I'll see how you can escape." One of the guards tried to bolster his courage by attempting to intimidate Huang Xiaolong. When the guards shouted his words so confidently, Yu Ming, Fei Ho, and the others couldn't help breaking into a laugh. Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu too were shaking their heads with a sheepish smile. Yu Ming looked at that Yao Manor guard. "Your young noble and ancestor? If it weren't because your young noble and ancestor's legs were longer than most, allowing them to run that much faster, we'd have slit their throats long ago. TSK. To still dream of relying on your dog fart shit noble and ancestor." That guard was stupefied. Their young noble and ancestor fled. "No, impossible," his companions refuted. Huang Xiaolong didn't care to debate nonsense with these people, signaling Yu Ming with a look. Yu Ming understood and nodded. Approaching the several guards, he ended their lives with a palm strike straight to their hearts. When they fell to the ground, none were breathing, and their bodies turned soylent green on the surface. Mother Huang Xiaolong approached Huang Peng and Su Yan, opening his mouth, wanting to say something. Su Yan cut him off. "Xiaolong, we're fine." Hearing this, Huang Xiaolong nodded quietly. Concealing the slight redness in his eyes, he turned around. Eyes glowing red with fierce bloodlust, he commanded, "Kill!" "Yes, young lord." A few hours later, the Yao Manor that had been standing in Duanren Imperial City for over 1,000 years suddenly crumbled to the ground, ruined. All of Yao Manor's guards were killed, including the main and side branch families left behind. The Yao family had a foundation dating back 2,000 years. In Duanren Empire, its existence as one of the hegemony families was truer than gold. Yet, at this moment, the main symbol of the Yao family, the Yao Manor, was scraped off Duanren Empire's imperial city landmark forever. Emperor Duanren, Duan Wuhan, Empire experts, and the Duanren Institute students and teachers who came to Yao Manor following Huang Xiaolong's side as they watched the ruin of Yao Manor. As for Guo Shirwan, Guo Chan, and all the Guo family members, they were breaking out into cold sweat profusely. If it weren't for Guo Tai's engagement to Huang Xiaolong's younger sister, perhaps Guo Mansion's ending would be the same as the Yao Manor in front of them. Desolate ruins. Very quickly, the news about Yao Fei and ancestor Yao fleeing, along with Yao Manor's destruction, spread like an enormous hurricane throughout the entire Duanren Empire. When the over 1,000 fealty kingdoms under it found out, the news shocked countless families and forces. And the Saint Realm experts' battle within Duanren Institute became a hot topic for the commoners for a very long time. With Yao Manor's demise, Huang Xiaolong's name traveled far and wide to every corner of Duanren Empire. Every kingdom within Duanren Empire, every big and small family, and every big and small sect knew of this name. Huang Xiaolong, an existence that even Emperor Duanren needed to show respect and courtesy to. Deep in the night, Huang Xiaolong stood in his yard, his brows locking together tightly. Although he managed to bring his family back safely and he destroyed Yao Manor, Yao Fei and Yao Shan escaped. The person who appeared at the end that took Yao Fei away should be Ao Baishua's master, who was also Lin Molin's senior apprentice brother. If even Ao Baishua's master had come to rescue Yao Fei, it could easily be seen how deep the connection was between the Yao family and Deity's Templar. Li Lu. Huang Xiaolong inevitably thought of Li Lu. Faint pain snaked through Huang Xiaolong's heart as he thought of Li Lu. His hands clenched into tight fists as sharp determination flashed in his eyes. An intense energy exploded from Huang Xiaolong. The Yao family blocked him, he destroyed the Yao family. If Deity's Templar blocks his path, he will destroy them just the same. A day will come when he will make sure Deity's Templar ends the same way as the Yao family. That day will come. Huang Xiaolong was resolute. If things went according to his previous plan, he would enter Deity's Templar's ranks during their disciple selection in about 7 years' time and then slowly gain control from within. If it went well, not only could he be with Li Lu, he would have the chance to enter and cultivate in the divine world. But he now vowed to destroy Deity's Templar one day. Yao Fei, even if you have Deity's Templar behind you, you'd better flee to the ends of the world. I will kill you with my own hands. Huang Xiaolong's murderous aura peaked as the thought reverberated in his mind. The priority now was to enhance his strength, frantically, as fast as he could. Otherwise, before he could even destroy Deity's Templar, a mere Yao Fei was enough to pulverize him into nothing. He must break through to the Saint Realm. The first step, break into the Saint Realm, then kill Yao Fei. Regardless of the uphill battle on the path leading to the Saint Realm, then the God Realm, he was determined to walk down that road. Saint Realm, Huang Xiaolong repeated. Huang Xiaolong was jolted by one hard fact while witnessing the battles in Duanren Institute with his own eyes between Zhao Shu, Li Molin, Emperor Duanren, as well as the other Saint Realm's experts. All was futile before a Saint Realm warrior. The Saint Realm was a paramount strength. In the eyes of those people, you were nothing but an ant on the ground even if you were a peak late Xianxia 10th Order expert. Now that Mom and Dad are safe, I should journey to the Blessed Buddha Empire in the next few days. This trip to the Blessed Buddha Empire was inevitable and, like the absolute soul pearl, he absolutely had to find and reign in the godly MT Shumi. Converging his thoughts and emotions, Huang Xiaolong initiated the God-binding ring and entered the ancient battlefield to practice. 1 month had passed since the Yao Manor was razed to the ground. When Huang Xiaolong exited the ancient battlefield and came to the Great Hall, his parents, Huang Peng and Su Yan, and both younger siblings, Huang Min and Huang Shaohai, were there. Other than them, there were 6 other guests: Guo Tai, Guo Shiwan, Guo Chan, Guo Shirwan, Guo Ji, and Guo Fei. Amiable sounds of chatter and laughs sounded in the Great Hall, which halted awkwardly the instant the people within saw Huang Xiaolong walking in. Nearly everyone jumped to their feet, and the 6 members of Guo family were apprehensive, including their Guo family's ancestor, Guo Chun. Young noble Huang, Guo family's ancestor. Guo Chun stepped forward, greeting Huang Xiaolong in a deferential manner. Huang Xiaolong glanced at Guochun and nodded indifferently. However, Guochun was feeling flattered that Huang Xiaolong was willing to nod at him. Huang Xiaolong approached Huang Peng and Su Yan, greeting, "Father, Mother." Both exposed a brilliant smile on their faces. "Xiaolong, you're here." Huang Xiaolong nodded and persuaded them to sit as he walked towards the master seat in the hall. Only after he had sat down did Guochun and the Guo family side, Huang Min, and Huang Shaohai return to their places. "Xiaolong, the Guo family came over today to discuss Guotai and Huang Min's wedding." After sitting down, Su Yan broached the topic with a smile on her face. Senior Guochun said everything related to the wedding, from time to other preparations, will follow our wishes. What do you think? Guochun swiftly emphasized his willingness. Yes, yes. The purpose of our visit today is to discuss the preparations for Guotai and Huang Min's wedding. What does young noble Huang think? Guotai stood up from his seat with completely tensed nerves. Huang Xiaolong observed his younger sister Huang Min and noted that she too was looking at him nervously, hope and anticipation apparent on her small face as she waited for him to speak. She had heard about the conflict between the Guo family and her big brother. She also knew about Guotai's father, Guo Shiwan, announcing the dissolution of her engagement with Guotai due to coercion from Guo Shiwen. Huang Min was fearful the word coming out from Huang Xiaolong's mouth would be no. If her big bro Huang Xiaolong disagreed, her relationship with Guotai would end without question. In the silent hall, Guotai suddenly fell to his knees and kowtowed before Huang Xiaolong. "Big bro Huang, I implore you. I'm sincere towards Huang Min. If you allow us to be married, I swear I will treat her well and protect her with all my heart. I will use my life to love and protect her and definitely won't allow Huang Min to be wronged or unhappy." Guoshuan also dropped onto his knees. "Young noble Huang, the wrongdoer was me. You can punish me, but this matter is not related to Tyre." Then Guoshuan followed suit. Seeing their father's action, Guozhi and Guofei also knelt down on their knees in a frantic manner. "Big brother, Guotai he." Huang Min couldn't resist speaking up as she looked pleadingly at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong sighed in his heart, barely nodding as he replied to Huang Min, "This matter. You decide with Dad and Mom." Hearing this, both Huang Min and Guotai's face lit up. Huang Xiaolong's meaning was evident agreed. This also eased the heavy boulder weighing on Guochen's chest. But Huang Xiaolong looked at Guotai. "However, if you fail to do what you claim and make Huang Min unhappy in the future, you know the consequences. Big brother Huang, be rest assured that I will love and take care of Huang Min with my life and will not let her feel aggrieved." Guotai vowed. Huang Xiaolong nodded, then remained in the great hall for a short while before heading back to his yard. There he called for Zhang Fu, Zhao Shu, Yu Ming, Fei Ho, and Marshal Haoyan. When all were gathered, Huang Xiaolong spoke of his plans to travel to Blessed Buddha Empire. "What? Sovereign, you plan to go to Blessed Buddha Empire alone?" Zhang Fu, Zhao Shu, and everyone else was shocked. "Correct." Huang Xiaolong nodded, attesting his decision. "Sovereign, this dash." Zhang Fu and Zhao Shu exchanged a glance and wanted to dissuade, but Huang Xiaolong shook his head and spoke decisively. "Say no more. I've made my decision. I'll travel to Blessed Buddha Empire alone." Seeing this, Zhang Fu and the rest no longer said anything. The things Huang Xiaolong came to a decision on would not change. Neither Zhang Fu nor Zhao Shu could make him change his mind. "I'm leaving the Southern Hill Estate and the rest in your hands." Huang Xiaolong continued. "You Ming and Fei Ho, both of you handle the 9-tripod commerce. If there's anything you cannot decide, then leave it to Zhang Fu and Zhao Shu." "Please rest assured, Sovereign," the 5 answered in unison. "Haoyan, I've troubled you in taking care of them all the way from Luotong Kingdom till here," Huang Xiaolong said to Marshal Haoyan. "Sovereign, this is something subordinate should do," Haoyan insisted. Huang Xiaolong nodded and delegated a few more tasks to them. A short while later, everyone dispersed. When everyone had left, Huang Xiaolong thought of the little violet monkey. According to Marshal Haoyan, the little violet monkey had traveled with them all the way from Luotong Kingdom. However, when they were attacked by Yao Fei's subordinates, the Huang family were abducted, whereas the little violet monkey went missing. I hope the little guy is all right, Huang Xiaolong thought inwardly. 3 days passed quickly. In these 3 days, Huang Xiaolong tried to spend more time with his parents and siblings. Only then did they find out Huang Xiaolong would be journeying to Blessed Buddha Empire. Although they were reluctant to part, especially Huang Peng and Su Yan, they knew there was something important their son needed to do. Thus neither said anything more. Huang Min and Guitai's wedding was set for the next year, at the end of the year a day before the Chinese New Year. If Huang Xiaolong's plan went smoothly, he could very likely make it back in time to attend Huang Min and Guitai's wedding at the end of the next year. 3 days later, Huang Xiaolong departed from the Southern Hill Estate, out of Duanren Imperial City, heading out in the Blessed Buddha Empire's direction. Huang Peng, Su Yan, Huang Min, Huang Shaohai, Zhang Fu, Zhao Shu, and the others stood outside the big gates of Duanren Imperial City, sending Huang Xiaolong off as they watched his figure grow smaller in the horizon and finally vanish from their view. Su Yan's eyes grew misty with tears watching Huang Xiaolong's silhouette gradually become smaller, disappearing from her sight. Since Huang Xiaolong was 8, the first time he left the Huang clan manor to train outside until now, 10 years had passed. In these years, she and this son spent more time apart than together. That year, even she had never imagined that her son would become a powerful existence in Duanren Empire in a mere decade's time. Even Emperor Duanren held her son in high respect. All of these were things she daren't even dream of a decade ago. Emperor Duanren, the existence worshipped by billions of Duanren Empire subjects. Let us return. After a long time, Huang Peng spoke and the group made their way back to the Southern Hill Estate. Leaving Duanren Imperial City, Huang Xiaolong kept his travel southwards, reaching Duanren Empire's border a month later, totally stepping out of Duanren Empire land. The first neighboring empire on the south side was Spring Fawn Empire. Spring Fawn Empire's strength ranked at the lower end amongst the 17 empires in Snow Wind Continent, considerably weaker than Duanren Empire, with less than 800 kingdoms under its monarchy. Hence, Spring Fawn Empire's land area was only half as big as Duanren Empire's. All along the way, Huang Xiaolong chose to travel on barren hills and secluded roads, rushing night and day. Rarely would there be anyone on these routes, so he summoned the black and blue dragons out. With a hop, he landed on either one of the twin dragons and flew forward. With the twin dragons carrying him through the air, Huang Xiaolong's speed was much faster and very soon, he had cut through the Spring Fawn Empire. However, there were still 3 big empires' territories he needed to pass before arriving in the empire that sat on the southernmost point of the Snow Wind Continent, the Blessed Buddha Empire. Since Huang Xiaolong chose to travel along the barren hills route, he did not come across any trouble along the way. At most, it was small-time bandits with the highest strength of Hotian 10th Order. For the current Huang Xiaolong, a Hotian 10th Order was nothing more than lifting a finger. The passage of time flowed as Huang Xiaolong journeyed on, and in the blink of an eye, half a year passed. In this half a year, Huang Xiaolong continued to practice his battle qi and internal force diligently, increasing his strength as much as possible. Firstly, his battle qi had reached peak late Xiantian 2nd Order and could advance into the 3rd Order any time soon, whereas his internal force had reached the turning point of Stage 9. The Azure Dragon flexing its claws. Entering Stage 10 was only a matter of days. Night came. Moonlight shone down like bright ripples of water. Somewhere on a barren hill, Huang Xiaolong sat next to a small bonfire. He took out a jug of sapidity wine from the azure ring and sipped down the wine slowly as he organized his thoughts. In 20 days or less, he would be arriving in Blessed Buddha Empire. Blessed Buddha Empire. Huang Xiaolong breathed the name through his lips. He had heard rumors claiming that Blessed Buddha Empire was built by a person called Tianfu from the Buddha world around 1,000 years ago, and this founder, Tianfu, had been missing since. The person controlling the Blessed Buddha Empire at the moment was his disciple named Shi Fantian. Shi Fantian, a legendary name on Snow Wind Continent. It was said that Shi Fantian was born with an innate Buddhist physique, with Buddhist jade in his mouth that records a mighty skill, the holy Prajna scripture that only Shi Fantian with the innate Buddhist physique could practice. This trip there, I wonder if I can catch a glimpse of this sure Fantion. Before he started his journey, Huang Xiaolong inquired and understood that this sure Fantion was a formidable person. When he took over the blessed Buddha Empire 1,000 years ago, he was already a Saint Realm Second Order. And Huang Xiaolong confirmed that if an outsider wanted to enter the Buddha Cavern, first and foremost, they must carry the Blessed Buddha token. A Blessed Buddha token was equivalent to Duanren Empire's golden token. Every piece of Blessed Buddha token was bestowed personally by Sure Fantion himself. There were only 2 pieces of Duanren Empire's golden token, but it wasn't so for the Blessed Buddha token. Huang Xiaolong didn't know the actual number, but he gauged it wouldn't be lower than 10 tokens. Furthermore, he had no idea who held any one of these Blessed Buddha tokens. This made Huang Xiaolong frown. It was too early to worry about this. He would think of a way when he reached the destination. The night passed. The next day morning, Huang Xiaolong continued on his way. Half a month later, he finally arrived in Blessed Buddha Empire. When he stepped onto the land, through the many cities he passed through, most of the building structures were related to Buddhism. There was at least one Buddhist temple on almost every street. Some shops even had various designs of carved Buddhas on their entranceway. In the entire Blessed Buddha Empire, one could feel the deep core of Buddhism that was as thick as the smell of joss stick incense that permeated the air. When he arrived in Blessed Buddha Empire, Huang Xiaolong inquired news about the Blessed Buddha token as he headed in the direction of the Buddha Cavern. The Sacred Cavern, or Buddha Cavern, was not located within the imperial city which was on the south side. The Buddha Cavern was located opposite of it, on the north side. One sits in the south and the other guards the north. Asymmetry of resonance. After another month's time, Huang Xiaolong reached one of the main cities surrounding the Buddha Cavern called Northside Merchant City. The Buddha Cavern was a forbidden land, especially for outsiders. Still, this Northside city thrived nonetheless. Entering the city, Huang Xiaolong was welcomed with a sight of long endless lines of carriages and a sea of bustling pedestrians. From monks in Kasaya robes to the commoners in a myriad of different styled clothing, Taoist priests in Taoist robes, even nuns. It was truly an eclectic mix. After Huang Xiaolong entered the city, he stopped when passing by a restaurant called Creek of Cloud and went in. Opting for a table near the window, he sat down and placed an order with the waiter. You heard it right. The Sacred Cavern's altar appeared again. The Blessed Buddha altar appeared again. It had already been more than 300 years since it last emerged. Yes, every time the Blessed Buddha altar appears, it means a mutation must have happened inside the Buddha Cavern. I wonder who would so fortunate to be selected by the Blessed Buddha altar this time. I heard that the person selected by the altar can have an audience with our great emperor and be granted one wish. At this time, sounds of excited discussions floated into Huang Xiaolong's ears. His curiosity rose, his heart was tempted. Blessed Buddha altar. Waiter. Huang Xiaolong called for the waiter. This young master, what orders do you have? The waiter scurried over to Huang Xiaolong, bowing and smiling in a courteous manner. Huang Xiaolong threw a money bag containing several hundred gold coins to the waiter, asking, The Blessed Buddha altar that they mentioned, what is it? Catching the bag, the waiter lightly bounced the bag of money in the curve of his palm and a brilliant smile bloomed on his face. Young master must be from somewhere outside Blessed Buddha Empire, no? This Blessed Buddha altar was something left behind by our empire founder, Tianfu Emperor, appearing once every several dozen years or several hundred years. Anyone selected by the Blessed Buddha altar is granted an audience with our Emperor Sure Fantion and could have one request fulfilled. Huang Xiaolong listened and asked the waiter a few more questions related to the Blessed Buddha altar. A while later, the waiter retreated, whereas Huang Xiaolong fell into pensiveness. According to what the waiter said, the person chosen by the Blessed Buddha altar would undergo a sanctification ritual by the sacred Buddhism energy within it. Not only did it enhance one's cultivation, it was beneficial to one's cultivation path in the long term. All of these weren't the most vital point, though. The most important of all was that Sure Fantion would grant the chosen person one request. If he was chosen by the Blessed Buddha altar, with that promised one request he could smoothly enter the Buddha Cavern. Hence, Huang Xiaolong decided, first thing tomorrow morning he would go and take a look at the blessed Buddha altar. It was a bright sunny morning the next day. Huang Xiaolong stepped out of the inn, and out of the northside merchant city's city gates, walking where the blessed Buddha altar was located. According to the restaurant waiter, the blessed Buddha altar was right above the square in front of the Buddha cavern entrance. It was rumored that the blessed Buddha altar awaits the fated person every time it appears and only disappears after one was selected. This time, the blessed Buddha altar had been floating before the Buddha cavern for 1 month. Due to the close distance between the northside merchant city and the Buddha cavern, Huang Xiaolong soon arrived at the said square. The huge square in front of the Buddha cavern was named Thousand Blessings Square. 10,000 Buddha statues lined the perimeter. Each statue was different, from expressions to positions, but there was one common denominator. All these statues were 10 zhang tall. By the time Huang Xiaolong reached Thousand Blessings Square, it was already crowded. Following the flow of the crowd, Huang Xiaolong slowly moved closer and finally stopped right in front of the Buddha cavern entrance. From this angle, Huang Xiaolong could clearly see, right above the Buddha cavern entrance, a squarish-shaped golden medallion floating in the air. The golden medallion was roughly a dozen cubic meters, densely carved with scenes that depicted a myriad of Buddhas on its many surfaces and some peculiar patterns of Buddhism scriptures. Up in the air, the golden medallion pulsated with rings of aureate glow, spreading the pure energy of Buddhism as far as 100 zhang in its surroundings. A sudden wave shot through the crowd at this time. Look! That's the Luo family's Luo Wui. Huang Xiaolong's gaze followed the general direction of the crowd and saw a young man in blue robe headed straight towards the golden medallion. Luo Wui, Luo family's most talented genius in 1,000 years. Also one of the recent outstanding geniuses of our blessed Buddha Empire. First rank grade 11 martial spirit, wind fire beast. Enthusiastic discussions sounded amongst the crowd. With Luo Wui's talent, it's very likely he would be selected by the blessed Buddha altar. In general, the higher one's martial spirit grade was, the higher one's talent was, and the higher one's chances of being chosen by the blessed Buddha altar. In the past, every time the blessed Buddha altar appeared, the fated ones chosen were always geniuses with superb talent martial spirits. Then again, an exception had occurred once. The blessed Buddha altar chose a young man who possessed a grade 10 martial spirit. While the crowd buzzed, Luo Wui arrived at the blessed Buddha altar. When Luo Wui stood below the blessed Buddha altar, lucent battle chi light surged out from his body, and when he did so, the blessed Buddha altar seemed to resonate, releasing a glimmering glow of its own. Look! There's a reaction from the blessed Buddha altar. It really seems like Luo Wui is the chosen one by the blessed Buddha altar. An uproar swept through the mass crowd. Cries of excitement built up like waves. When the blessed Buddha altar appeared, one needed to stand below it and release their battle chi. If they could trigger the blessed Buddha altar's resonance to break out in a shining beam of light reaching 10,000 zhang and the Buddha carvings on all 4 sides to project images in the void above, without a doubt, that person was the fated one. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed watching this. If this Luo Wui was chosen by the blessed Buddha altar, wouldn't that mean his plan of using this opportunity to meet Shi Fantian so that he could enter the Buddha cavern just went down the drain? He would need to think of another method. This was a troublesome result for him. The brilliant light beaming from the Buddha-blessed altar continued to soar higher as Huang Xiaolong and the crowd looked on, even issuing a clear humming sound. Seeing such a reaction from the blessed Buddha altar, even Luo Wui's was affected by rising anticipation and excited. From past records, those that could triggered such a reactions and humming sounds from the blessed Buddha altar were very likely the fated one being chosen. Being chosen meant that one would be sanctified by the Buddhism power. He, Luo Wui, that had been stuck at peak Xiantian 3rd order absolutely could break through to the 4th order. Xiantian 4th order was a mid-level Xiantian warrior. At that time, his status and position within the clan would be different. Just when Luo Wui was immersed in his bubbling ecstasy, the initially rising aureate beam from blessed Buddha altar occluded. The rising beam of light dimmed and receded, gradually dissipating together with the clear humming. The blessed Buddha altar returned to its prior calm state. Luo Wui was dumbfounded. So was everyone watching in the crowd for a full 3 seconds, before someone hissed in surprise. Many were shaking their heads in pity, yet many more were laughing gleefully inside. Luo Wui remained standing in the same spot looking slightly ugly. The joy and ecstasy he felt earlier vanished without a trace, replaced with unwillingness and annoyance. Luo Wui, since you're not chosen by the blessed Buddha altar, then roll down from there. Don't block the spot. At this time, a harsh, arrogant voice sounded on the square. It's the Chun family's genius, Chun Dingyuan. The Chun and Luo families are nemesis like fire and ice. Moreover, Chun Dingyuan and Luo Wui have grudges between them. This time, Luo Wui wasn't chosen. He must be delighted. The crowd parted a small gap way for Chun Dingyuan to pass as whispers continued. Chan Dingyuan swaggered through the opening, exuding an atmosphere that made hearts palpitated, stopping 10 meters in front of Luo Wui. Luo Wui's face sank as he looked at the other side. I wasn't chosen by the blessed Buddha altar. Do you think your average grade 11 martial spirits would be selected? A sharp glint flitted across Chan Dingyuan's eyes, retorting with a cold sneer. Just because you can't do it, doesn't mean that I can't. Luo Wui snorted, yet he no longer spoke, emptying the spot underneath the blessed Buddha altar. He chose a spot on the side and waited to watch Chun Dingyuan's test. The crowd and Huang Xiaolong's focus shifted onto Chun Dingyuan. Chun Dingyuan walked up, standing of the same spot Luo Wui had vacated beneath the blessed Buddha altar, projecting his battle chi. Seeing it trigger a glowing reaction from the blessed Buddha altar, a trace of joy flashed in Chan Dingyuan's face. Its glow grew brighter, beaming higher and higher. Before long, it issued another series of hums. Faces in the crowd tightened nervously. But at this moment, the beaming brilliance occluded, just like what happened to Luo Wui. The humming disappeared. Another stretch of stunned silence before the crowd broke in another uproar. Chun Dingyuan, since you weren't selected by the blessed Buddha altar, roll away from there. Don't block the path. Luo Wui's voice cut through the noises, returning Chun Dingyuan's words to himself. Chun Dingyuan's face distorted with anger, but in the end, he vacated the spot. After Chun Dingyuan, there were 5 other people that tried. However, for these 5 people, there wasn't the slightest reaction from the blessed Buddha altar when their battle chi was released. The silence around the 5 people was extremely awkward. Under normal circumstances, only those with grade 10 and above martial spirits would be chosen by the blessed Buddha altar. Therefore, those with grade 10 martial spirit and below doesn't stand any chance. It was because of this reason that the people who went up to try were scarce in number. Seeing there was no one else, Huang Xiaolong lifted his leg and stepped out from the crowd, towards the blessed Buddha altar. Huang Xiaolong's action attracted a lot of attention from the surrounding people. This kid looks unfamiliar. I wonder which empire's family genius is he? Genius? Who knows, maybe his martial spirit is only the most common of grade 10, going up to test his luck. If he really is a genius, it's impossible to stay unknown. Luo Wui and Chun Dingyuan remained standing at the side amongst the crowd after their trial. Both gave Huang Xiaolong a glance when he walked beneath the altar. But there was no expectation of Huang Xiaolong like the rest. They thought Huang Xiaolong was just another person that just wanted to try their luck. Huang Xiaolong came to a stand underneath the blessed Buddha altar, followed closely by everyone's gaze. Battle chi shrouded him as it projected outside his body, instantly illuminating the center area. Dazzled by the abrupt brightness coming from the blessed Buddha altar, the noisy crowd quieted in an instant. Each person stared dumbly at the floating blessed Buddha altar in midair. Previously, when Luo Wui and Chun Dingyuan stood below it and projected their battle chi out from their body, the blessed Buddha altar's shining beam merely flickered. Yet, when it came to Huang Xiaolong, it was a powerful, resplendent light. This time, the blessed Buddha altar had appeared for more than 1 month's time. Most of the geniuses of blessed Buddha Empire's families had more or less come forward and tested themselves at the blessed Buddha altar, but none of them managed to trigger this level of reaction from it. After whelming astonishment, the crowd broke out into an uproar. Who is this kid really, that the blessed Buddha altar's reaction would be so strong? Does that mean his martial spirit talent is stronger than Luo Wui and Chen Dingyuan's? It may not be so. Don't you remember, there was one time the Blessed Buddha altar chose a kid with only grade 10 martial spirit? Who knows? Maybe this brat is also another grade 10 martial spirit. Even if the Blessed Buddha altar's reaction is strong now, it doesn't mean that this kid will be chosen. Words flew back and forth within the crowd. Luo Wui's sight was fixed on Huang Xiaolong, whereas a hidden glint flitted quickly across Chen Dingyuan's eyes looking at Huang Xiaolong, his thoughts unknown. As the commotion continued, the resplendent aureate light from the Blessed Buddha altar rose higher and brighter, issuing a humming sound that was clearer than ever. And there was a significant difference between the humming the altar issued during Luo Wui and Chen Dingyuan's time. The humming sound during both of their tests was vague, weaving in and out, whereas Huang Xiaolong's was like a great wave, splashing, increasing higher. In the end, the humming from the altar resounded clearly in the entire Thousand Blessings Square. Eyes widened in unprecedented shock. In the next moment, from the brightly lit altar, golden spheres of light spread out. Heavens! It's actually the Buddha luminescence. The Buddha luminescence appeared on the Blessed Buddha altar. Astonishment filled the crowd's eyes, including Luo Wui and Chen Dingyuan. There was a rumor about the Blessed Buddha altar that had been circling for a very long time. If someone could trigger the appearance of Buddha luminescence, the chances of being chosen by the altar increased to 7/10. A 70% chance. That exceeded half by far. Everyone was still pondering on the Buddha luminescence, when a ringing Buddhist chant echoed in the air. This is the Buddha chant. Chant of the Thousand Buddhas Ode. Chant of the Thousand Buddhas Ode. Luo Wui and Chen Dingyuan's shock grew deeper as one after another golden shadows of Buddha, carved around its surface, flew out from the Blessed Buddha altar, floating high in the air. Vestige of the 10,000 Buddhas. The astonishment in everyone's heart could no longer be described with words. The young man actually succeeded in triggering the vestige of 10,000 Buddhas. The chances of being chosen by the Blessed Buddha altar reached a high 9/10 once the vestige of 10,000 Buddhas emerged. Now only the last step remained, and that was the Buddha carving on the four sides of the altar. If Huang Xiaolong could trigger the four sides Buddha carving, it meant the Blessed Buddha altar had chosen him. At that time, the glorious sanctification power would bask Huang Xiaolong's body in a sanctification ritual. Nerves tensed with anticipation. Each individual in the crowd tried not to blink, fixing a stare on Huang Xiaolong and the Blessed Buddha altar. With people observing from all directions, suddenly the carving on one side flickered and flew out to high sky from the altar. Look, it's true. This kid really did trigger one of the side carvings. As the surprise exclamation entered Chen Dingyuan's ears in droves, he couldn't help scoffing. It's only one side. He might not able to push all four sides of the carving. Just as Chen Dingyuan's voice ended, another side of carving on the Blessed Buddha altar flickered and flew to the sky, shining majestically. The second carving. It was already the second carving. Tension increased, hands clammy with sweat as the crowd watched on. There were some that were even more nervous than Huang Xiaolong. Standing beneath the floating altar, Huang Xiaolong was quite nervous himself. He didn't care much for the sanctification ritual from the power of sanctification. The only thing important was the opportunity to enter the Buddha cavern. Huang Xiaolong's battle chi continued to dance higher, and the third Buddha carving on altar flickered. When the crowd saw the flickering sign, hearts tightened. In the next second, the third carving flew to the sky, casting a brilliant light down on the square. The third carving. Only one carving left. Eyes all around were fixated on the last remaining carving, as if a cloth was wrapped tightly around their hearts as they held their breaths, waiting for what will happen next. At this point, the fourth and final Buddha carving flickered and flew out, releasing its glorious golden glow high in the sky above. The four-sided carving was in the sky, shining. It gathered together and rotated at high speed. Buddha luminescence covered the sky, spreading 10,000 li. The resplendent Buddha luminescence could be seen clearly even from afar by the commoners and residents of Northside Merchant City. In the Northside Merchant City, almost at the same moment, People turned their eyes in the Blessed Buddha altar's direction, where the glorious beam of Buddha luminescence originated from, with shocked eyes. Did someone trigger a reaction from the Blessed Buddha altar's four sides carving? The fated person chosen by the Blessed Buddha altar has appeared. Come, let's go to the Thousand Blessings Square. Above the Thousand Blessings Square, the four carving images swirled around the Blessed Buddha altar. Streams of sanctification power fell down, enveloping Huang Xiaolong. A warm, comfortable feeling filled Huang Xiaolong immediately, as if he had returned to a mother's embrace. A soothing energy permeated into Huang Xiaolong's meridians, qi, the flesh of his body, into the internal organs, weaving in, time and again, enhancing Huang Xiaolong's physique. In the entire process, not only did Huang Xiaolong not feel any pain, in fact, he felt extremely comfortable that he wanted to moan. This was the Buddhism energy. On the Thousand Blessings Square, it was calm and quiet. People held their breath in, watching Huang Xiaolong enshrouded by the power of Buddha, undergoing the sanctification ritual each of them had only dreamed of, with eyes of envy, jealousy, and amazement. Chun Dingyuan was surging with jealousy watching Huang Xiaolong receive the sanctification ritual. Unknowingly, a poisonous blue needle appeared on his right hand and flicked out when no one noticed, shooting straight Huang Xiaolong's qi located in his chest area. Seeing the poison needle was about to pierce into Huang Xiaolong's qi, a blinding light flashed, repelling the poison needle from its trajectory. Watching this result, the killing intent in Chan Dingyuan's eyes thickened, and another blue poison needle appeared in his right hand. However, this time, before he flicked it out, an indiscernible voice sounded in his ears. Listening to this voice, Chan Dingyuan retrieved the blue poisonous needle unwillingly. While Huang Xiaolong was immersed in the sanctification ritual, experts from all over arrived, rushing from all directions, filling the already packed Thousand Blessings Square even more. Thousand Blessings Square became even more lively and bustling with the increasingly larger crowd. Hidden in one of the space pockets above the Buddha Cavern's entrance sat 8 old men clad in kasaya robes embroidered with golden threads. Majestic auras filled the entire space, while all 8 old men observed Huang Xiaolong undergoing the sanctification ritual of the Buddha power through the void. Old Law, in your opinion, how does this young man compare to that Fan Chun from last time? One of the old men asked the person sitting in the centermost amongst the 8. An old man whose hair was evenly divided, half pure white and half darkest of ebony. The fated one chosen by the blessed Buddha altar more than 300 years ago, a genius named Fan Chin. The current Fan Chin was already a Saint Realm expert. After a short moment of silence, the old man in the center spoke. This child's achievements in the future will far surpass Fan Chun. What? This answer shocked the 7 other old men. Fan family's genius disciple, Fan Chen, possessed a grade 14 average martial spirit grade 14. On the whole snow-wind continent, the people with such talent could be counted on the fingers on one hand. Fan Chun was already a legendary figure in Blessed Buddha Empire, so much that there were people comparing Fan Chun with their emperor, Shi Fantian. Is he saying the kid in front of them now was more talented than Fan Chin? Indirectly implying that this kid's talent was higher than Emperor Shi Fantian's. The 7 other old men were inexplicably shocked. After all, these words came from Old Law's mouth. Since the blessed Buddha altar had chosen the fated one, we should pass this message to the emperor. Old Law spoke again. Only then did the 7 others recover from their shock, nodding their heads in agreement. At this time, inside a grand palace on the south side of Blessed Buddha Empire's imperial city, a middle-aged man dressed in a gold-threaded kasaya robe was meditating in midair, exuding Buddhism power, with Buddha luminescence glow gathering around him in the images of ancient Buddhas. This man was none other than the sovereign emperor of Blessed Buddha Empire, Shi Fantian. The meditating Shi Fantian suddenly opened his eyes, and with a casual flick at the void, a transmission talisman appeared in his palm. Eh? The blessed Buddha altar has chosen the fated one already? A bright light shone in Shi Fantian's eyes and continued reading. What? Old Law actually said this child's achievements will be higher than Fan Chen's. With a bright burst of Buddha luminescence, Shi Fantian disappeared from the Grand Hall. When Shi Fantian received the message, Huang Xiaolong was still in the Thousand Blessings Square, accepting the sanctification ritual from the Buddhism power flowing into his body. 6 hours had passed, counting from the time Huang Xiaolong triggered the Four Sides Buddha painting on the Blessed Buddha altar. 6 hours had passed. In these 6 hours of sanctification ritual, Huang Xiaolong's body looked like it was painted with a layer of golden paint, making him look like a golden sculpture from afar. 6 hours passed. From the surface it was as if Huang Xiaolong was no different from 6 hours prior. But only Huang Xiaolong knew of the immense changes happening inside him. Regardless if it was his meridians, qi, internal organs, flesh, skin, even his hair was twice stronger. Huang Xiaolong's battle qi and internal force rose at rapid speed. Half a day passed when Huang Xiaolong's body suddenly shook. A glaring of inky purple light burst out, the atmosphere emanating from him changing just as abruptly. Xiantian Third Order. His cultivation, which was at peak late Xiantian Second Order, finally advanced into Xiantian Third Order. One must know it was barely 2 years since Huang Xiaolong participated in Duanren Empire's Imperial City battle. In that period of time, Huang Xiaolong had just broken through to the Xiantian realm. More and more people were arriving on the Thousand Blessings Square. Watching Huang Xiaolong break through so easily made endless envious eyes cast on him. Whereas the jealousy in Chen Dingyuan's eyes became even more erratic and rebellious. Even after Huang Xiaolong successfully broke through to Xiantian Third Order, the Buddhism power coming from the Blessed Buddha altar continued to envelop him, seeping into his body, being absorbed and refined, which further enhanced his battle qi and internal force. A full day and night passed. Only after 1 day and 1 night did the Blessed Buddha altar occlude its Buddhism power, and soon after, it vanished from view in midair. The entire time, Huang Xiaolong had been absorbing and refining the Buddhism power, his battle qi breaking through from the initial peak late Xiantian Second Order to peak early Xiantian Third Order and then onward to peak mid-Xiantian Third Order. It only halted because the Blessed Buddha altar stopped and vanished. The crowd stirred again watching the Blessed Buddha altar disappear and Huang Xiaolong awaken. Joy flashed across Huang Xiaolong's face as he opened his eyes and tried sensing the changes inside his body using his spiritual sense. The result of the Blessed Buddha altar's sanctification ritual exceeded his imagination by far. His initial assumption was early Xiantian Third Order. Converging his emotions, Huang Xiaolong scanned the surroundings, and in the end, his gaze fell on Chen Dingyuan's body. When he was receiving the sanctification ritual the poison needle attack Chen Dingyuan made, Huang Xiaolong was very well aware. Seeing Huang Xiaolong looking in his direction, Chen Dingyuan sneered disdainfully. Their gazes collided midair. The tightly packed crowd suddenly parted a small path in the middle, allowing a group of people wearing Blessed Buddha Empire's minister uniforms to approach Huang Xiaolong. Leading them was an old man with a long white beard, who had a pair of bright spirited eyes. That's Blessed Buddha Empire's Archduke Ma Bo. Archduke Ma Bo is here. The last time Fan Chun was chosen by the Blessed Buddha altar, it was also Archduke Ma Bo, who came to pick him up to meet with His Imperial Highness in the Blessed Buddha Temple. It was said that last time, when the Emperor summoned Fan Chin, he bestowed to him a heaven-grade spirit stone. Listening to the discussions around him, Huang Xiaolong was secretly surprised. Heaven-grade spirit stone. It was rumored that a top-grade spirit stone had an awareness. Other than being used to refine heaven-grade spirit pellets, wearing it close to the body aided in cultivation, speeding up the process of absorbing the spiritual energy around. Keeping it close also brought many beneficial advantages to cultivation. By this time, the white-bearded old man, Archduke Ma Bo, was already in front of Huang Xiaolong. Nodding at Huang Xiaolong in a friendly manner, Archduke Ma Bo spoke. Congratulations to this young noble for being chosen by the Blessed Buddha altar. According to the rules, the chosen one can have an audience with the emperor and be granted a request. Now, kindly follow me to Blessed Buddha Temple. Okay. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Archduke Ma Bo gestured politely with his hand, turned around and led Huang Xiaolong out from the Thousand Blessings Square with the same group of people he arrived with earlier. When Huang Xiaolong passed beside Chen Dingyuan, The latter sneered coldly in a voice transmission to Huang Xiaolong's ear. Brat, don't get complacent just because you were chosen by the blessed Buddha altar. You've made this master dislike you, so you better turn and flee as far as you can when you see me, otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see your face. Huang Xiaolong retorted with cold indifference. Really? His murderous aura flitted too quickly to be noticed. Soon, Huang Xiaolong left the square grounds following Archduke Ma Bo. Thus the crowd gradually dispersed. With Huang Xiaolong gone, Chun Dingyuan and Luo Wui too left the square. Out from the Thousand Blessings Square, Archduke Ma Bo led Huang Xiaolong to an hour's walk before stopping to a grand-looking building structure, towering over 100 zhang, built with bright granite rock. On the four sides of the granite walls were carvings of Buddhas in many forms. Young noble, this is blessed Buddha temple. The emperor has been waiting for you inside. Let us enter. Arriving in front of the towering structure, Ma Bo said with a smile. Then he turned around and continued leading the way in front of Huang Xiaolong. The moment Huang Xiaolong entered the grand hall, an overwhelming Buddhism power rushed towards him. Before this Buddhism power, a feeling of wanting to prostrate in submission rose in Huang Xiaolong's mind, but at this precise moment, the black and blue dragons in Huang Xiaolong's body shook, releasing a mighty aura that rushed out of Huang Xiaolong's body. In an instant, the Buddhism power that overwhelmed Huang Xiaolong faded. Sensing the mighty dragon aura from Huang Xiaolong's body, Ma Bo was shocked, taking a while before he managed to gather himself, continuing to lead the way. Blessed Buddha Temple sat on quite a large land area, comparable to Thousand Blessings Square. Huang Xiaolong surveyed the place as he walked, noticing the many beams of white jade pillars with Buddhist beasts carved at the very top. After walking for some time, they reached the front of the grand hall. A man stood there with his back to them, both hands clasped at his back. Emperor, this young noble is the chosen one of the blessed Buddha altar. Ma Bo spoke, making an introduction. My greetings to the great emperor. Huang Xiaolong followed suit, stepping up politely in salute. The person with his back to them turned around. A smooth, beardless, fair face with ordinary features. Yet from the first look it was hard to forget. This was Shi Fantian. Shi Fantian was born with an ordinary face, but he exuded a hard-to-forget momentum, greatly different from Emperor Duanren's sharp atmosphere. When Shi Fantian's eyes met Huang Xiaolong, he smiled kindly. Old Law said your talent and ability are much higher than Fanshen's. First, I didn't believe it, but now I do. The blessed Buddha altar was left behind by my master. Being chosen by the blessed Buddha altar, you can be considered my junior brother. I have nothing good to gift to you for our first meeting, so I will give you a heaven-grade spirit stone in place of a gift. A mesmerizing transparent rock appeared in Shi Fantian's palm, just about as big as his palm. Yet it glistened brilliantly, and Huang Xiaolong noticed the spiritual energy in the surrounding actually gathered towards the stone. Inside the stone was contained a faintly discernible energy that made even Huang Xiaolong's heart palpitate. Great Emperor, this? Huang Xiaolong looked at the spirit stone in Shi Fantian's hand and hesitated. A heaven-grade spirit stone was too valuable. Shi Fantian waved his hand at Huang Xiaolong. Just call me senior brother. Senior brother? Huang Xiaolong was stumped. He had thought this Emperor Shi Fantian was just speaking polite words when he said being chosen by the blessed Buddha altar was akin to his junior brother. So, this Shi Fantian was saying it for real. Senior brother. Huang Xiaolong was silent for a while before relenting. Since Shi Fantian himself said so, he wouldn't stand on ceremony or act with hypocrisy. He must admit, having such a senior brother made it more convenient for him in the blessed Buddha Empire in the future. Seeing Huang Xiaolong agree to call him senior brother, Shi Fantian looked appreciatively at him. According to the rules, you can make one request. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will fulfill your request. Huang Xiaolong pondered slightly, answering, I want to enter the Buddha cavern. Shi Fantian was stunned this time. You want to enter the Buddha cavern? Ma Bo, who retreated to the side earlier after greeting Shi Fantian, was greatly shocked to hear Huang Xiaolong's unexpected request. I can't. Noticing Shi Fantian's expression, Huang Xiaolong's heart dropped to his stomach. If he can't, then it would be troublesome for him. Shi Fantian chuckled, seeing Huang Xiaolong getting all anxious. It's not that you can't, didn't I just say? As long as it is something that I can do, I'll fulfill your request. But is your wish really just to enter the Buddha cavern? You only have one chance, you might regret it later if you missed it. Like junior brother Fanchen, who requested a high-grade heaven rank cultivation technique from me. High-grade heaven rank cultivation technique. Huang Xiaolong nearly bit his tongue in shock. This Shi Fantian actually possessed a high-grade heaven rank cultivation technique. Each high-grade heaven rank cultivation technique was extremely valuable, something that was even scarcer than Saint Realm warrior existences. Seemingly, Shi Fantian was implying that he really gave Fanchen such a valuable cultivation technique. Watching Huang Xiaolong's thoughts shifting evidently on his face, Shi Fantian laughed. Right, junior brother Fanchen's talent is indeed very high. Still, it is because he cultivated the high-grade heaven rank Sleeping Buddha Eternal Law that I gave him that he was able to break through the Saint Realm so quickly. Sleeping Buddha Eternal Law. A curious light flickered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. In fact, he heard Zhao Shu mention this Sleeping Buddha Eternal Law in the past. Undoubtedly a high-grade heaven rank cultivation technique, it was just that he did not expect this cultivation technique to originate from Shi Fantian's hands. How about it? Have you thought it over carefully? Shi Fantian added. Several junior brothers before Fanchen had similar requests. It was either a high-grade heaven rank cultivation technique or battle skill, for there is only one chance. I still want to enter the Buddha cavern, Huang Xiaolong said solemnly. Tempting as a high-grade heaven rank cultivation technique or battle skill may be, it paled drastically in comparison to even 1/10 of the allure of the godly Mt Shumi heavenly treasure, and godly Mt Shumi was Huang Xiaolong's most important goal in coming here. Nevertheless, Huang Xiaolong was astounded by Shi Fantian's offer. Does that mean he has quite a collection of heaven rank high-grade cultivation techniques and battle skills? Hearing Huang Xiaolong insisting on entering the Buddha cavern, it was unexpected for Shi Fantian. It crossed his mind that Huang Xiaolong requesting to enter Buddha cavern was just a passing whim. After his gentle reminder, Huang Xiaolong would definitely choose a high-grade heaven rank cultivation technique or battle skill. He did not expect that Huang Xiaolong would still request to enter the Buddha cavern. Even Ma Bo was confused and puzzled listening to Huang Xiaolong's request. Fine, since it's your decision, I won't say much. A moment later, Shi Fantian explained, this is a blessed Buddha token. Holding this token, you can enter the Buddha cavern. As Shi Fantian said that, a token appeared, nestling in his palm. On both sides of the token was a carving of a Buddha, glowing in a brilliant golden halo. Huang Xiaolong approached closer to the blessed Buddha token. It came as a surprise to him that Shi Fantian would give him a blessed Buddha token so easily just because he wanted to enter the Buddha cavern. The blessed Buddha Empire's token was not something just anyone could have. Receiving the token, Huang Xiaolong thanked sincerely. Thank you, senior brother. Shi Fantian waved his hand nonchalantly. Just a simple blessed Buddha token. No need to be so courteous, moreover. The token in your hand cannot compare to Fanchen's Sleeping Buddha Eternal Law. Huang Xiaolong grinned. A short while later, Archduke Ma Bo led Huang Xiaolong out from the blessed Buddha temple. Shi Fantian stared in the direction Huang Xiaolong left, muttering to himself, it seems he's Huang Xiaolong. No wonder, no wonder. Earlier, when Huang Xiaolong released the mighty dragon momentum upon entering the hall, Shi Fantian had already guessed Huang Xiaolong's identity. Ever since Duanren Empire's Imperial City battle, where Huang Xiaolong exposed his superb talent twin dragon martial spirits, the black and blue dragons, many experts of different empires in Snowwind Continent had started paying attention to him. People possessing a primordial divine dragon martial spirit were numbered in Snowwind Continent. Other than Huang Xiaolong, there was only one more person, and Shi Fantian had met that person before. While Ma Bo led Huang Xiaolong out from the Blessed Buddha Temple, he gave Huang Xiaolong an Archduke token. Ma Bo, as the Blessed Buddha Empire's Archduke, held an esteemed high status, merely below Emperor Shi Fantian and the several venerated 8 monks. including old law. Ma Bo's Archduke token, Huang Xiaolong also did not decline. Ma Bo's Archduke token would come in handy in the future in Blessed Buddha Empire. The Blessed Buddha token was too eye-catching after all. It would be inconvenient for some matters. Seeing Huang Xiaolong was willing to receive his Archduke token, Ma Bo's old face bloomed into a happy smile, telling Huang Xiaolong that if he met with any issues that he couldn't handle, he could come to the Archduke residence to look for him. Huang Xiaolong nodded with a word of thanks. Ma Bo left after that. Watching Ma Bo's leaving figure, Huang Xiaolong kept the Archduke token. This token was a gesture of goodwill, or more precisely, a gesture of flattery. With Ma Bo out of sight, Huang Xiaolong headed straight towards the Buddha cavern and arrived at the entrance without needing much time. However, when he wanted to enter the Buddha cavern, a powerful momentum surged out from within, blocking Huang Xiaolong at the entrance. In the next instant, a silhouette appeared. Knowing this person was a Buddha cavern guardian, Huang Xiaolong showed his Blessed Buddha token before the other side even opened their mouth to speak. Looking at the Blessed Buddha token in Huang Xiaolong's hand, the silhouette was dazed for a moment before nodding at Huang Xiaolong and disappearing from the spot in a flicker. Secretly breathing in relief, Huang Xiaolong stepped forward, entering the Buddha cavern. This time, there was no longer any resistance blocking his path. Passing through the entrance, Huang Xiaolong felt as if he had come to another world. In front of him, as far as the eye could see, were only Buddha statues, one after another. Stately Buddha statues towered over heaven and earth, surpassing 10 zhang, reaching 100 zhang, several hundred zhang. Looking in front of him, Huang Xiaolong actually couldn't see an end to the Buddha statues even at the horizon line. There were 10,000 Buddha statues on the Thousand Blessings Square. Then, inside the Buddha cavern, how many Buddha statues were there? Hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions. Huang Xiaolong was astounded to the core at this sight. These Buddha statues were sculpted in a myriad of forms, each unbelievably lifelike, as if each of these statues was solid, in their actual body on earth. Huang Xiaolong flew deeper into the cavern above these Buddha statues, using his wings of demon. In the beginning, Huang Xiaolong did not feel much, but as time wore on, his eyes started seeing double. His mind, his heart, every thought, and breath were influenced by these Buddha statues. After not even an hour of flying, Huang Xiaolong actually felt so exhausted that he quickly stopped, landing on the shoulder of a huge Buddha statue and sat down in meditation. Huang Xiaolong touched his forehead, finding that he was drenched in sweat and was taken aback. With his current Xiantian strength, not to mention flying for merely an hour or so, he could fly for a day and night and he wouldn't feel tired, much less exhausted. But now he was drenched in sweat. This was highly unusual. Slowly, Huang Xiaolong found out his exhaustion came from his spirit and not because his battle qi ran out. It was tiredness that stemmed from his spiritual sense, soul, and heart. Moreover, the energy inside his body was chaotic. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Huang Xiaolong ran the body metamorphose scripture to adjust his condition, gradually soothing the chaos taking place inside his body. It was several hours later when Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes again, calmed, but the tiredness lingered. Even more tiring than the time he fought Xiaputi in Duanren Empire's Imperial City battle for the championship. Despite that, Huang Xiaolong pulled himself up and continued heading deeper into the cavern. Another few hours later, he had to stop for a rest again to meditate, to calm the energy inside his body that had once again become chaotic. Huang Xiaolong noticed something odd. After meditating, his soul and spiritual force were actually more fatigued than before. Huang Xiaolong stood up and continued to venture deeper. One day passed in the same manner. At the end of the day, when Huang Xiaolong stopped to rest on the body of a Buddha statue, he was feeling dizzy, his breathing uneven. In fact, he was panting slightly. He hurried to meditate and swallow a medicinal pellet to recover. But swallowing medicinal pellets had no effect on the soul and spiritual force. The medicinal pellets he had were also for recovering battle qi and internal force. This time, he spent the entire night to smooth his internal chaotic energy. Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes after one night, even more exhausted than before, so much that he had no desire to move. Sleep, he only wanted to sleep. Huang Xiaolong badly wanted to close his eyes and sleep forever, not waking up. What is happening? Huang Xiaolong's consciousness suddenly jerked up. Buddha statues. It was these Buddha statues. Huang Xiaolong recalled and was shocked to find these root cause of his problem. The bodies of these Buddha statues manifested an invisible spiritual pressure, and it was exactly this invisible spiritual pressure that caused his soul and spiritual force to feel so exhausted. Though he found the cause, Huang Xiaolong was frowning. If he continued to venture deeper, his soul and spirit may not be able to withstand the invisible spiritual pressure manifested by these Buddha statues and crumble. At that time, he would end up a madman, for not even a Saint Realm expert could cure a damaged spirit. Huang Xiaolong checked the Linglong treasure pagoda, God-binding ring and absolute soul pearl in his body. All three heavenly treasures were quiet. When Huang Xiaolong entered the Saint Pavilion in search of the absolute soul pearl, there was still an occasional reaction from the Linglong treasure pagoda and God-binding ring, yet this time around, none of the three heavenly treasure inside his body showed any reaction. Was Zhao Shu's conjecture erroneous? Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Zhao Shu made the conclusion based on the ancient Buddhist scripture he had gotten hold of. If Zhao Shu's assumption was a mistake, then this trip to the blessed Buddha Empire would be a trip made in vain. Without the godly Mt. Shumi, Huang Xiaolong's plan of advancing to Xiantian 10th Order in the span of 6 years was impossible. Forget about Xiantian 10th Order, he would be far away from breaking into Xiantian 7th Order. At this point of time, Huang Xiaolong spread out his spiritual sense to his surroundings. As he was trying to get a feel of his surroundings, he noticed a mysterious energy current, extremely weak and barely perceptible if one didn't pay attention, flowing in the Buddha cavern. If it wasn't for Huang Xiaolong carefully spreading out his spiritual sense, it would have gone unnoticed. This mysterious energy was similar to the Buddhism power from the blessed Buddha altar, yet different at the same time. Huang Xiaolong tried to lead this mysterious energy into his body, slowly refining it, and was surprised to find the exhaustion in his soul and spirit recover significantly. This result delighted him. If this was so, he needn't worry about damaging his soul and spirit upon entering deeper into the cavern. After Huang Xiaolong absorbed and refined the mysterious energy, the exhaustion he felt in his soul and spirit recovered as if they were being nurtured, very close to returning to their peak form. Huang Xiaolong would then stand up and continue flying deeper into the Buddha cavern. Just like this, 10 days passed, rest and continue, rest and continue. 10 days passed, yet the heavenly treasures bore no reaction at all. And Huang Xiaolong was surprised to find in the last 10 days that the mysterious energy in the Buddha cavern helped his soul and spiritual force grow stronger, going as far as enhancing his battle chi and internal force. This speed was much faster than practicing in the ancient battlefield while swallowing fire dragon pearls. However, Huang Xiaolong was unable to feel joy at his improved strength. Instead, his heart grew heavier because there was still no reaction at all from the three heavenly treasures. In the last 10 days, all his eyes could see was an endless sea of Buddha statues, and only Buddha statues. Zhao Shu had never been inside the Buddha cavern. Thus before coming in, Huang Xiaolong had no idea how the blessed Buddha Empire's forbidden land looked like. Now he knew. Though the chance seemed slimmer by the day, Huang Xiaolong was unwilling to leave the Buddha cavern just like this. The good thing was, there was no time limit for his stay inside the Buddha cavern, such as 1 month's time with the Saint Pavilion. He could stay as long as he wanted. Cultivating in the Buddha cavern was beneficial too, hence, Huang Xiaolong remained, journeying deeper every day. While Huang Xiaolong journeyed deeper every day, in a certain space pocket within the Buddha cavern, Old Law and 7 other guardians were observing Huang Xiaolong's movements. It's been 10 days already. I did not expect this kid could remain inside for so long, even going deeper into the cavern. Last time when Fan Chun, that lad, came inside, how long did he stay? If I remember correctly, it should be 15 days. I wonder if this kid can surpass that. He can actually refine the Buddhism spiritual energy inside the Buddha cavern. Several people talked at the same time. A light flickered in Old Law's eyes as he quietly observed Huang Xiaolong's flying silhouette inside the Buddha cavern space. This kid looks like he's searching for something inside the Buddha cavern? One of the 8 suddenly said. Searching for something? Old Law pondered the words. Another 10 days passed the same way. 20 days after Huang Xiaolong entered, the 3 heavenly treasures inside his body remained quiet. But Huang Xiaolong had a harvest of a different kind. After seeing nothing but Buddha statues for 20 days, he was inspired and created a battle skill called Earthen Buddha Palm. Flying past the numerous Buddha statues as he continued to the inner part of the Buddha cavern, Huang Xiaolong practiced his self-created Earthen Buddha Palm. There was only a single move to the Earthen Buddha Palm, however, similar to the hundreds and thousands of Buddha statues in the Buddha cavern, it had just as many forms. This kid still has the leisure to practice battle skill inside the Buddha cavern? And what kind of palm is that? It looks like one of our Buddhism battle skills, but very strange. I've never seen anything like it. The 8 Kasaya-robed monks observed Huang Xiaolong, who was practicing his Earthen Buddha Palm closely, discussing amongst themselves. He probably created this battle skill himself. Old Law's eyes never left Huang Xiaolong as he spoke those words with a somber voice. What? Self-created battle skill? The 7 other old men blurted in amazement at the idea. This not possible, right? One of them queried uncertainly. As far as they knew, every battle skill was handed down from ancient times. Every battle skill that they knew of now was created by the human race of ancient times, whereas legendary heaven-rank battle skills were created by the ancient god tribes. However, legendary battle skills were lost treasures as time elapsed, leaving only high-grade heaven-rank battle skills as the highest grade available, albeit their scarcity. That's right, Old Law. It doesn't seem like this kid knows how to create a battle skill. It's a feat even harder than breaking into the god realm. Even some warriors that succeeded in breaking through and traversed to other higher-grade worlds were never rumored to have created their own battle skill. Another one of the old men debated with surprise lingering in his voice. Old Law answered with a solemn voice. I did not believe it myself at first, but observe carefully, and you will notice that when he first started practicing this skill, his movements were crude and simple. Nearing the end, however, it became smoother and complete. The changes when attacking became more unpredictable, and the potency increased over time. Look, every time he practices, he continues to improve and perfect the transformations. When the rest heard this explanation, each started to observe Huang Xiaolong's actions more closely and noticed it was as Old Law had described. Despite that, most of them still found it hard to believe what they were seeing. Creating a battle skill, if this was leaked out, it would definitely cause an earth-shattering quake across the martial spirit world. At the same time, inside the Buddha cavern, Huang Xiaolong leaped up with his palm striking out. Countless Buddha statues were seen emerging from the ground, exuding an overwhelming spiritual pressure. The current of time continued to flow, and soon, a month had passed. Huang Xiaolong had spent an entire month inside the Buddha cavern. On this particular day, Huang Xiaolong was flying forward, when suddenly, the scene in front of him changed. A vast stretch of mountainous region with towering age-old trees and winding rivers with crystal-clear emerald water. No more Buddha statues. In this 1 month, Buddha statues were the only objects Huang Xiaolong had seen, so much that it gave rise to a belief that other than Buddha statues, nothing else existed within the Buddha cavern. Huang Xiaolong's heart blossomed seeing green mountains up ahead. Accelerating his flying speed, he left the Buddha statues region quickly and landed at the foothills of a mountain. Out of the Buddha statues region, a deep sense of relief washed over him the moment his feet touched solid ground. In the Buddha statues region, Huang Xiaolong's soul and spiritual force felt like they were being squashed by a big boulder that was instantly lifted now. Huang Xiaolong turned back to look at the vast region of endless Buddha statues. He shivered, slightly traumatized. This 1 month was worse than being stranded in the abyss of hell. Drawing a deep breath, Huang Xiaolong turned back and started walking towards the forest, soon reaching the peak. Entering his sight were long ranges of mountains, winding into the horizon, causing Huang Xiaolong's brows to wrinkle. Don't tell me that I need to spend another month to cross this mountain region. The lack of reaction from the 3 heavenly treasures in his body frustrated Huang Xiaolong. Forget it. Since I'm already here, it's better I continue searching for it. Huang Xiaolong comforted himself. He would never be willing to leave things half-assed this way. Hence, Huang Xiaolong flew deep in the mountain region direction. And soon another month came and went. By this point in time, Huang Xiaolong no longer harbored any hope of finding the godly MT Shumi here, especially when all 3 heavenly treasures showed not even the tiniest reaction. In Huang Xiaolong's opinion, if the godly MT Shumi was really somewhere here in the Buddha cavern, there would surely be some reaction from the Linglong treasure pagoda, God-binding ring, and the absolute soul pearl. Making a resolute decision, Huang Xiaolong decided to give it 10 more days' time. If there still wasn't any reaction from the 3 treasures within this 10 days' time, he would leave the Buddha cavern. He would think of another way that didn't require the godly MT Shumi. Perhaps he could search for the 2nd or 3rd heavenly treasures on the list. Moreover, his master Runhua Kuang left a precious treasure for him in the Azura's Gate headquarters, something that would aid in his Azura tactics cultivation. With that, and the benefits from the Lingling treasure pagoda, God-binding ring, and the absolute soul pearl, he could still enhance his strength rapidly to reach Xiantian 10th order. 3 days passed quickly like grains of sand seeping through one's fingers. On this day, Huang Xiaolong stopped beside a river bank at the foothills. Just as he wanted to wash up, a golden light flickered from the riverbed. Although it was only for a split second, Huang Xiaolong caught a glimpse of it. His action stopped and he released his spiritual sense, directing it towards the bottom of the river, but his spiritual sense encountered a resistance at the edge of the riverbank. Curious, Huang Xiaolong stood up. After a brief hesitation, he leaped up, opened up a path leading downward, and made his way to the riverbed. In the river, Huang Xiaolong dived deeper. From the surface, the river didn't seem wide. Only after Huang Xiaolong dived into the river did he realize it was much bigger than he had thought. He sank more than 100 zhang deep before he reached the riverbed. The instant Huang Xiaolong leaped into the river, Old Law and the 7 other old men who were watching Huang Xiaolong suddenly noticed that his aura disappeared. Could this river be another space dimension? One of them muttered. Inside the Buddha cavern existed links to many different space dimensions. Though the 8 of them were guardians of Buddha cavern, none knew how many of these other dimensions there were within the Buddha cavern. That kid's aura had vanished totally. No doubt this river is a different space dimension. Another old man voiced his opinion. Old Law, then we? Go with the flow. Our mission is to guard the Buddha cavern. Yes, Old Law. On the other side, down on the riverbed, another bright light flickered and a black hole appeared. Before Huang Xiaolong could react, a great suction force from the black hole wrapped around him, swallowing him in. His vision blurred. The scene changed and Huang Xiaolong was standing upon a golden sand beach. This is? In front of Huang Xiaolong was a sea the color of gold, with gentle waves washing upon the golden sand beach. There was a small boat floating on the sea, with an old man in his 70s holding a fishing rod. At what seemed to be the center of this golden sea sat a golden mountain. The surroundings were very quiet. Looking at this scene, Huang Xiaolong was stupefied. Young man, welcome to the Sea of Suffering. While Huang Xiaolong was stupefied at the sudden change in his surroundings, the old man on the boat spoke. The Sea of Suffering. Huang Xiaolong looked at the large expanse of golden sea. The old man raised his head, revealing a long white beard that fluttered in the non-existent breeze as he smiled at Huang Xiaolong. It has been 60,000 years. Finally, someone entered the Sea of Suffering space after a long 60,000 years. 60,000 years. Huang Xiaolong was shocked. This old man meant to say he stayed in the Sea of Suffering space for more than 60,000 years? Wouldn't that mean this old man had lived more than 60,000 years? What concept was that? Not even a Saint Realm expert could live that long. Could this old man be? Huang Xiaolong sucked in a breath of cold air. Young man, you entered Buddha cavern for the godly MT Shumi, right? The old man continued at his own pace. Huang Xiaolong was surprised and wary at the same time. How did this old man know? Yes. Seconds later, Huang Xiaolong composed himself and admitted his purpose. The old man chuckled. Not bad, at least you're honest. Then I shall tell you. Yes, the godly MT Shumi is indeed within the Buddha cavern. The godly MT Shumi was inside the Buddha cavern. Getting confirmation to something he had been searching for, Huang Xiaolong trembled. The godly MT Shumi was really here, within the Buddha cavern. After so long, Huang Xiaolong had basically given up hope on the search, entering the cavern for more than 2 months without any reaction from the 3 heavenly treasures in his body. Huang Xiaolong believed this old man's words, for there wasn't any need for him to deceive Xiaolong. Also, I know the exact location of godly MT Shumi, the old man added with a sly smile. Huang Xiaolong's eyes widened with disbelief. Vast was an understatement of the Buddha cavern. Huang Xiaolong flew for 2 months and had yet to see the edge. In fact, Huang Xiaolong had the feeling that he hadn't even seen 1/10 of the Buddha cavern. To search for the godly MT Shumi in this boundless expanse of the Buddha cavern was akin to searching for a needle in a barn full of haystacks. Yet, this old man in front of him actually said he knew the exact location of the godly MT Shumi. Godly MT Shumi, Heavenly Treasures List Number 1. Even Huang Xiaolong could not suppress the quickening of his breath. The old man grinned watching Huang Xiaolong's reaction, stating, I will ask you 3 questions. As long as your answers satisfy me, I'll let you know where the godly MT Shumi is. 3 questions. Huang Xiaolong was flabbergasted. Correct. The old man revealed another sheepish smile. The old man on the small boat was somewhat chubby. When he smiled sheepishly, he looked a little like. Go ahead, ask. Huang Xiaolong pondered silently for a moment before agreeing. First question. Why are you looking for the godly MT Shumi? The old man asked. Huang Xiaolong hesitated. I want the godly MT Shumi to advance my cultivation to the saint realm, perhaps even god realm, and then I want to annihilate deity's Templar. The old man was startled. Advance to god realm? Annihilate the deity's Templar? No small ambitions you've got there. But the deity's Templar's strength isn't as weak as you think it is. The old man paused before asking the second question. My second question is, what is your martial spirit? Martial spirit? Without a second thought, a coruscating light shrouded Huang Xiaolong as he summoned out both black and blue twin dragon martial spirits. The might of dragons swept out like a feisty tornado. Blue dragon. Looking at the blue dragon hovering behind Huang Xiaolong, the old man was dumbfounded. Moments after, he recovered from his gaffe, asking the third question, if in the future I'm talking about if one day you become the Azura world's hell sovereign, commanding 1 billion evil spirits and Azuras, when the Azura world and Buddha world are in conflict, what would you do? Azura world's hell sovereign. Huang Xiaolong frowned. If there came a day when he could reach such heights, how many thousands of years would have passed? Stewing over the question, Huang Xiaolong answered, if there is a day that I really become Azura world's hell sovereign, commanding 1 billion evil spirits and Azuras, if there was a conflict between the Azura world and Buddha world, I will not take the initiative to declare war on the Buddha world, unless the Buddha world was the first to launch an attack towards the Azura world. The old man nodded, again that sheepish smile. Good. I hope if there is such a day, you would still remember the words you've said today. When the words ended, the old man's silhouette dimmed out, vanishing into thin air. Watching the spot where the old man disappeared, Huang Xiaolong blanked for a moment. The most important point struck him then. You haven't told me where the godly MT Shumi is. Also, what is Senior's name? The godly MT Shumi is right in front of you. As for who I am, it is not important, we will meet again. A voice floated from the void, ethereal as if it was separated by layers of dimension in between. The voice soon dissipated. Huang Xiaolong was confused. The godly MT Shumi is in front of his eyes? That old man meant? Huang Xiaolong's eyes zoomed towards the golden mountain sitting in the center of the golden waters. Godly MT Shumi. That old man meant this golden mountain was the godly MT Shumi. Huang Xiaolong's heart leaped with joy. Godly MT Shumi. He finally found it. He found it. Huang Xiaolong inhaled deeply to calm himself, then leaped up, aiming to land on the small boat the old man left behind. But, when his foot came close to the small boat, it shone with a brilliant light and projected a mysterious rune from its body. An abundant spiritual power soared to the sky. This is? Huang Xiaolong was alarmed. Previously, when the old man was sitting in the boat, it looked bland and ordinary, just like any other common small boat. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong didn't pay any attention to it, but it seems this little boat was a treasure. As if it sensed Huang Xiaolong's thoughts, the small boat's light glimmered in answer. In the blink of an eye, it shrunk in size until it was the length of an adult's palm and hovered in front of Huang Xiaolong. Seeing that the small boat had such spiritual awareness, Huang Xiaolong laughed. Little one, you have stayed here in the sea of suffering for several thousands of years, right? Do you want to leave here with me? The small boat floated up and down, humming. Huang Xiaolong chuckled, extending his palm out. The small boat flew forward, landing on Huang Xiaolong's palm. Huang Xiaolong was very keen on the small boat. With a flick, a drop of blood floated out from his finger and fell atop the small boat's body. Instantly, a blood bond was formed between them, allowing Huang Xiaolong to keep it in his body with merely a simple thought. Although he was sure that this small boat was a wonderful treasure, his most urgent task at the moment was to reign in the godly Mt Shumi. He could only wait until later to study the small boat. After dealing with the small boat, Huang Xiaolong leaped into the air, and with a flap of his wings, he flew straight to the golden mountain situated in the middle of the golden sea. Huang Xiaolong's heart raced, feeling the godly Mt Shumi underneath his feet, before leaping up again in search of the sacred ancient formation at the heart of it. According to the information provided by Zhao Shu, there was the sacred ancient formation at its core. Only by locating this sacred ancient formation at the core could Huang Xiaolong refine and truly control, as well as reign in this heavenly treasure called godly Mt Shumi. The godly Mt Shumi didn't seem big, land-wise, yet it took Huang Xiaolong half an hour of flying to circle the perimeter entirely. On the surface, other than the brilliant glow around it, the godly Mt Shumi looked no different than any other ordinary small mountain. Other than that, it looked more like a barren hill, no trees, no rivers or lakes, only stones and rocks everywhere. After making a full circle around, Huang Xiaolong chose to stop on the highest peak, where he guessed the core should be, right below this peak. Running his battle chi and releasing his spiritual sense, Huang Xiaolong tried to get a sense of the situation below, when a sudden surge of suction power came from deep underground. His vision blurred, appearing in a huge temple hall. A large ancient formation was carved in the center of the huge temple hall, with a tall Buddhist painting as its Karith painting depicted 10 Buddhas emanating constant fluctuations of powerful spiritual pressure. This must the godly Mt Shumi's core sacred ancient formation. Huang Xiaolong's heart stirred with excitement staring at the formation in the center of the hall. The first step of locating the formation was accomplished, next was refining it. Huang Xiaolong jumped towards the throne seat at the front of the temple hall and sat in a meditative pose, running his battle chi and starting to refine the formation. As Huang Xiaolong started to refine it, the formation glimmered endlessly. One day passed. The glimmering light became increasingly stronger, soaring skyward like a beam and expanding in diameter, covering the entire godly Mt Shumi on the outside. At that moment, the Buddhas inside the painting shot out, filling the atmosphere with Buddhism energy. As he refined the core formation, bathing within the purifying energy of Buddhism made Huang Xiaolong feel extremely comfortable. A long time later, the aureate halo originating from the formation slowly dimmed. When the light from the sacred ancient formation disappeared, the temple hall returned to its prior calm. Huang Xiaolong sat on the throne, the feeling of being one with godly Mt Shumi washing over him. He had succeeded in refining the godly Mt Shumi. Initially, Huang Xiaolong thought it would be quite troublesome to refine the godly Mt Shumi's core formation. At least time-wise, it might take 10 days to half a month. The ease came as a surprise to him. Maybe it was because of the blessed Buddha altar. A thought suddenly struck Huang Xiaolong. It was very likely due to the sanctification ritual on Thousand Blessings Square that Huang Xiaolong was able to refine the godly MT Shumi so easily. For both the godly MT Shumi and the Blessed Buddha altar were objects related to Buddhism. While Huang Xiaolong was immersed in these thoughts, a fulgent pillar formed from Buddhism power enshrouded him, transferring memories straight into Huang Xiaolong's consciousness. Godly Shumi art, the strongest battle skill between heaven and earth. According to the heritage memories from the godly MT Shumi, this godly Shumi art was a battle skill, and at the same time a cultivation technique as well. A short while later, Huang Xiaolong stood up from the temple hall throne. His foot tapped the floor, and with a sway, he disappeared from the temple hall, entering a secret chamber hidden in one of the smaller adjoining halls. Inside this secret chamber was a small pond that held a cloudy white liquid, emanating a tantalizing fragrance that was enough to make one drunk with euphoria from a single whiff. A great comfortable feeling spread out to his limbs and body. Geocentric Buddha elixir, an odd wonder born of heaven and earth. Absorbing it would enhance one's cultivation at half the effort. Huang Xiaolong approached the small pond with anticipation, staring unblinkingly at the alluring geocentric Buddha elixir, the mad joy making his heart race. The geocentric Buddha elixir in this little pond should total to over 1,000 drops. Taking one drop each day, it was enough for Huang Xiaolong for 3 to 4 years of cultivation. Huang Xiaolong cupped his hands together, separating a drop of geocentric Buddha elixir out from the pond, leading it straight into his open mouth. Like ambrosial wine that flowed out of cups of jasper jade, an exquisite fragrance stirred his senses. Huang Xiaolong did not refine the energy contained in that drop of geocentric Buddha elixir on the spot. Instead, he returned to the wide temple hall where the core formation was. As Huang Xiaolong moved both of his hands, the 10 Buddha formation at the core burst out in bright light, an immeasurable Buddhism energy gushing down from the void, separated by an unknown number of space dimensions, enveloping Huang Xiaolong entirely. Huang Xiaolong absorbed the Buddhism energy spilling from the void, while the drop of geocentric Buddha elixir spread and blended into Huang Xiaolong's meridians, Qi and Dantian, again and again strengthening his physique. As Huang Xiaolong continued to wave his arms out, gradually illusionary arms grew out from his body. At the same time, his body glowed with Buddha luminescence like the legendary Thousand Arms Buddha. This was the heritage skill, godly Shumi art. One day later, Huang Xiaolong was able to materialize more than 60 arms. When these arms struck, wind whistled across space with piercing energy that gave one palpitation. It took Huang Xiaolong a full night and a day to fully refine the energy contained in that one drop of geocentric Buddha elixir. Only then did he stop practicing. Checking the result, Huang Xiaolong noticed there was a significant improvement in his battle chi cultivation, and practicing in the 10 Buddha formation core with Buddhism energy pouring endlessly from the void, his physical body was tempered the entire time, again increasing his physical defense. His physical body was stronger than the average warrior. With this improvement, he could only be labeled as a monstrous freak. Just like the heritage memory showed, swallowing geocentric Buddha elixir before practicing the godly Shumi art doubled the result at half the effort. Huang Xiaolong was delighted with the result so far. At the moment, he could project an illusion of more than 60 arms, meaning that he had completed the basic mastery of the skills. Once the number of arms reached 1,000, it was the intermediate stage, and the last stage or major completion would be when he could transform these surreal 1,000 arms into real solid entities. Yet, from what the memory showed, practicing until that stage was difficult. If Huang Xiaolong succeeded in achieving major completion, he could divide his body into 1,000 Buddha avatars. Not only that, each of these 1,000 Buddha avatars was a real existence, as if there were 1,000 Huang Xiaolong. The godly Shumi art was hailed as the strongest battle skill between heaven and earth. This was its most terrifying point. Imagine having 1,000 avatars and each avatar has 1,000 arms for attacking. Who could defend against it? This was akin to 1,000 Huang Xiaolong launching 1 million attacks in an instant. Furthermore, when Huang Xiaolong practiced the godly Shumi art until major completion, his natural physique would take on the characteristics of the most adamant, yet pliable, known as the Golden Buddha physique, where it would never suffer damage even from the most damaging attacks. At that time, to kill Huang Xiaolong, there would be only one method: attack and destroy Huang Xiaolong's soul. Huang Xiaolong breathed out foul qi through his mouth. Godly Shumi art. An enigmatic air of grandeur burst forth from Huang Xiaolong. A light glinted in his eyes, showing a sharp edge. Deity's Templar, Ao Baishue, Yao Fei, Li Molin. A day will come when I will trample each of you beneath my feet, killing you off one by one. After a while, Huang Xiaolong calmed down, once again moving his hands, gathering battle qi in his palms to activate the core formation. From the outside, the golden mountain at the center of the Sea of Suffering shook vigorously and flew out of the Sea of Suffering, tore the void and disappeared. When it appeared again, it was outside of the Buddha cavern, above the barren wilderness in a certain location of blessed Buddha Empire. This was one of the godly MT Shumi's powers. Huang Xiaolong could control the godly MT Shumi's flight through the core formation, but its main advantage was the ability to penetrate space. Other than that, the core formation also controlled the godly MT Shumi to attack. According to the heritage memory, the godly MT Shumi was created entirely from materials originating from the Buddha world, the soft golden divine slab. During the refinement process, 10,000 drops of golden blood from 10,000 ancient Buddhas were melted into it, adamant yet soft. It was unlikely for something to exist in the martial spirit world that could make a scratch on godly MT Shumi's body. Not even a god realm master could make a dent. After tearing out of the void, the godly MT Shumi floated high up in the sky, probably several thousand zhang up, its large mass blotting out the sun. Huang Xiaolong could only imagine what it would be like using the godly MT Shumi to attack. A normal mountain as large as this was terrifying enough. Moreover, this was the godly MT Shumi. Small, smaller, smaller, more. Huang Xiaolong controlled the core formation, shrinking the godly MT Shumi continuously that the several thousand zhang mountain ended up palm-sized in the end. Smaller still, it continued to shrink to the size of a sand grain. When that succeeded, Huang Xiaolong chose a direction and controlled the godly MT Shumi, flying into the dense forest some distance ahead. Although he had found the godly MT Shumi, he was in no rush to return to Duanren Empire. First, he wanted to cultivate in peace and break through to Xiantian Fourth Order before deciding anything else. Xiantian Fourth Order was a dividing line. Once Huang Xiaolong crossed it, he would be a mid-level Xiantian warrior. His strength would experience a compelling enhancement. More than an hour later, Huang Xiaolong stopped above a hilly forest region. He controlled the godly MT Shumi to land on the ground, blending in with the environment of sand and soil, extremely well hidden. He then went to the adjoining side hall, sucked a drop of geocentric Buddha elixir into his mouth and returned to the temple hall to practice the godly Shumi art in the core 10 Buddha formation. Huang Xiaolong spent the coming days in the same routine, taking a drop of geocentric Buddha elixir and activating the 10 Buddha formation to practice the godly Shumi art. Seconds became minutes that turned into days. Huang Xiaolong's battle qi and spiritual force progressed at an alarming rate. In a mere 10 days, the Mid-Shintian Third Order Huang Xiaolong advanced to peak Mid-Shintian Third Order. 20 days later, Huang Xiaolong broke through into Late Shintian Third Order. At the same time Huang Xiaolong reached Late Third Order, the number of arms he could form doubled to over 120. However, every additional arm after that became harder to form. Before, he could form a minimum of 3 to 4 arms in a day's practice, but after reaching 120 arms, he could, at most, form 1 additional arm from a day's practice. With the geocentric Buddha elixir and tempering from the Buddhism energy at the core formation, Huang Xiaolong's physical defense and power were enhanced on a daily basis. When Huang Xiaolong's spiritual sense swept through his internal body, he found a layer of Buddha luminescence over his orifices, meridians, bones, and marrow. Time continued to flow by. Secluded within the godly MT Shumi, Huang Xiaolong had been practicing for a little over 1 month. His cultivation was already at the peak of Late Shintian Third Order and his body metamorpho scripture advanced into stage 10, Crouching Tiger. On this particular day, like any other day of that month, Huang Xiaolong swallowed a drop of geocentric Buddha elixir and started practicing the godly Shumi art in the 10 Buddha formation at the center of the temple hall. A flurry of ethereal arms appeared on his body, while the black and blue dragons hovered in the void above him, greedily devouring the true dragon chi gushing down from another space. Perhaps it was the effect of the Buddhism energy from the Buddha world, but there was now a layer of aureate luminescence on the surface of the twin dragon scales. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong shook and a minute echo sounded from his body, followed by a bright golden light. The black and blue dragons in the void above roared endlessly. A momentum stronger than before exuded from Huang Xiaolong. Xiantian Fourth Order. After a hard penance of 2 months, Huang Xiaolong finally broke through to Xiantian Fourth Order. Abundant netherworld battle chi, true dragon chi, and Buddhism chi coursed along Huang Xiaolong's body. Previously, in Huang Xiaolong's Qi Si, there were only 2 types of battle Qi that had taken shape. One was the netherworld battle Qi in the shape of an archdemon of hell, and the other was a primordial divine dragon. But now, there was an additional new Qi that had taken shape in the form of a golden Buddha. 3 great mandates that had taken shape. For Huang Xiaolong's alarming breakthrough speed to Xiantian Fourth Order, other than the geocentric Buddha elixir, the 3 great mandates played a vital role by expediting the rate of Huang Xiaolong's absorption of spiritual energies. Finally, I broke through the Fourth Order. Huang Xiaolong stopped his practice as his eyes sparkled with joy. Stepping into Fourth Order, his strength had more than doubled compared to the time he was in Duanren Empire. When Huang Xiaolong left Duanren Empire for the Blessed Buddha Empire to search for the godly Mt. Shumi, he was only a Xiantian Second Order. Now he was 2 levels higher. Counting back, it hadn't been 3 years since Huang Xiaolong stepped into the Xiantian realm and participated in Duanren Empire's Imperial City battle. I wonder what level Xia Puti's strength reached. Huang Xiaolong mused. When they battled against each other for the Imperial City Battle Championship, Xia Puti was an early second-order Xiantian, an entire level above Huang Xiaolong, but now it was highly likely that Xia Puti had yet to come close to Xiantian Third Order. It was time for him to rush back to Duanren Empire. Perhaps he might make it back in time to attend his younger sister Huang Min and Guitai's wedding ceremony. Huang Xiaolong's blurred in a flicker, leaving the Shumi Temple. The ancient sacred 10 Buddha formation of godly Mt. Shumi was located in the belly of the mountain. In retrospect, Huang Xiaolong was completely hidden from the outside world during these 2 months of practice. Out from the godly Mt. Shumi, the sand grain-sized godly Mt. Shumi flew from the ground into Huang Xiaolong's palm with a wave, growing to the size of a palm in the process. Huang Xiaolong absorbed the golden mountain into his body, hovering above his soul sea just like the other 3 heavenly treasures. However, in that moment the godly Mt. Shumi, the Linglong treasure pagoda, the God-binding ring, and the absolute soul pearl that were dead silent recently, burst out in a prism of violent light. The Buddhism energy from godly Mt. Shumi flooded out, spreading to every corner of Huang Xiaolong's soul sea. As if the 3 heavenly treasures were resonating with the Buddhism energy coming from the godly Mt. Shumi, all 3 the Linglong treasure pagoda, God-binding ring, and the absolute soul pearl shone ever more brightly, issuing unfathomable long humming sounds. Sensing the odd reactions of the 4 heavenly treasures, Huang Xiaolong was dumbfounded. When he entered the Buddha cavern, even while he was at the Sea of Suffering, the Linglong treasure pagoda, God-binding ring, and absolute soul pearl showed nary a ripple of reaction. But at this moment, their reactions were radical to the extreme. From Huang Xiaolong's perception, it seemed that the 3 heavenly treasures were afraid of the godly Mt. Shumi, banding together to resist the Buddhism energy spewing out from the Golden Mountain. Yet it was futile. The powerful burst of energy weakened and diminished under the seemingly gentle golden glow. Huang Xiaolong continued to watch, thinking it was nearly over, but all 4 heavenly treasures suddenly flew out from his body high up to the air, flying in a circular motion. A forceful suction force came from the godly Mt. Shumi, holding the Linglong treasure pagoda, God-binding ring, and absolute soul pearl prisoners, drawing them closer to itself. Though they struggled frantically, neither successfully flew out more than 100 meters away from the godly Mt. Shumi. As time wore on, the distance between the 4 heavenly treasures shortened, albeit the beaming light from the Linglong treasure pagoda, God-binding ring and absolute soul pearl intensified, the resistance and struggle were futile. In the end, the three heavenly treasures entered 10 meters within the godly MT Shumi's golden halo area. At this moment, a lucent light pillar shot up from its peak, 10 Buddha statues projected in midair. The very same 10 Buddha statues from the sacred ancient formation at the core. The appearance of the 10 Buddhas increased the godly MT Shumi's might, Buddhism energy crashing out like endless tidal waves into the surroundings, instantly winding around the Linglong treasure pagoda, God-binding ring and absolute soul pearl, sucking them into its golden body. The Linglong treasure pagoda went straight down to become a midway pagoda pavilion. The God-binding ring was absorbed into one of the many peaks on the godly MT Shumi, whereas the absolute soul pearl stood atop a different peak. All three heavenly treasures still gleamed brightly but no longer resisted, as if they had been rained it. Watching the entire scene, Huang Xiaolong was dumbstruck. All three heavenly treasures were absorbed by the godly MT Shumi, becoming one entity. At this moment on the godly MT Shumi, the fire dragon Qi, the ancient god tribe spiritual energy from God-binding ring's ancient battlefield and the soul energy from absolute soul pearl all gathered together, interlaced with the Buddhism energy coming from the godly MT Shumi itself, bringing 4 different types of spiritual energy in one place. With a turn of his right wrist, the godly MT Shumi floated to Huang Xiaolong's hand. Studying the 4 treasures that had combined into one, Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly to himself. Can this godly MT Shumi be called godly MT Shumi still? He should just call it Shumiling Long God-binding Absolute Pearl Mountain. But, for treasures combined into one may not be a bad thing. Because Huang Xiaolong keenly felt that after being absorbed into the godly MT Shumi, the Lingling treasure pagoda, God-binding ring and absolute pearl strength did not diminish. In fact, it seemed to boost the godly MT Shumi's strength. Looking at the improved version of godly MT Shumi, Huang Xiaolong couldn't help imagining, if all the heavenly treasures on the list were to combine with the godly MT Shumi, to what extent would it strengthen this little golden mountain's magical powers? Then, Huang Xiaolong shook his head. This was highly unlikely, even for him. 32 heavenly treasures were scattered all over. The chances of gathering them all was almost nil. Some of these heavenly treasures might not even be in the martial spirit world. Furthermore, there were possibilities some of these heavenly treasures were already reined in by others. If he could find them, so could others. Focusing his thoughts, Huang Xiaolong absorbed the new godly MT Shumi into his body and left the forest area with a flicker. Just moments after Huang Xiaolong disappeared, 2 silhouettes arrived, piercing through the wind at alarming speed. Strange. I'm sure I sensed the fluctuations of a treasure from here. Could someone else have gotten to it before us? Go. Keep looking. After leaving the dense forest area, Huang Xiaolong flew southwards. 1 hour later, he stopped. Arriving at Northside Merchant City, he recalled the incident when he was receiving the sanctification ritual from the blessed Buddha altar's Buddhism energy. The single poisonous needle Chan Dingyuan ambushed him with. A chilling glint flitted across his eyes as he stepped towards Northside Merchant City and inquired around for the Chun Mansion's location. In one of the small yards on the north side of Chun Mansion, Chan Dingyuan was resting leisurely in the main hall of the yard as he listened to his subordinate, Han Fei, report about the family's annual peak summit. Every year, the younger generation of the Chen family would battle for ranking in an attempt to snatch the title of Family Peak into their hands. Young master, with your talent and ability, this year's Family Peak title could only be yours. Han Fei flattered. Chan Dingyuan laughing assuredly. Of course I will win the first place in this year's Family Peak Summit. Following that, I will also win the first place in the 4 Families Summit. Han Fei laughed. It is as young master said, that Luo Wui would definitely be defeated by young master. Chan Dingyuan nodded obligingly at Han Fei's remark, and as if he remembered something, is that kid still inside the Buddha cavern? Yes, that is so, young master. 5 months have passed, but he hasn't come out. Han Fei answered. I've sent people to keep a watch at the entrance. As long as that kid comes out and shows his face, I will immediately inform young master. Qian Dingyuan nodded satisfactorily. Once that kid comes out, I will present him with an unforgettable memory. Oh, really? A cold voice sounded at Qian Dingyuan's statement. Who? The cold voice sounded too suddenly. Both Qian Dingyuan and Han Fei were caught off guard. Before the two surprised faces, a silhouette slowly emerged from the void above. You! The face of their guest made Qian Dingyuan and Han Fei exclaim in unison. The uninvited guest was none other than Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's eyes were icy as they fell on Qian Dingyuan. That's right. It's me. After a momentary shock, Qian Dingyuan laughed raucously. Punk! You dared to trespass into my Qian mansion's yards. The last time a late Xiantian 10th Order tried to do so, do you want to know what his ending was? He died without a corpse to be buried. Frankly, I really admire your courage and stupidity. As his speech came to an end, Qian Dingyuan slowly rose from his seat, approaching Huang Xiaolong. At the same time, Qian Dingyuan looked at Han Fei, who nodded in understanding, and in a blur, blocked Huang Xiaolong's escape route. Even so, Huang Xiaolong was as calm as day. Qian Dingyuan stopped 5 meters away from Huang Xiaolong, issuing a condescending cold sneer before saying, based on the fact that you dared to trespass into my Qian mansion, I will give you a chance. If you can take 3 palm strikes from me, I will let you leave. If not, 1 palm, Huang Xiaolong stated. 1 palm. Qian Dingyuan broke out in another bout of laughter after a brief pause. True, 1 or 3 palm strikes is the same result for you. For 1 strike from me is enough to deal with you. Punk, are you ready? Huang Xiaolong shook his head in clarification. I said I only need 1 palm to deal with you. What? Qian Dingyuan's face distorted in anger in the blink of an eye, a cruel glint burning in his eyes. Little punk, I was kind enough to be merciful, giving you a way out. But since you have made your choice, then go die. Qian Dingyuan leaped into the air, punching out with a fist full of killing intent at Huang Xiaolong. An enormous fist imprint pierced through the air with a trail of lavender flame, the space around it issuing crackling noises. Before the fist imprint arrived, a scorching heat wave blasted in Huang Xiaolong direction. Qian Dingyuan was a peak late Xiantian 3rd Order. The destruction force from 1 punch was no joke. According to Qian Dingyuan's understanding, though Huang Xiaolong went through the sanctification ritual on the Blessed Buddha altar and managed to break through to Xiantian 3rd Order, a punk like him was still far from qualified to be his opponent, which was why Qian Dingyuan did not call out his martial spirit, nor soul transformed. Huang Xiaolong watched indifferently as Qian Dingyuan's attack came at him. Then with a raise of his hand, a finger pointed out. Just a simple finger stab, a forceful fingerprint shot through space, enveloping the earth like an angry rolling tsunami. Within the dark gray, billowing fog hid strange black creatures, wailing miserably, shaking one's mind. Absolute soul finger. Watching the great momentum of the incoming dark gray fog, accompanied by the strange black creature's shrill shrieks, Qian Dingyuan's face tightened. Swiftly jumping back, he bellowed, Devil extinguishing Vajra vigor. Qian Dingyuan was wholly shrouded in a golden membrane that formed a protective layer of vigor chi. However, the absolute soul finger attack pierced through the devil extinguishing Vajra vigor protective layer like it was nothing at all, penetrating through the person's chest and coming out from the back. It went on to make a hole through the wall of the structure. Poof! Qian Dingyuan's body was thrown back from the impact, crashing down hard, blood spurting out uncontrollably from his mouth. Young master! Han Fei, who was signaled to block Huang Xiaolong's escape route, watched the scene happen in the blink of an eye. When Qian Dingyuan was sent flying, he blurted out in shock and rushed to his young master's side. On Qian Dingyuan's chest wound, a dark gray air circulated, issuing shrill screams, bloodied flesh and a face paler than a white sheet. You are not a Xiantian 3rd Order. The voice coming from Qian Dingyuan's throat was hoarse as he stared wide-eyed in shock at Huang Xiaolong. He couldn't understand at all. He remembered correctly that when Huang Xiaolong was undergoing the sanctification ritual on the Thousand Blessings Square, he had just broken through to Xiantian 3rd Order. How did he turn out to be a Xiantian 4th Order now? Who told you that I'm a Xiantian third order? Huang Xiaolong retorted with a cold sneer. Without waiting, the blades of Azura appeared in his hands, and with a swing, an ominous flower bloomed in the air, which disappeared in the next moment in the same ghostly manner. Chen Dingyuan screamed. From the center of his forehead, blood spurted out like a fountain from the flower mark left on his forehead. Chen Dingyuan slid down to the floor stiffly, eyes opened with unwillingness. Young master, Han Fei cried out in fear, shaking Chen Dingyuan's body with trembling hands. But no matter how hard Han Fei shook, no response came from Chen Dingyuan. At this time, Huang Xiaolong approached. Han Fei twirled around in fright, watching Huang Xiaolong. In the next instant, he screamed, "Someone! There's an assassin!" Still, it did not save him. Just as his words ended, Huang Xiaolong pointed a finger, penetrating his temple. After dealing with Han Fei, Huang Xiaolong leaped up, disappearing from the spot with space concealment. Just as the edge of Huang Xiaolong's robe disappeared into the void and Han Fei's body tumbled to the floor, a figure rushed over, piercing through the wind. Who dares to make trouble in my Chun mansion? This person was an old man in his 80s, with bright green irises, clad in a mulberry robe. This old man was the Chun mansion's chief steward, Zhang Rong. Zhang Rong floated down to the floor, watching Chen Dingyuan and Han Fei laying in a pool of blood. He paled noticeably. Young Master Dingyuan. He reached Chen Dingyuan's body in a few strides, crying out almost hysterically. Before long, the news shook the entire Chun mansion, assembling Chun mansion's over 1,000 experts to search for the murderer, while Huang Xiaolong was already on his way to Northside Merchant City's gates. However, when he arrived at the city, it was on lockdown. Seeing the city gates tightly shut, Huang Xiaolong sneered coldly. Walking to a deserted alley, Huang Xiaolong's silhouette disappeared into thin air, emerging again inside the Shumi Temple Hall. Activating the 10 Buddha formation, the Golden Mountain shrunk to the size of a sand grain as Huang Xiaolong controlled its flight, flying out of Northside Merchant City high up in the troposphere. Of course, Huang Xiaolong had other methods of leaving the city, such as using Archduke Ma Bo's token or the Blessed Buddha token Shi Fantian gave him. However, either one of these actions would attract too much attention. Since he had decided to leave, he didn't want to lead troubles his way. Out from the Northside Merchant City, Huang Xiaolong continued to travel via the godly MT Shumi, flying southward. 2 hours had passed by the time he decided to stop. In those 2 hours, Huang Xiaolong activated the 10 Buddha formation to control the godly MT Shumi's flight, exhausting his battle chi supply. Huang Xiaolong's battle chi and internal force were comparable to a Xiantian 5th Order's battle chi, yet it was only enough for him to supply the godly MT Shumi with 2 hours of energy. One can imagine the taxing and terrifying amount of energy needed to activate the godly MT Shumi. Descending to the ground, Huang Xiaolong went to the side hall, swallowed a drop of geocentric Buddha elixir, and started the recovery of his battle chi and internal force. 1 day later, Huang Xiaolong stopped cultivating. Both his battle chi and internal force were brimming full. I wonder how long the godly MT Shumi can fly if I used grade 1 spirit stones to activate the 10 Buddha formation. Just as he was thinking to himself, Huang Xiaolong's hand already moved, taking out a grade 1 spirit stone from the Azura ring. With a flick, Huang Xiaolong sent the grade 1 spirit stone to the center of the 10 Buddha formation. The sacred ancient formation reacted instantly. The energy contained within the grade 1 spirit stone whirled out in a hurricane of energy as the formation shone brightly, activating and tearing the space by itself. The grade 1 spirit stone lasted 2 days at the core of the 10 Buddha formation before it cracked and crumbled into dust, dissipating in the air. Huang Xiaolong, who was practicing the godly Shumi art, furrowed his brows slightly. A piece of grade 1 spirit stone lasted only 2 days. Grade 1 spirit stones were extremely rare. Even if he offered 10,000 gold coins in the auction houses, he might not be able to buy one. The cost was too high. On the bright side, after the 4 treasures merged into one, Huang Xiaolong noticed when he was practicing the godly Shumi art in the Ten Buddha formation that the fire dragon Qi from the Linglong treasure pagoda, the ancient god tribe's energy from the god-binding ring, and the soul Qi from the absolute soul pearl were tempering his physique, just like the Buddhism energy from godly MT Shumi's Ten Buddha formation. For different types of energy tempering his body as he cultivated greatly enhanced Huang Xiaolong's progress speed. So much that he could feel the improvement in strength every single day. The continuous tempering by these four great energies elevated Huang Xiaolong's physical defense to higher than that of a Xiantian fifth order, both in defense and power aspects. Huang Xiaolong journeyed back to Duanren Empire while practicing in the Shumi Temple, leaving behind blessed Buddha Empire's territory quickly. However, due to the unbearable price of activating the godly MT Shumi for flight, most of the time Huang Xiaolong preferred not to use it. Calculating the journey's time span, he would use a Grade 1 Spirit Stone every 4 days on the 10 Buddha formation. Although Grade 1 Spirit Stones were valuable, this way, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't delay his journey nor his cultivation. He had just enough Grade 1 Spirit Stones for him to reach Duanren Empire. He would think of a way to procure more in the future. For months came and went. Huang Xiaolong rushed and finally made it back to Duanren Empire. In cultivation, the higher the realm, the harder it was to progress, and Huang Xiaolong was no exception. After breaking through into Xiantian Fourth Order, his cultivation speed was slower compared to prior. Still, he managed to reach peak late Xiantian Fourth Order in 4 months' time, half a step more, and he could advance into Xiantian Fifth Order. Just as Huang Xiaolong calculated, his 20 pieces of Grade 1 Spirit Stones were spot on. The last one crumbled to dust as he arrived in Duanren Empire's territory, and he spent another 10 days to reach Duanren Imperial City. Staring at the familiar city gates before him, an inexplicable emotion washed over Huang Xiaolong's heart, just like what he felt after returning to the Huang clan manor from Luotong Royal City, the first time he left home, more than a decade ago. Inhaling deeply, Huang Xiaolong lifted his foot and walked towards the city gates. There weren't many changes to Duanren Imperial City. Scenes filled his eyes that weren't that much different a year and a half ago. Still as bustling and lively, the endless lines of carriages and prosperous buildings on the streets. In a few days, it is the Guo and Huang family's big wedding celebration. I heard that this time, all of the over 1,000 kingdoms under Duanren Empire sent either their emissary or prince to congratulate the event. Not only that, the news I heard is that even Emperor Duanren himself would be appearing at the wedding ceremony. What is that Huang Xiaolong's real identity? Also, what is the relationship between Emperor Duanren and his guard Zhao Shu? Who knows, but I heard Huang Xiaolong is not in the imperial city at the moment. Huang Xiaolong listened to the grapevine around him as he strolled along the streets. His younger sister Huang Min and Guitai's wedding was in 3 days, a union between the Guo and Huang families, and the imperial city was in a festive atmosphere with colorful lanterns hung high in the streets. Catching the young men in front saying Huang Xiaolong wasn't in the imperial city at the moment, Huang Xiaolong couldn't resist laughing. "Little brother, where did you hear it from that Huang Xiaolong is not in the imperial city at this time?" The young man who heard Huang Xiaolong calling out to him turned around, scrutinized Huang Xiaolong up and down a few times before laughing. "Little brother? You don't seem to be that much older than me. I have a close brother that is working as a guard in the Huang estate, of course I would know. From your appearance, you must have followed your family's elders over to the imperial city to congratulate the Huang estate, right?" Huang Xiaolong was stunned for a moment at the young man's words. He laughed it off and did not say anything. However, this young man seemed to be someone from the lower kingdoms. Thus he did not recognize Huang Xiaolong's face. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong did not deny, the young man thought he had guessed correctly. "This must be your first time in Duanren Imperial City, right?" At this time, an abrupt ruckus swept the bustling streets. A series of surprise and shock exclamations rang in the air. Huang Xiaolong and the 2 young men looked over and saw a group of people sprinting down the busy streets on horsebacks. One of the young men paled. "It's the Tai family's people." "Tai family?" Huang Xiaolong was puzzled. The Tai family is also the Guo family's in-laws. The current patriarch of Guo family, Guo Sherwin's younger sister, Guo Shaoqing, is married to the Tai family's patriarch, Tai Feng. The same young man explained. They are also the Guo family's in-laws? Huang Xiaolong was surprised. But then a frown appeared on his face as he looked over to the Tai family's disciples on the dashing horses, saying, "The Tai family's disciples actually dare to race on their horses in the imperial city? Aren't they afraid of repercussions from the law?" This naive-sounding question made the young man chuckle wryly while shaking his head. Now that the Guo family is becoming in-laws with the Huang family, even Emperor Duanren needs to give Guo family some face. Moreover, the Tai family is in-laws with the Guo family too. Not to mention racing on the streets of the imperial city. Even if they kill someone in broad daylight on the streets, no one would dare to stop them. At this time, the group of Tai family disciples on horses had arrived within 100 meters of Huang Xiaolong. The other people nearby hurried to scatter and avoid their path. Watching this, the young man advised anxiously, "Let us avoid quickly, otherwise those Tai family disciples will really—" Before he even finished his words, his hands shot out and pulled Huang Xiaolong to a safer side of the street. However, Huang Xiaolong remained standing like a mountain on the same spot. The young man was stunned. But the Tai family disciples were only a dozen meters from them. The young man's face was ashen and had to let go of his hand. Like everyone else in the vicinity, he jumped out of the Tai family disciples' path. By this time, there were only a few meters left between the sprinting horses and Huang Xiaolong, whereas the group of Tai family disciples burst out in raucous laughter after a momentary shock when they noticed Huang Xiaolong standing in their path, unlike the others that had run for safety early on. "Brothers, there are still people that aren't afraid of death." The frontmost young man amongst the group laughed loudly, and as if on cue, the rest laughed with him. All the while Huang Xiaolong looked at the laughing group with a cool expression. Closer, less than 5 meters between them, Huang Xiaolong suddenly raised his right hand and struck his palm to the front. Multiple golden lights whistled through space, right into the Tai family disciples. Before the surrounding crowd's eyes, every individual and horse struck by the golden lights stopped moving, frozen in place just a few meters away from Huang Xiaolong. The previous young man had a flabbergasted expression on his face, staring at the live statues consisting of the Tai family disciples. What kind of battle skill is this? And he wasn't the only one looking dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. Huang Xiaolong strutted in an unhurried pace towards the young man leading the group of Tai family disciples. Seeing Huang Xiaolong approaching them, the young man was terrified and angered at the same time. To disguise his fear, he threatened Huang Xiaolong. "Little maggot, you're absolutely dead. You actually dared to attack and injure us? Do you know who we are? We're Tai family disciples. I'm Tai Xiao and my father is the Tai family's patriarch, Tai Fong. You're fucking dead. I tell you." Tai Fong. Huang Xiaolong snickered. "So, this little brat was that what's-his-name Tai family patriarch's son. In other words, he was Guo Sherwin's nephew? No wonder this brat was another arrogant young master." Huang Xiaolong lifted his right hand again. Fingers bent a little like a claw as he clutched at Tai Zhao's throat, lifting him into the air. Exactly what he did to the Guo brothers 2 years ago. Being lifted up into the air by his throat, Tai Xiao had disbelief and fear written all over his face. "Brat, you dare! Immediately release our young lord. If not, even an immortal descending won't be able to save you. Not only you, your entire family will be buried together with you." The Tai family guards roared at the top of their lungs, while the rest stared dumbstruck at Huang Xiaolong's bravado, including the young man that tried to pull Huang Xiaolong to safety earlier. Listening to the clamors from the Tai family guards, a mysterious smile arched at the corner of Huang Xiaolong's mouth. Without warning, he let go of his grip on Tai Zhao's throat. However, Huang Xiaolong's action made Tai Xiao think he was afraid. A finger pointed at Huang Xiaolong as Tai Xiao bellowed, "You maggot! It's too late for you even if you let me go now. I want your whole family dead. You, dead." Before Tai Xiao could state his powerful threat to the end, Huang Xiaolong struck out another palm with a turn of his wrist, striking accurately on Tai Zhao's chest. Letting out an earth-shaking wail, Tai Zhao's body was sent flying. When he crashed down, large amounts of blood were spurting out from his mouth. "Young lord, The Tai family guards cried out. Huang Xiaolong struck out another palm. This time it was aimed towards the Tai family guards. A palm imprint pierced through space, sending the large group of guards tumbling out in a whirlwind. Huang Xiaolong fused the first move of the Azura sword skill into this palm strike. Although it was much weaker than using the blades of Azura, it was sufficient to deal with this level of fodder. Amongst these Tai family guards, the strongest was only a Xiantian second order. Therefore, to Huang Xiaolong they were a trivial inconvenience. The heads in the crowd turned to look at Tai Xiao and his guards, then turned the other way to look at Huang Xiaolong. There were 1,001 expressions, from admiration to worship, pity, and others in between. At this point, the same young man who pulled Huang Xiaolong earlier arrived at his side, saying in an anxious tone, "Bro, hurry and leave the Imperial City immediately. Run as far as you can. If the Gua and Tai families' people arrive, you won't be able to run even if you wanted to. Run." Huang Xiaolong shook his head. "I've just returned. My younger sister is getting married in 3 days' time. I need to be there for the ceremony, so I won't run." The young man blanked at Huang Xiaolong's reason. "Bro, how can you be thinking about your younger sister's wedding in this situation? Fleeing for your life supersedes everything. If your life is already gone, would you still be talking about attending your younger sister's wedding?" Watching the young man's anxiety and concern for him, a feeling of goodwill towards this young man emerged in his heart. After all, they were nothing more than strangers on the same street. "Which family are you from?" Huang Xiaolong looked at the young man and asked. Again the young man blanked. What situation was he in? This man still has the time to inquire which family he's from. "Bro, forget which family I come from. Quickly get out of the Imperial City." Most likely the Gua and Tai families already knew what happened here. The young man became even more anxious. Whereas Huang Xiaolong was cool as a cucumber. "What are you so anxious for?" Hearing this sentence made the young man speechless to the core. In the end, he could only give up, answering Huang Xiaolong with a helpless expression. "My name's Gao Yong, a Gao family disciple from the Gear Kingdom." Huang Xiaolong nodded. "Since we're both free, how about we go and have a few drinks?" "Since we're both free? Have a few drinks." The young man felt an onslaught of dizziness. He truly did not know what to say anymore. At this time, Guo Shirwan, Guo Shiwan, and some others were seated in the Guo family mansion's main hall. Laughter and voices filled the air. Next to Guo Shirwan sat a beautiful woman. And that beautiful woman Guo Shaoqing, Guo Shirwan and Guo Shiwan's younger sister. Guo Shaoqing was laughed dazzlingly. "Big brother, second brother. Now that our family is becoming in-laws with the Huang family, even Emperor Duanren needs to pay attention to our Guo family. I want to see who dares to blaspheme our Guo family in the future." Guo Shirwan and Guo Shiwan were full of smiles. "Patriarch!" At this moment, a Guo family guard ran into the main hall all flustered shouting. "It's bad. Young Master Tai Xiao was beaten on the streets." Guo Shirwan, Guo Shiwan, and Guo Shaoqing were stupefied. "What did you say?" A brief moment passed and Guo Shaoqing instantly awakened as the meaning of the Guo family guard dawned on her. "You're saying someone wounded my shower?" "Yes, on Dawn River Street," the guard confirmed. "Dawn River Street," Guo Shiwan repeated. "It's not far from our Guo mansion." Guo Shaoqing jumped to her feet, undisguisable wrath in her voice. "I want to see who has such big guts to dare hurt my shower." Guo Shirwan stood up too, ordering the guard with a cold sneer. "Tell people to have the city gates on lockdown. That punk must not escape." He turned towards Guo Shiwan and Guo Shaoqing. "Let's go and have a look. We'll capture that punk alive." "Big bro, do we need to inform father about this matter?" At this moment Guo Shiwan brought up a question. Hearing this, Guo Shirwan chuckled instead. "I say, second bro, how big could this matter be? Is there a need to bother father with such sesame seed-sized matter?" The old man is accompanying House Master Huang, Miss Huang Min, and the rest. "That's right." Guo Shaoqing parroted her big brother's decision. "Second brother, in my opinion, you're becoming more of a scaredy cat. With the status our Guo family has now, who do we need to be afraid of? Even if that person is Duan Wuhan." He must still give our Gua family an explanation. Gua Shiwan no longer opened his mouth at his sister's words. Hence, the three of them exited the Gua mansion in a grand manner, leading more than 100 experts with them, heading towards Dawn River Street. The entire Duanren Imperial City was on lockdown. The commoner felt a heavy, foreboding atmosphere like the gloomy monsoon rain. The entire time, Huang Xiaolong stood in the same spot, in the same street, chatting merrily with the young man. Anxiety was biting all over Gao Yong like a million ants when he suddenly paled, staring at Huang Xiaolong's back. At the end of the street, Gua Shiwen, Gua Shiwan, and Gua Shaoqing were rushing in their direction. Gao Yong's heart sank faster than falling off a cliff. Noticing Gao Yong's expression, Huang Xiaolong knew that behind him the Gua family had arrived, but he acted indifferent to the situation. Tai Xiao and the Tai family guards, on the other hand, lit up when they saw Gua Shiwen's group walking towards them on the street, with a trail of experts. However, when Gua Shiwen and Gua Shiwan saw Huang Xiaolong's back, both of them stiffened. This is? Gua Shiwen and Gua Shiwan exchanged a look. The expressions on their faces mirrored each other: unease, fear, and terror. Although they had yet to see the person's face, still, how could they not recognize Huang Xiaolong's silhouette? Gua Shaoqing's anger had already erupted from afar, seeing her son's injured appearance. Who wounded my shower? I will dig out all the bones in his body one by one. When these words entered Gua Shiwen and Gua Shiwan's ears, their faces turned from pale to ghastly white. Mother! Under the Tai family guard's assistance, Tai Xiao managed to greet his mother, Gua Shaoqing, and came to her side. It was him, it was this little punk. Mother, after you've captured this punk, I want to dig out every bone in his body with my own hands. Gua Shaoqing looked at Huang Xiaolong with a contemptuous cold sneer. Don't worry, he has no way to run. Her eyes signaled one of the guards that followed along. Just as that guard was about to take action, Gua Shiwen and Gua Shiwan finally awoke from their trance. Stop! Both bellowed at the same time. Their order was so sudden that everyone was stunned for a moment, turning towards them. Before the stunned Tai Xiao, Gua Shaoqing, Gao Yong, and the crowd, Gua Shiwen and Gua Shiwan approached Huang Xiaolong looking like frightened kids, faces full of guilt and apprehension. Young noble Huang! Young noble Huang! Gua Shiwen and Gua Shiwan's stance was filled with fear, trepidation, and utmost respect, utterly shocking everyone around. Even more so was Tai Xiao. His eyes were rounded wide, as were his mother's eyes next to him, and Gao Yong standing in front of Huang Xiaolong. Gao Yong's gaze fell on Huang Xiaolong. To be called respectfully as young noble Huang by Gua Shiwen and Gua Shiwan, there was only Huang Xiaolong. He is Huang Xiaolong. The thought flashed in Gao Yang's mind and his breathing quickened. A little light-headed that the Huang Xiaolong was standing in front of him. Heavens! He actually spoke with Huang Xiaolong. Wait, what did Huang Xiaolong call him just now, brother? Yes, it was brother. Huang Xiaolong even invited him to drink a few cups of wine. Gao Yong could hardly determine the directions of north, south, east, or west at the moment. Gao Yong guessed Huang Xiaolong's identity from Gua Shiwen and Gua Shiwan's greetings, and so did Tai Xiao, Gua Shaoqing, and the rest of the guards that followed over. Suddenly, Tai Xiao's 4 limbs started to shake uncontrollably. The Tai family guard's legs were swaying violently as if there was a Class 13 super earthquake. Gua Shaoqing's beautiful face lost all color. What did she say to Huang Xiaolong just now? Dig out every bone from his body one by one. Finally, Huang Xiaolong turned around, looking at the frightened Gua Shiwen and Gua Shiwan before glancing at the trembling Tai Xiao and the ashen Gua Shaoqing. Patriarch Gua, Huang Xiaolong greeted nonchalantly. Hearing that, Gua Shiwen stood in attention. Hear, young noble Huang. Hear, young noble Huang. Gua Shiwen's response before Huang Xiaolong raised weird expressions from the crowd. He was akin to a well-trained house slave. Huang Xiaolong's eyes scanned the 100 over experts standing behind Gua Shiwen. His indifferent voice sounded, Patriarch Gua brought so many people over, so that you can dig out my bones one by one? Beads of sweat poured out on Guosherwin's forehead and face as he listened to the question. He hurried to deny, "Young noble Huang, it's a misunderstanding. Really a misunderstanding. We really didn't know it was you, truly. If he knew early on, give him 1,000 hearts and he still wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Ah." At this moment, Guosherwin even wished he could just drop dead. "Tai Xiao, why aren't you kneeling down and begging forgiveness from young noble Huang?" Guosherwin suddenly turned around and snapped furiously at Tai Xiao. Tai Xiao somehow managed to walk to Huang Xiaolong with his shivering knees. Falling to a kneel, Tai Xiao exclaimed fearfully, "Young noble Huang, I didn't know it was you, you're elderly. Have mercy, you're elderly." Watching the incoherent and clumsy Tai Xiao due to overly frightened, Huang Xiaolong frowned. Noticing the tiny frown on Huang Xiaolong's brows, Guosherwin's heart plummeted. And it was at this time that several figures came with the wind whistling. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in the midst of the scene. Ancestor. Senior Zhao, Senior Zhang. The several people were Guo family's ancestor Guochun, as well Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu. Guosherwin, Guosherwin, and the other Guo family members hanging hearts loosened slightly by seeing Guochen's arrival. "Young lord." Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu walked up to Huang Xiaolong, greeting respectfully. Huang Xiaolong nodded in return. "Father." Guosherwin, Guoshuan, and Guo Shaoqing hurried to Guochen's side. But before they could utter the second word, Guochun barked, "All three of you kneel down." The three adults shivered at Guo Chen's order. Yet all three knelt down obediently. Ignoring his children, Guochun came beside Huang Xiaolong, smiling, "Young noble Huang, I already heard what happened here. Please be assured that I will punish them and give you a satisfactory explanation." He placed himself at a lower stance, full of courtesy and respect. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. 3 days later is my sister's wedding. I will forgive this matter here. However, I do not wish to see similar things in the future. Since Guochun had spoken, Huang Xiaolong would still give him some face. He didn't want the matter to become bigger just when his sister was marrying into the Guo family. "Yes, young noble Huang. Rest assured, it will never happen again. Such a thing." Guochun sighed in relief inwardly as he guaranteed Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded. He turned back towards Gao Yang beside him. "Let us go for a drink?" "Go for a few drinks." Gao Yong looked at Huang Xiaolong in a daze. In the next moment, his young blood boiled, coursing through his veins with excitement, and his heartbeat turned cartwheels in his chest. However, on the surface he only managed to nod his agreement in stiff movements. Before long, Gao Yong followed Huang Xiaolong, leaving the Dawn River Street. The entire way, Gao Yong felt as if he was floating on a cloud. Nothing could hook him back to earth. When Huang Xiaolong reached the outside of the Southern Hill Estate, Huang Peng and Su Yan craned their necks as they waited for him at the front entrance. The moment Su Yan spotted Huang Xiaolong's figure appearing on the horizon, she hurried out in a few steps, pulling Huang Xiaolong into a hug. "Longer, you're finally home." Being embraced in public by his mother at his age made Huang Xiaolong slightly embarrassed, but he clearly felt Su Yan's motherly love and longing for her son. Recalling the fact these years he had mostly been apart from his family, either away or cultivating, spending very little time with them, a trace of guilt rose in Huang Xiaolong's heart. "Yes, mother, I'm back," Huang Xiaolong affirmed. Inwardly, his heart soured. Good, good. As long as our son comes back safely. There are so many people here, Yenner. Don't embarrass our son. Let us go in first." Huang Peng came to his son's rescue at this moment, comforting his wife at the same time. Only then did Su Yan release her son. She knew her son's identity and status were no longer the same. Hugging in public like this was indeed embarrassing. "Big brother." Huang Min stood in front of her big brother while smiling sheepishly in happiness. Huang Xiaolong laughed, watching his younger sister. "Your wedding's in 2 days' time. Your big brother made an effort to rush back. Thankfully, I made it in time. Big bro." Huang Min's eyes turned red-rimmed instantly. She too rushed up and hugged Huang Xiaolong for some time before letting go. Huang Xiaolong studied his sister's lovable, delicate face as he lifted his right hand to wipe away the tears flowing from the corner of Huang Min's eyes. He was pleased and content. The little girl finally grew up. He could clearly recall as if it was yesterday when he used to sneak out to the back mountain to practice the body metamorpho scripture. A little girl used to go all the way up the hill to look for him. More than 10 years had passed. In the blink of an eye. After the new year, the little girl would be 19 and he 20. You're old enough to get married yet you still cry like a little kid. Come, let's go in. Huang Xiaolong smiled, teasing Huang Min. Huang Min nodded in agreement, tears turning into a spurt of laughter. Hence, Huang Xiaolong, Huang Peng, Su Yan, and the others standing at the door went into Southern Estate Manor's Great Hall, where lively words and sounds of laughter continued. 2 days later was Huang Min's big wedding day, and Huang Xiaolong's return heightened the festive atmosphere building up in the Southern Hill Estate. Huang Xiaolong was the backbone of the Huang family. If Huang Xiaolong was unable to make it back in time for Huang Min's wedding, the celebration and atmosphere would have felt lacking in some way. Several hours later, Huang Xiaolong left the Great Hall and went back to his courtyard, summoning Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, and Fei Ho over, inquiring over the matters over the past 2 years in the Southern Hill Estate. The three of them respectively reported the matters under their charge one by one. According to their reports, the 9-tripod commerce was established successfully in Duanren Imperial City and had opened many branches in Duanren Empire's main cities. Due to Emperor Duanren's strong support, progress in business was good, laying a good foundation. In less than 2 years' time, the daily revenues had exceeded 3,000 to 4,000 gold coins. With 9-tripod commerce's development, Huang Xiaolong believed that within 30 to 40 years, it would become one of the top 4 companies in Duanren Empire. Any movements from Yao Fei or the deity's Templar? Huang Xiaolong asked. Zhao Shu shook his head. Ever since the battle in Duanren Institute where Yao Fei was rescued by that person from deity's Templar, he did not show himself again. There were no movements from deity's Templar. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Tighten the estate's patrol for the next 2 days. Sovereign, you mean to say Yao Fei and deity's Templar might use Miss Huang Min's wedding day to make trouble? Zhang Fu asked his doubt. The possibility exists. There's nothing wrong with being extra careful. Huang Xiaolong said. The Yao family's manor, its foundation, its headquarters was burned to the ground by him. Yao Fei and the Yao ancestor fled like dogs with their tails between their legs. No doubt they would retaliate sooner or later. Huang Xiaolong had a feeling, on the day of his sister Huang Min's wedding, something would happen. Sovereign, there's something this subordinate wishes to report. At this point, Zhao Shu interjected. Oh, speak. Huang Xiaolong permitted. Both of us, me and Zhang Fu, left Azura's Gate headquarters and main domain chief Qin Tianqi might have become suspicious of something going on. He has sent people over to Snow Wind Continent. Zhao Shu hesitated before revealing the latter information. Huang Xiaolong looked over, a light flickering in his eyes. Has Qin Tianqi finally become aware of his existence? However, it had been quite some time since Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu left Azura's Gate. Thus it was normal for Qin Tianqi to be suspicious. Since Qin Tianqi took the first step by sending someone over, it was safe to assume he might soon come over to the Snow Wind Continent himself as well. He knew this was inevitable, sooner or later it would arrive. Perhaps the day when he and Qin Tianqi finally meet would be the day when they compete for the Azura's Gate sovereign throne. Azura's Gate sovereign. The Azura ring on Huang Xiaolong's finger gleamed. Huang Xiaolong planned to go against deity's Templar, and it would be an almost impossible feat relying only on himself. Therefore Huang Xiaolong must capture Azura's Gate sovereign position. Control Azura's Gate and its million disciples. In fact, Sovereign need not worry too much for now. Sovereign possesses the Azura ring, the rightful successor appointed by the old Sovereign. Even if main domain chief Qin Tianqi arrives here, he can't do anything to Sovereign. Zhang Fu spoke. Huang Xiaolong nodded in silence. Though Zhang Fu said so, if he wanted full control of Azura's Gate, he must first subjugate Qin Tianqi. Sovereign, did you manage to enter the Buddha cavern in your trip to the blessed Buddha Empire? Zhao Shu glanced at Huang Xiaolong, and cautiously asked the question he had been burning to know the answer to. Zhang Fu and Fei Ho quickly turned their attention onto Huang Xiaolong. Detecting the subtle expressions on the trio, Huang Xiaolong could guess what was going inside their minds. Smiling slightly, he nodded, "Yes, godly MT. Shumi has been reined in by me. It wasn't necessary to keep the matter a secret from them. They would learn about it one way or another." Time seemed to pause for a moment for Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, and Fei Ho. Then all three dropped to their knee in salute, excitedly lauding, "Sovereign invincible throughout. Sovereign invincible throughout. The godly MT Shumi." The number 1 treasure listed on the heavenly treasure. It was beyond their imagination that one day their Azura's Gate sovereign would successfully reign it. That was the legendary godly MT Shumi. A treasure rumored to possess the most unbelievable power in this world for several thousands of years. Thinking of this, all three of them couldn't help but shiver excitedly. The truth was, Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu weren't fully confident in Huang Xiaolong wresting the Azura's Gate sovereign position from Chen Tianqi. Now, however, they had no qualms fully standing behind Huang Xiaolong. If he could even reign in heavenly treasures such the godly MT Shumi, would there be things he cannot do? Stand up. Huang Xiaolong looked at the three people kneeling, said. Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, and Fei Ho acknowledged respectfully before rising to a stand. Pay attention to the supply of Grade 1 Spirit Stones. I want to procure a batch of Grade 1 Spirit Stones. Huang Xiaolong then added. A batch? All three were stupefied. A batch of Grade 1 Spirit Stones. The three middle-aged men exchanged glances between themselves. Sovereign, what do you need so many Grade 1 Spirit Stones for? Zhao Shu tried asking. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. I have a use for them. Just pay attention and have them ready for me. Yes, Sovereign. Seeing this, Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, and Fei Ho dared not inquire into the matter. Huang Xiaolong further asked for information about Chen Tianqi from the three of them. A short while later, the three figures left Huang Xiaolong's courtyard. After they had left, Huang Xiaolong entered the godly MT Shumi's temple at the belly of the mountain. Coming to the Shumi temple's side hall, Huang Xiaolong swallowed a drop of geocentric Buddha elixir and entered the center of the 10 Buddha formation to practice the godly Shumi art. While Huang Xiaolong was practicing the godly Shumi art, internally the Azura tactics and body metamorpho scripture would start running on their own. All of this happened while Huang Xiaolong's twin dragon martial spirits hovered in the void above him. Long bodies coiled, devouring and absorbing three different energies gushing down at the ancient Buddhism energy, true dragon chi, and the netherworld spiritual energy. Above the space in Huang Xiaolong's chi si, a golden Buddha, a golden dragon, and an archdemon silhouette brightly glimmered. The night passed in practice. Opening his eyes, Huang Xiaolong breathed out foul chi from his mouth. At this rate, within 3 months I can advance into the 6th order. Sensing the power coursing inside his body, Huang Xiaolong was secretly delighted. Xiantian's 6th order. No more than 3 years passed since Huang Xiaolong stepped into the Xiantian realm. Before, this was something Huang Xiaolong himself dared not believe. Coming out from the Shumi temple, Huang Xiaolong's sight caught a glimpse of the Linglong treasure pagoda. A thought suddenly struck him. He already reached Xiantian 5th order, so he wondered if he would be able to open the 3rd layer on the Linglong treasure pagoda. What would be kept there on the 3rd layer of the Linglong treasure pagoda? Not dawdling, Huang Xiaolong initiated his battle chi and tried to open the 3rd layer of the Linglong treasure pagoda. A glaring light flashed before Huang Xiaolong's eyes, and after opening them again, he was in a different space. The 4 sides of this space were golden walls in 4 directions, similar to the 1st and 2nd layer space in the Linglong treasure pagoda. Only this 3rd layer was much bigger. Huang Xiaolong's eyes scanned the space slowly, instantly enthralled by the grand altar in the middle of the space. An enormous sacrificial altar. All over the sacrificial altar were dense carvings of ancient runes, combining into a large mysterious array. Up on the sacrificial altar were 19 giant puppets that gave off a crystal-like resplendent radiance. All 19 giant puppets exuded whelming pressure. There was nothing else in the third layer space other than the altar and the 19 puppets on it. These are puppets. Huang Xiaolong blanked for a moment looking at the 19 giant puppets. He had heard about puppets from Zhao Shu. Puppets were something that certain people refined using some secret method. From dead things, puppets were undoubtedly loyal. However, there were distinctions between low and high-grade puppets. Low-grade puppets had no intelligence and wore a sluggish expression, following the orders of their master, but some high-grade puppets were said to possess simple thoughts. Although lacking compared the average living beings, high-grade puppets could have independent thoughts and actions to a certain extent. Huang Xiaolong's silhouette blurred in a flicker, arriving on the sacrificial altar at the center. From a close distance, Huang Xiaolong noticed on these giant puppets' foreheads, there were tiny runic patterns, looking like a type of special letters of some ancient tribes. How do I control these puppets? Huang Xiaolong wondered as he flew the perimeter of the sacrificial altar before landing on the left-hand corner. In that corner, there was a string of the same ancient runic patterns that Huang Xiaolong couldn't understand. Wrinkling his brows, Huang Xiaolong assumed these ancient writings explained the methods of controlling these puppets, but he had no idea what most of it was. Looks like I need to make a trip to Duanren Institute to investigate these ancient writings, Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. However, he had a feeling that what these writings explained was not the method of controlling the puppets. I wonder if my current strength allows me to open the fourth layer as well? Huang Xiaolong immediately acted on the thought, running his battle qi, trying to open the fourth layer of the Linglong Treasure Pagoda. Unfortunately, there was no reaction, even after the second time. Everything remained still and calm. Thus, he gave up. Huang Xiaolong was feeling somewhat depressed at the failure, meaning he would need to break through the high-level Xiantian realm before trying again. Coming out from the Linglong Treasure Pagoda, Huang Xiaolong left the southern hill estate in Duanren Institute's direction. Just as he arrived at Duanren Institute, he ran into Xie Puti at the front entrance. Xie Puti was surprised running into Huang Xiaolong in this manner. Then a huge smile bloomed on his face as one hand clasped over Huang Xiaolong's shoulder. I say, this time you were missing for almost 2 years. A pity for me that I can't even find someone to drink with me. Do you know how much suffering I went through this period? Huang Xiaolong laughed wryly. Then, shall we head to the wine house now? Do you need to ask? You can't escape today, Xie Puti exclaimed with glee. Both of them headed straight towards the Sapidity wine house in the amusement area. While passing by the red house, Xie Puti grinned sheepishly. How about it? Shall we spend a night here after drinking? Huang Xiaolong was stumped at the idea. Smiling bitterly, he shook his head. Forget it. Xie Puti chuckled. Ever since Yao Fei fled in shame, Zhao Wuji, that tramp, rarely shows her face in Duanren Institute anymore. This red house is mostly handled by Cui Li, that tramp now. Cui Li. This piece of news was unexpected for Huang Xiaolong. Inexplicably, he couldn't remember the time during the Imperial City battle, of Cui Li clinging on to him, the attempts of seduction. Thinking about it, it was close to 2 years since he hadn't seen Cui Li. What? Missing that tramp? Detecting the myriad of changes flashing past Huang Xiaolong's face, Xie Puti taunted good-naturedly. Huang Xiaolong shook his head in silence. A few moments later, both of them walked into the Sapidity wine house. Like all those times before, like it was a tradition, Huang Xiaolong took all of the remaining jugs of Sapidity wine for the day. Cups clinked continuously as Huang Xiaolong and Xie Puti enjoyed their wine. I heard you were in Blessed Buddha Empire? Xie Puti asked. Huang Xiaolong nodded, not denying his whereabouts. Xie Puti continued, I heard Blessed Buddha Empire's holy Buddhism maiden, Shi Xiaofei, is our Snow Wind continent's #1 beauty. So, did you get the chance to meet her when you were there? Shi Xiaofei? Snow Wind continent's #1 beauty? Huang Xiaolong was baffled at the multitude of questions and then laughed wryly. He found the Xie Puti overlapping with Luotong Kingdom's Prince Lu Kai with each passing day. Thinking of Lu Kai, he wondered, how was he now? He would probably ascend to the Luotong Kingdom's throne in a few years' time. Huang Xiaolong had no chance to meet that fella ever since he came to Duanren Imperial City, and truth be told, he missed that guy a little. Huang Xiaolong didn't have many friends. There was one Lu Kai, and now a Xia Puti. That Shi Xiaofei is blessed Buddha Emperor Shi Fantian's daughter. Xia Puti continued his topic. There were rumors coming from the blessed Buddha Empire saying that if Shi Fantian leaves the martial spirit world to ascend to the Buddha world, this Shi Xiaofei would be the most likely person to take over his position as the Empress of blessed Buddha Empire. Oh! Huang Xiaolong was surprised. Forget it. Let's not talk about that Shi Xiaofei. Xia Puti chuckled. The day after tomorrow is your sister's big wedding day? When's your turn coming? Do you need this brother to introduce a few girls to you? Huang Xiaolong shook his head and laughed hearing Xia Puti's generous offer. No need. Li Lu's shadow appeared in his mind. Xia Puti chuckled at Huang Xiaolong's reaction. I've heard about your story. Is it because of that girl that the deity's Templar took away? Li Lu. Huang Xiaolong didn't want to talk about it. So, changing the topic, he asked, do you know which auction house keeps grade 1 spirit stones? The Xia family had a broad intelligence network and Xia Puti could have some information about this. You want to buy grade 1 spirit stones? Xia Puti was surprised. He continued, grade 1 spirit stones are very scarce and the 3 top companies in our Duanren Empire rarely auction them. But I know of a place that has them. Oh, where is it? Huang Xiaolong's interest rose. Sin City, the Bedlam lands. Xia Puti lowered his voice as he said the name of the place. Huang Xiaolong's brows creased into a furrow. Zhao Shu had mentioned about this place to him. Bedlam lands was the most violent, chaotic, complicated, bloodthirsty, and heinous place in the martial spirit world. Everywhere, every day was complete balagan filled with killing, thievery, and vile, corrupted morals. There are 3 main continents in the martial spirit world: Snow Wind Continent, Starcloud Continent, and 10 Directions Continent. Used to be Shifang Continent. Other than these 3 continents, there were also many dangerous and forbidden lands. And this Bedlam land sat in between the Snow Wind Continent and 10 Directions Continent, also an ancient battlefield ruin of the primordial god tribes. Its land area was filled with thick dead air and demonic air. The climate was of polar extremes, from frozen ice lands that stretched as far as 1,000 li to scorching plumes of magma, hotter than a furnace, and there were wide barren plains that bore no living beings. Because of these unique characteristics of the Bedlam lands, none of the 3 continents or neighboring empires bothered themselves with it. In short, all 3 continents washed their hands off the Bedlam lands. Amongst all the wicked chaos, Sin City prevailed and stood above others as the largest domain in the Bedlam lands. Huang Xiaolong and Xia Puti drank as they talked. 3 hours passed by the time they left the wine house. Outside the entrance, Xia Puti suddenly said, "It's been a long time since the 2 of us sparred. How about a match?" Huang Xiaolong was stumped with the sudden request, but he refused. Next time, I have something to do. He feared Xia Puti would receive too big a blow if his current strength was revealed. However, Xia Puti insisted vehemently, "No way. I had just broken through to Xiantian Third Order a few days ago. Today I absolutely must spar with you as revenge for the Imperial City battle 3 years ago." Huang Xiaolong looked at Xia Puti seriously. "Must we really spar?" Xia Puti nodded solemnly. "We definitely must." It didn't take them long to get to a secret battle chamber in Duanren Institute. The Duanren Institute constructed 2 types battle stages within its grounds: the open battle stage and the secret battle chamber. Students were allowed to use these stages to spar with other students. For those who wished to keep things low profile, the secret battle chamber was an option. Both of them entered the secret battle chamber together, yet barely 10 minutes later, both were seen walking back out again. Xia Puti was swollen in the face with black and green bruises and a slight limp in his gait. All the while, a strange expression hung on his face as he glanced at Huang Xiaolong from time to time. He was depressed, frustrated, and many complex emotions all rolled into one. Huang Xiaolong looked at Xia Puti saying, "I've said next time, you were the one who insisted to spar." Xia Puti cursed wryly. "Damn! You freak actually broke through to the 4th Order. It seems hardly possible anymore to avenge myself in the future. After entering the secret battle chamber earlier, Huang Xiaolong merely exposed a Xiantian Fourth Order strength. Even so, Xiaputi was beaten up to the point he was crying for mercy within 10 minutes. His situation could only be described as miserable. He couldn't put even an inch of resistance in front of Huang Xiaolong. That year, during the Imperial City battle, Huang Xiaolong defeated Xiaputi with the strength and order lower, at Xiantian First Order. Now that Huang Xiaolong's strength exceeded his, all his dreams of revenge were pulverized into powdered dust. Hearing Xiaputi claiming his strength to be Xiantian Fourth Order, Huang Xiaolong did not clarify the misunderstanding. It would only raise more unnecessary issues if Xiaputi knew the truth. Not only had he broken through Xiantian Fifth Order, his strength was actually closer to a peak late Xiantian Fifth Order. Xiaputi might start knocking his head against walls. I have some injury-healing pellets? Do you want some? Huang Xiaolong grinned as he took out a small jade bottle from the Azura ring. Xiaputi grumbled as his hand reached out to take the bottle. Couldn't you be a little gentler? Huang Xiaolong laughed. Then I'll be gentler next time. A cold shiver ran down Xiaputi's back hearing this. He quickly shook his head and waved his hands vigorously. Forget it, no matter who I find to spar with, I won't be looking for you. Both broke out in laughter. Moments later, Xiaputi left the Duanren Institute, while Huang Xiaolong made his way to the institute's library. At the library entrance, just as Huang Xiaolong wanted to step in, he was stopped by one of the students on guard. The student librarian looked at Huang Xiaolong up and down as he stated, "Are you a new student? Don't you know the institute's rules? To enter the library, all students must display their student badge and wear the institute's robe." Huang Xiaolong's brows scrunched slightly. Indeed, there was such a rule in Duanren Institute. However, under normal circumstances, the student librarians wouldn't really request every student that enters the library to be in robes and have the institute's badge on display, because no one dared to disguise as a Duanren Institute student unless they felt they had lived enough. But this student librarian doesn't recognize me? It has only been 2 years since I have left the institute. Huang Xiaolong touched his chin as this thought crossed his mind. I don't have the institute's student badge on me right now, Huang Xiaolong said, and he was telling the truth. However, though he may not have the institute's student badge with him, he did have Duanren's golden token and was pondering if he should take that out instead. Unfortunately, the student librarian's actions were quicker. Sneering, he said, "Don't have your student badge on you? Little rascal. I think you aren't our Duanren Institute student at all. How dare you disguise yourself as one of our Duanren Institute students?" Huang Xiaolong was struck dumb at the accusation. A wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yet the student librarian was emboldened and continued, "Little rascal, you're really looking for death, daring to disguise as our Duanren Institute student. Come, you're coming with me to the penalty hall." His hands reached out, wanting to capture Huang Xiaolong. This student librarian didn't seem weak. A strong gust of wind formed as his fingers bent into a claw shape, reaching out. Huang Xiaolong stood calmly, waiting. When the student librarian's hand drew close before him, Huang Xiaolong raised his palm and gently pressed forward, instantly shattering the claw attack. The student librarian felt an overwhelming force surging towards him, pushing him back again and again until he reached the corner. Being repelled so easily by Huang Xiaolong, the student librarian was surprised and angry at the same time. He made a second attempt to detain Huang Xiaolong. A glaring light burst out from his body, going out at full force. "Wait!" Huang Xiaolong shouted. It was ignored by the student librarian. His palm continued to aim at Huang Xiaolong, stronger than before, laced with a trace of killing intent. Detecting this, Huang Xiaolong's eyes grew cold as his patience wore thin. When the student librarian got close enough, Huang Xiaolong's body swayed to the side. His palm snaked out and landed a palm strike on his chest. The student librarian screamed, his body thrown far back. His scream attracted the attention of others. Thundering footsteps rushed in from all directions towards the library's entrance. Detecting more than a dozen strong auras rushing in his direction, Huang Xiaolong remained calm. Within a few breaths' gap, Several student librarians had Huang Xiaolong surrounded. In that dozen of student librarians, most had an expression of astonishment seeing him. Obviously, some of them recognized Huang Xiaolong. At this point, the first student librarian sent flying by Huang Xiaolong's palm climbed up from the floor and wobbled to his fellow student's side, specifically reporting to one of them. "Senior Brother Chen, this rascal wanted to trespass into the library, disguising himself as our Duanren Institute student. I tried to stop him, but he attacked and injured me." The student librarians that recognized Huang Xiaolong turned a ghastly shade of white hearing that, especially Senior Brother Chen. His hand shot out in anger, slapping the student librarian with enough force to send him tumbling away before turning around and facing Huang Xiaolong on his knees. "Young noble Huang, he's blind for being unable to recognize your elderly. Please forgive us." The others who recognized Huang Xiaolong quickly followed suit on their knees out of apprehension, whereas the first student librarian was flabbergasted and stood dazedly as he watched a group of student experts, including Senior Brother Chen, on their knees. "Unable to recognize your elderly?" Huang Xiaolong looked at this Senior Brother Chen, who was kneeling in front of him. "Did he look so old?" "It's nothing, all of you get up," Huang Xiaolong said. That Senior Brother Chen hesitated for quite a while before slowly getting to his feet. Although he stood up, his waist leaned at a respectful angle with his head lowered, not daring to look at Huang Xiaolong directly. The other student librarians stood in a similar posture. "Can I go in now?" Huang Xiaolong asked. Senior Brother Chen blanked at Huang Xiaolong's question. Unable to make heads or tails out of it, he remained blank. "Can I go in now?" Huang Xiaolong asked again when no response came. Senior Brother Chen reacted this time around, nodding energetically. Of course, young noble Huang. Please, this way, young noble Huang." Swiftly stepping to the side, giving a wide berth for Huang Xiaolong to pass. The other students parted to the sides, making a big path in the middle. Huang Xiaolong nodded, lifted his foot and walked into the library. Only after Huang Xiaolong was out of sight did Senior Brother Chen straighten his back. Cold sweat seemed to soak the back of his robe through and through. His hand dripped with drops of sweat from his forehead. Some students that were still confused as to who Huang Xiaolong was came beside Senior Brother Chen, cautiously inquiring, "Senior Brother Chen, who was that kid just now, ah?" Senior Brother Chen scanned the faces crowding around him, slowly spitting 3 words from his mouth. "Huang Xiaolong, Huang Xiaolong." Like an abrupt thunderbolt on a clear day, the students trembled and eyes rounded with fear, whereas the first student librarian who had just gotten up from the floor a second time felt his legs weaken, shaking uncontrollably, falling but first to the ground. That person was actually Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, the person even Emperor Duanren needed to greet as young noble Huang courteously. "Oh, my mother. So that was his elderly." After a long time, one of the student librarians exclaimed aloud when the truth sunk in. That Senior Brother Chen looked at the first student librarian. "I hope young noble Huang doesn't blame us. If not only us, even our families might be implicated." While shocked discussions were going on at the front, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the ancient languages section of the library, flipping through books one by one from the shelves and comparing them to the ancient runic-like patterns etched on the edge of the sacrificial altar. There was more than one ancient language in existence. The ancient demonic beast clan and ancient human race used different forms of writing, and just the ancient human race alone had many different forms, based on their own tribe's uniqueness. The Linglong tribe. Out of the many books he had pulled from the shelves, Huang Xiaolong found similar ancient texts belonging to the Linglong tribe in the yellowed pages of an old book. Comparing them to the text he saw on the sacrificial altar, Huang Xiaolong's eyes shone with joy. According to the old book, the Linglong tribe was one of the 10 biggest human race tribes. Golden Linglong body? Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong was shocked as he read further down, for the book brought up the golden Linglong body. His eyes narrowed in concentration. His shock increased as the book stated that the golden Linglong body originated from the ancient Linglong tribe's sacred canon. Could the Linglong treasure pagoda have been refined by the ancient Linglong tribe? A great wave rose in Huang Xiaolong's heart, for the Linglong Treasure Pagoda's heritage skill was none other than the golden Linglong body. On top of that, the text patterns on the sacrificial altar on the third layer of the Linglong Treasure Pagoda matched with the ancient Linglong tribe's text. Without a doubt, the Linglong Treasure Pagoda was definitely connected to this ancient tribe. Several hours later, Huang Xiaoling finally finished translating the text on the sacrificial altar in the third layer of the Linglong Treasure Pagoda. Puppetry art. These words jumped out at Huang Xiaolong. The sacrificial altar actually recorded an ancient puppetry art. The records stated that cultivating the ancient puppetry art could continuously temper and strengthen one's spiritual force and will. The stronger and more powerful one's spiritual force and will, the higher the chances of them refining a high-grade puppet which was more powerful. Huang Xiaolong was ecstatic beyond words. This ancient puppetry art could temper and strengthen one's spiritual force and will. Huang Xiaolong did not lack battle chi cultivation techniques or battle skills. The only thing he lacked was a way to temper his spiritual force. It was already dark outside by the time Huang Xiaolong come out from the library. When he reached the entrance, the dozen or so student librarians were still there. Seeing Huang Xiaolong emerging from within the library, all of them shivered for no reason, scrambling forward as they called out, "Young noble Huang, you're out." Huang Xiaolong's eyes swept over them. He knew very well the reason these students were still waiting here for him. He openly said, "Very well, I don't blame any of you for this matter, go home." Huang Xiaolong truly did not hold the matter in his heart. At the moment, he was in a very good mood due to the ancient puppetry art. Huang Xiaolong walked away after leaving such a sentence to the student librarians. Only then were senior brother Chan and the rest able to breathe out in relief as if they had just escaped the biggest calamity of their lives. When Huang Xiaolong returned to the Southern Hill Estate, he immediately entered the third layer of the Linglong Treasure Pagoda. In a single leap, he landed on the sacrificial altar at the center. Going through the ancient text once again, committing it to his memory, he sat cross-legged and started practicing, following the method stated. The essence of practicing this ancient puppetry art was meditation, meditation, and meditation. Meditate to sense everything in the world, letting his spirit blend into the surrounding space, feeling every gust of wind, every drop of water, every spark of fire in the space around him, allowing them to temper his spiritual force. The night passed quickly. Although it was merely one night, Huang Xiaolong could feel a significant improvement in his spiritual force. It seems I must practice at least 3 months before I can start controlling these puppets. Huang Xiaolong stared at the 19 giant puppets. He estimated that with his practice speed he needed 3 months to achieve minor completion in the ancient puppetry art, entering the first level to brand a soul mark. Only after branding the puppets with a soul mark was it considered fully controlling them. 2 days passed in busy preparations for the wedding. On this day, Huang Xiaolong exited the Linglong Treasure Pagoda, where he had spent the last 2 days perfecting his self-created earthen Buddha palm skill. Huang Xiaolong's earthen Buddha palm was inspired by the millions of Buddha statues in the Buddha cavern. The invisible spiritual pressure emanating from each of the far-reaching waves of Buddha statues and their effect on the spirit, while the ancient puppetry art was a rare cultivation technique that strengthened one's spiritual force. Thus, practicing the ancient puppetry art greatly enhanced Huang Xiaolong's earthen Buddha palm's attack power. After 2 days of practice, Huang Xiaolong saw a big stride in improvement for his earthen Buddha palm. But then again, Huang Xiaolong did not neglect his godly Shumi art, Azura tactics, and body metamorpho scripture. He was getting stronger with each passing day. When Huang Xiaolong appeared, Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu sensed at once the change in Huang Xiaolong's aura, enough to make 2 high-level Saint Realm experts lament with admiration. "What's the situation these days?" Huang Xiaolong asked Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu when he saw them. Replying to Sovereign, "Everything is normal," Zhao Shu promptly answered. Huang Xiaolong made his way to the Great Hall and while doing so, he cautioned them, "Increase defense measures for today. Everyone must be extra alert. Today was his sister's wedding day." Huang Xiaolong had a strong premonition. Heartless young noble Yao Fei would definitely choose to mire his sister's wedding day. Moments later, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the Great Hall where Huang Peng, Su Yan, and Huang Xiaohai were waiting. Seeing Huang Xiaolong walk in, all three of them stood up, gathering around him. "Father, mother," Huang Xiaolong greeted. "Longer you're here." Su Yan smiled as she pulled Huang Xiaolong to a chair next to hers. "Where's Min?" Huang Xiaolong looked around, asking when he did not see his sister. "Getting her makeup done. She should be coming out soon. The Guo family will be arriving in an hour or so." Su Yan answered with a small laugh. It was obvious to see that she was very happy. Huang Xiaolong nodded. A tiny sigh sounded in his heart. In no more than an hour's time, the Guo family's wedding procession would be picking up his sister, Huang Min. Although the distance between the Southern Hill Estate and Guo Mansion wasn't great, after today, his sister would be counted as a Guo family member. Still, Huang Xiaolong was happy for Huang Min. She found someone she loved and wanted to be together with him. Huang Xiaolong stayed in the Great Hall, spending some idle time with his parents and younger brother. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong said, "They are probably close. Let's go and have a look?" Huang Peng, Su Yan, and Huang Xiaohai nodded happily. Hence, the four stood up and headed towards Huang Min's courtyard. Master, Madam, Young Lord, and Third Young Lord. When they arrived in Huang Min's courtyard, the maidservants and guards knelt in salute. "Where's Second Miss?" Huang Peng asked. Replying to Master, "Second Miss is having her makeup done. She should be ready soon." One of the maidservants answered. Huang Peng nodded, and the four of them entered the outer room of Huang Min's boudoir. Father, mother, big brother, little brother. Huang Min had just finished with her makeup when she saw the four people come in and called out eagerly as she stood up. Everyone laughed and nodded, praising Huang Min's appearance. "My sister's the most beautiful today," Huang Xiaolong complimented. Huang Xiaolong spoke the truth. The light makeup emphasized Huang Min's youthfulness with a hint of the budding glamorous woman about to bloom, fresh and alluring. Huang Min blushed shyly. "Big brother, you only know how to tease me." "Big sis, it's true. You look really beautiful today." Huang Xiaohai chimed in with a huge grin on his face. Huang Min smiled sweetly. "Really?" Putting on a solemn expression, Huang Xiaohai insisted in a serious tone. "Really?" This small interaction made others in the room burst into laughter. Su Yan suddenly stepped forward, pulling Huang Min into her arms. Her eyes turned slightly red, with glistening tears threatening to fall. "Mother!" Huang Min cried. Even she was influenced by Su Yan's tears. What are you crying for? This is a joyous occasion. Moreover, it's not like Minner won't be back here." Huang Peng comforted his wife. Huang Min nodded with resolute. "Mother, I will come back often to visit everyone." Su Yan wiped the tears away, smiled and nodded. Her baby daughter was getting married. Su Yan was happy, but more than that, she was reluctant to part with her. A short moment later, blaring sounds from swanas, drums, and gongs came from outside, a sign that the bride escort procession from the Guo family had arrived to pick up the bride. "Let's go out," Huang Xiaolong spoke. Everyone agreed. Thus, Su Yan held Huang Min's hand as they walked out of Huang Min's yard towards the estate's entrance. The main entrance was very lively when they got there. Other than the bride escort wedding procession members from the Guo family, there were spectating disciples from other forces crowding the street. The Guo family went all out with the wedding procession. 300 to 400 people, enough to line from the Southern Hill Estate's entrance to the other end of the street. Spotting Huang Min and the rest coming out from the estate, Guotai, who was at the front of the line, hurried to meet them. He first greeted Huang Peng and Su Yan, "Uncle, Auntie," and then respectfully towards Huang Xiaolong, "Big brother." Though today was their wedding day, Guotai and Huang Min had to go through the ceremony first, before he could change how he addressed Huang Peng and Su Yan. Su Yan nodded and walked over to Guotai, releasing Huang Min's hand from her own and placing it into Guotai's hands, a symbolic gesture that she was passing her daughter to Guotai. While doing this, Su Yan couldn't resist and a teardrop rolled down the corner of her eye. "Guotai," Huang Xiaolong reminded, "you must treat my sister well." If you dare to bully her or make her feel aggrieved in any way, I will not spare you. Guotai was a little scared, but he promised, "Don't worry, big brother. I will definitely treat Minner well. I absolutely will not let her be wronged." Huang Xiaolong nodded, satisfied. Soon, the Guo family's wedding procession lifted up the red bride palanquin, with Huang Min sitting inside, and started to head towards the Guo mansion. Strings of pearl-like tears fell on Su Yan's cheeks as she watched the Guo family wedding procession leaving, growing smaller in her sight. Huang Peng opened his mouth, but no words of comfort came. "Father, mother, let's go back first," Huang Xiaolong persuaded. According to martial spirit world's tradition, the girl's family needed to wait until the wedding procession reached the future husband's residence before they could go over for the next step ceremony. Nodding, all of them returned inside the estate. However, just as everyone turned around, Huang Xiaolong suddenly spun around, eyes searching the other end of the street vigilantly. "Longer, what is it?" Huang Xiaolong replied, "Nothing," but his eyes held a deeper meaning as they directed a look at Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu. Both nodded their heads slightly and disappeared with a sway without anyone noticing. Huang Xiaolong remained waiting at the same spot after he told Huang Peng, Su Yan, and his younger brother to go in first. Before long, Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu returned. "So?" Huang Xiaolong questioned. Both of them shook their head. Replying to Sovereign, "We found nothing." Huang Xiaolong frowned. He was sure he felt a trace of killing intent, although it was only a split-second instant. Then, Huang Xiaolong's heart sank. Guo family's wedding procession. Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu. Both of you immediately go catch up with the Guo family's wedding team. Huang Xiaolong blurted out of anxiousness. Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu exchanged a glance. They understood what Huang Xiaolong meant in the next moment. Huang Xiaolong was afraid Yao Fei might make a move against the wedding procession team. "Yes, Sovereign." Both already disappeared before the voice fell. Huang Xiaolong relaxed a little after sending Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu over. However, a short while after Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu went away, powerful energy fluctuations came from the distance, close to the southern hill estate. Huang Xiaolong's face tightened. They really targeted the Guo family's wedding procession. "Sister." Huang Xiaolong disappeared in a blur, sprinting towards the source of the energy fluctuations. She is the first female born in the family, thus HXH calls her Big Sis.